we're seeing some pockets of heavy rain, but with and a large system in terms of the geographical region that it covers, it is still going to produce potentially some extremely serious and dangerous flooding over a large area of central North Carolina. So far, most of the action, of course, has been down east, but with the storm moving inland very slowly over South Carolina, all of that we've been tracking down east is now starting to move our way. It's been a very slow process because the system at one point was nearly stationary yesterday. It's back on the move.
Rain.
Right, back on the move, so it's still going to progress through South Carolina very slowly, so things will unfold in terms of the heavier downpours for us as we go through the day. And we've been talking about this morning, the storm weakening to a tropical storm, and by tonight or tomorrow, just a tropical depression. And say, okay, well that's good news. That's a bit of good news. The winds with the storm are weakening, but it's still this deep layer, just a tremendous amount of tropical moisture that's going to slowly move through the Piedmont. By no stretch are we out of the woods. We cannot let our guard down.
And almost as soon as you answered that question about no rain in High Point, another High Point viewer, Cherie, said it's raining in High Point.
And it depends on where you're at. I mean, one area down the street may easily rack up in a few minutes a half of an inch of rain. I know yesterday when some of those outer bands moved through Guilford County, I was driving on Battleground here in Greensboro, and I went through some large puddles of standing water on Battleground, and just a torrential downpour. It didn't last very long, but it put down some really heavy rain for a brief period and flooded the street.
And that's a big concern of our state officials, people driving through standing water. It was the leading cause of death in Hurricane Matthew just 2 years ago, and they really want people to be careful on those roads. If it's not safe to drive, don't even attempt to do that.
Remember, turn around. Don't drown. Don't chance it.
It's very true. It is 6:57 right now. Please keep submitting your weather-related questions pertaining to Florence on any of our social media platforms at this point. We will be sure to try to answer those on air and online on those platforms when we come back.
It's still having an impact. We just got the latest numbers of power outages in the state. 780,964 people without power this morning. Most of those are to our east and to our coastal communities, but we are seeing some in Guilford County. I just looked at the map, about 1,500 people in the McLeansville
Already.
eastern part.
Yes, yes.
It could be because of saturated grounds and a power line down. It just says.
Have we seen wind gusts 30,
Right.
35,
Yeah, it's very possible.
since yesterday? So I think, well, they're not going to fix anything down east, so
No.
that number is going to continue to grow as the worst of the storm and the heavy rain and winds move our way. So it's only going to increase in our part of the Piedmont.
We took a question yesterday during one of our digital updates from someone saying that she had been hearing that all the power crews went to the coast and that there was going to be nobody left in the Triad to address
not
power
true.
outages. That is not true. Duke Energy has people strategically placed. They were many trucks west of I-95 waiting to see where the worst of it hit. But we had a staging area here in Greensboro at the Corey Convention Center. To our knowledge, it's still set up in place. So they're going to go wherever's needed. There are 22,000 crews here.
Wow, that's
And keep in
huge.
mind, Duke Energy is obviously one of our largest providers,
That's right.
but there are several others, including Randolph Electric, and we know that their crews are here ready to help out too.
Ready to go. All right, and a lot of you have been reaching out to us through social media and just reaching out in general using either the hashtag Hurricane Florence or hashtag Florence or Storm Track 2. So, Maddie, what's happening out there? What are you seeing?
Well, I want to talk about the local response here, right, to Hurricane Florence. We go now to the WFMY News 2 Facebook page that's sharing some incredible photos that show the power of Hurricane Florence as it came through the coast. But take a look at this. This is one of our reporters out in Davidson County in Lexington. Local businesses right here in the Triad getting ready for the possibility of flooding. People stacking up sandbags in front of their door. Now, the owner of this business told our reporter that it might seem like a little bit too much, but it's better safe than sorry, right? And we encourage you to start preparing as well. I also want to remind you of this flood safety tip that we're sharing right now. If you can't see the markings on the road, don't drive on it. If the water comes up and you're no longer able to see those lines on the road, it is too deep to drive through. Do not drive on a flooded road if we do get floods here in the Triad. And then I want to remind you about the shelters that are open throughout our area, including this one at the Joel Coliseum in Winston-Salem right now. More than 1,000 evacuees can stay here. This is not just for people coming from the East Coast. This is for people who are in the Triad as well. And before I toss it back to you guys, I want to show you this video, getting a lot of clicks on social media right now of the Provision Company in Southport. A lot of people have memories of this. And take a look at the pier. And someone on Facebook writing, a piece of history destroyed from Hurricane Florence. This is a popular restaurant and store right here in Southport. And you can see the damage that Hurricane Florence did to that. Goodness gracious, guys. The damage of this storm is just so widespread. And this is really right next door to us, our neighbors right now. So it's heartbreaking to see.
You hate to see that because
I
that is a
know.
big landmark.
Eric,
I
I
really
knew you
hope
would
they
have
rebuild
memories
it.
of this.
Yes, yeah, I've been there. I've seen
Yes.
that. That's yeah, that's a landmark. I hate to say it. Well, hopefully they'll rebuild. And
Yeah, I
be
was just
back.
saying, I really hope they rebuild it because I have fond memories of Southport and that specific
Yeah.
restaurant. But you know, I want to bring my kids there. You know, that's
Yeah.
just part of the family at this
It's
point.
traditions.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of rebuilding, the North Carolina Disaster Relief Fund has been reactivated. That was in place for Hurricane Matthew 2 years ago. The governor reactivated it. So if you go to readync.gov and click that button that says Florence, you can contribute monetarily if you'd like to, or you could volunteer perhaps for your local Red Cross or give blood. Anything you can do to help our neighbors in need is appreciated.
We should mention United Way has a fund going,
yes, that's
as well
right.
as the Panthers organization
Yes.
Yep.
and the Hornets organization in Charlotte. Mecklenburg County is going to get pounded as well, as from what I was
Yeah.
seeing.
They will.
So,
Oh yeah,
More
they
than
will.
10 inches, I
Yeah,
think.
They're in that foot plus
Wow.
of rain
Right.
There with the storm moving through South
Look
Carolina.
at the heavier rains now,
Yeah.
and already in Montgomery County and Chatham, Moore, and Lee counties,
Yeah.
and Randolph, southern
Yeah.
Randolph.
We've been hearing about some pop-up showers this morning from our viewers in Rockingham too. Getting
Someone
those bans.
sent me a message on my Facebook page and said that they live in Randall and their power's out.
Yeah.
And she said we're just kind of getting by.
Yeah,
right now.
so power already starting to go out in different places, depending on if you live near power lines and there are a lot of trees down. I mean, even though it's not really raining hard yet, it has no impact on the power outages because all it takes is that one gust of
Yes.
wind
Yeah.
to knock down a tree that's on saturated ground.
And you bring up a very good point. In the anticipation that we're going to see a lot of power lines down, be careful.
Right.
Watch where you step
Yes.
if you're out and about, or where you drive for that matter. Stay home if you don't have to drive.
Yeah.
But those power lines could be
Well,
hot.
and if you lose power, you can still watch us on your phone or tablet. If you have enough battery juice,
you
I know
go.
it's super,
Yeah.
I'm
super
ready.
powerful.
Yeah.
we're
The
super
extra
Charge your
excited.
batteries,
phones now
those
if you-
movies.
If you have power now, charge your phones now.
That's right.
So you have it for the long haul.
All right, we taking a break?
Yes, let's do it.
We're going to do
this
that.
This is a good time.
We'll be right back. Stay there.
of life call involving a mother and her infant child.
So devastating. 5 confirmed deaths due to then Hurricane Florence as she made landfall, especially in Wilmington, where you're mentioning the mother and her child who died. There's also 3 other deaths in that same area in New Bern. Remember all those people that needed to be rescued?
Yes.
At one point, there were about 300 rescue calls that were coming into the New Bern Emergency Management, and they were able to get to half, but they still had so many more to go. So.
I know one person I remember us talking about had a heart condition, was having a heart attack, and they
Yes.
couldn't get to him because of the debris.
Yeah.
And
Another
it's
man
just
was
so
trying
sad.
to start his generator and went outside and was trying to plug it in, and it was raining, and he sadly died. So we want you to be careful. This is, you know, we like to have fun, we like to lift you up, but there are times like this where we really have to like lay it down and give you
Sure.
what's happening. We don't want to scare you, but this situation is serious and you have to respond accordingly.
And it's 10 minutes after 7 right now. Our coverage continues. Let's talk about our forecast first. And what are we going to see here? And then we're going to look at rainfall totals all around the area as well. Forecast-wise for us, obviously conditions will continue to go downhill, and we're looking at that rain getting heavier as we head into the afternoon and evening hours. You can see the radar on the left side of your screen, and we're also showing you some more images from all across the state with this. You look at the radar image, and by the way, it is not a hurricane anymore, a tropical storm. The winds are really inconsequential right now. We don't really care about that. It's the rain, but 50-mile-an-hour winds, and it's located 35 miles west of Myrtle Beach. Look at all the rain bands stretching back to the north and to the east. The north and east side of the storm, that's where we're going to see all the rain. Heavy showers now moving through parts of Moore County, Lee County, Montgomery County, southern Randolph. It's even reaching Alamance and Guilford County at this time. Estimated rainfall totals down east were just really impressive, anywhere from up to 22 inches of rain and probably isolated pockets of more once we get the official totals in. This is all what we call Doppler estimated rainfall totals, where we estimate it based on the strength and how long it rained in one particular area. It's kind of done with a computer program. And then closer to home, you're looking about anywhere from 3/4 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch across the triad. Then those numbers jump way up as you head east, going up closer to Sanford, looking at almost 4 inches of rain already. And of course, we'll be watching all of this closely. As far as the rain goes for our area and what we expect to see, we're going to see 6 to 10 inches across the triad, with the northern counties going down maybe to 4 inches or so, and higher numbers as we head to the south. 7-day forecast just shows mid-70s and hard rain for today and tomorrow. Hopefully Monday, Tuesday, we see all this sort of fizzle out a little bit, 78 Monday. And by the way, next week, mid-80s, variably cloudy skies. If you need that ray of sunshine in the forecast, there it is. That's Tuesday through Friday.
All right, so we saw, unfortunately, some of the areas that were battered by Hurricane Matthew 2 years ago get hit again. Such was the case in Kinston, where Eddie Randall is live. Eddie?
Hey, good morning. Yes, we're at the corner of Queens and Gordon here in downtown Kinston, and I just kind of want to show you guys what we found this morning. We found this awning in front of this barber shop and this boutique that's kind of just hanging down right here. You can see where it's supposed to be hanging up, just like it is on this side, but it's completely down. That just gives you a little bit of information, or just a little bit of an indication of how strong those winds were that rode through this area yesterday. Now, you know, we were trying to make our way to Morehead City, but, you know, we couldn't get there because of closed roads, flooded roads, you know, debris in the road. So we tried to go a different route. We're going to show you some video. We went on Highway 24 East, and we went through Jacksonville to Swansboro, and we saw roofs that were shaking. In some places we saw roofs that were either halfway off or completely taken off the top of those homes. We saw shaking lights, as well as, you know, downed power lines. And we saw a lot of downed power lines as we were entering into Swansboro. And that's where we met a man where a tree had kind of crashed near his home. It was a 50-year-old tree that he planted himself. And he kind of walked us through that whole situation, what it sounded like as that storm was rolling through his area. Take a listen. Okay. We also, you know, there were a lot of rain. There was power lines that were down and everything. But, you know, police in Swansboro also told us that they're under a curfew from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning. So that just wrapped up, and that started on Thursday night. Police say that that's going to last until Sunday, or it could last even further. They just have to see how these storms are. But guys, I just want to tell you, when we were driving through the area yesterday, we saw so many people who were pulling off to the side of the road when people's cars were down, just asking if they were okay. There was a tree that actually crashed on the west side of Highway 24, and there were people who got out, had a chainsaw, and were breaking down that tree just to clear it. But I mean, I can just tell you, people were really in high spirits and trying to make sure that everyone who was experiencing, you know, a bad situation from the storm was actually getting some help.
Along that river,
Hey, Eddie, I'm not sure if Ed's mic was up that whole time, but he's wondering about flooding along the Neuse. Have you seen that?
We haven't seen flooding in this area just yet, but we know that more rain is supposed to come. So of course we're going to keep our eye out for that, and we'll let viewers know what we see as we drive around throughout the day.
Okay, obviously a big concern, Ed, with those rivers potentially cresting and bringing a very similar situation to what we saw with Matthew with regard to Florence now, devastating communities with inland flooding.
and even after the heaviest rain moves out, it's going to take several days for these rivers to crest. So after the rain moves out, it'll probably be a day or two before rivers not only there, but here in our part of the Piedmont really crest. As a matter of fact, we're expecting the cresting of like the Dan River, the Yadkin River, the Hall River to our east. Those crests will not come until Tuesday or Wednesday of next week after what rain we get, and we still see a lot of serious flooding rain headed our way. They'll crest at that time, a little bit later after the rain.
So you mentioned Rockingham County, the Dan, obviously a big concern. Patricia wants to know, she's in Madison, what do you think they might get up there?
I think Madison's pretty much in the same scope as we are. The 6 to 10, maybe more on the 6 side, the lower side, as you go up into Southern Virginia. But hey, Southern Virginia and Northern North Carolina, Rockingham, and over to Caswell and Stokes County. Obviously, we're going to keep a very close eye on you guys as well. But Triad and especially South, I'm really worried about Lee and Moore and Montgomery County. We have them in the 12-inch plus range, and we're already seeing on the radar this morning, seeing some heavier downpours in those areas right now.
All right, so make sure if you live in one of those counties, you are identifying your emergency shelter that is closest to you in the event you have to leave at a moment's notice. All right, we are coming right back with much more hurricane or now tropical storm Florence coverage from right here at home. Stick with us.
Yes, hi. Mic check 321, mic check 321. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay. All right, good. Yes, I can.
New Bern, North Carolina, pummeled with rain yesterday, causing lots of flooding. That's where our Duri Achula
up to more light, and we are seeing just exactly what the restoration crews will be facing today. And this behind me is just one example. We're seeing lots of trees down, and this is one here on Broad Street. You can see, fortunately, this one missed that power pole and also missed the house to my right on this side. But that's not the case for many folks around here. They're not just dealing with this, they're also dealing with power loss and flooding. And earlier today, we saw a row of power trucks rolling out and just coming down this way to try to start that restoration process. Now, throughout yesterday, the talk was about those rescue efforts. The authorities tell me that they were able to rescue about 385 people. They still have about 100 more folks to rescue who are on the flooded side of the parts of the city. Now, we also know that about 20,000 people lost power. Some of those people have gotten that power back. There's about 7,000 people who are waiting for their power to be turned back on. And we're told that they are the folks who were probably hit the worst during the storm. Now, it will be some more rain coming, as well as they're expecting high tide, which would mean that more water will be coming into some areas. So they're asking folks to look out for that and still be cautious and careful as they try to navigate the area. Again, we're gonna stay on this, and we're gonna bring you more updates as we kind of like go around the city of New Bern and the outlying areas to see how they're going through this restoration process after the storm.
You know, Adure, you're doing an excellent job reporting, but we just want to take a minute and just check on you and photographer Brian Hall. You guys have been rock stars for our coverage. How are you guys doing? Did you have a good dinner? Did you sleep well last night? Just let us know that you're okay.
We are working really. It's just about checking in on the folks here, folks that I know here in New Bern, just sending them text messages and just trying to get an understanding of what they're experiencing. Some folks, of course, had to spend the night in the dark without power. We also saw some people who just basically just starting their own, just clearing up their area as well and just getting things out of the way. But overall, we're really just being here with the community to let them know that we are with them as they're going through this process. As you recall, it was mentioned that, you know, this has been a deadly storm. Hearing all that stories about people losing their lives, it's just really heartbreaking. And also seeing those pictures on Facebook of people just seeing their community just overrun by water. It's really heartbreaking. I think it's all going to sink in once we go back and just kind of, you know, decompress throughout this process.
All right, well, keep up the good work. I know this is hard to experience and endure something like this. My producer weighing in here, she just wanted to let me know or ask you what you're seeing.
She might not have heard us then. Can you hear us, Adure?
Yes. What was that?
Oh, okay. We wanted to know what you're seeing, like in the area, as far as people coming back out and trying to pick things up, or what's going on right now.
All right. Well, it's a little early. We have seen some crews coming through. We saw the sheriff's deputies rolling through and just surveying the area. And also, we did see power crews going around as well. So, again, it's still a little early. Folks just waiting for the area to be cleared before some of them get out. But again, like I said, this down trees is really, you know, the cleanup that some people will have to deal with once they're able to get out of their homes. Just up the road is Union Station Park, and yesterday that area was overrun by water from the river. We're making our way down there to just kind of check things out and see how far back the water has receded. We are told that some of that flooding has receded. We actually saw an area that was flooded at the mall. The parking lot was flooded, and it's, you know, we could actually see the ground was dry. Again, this is just, you know, in different pockets of the city, you know, dealing with different situations, several areas low-lying. So we're going to make our way around to check out those places that we went through yesterday and see what they're dealing with today.
All right, thank you so much for all your reporting. You guys are doing a great job. I know it's a lot to take in when you're down
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. I mean, this is our community, right? This is our state, and
Yep.
we have a sense of North Carolina pride. So not only are we reporting and letting you guys know what's happening around the state, when we see people who are in need, we're helping out. You do need a bottled water. Do you need, a blanket?
A place to stay.
Do you need
I
a
mean,
place to stay?
That's what we do.
It's
We're-
part of our community.
We open our arms and let people from the east come up here. We always say down
right.
east.
That's right.
We'll take care of you in the Piedmont.
We're all the east right
you
now.
Come here. That's exactly right. Yeah, East Strong is what we should say. All right, we're going to take a short commercial break. It is 7:24 right now. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we are expecting a lot of floods here, but again, as you can see, not a lot happening. I've got my rain boots on, but I haven't exactly needed to use them at all. It's sprinkling now. It has been kind of off and on all morning long, but we're not really seeing anything in terms of flooding, which is good news for this area. Of course, the city does have things in case that there is flooding to mitigate some of that overflow from North Buffalo Creek, which is the creek that runs through Latham Park. However, if those systems are overwhelmed later today and into the next day, they're definitely we're going to see flooding here. It's possible. It's very much possible. So yeah, as you can see now, park empty of water, don't really see anything going on. Drizzle out here. It's not as crazy as what we're seeing with our crews on the coast, but as Ed and Eric have said, it could be heading this way. So it's just really good to remember that there are areas in Greensboro that could be experiencing some flooding. If you live in this area, you likely know it's here. If you live around creeks, it's likely there too. That's how it all works. But we will keep you updated with whether or not we do see anything here in Greensboro. But luckily for the time being, nothing too big or too bad to report out here at Latham Park.
All right, we're continuing to get more questions, particularly from our Triad area viewers who live in our different cities and counties and are wondering, okay, where is this thing going to track specifically so I know whether I'm going to get maybe an inch or up to the 12 inches that you were talking about for some of our southern counties?
Okay, the system, the weakening system itself is going to track still through South Carolina, but we're on the right side of that large area of circulation and that deep layer tropical moisture. So in the Triad, and we're talking right here in the Metro Triad region, we're still looking at 6 to 10 inches of rain, about 4 to 6 near the Virginia border, and these could fluctuate either way. But we're really going to watch very closely our southern counties and places like Moore and Lee. They have just now been placed under flash flood warnings. They've got some heavy rain, Doppler rainfall already suggesting estimates of 3 to 4 inches of rain in those areas. So Montgomery, Moore, and Lee are in the 12-inch plus category. And we're seeing some of that heavy rain in those areas there. So it's going to be many inches from southern Virginia right through the Piedmont. Now you say right along the Virginia border, 4 to 6, that is enough rain to cause severe flooding. They'll get less, but they'll likely have some flood warnings. But the Triad and points to the south especially, we've got to watch very, very closely. I think this is where we're going to see potentially historical flooding rain and very, very serious widespread flooding.
Yeah, Awilda was wondering about Asheboro. I know you've mentioned Randolph County a few times. We know the Asheboro Zoo has taken precautions. They brought in all the animals that they could, and we saw an explainer from them that they had to leave the rhinos out, but they're tough, they're sturdy, and they prefer to be outside and can withstand strong winds and rain.
And we like to use geographical markers as well. So, you know, where Highway 64 is. It runs east-west right through Asheboro. Generally from Highway 64 south is our major concern, and those areas are the ones that could get over a foot of rain.
All right, thank you. And thank you for keeping these questions coming on all of our social media platforms. I'm taking them on mine. Tracy has something posted on her page as well. Ed, Eric, and Maddie do too. So please converse with us. We'd love to talk to you about what you're seeing. And of course, send us your pictures and videos when it's safe to do so. We'll be right back.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Hannah, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Ooh, this little sketch. Mic check. Sounds good.
in Wilmington. What can you tell us? I see it's raining again.
Yep, it is raining once again. And back behind me, you can see this is just some of the destruction left behind by Hurricane Florence. We are in downtown Wilmington, and most of the streets here are covered with debris. I'm going to have Luke pan over here where there is a large tree branch down in the middle of the road. There was actually a car that just tried to drive through here. And surprisingly enough, we are seeing quite a few cars out on the roads, people kind of, I guess, coming out to see the destruction, but I don't know that I'd recommend that because sometimes roads are blocked and you can't get through. So as you noticed, it is raining once again, and as the rain continues to fall, these grounds are going to get even more saturated, so we could even see more trees coming down, which is a scary, scary thought. I've seen pictures on Facebook of tons of houses. We've driven by and seen houses, restaurants with trees on top of them. So we're going to go throughout the day and just try to check out all the damage around Wilmington.
Hey, Hannah, real quick, I was wondering if maybe you could get your photographer just to kind of look around. Can we just see a broad view of exactly where, and are you on Market Street? Where are you right now?
We are on the intersection of Market and 5th Street. And like I said, most of the streets off of Market here look exactly like this, scattered with branches, trees,
Wow.
power lines, light poles.
It's interesting, when you see the wide angle like that, you really get the idea of how much debris is all over the place. I mean, everywhere you turn, goodness.
Mother Nature. Thank you, Hannah.
Yes, thanks, Hannah.
We'll check back
And,
in. Oh, go ahead.
No,
What
you
were
had
gonna
something
say?
else?
Oh no, I was going to say we don't know when the cleanup crews will be out here to come and start cleaning up these roads. At this point, it might not be a good idea to start that yet if more trees are going to be coming down. So
That's true.
we'll keep you guys posted.
All right, thanks, Hannah. We appreciate it.
So was Wilmington supposed to get more rain? I thought it was moved out of there.
Well, no, they're still not in the clear yet. I mean, our radar, the wide shot of the radar, they still have multiple bands going over eastern. It takes this thing is so slow. And Ed and I were looking yesterday, and we were doing some math. So how far is Wilmington from Florence? We were
Right.
doing all the. It's moving at 3 to 6 miles per hour, depending on what. And I looked this up. The average speed that a person walks
Right.
is 3.1 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So the storm is just walking.
I was going to say Josiah's tricycle goes a lot faster
There you
than
go.
that storm.
That's exactly right. The average speed of a person walking is roughly the same speed that she was moving at
So
one
it
point.
is literally slow.
Yep, crawling along.
All right, so that's coming here, and it's starting to, show its strength here with some heavy winds, and we will be seeing some rain. A lot of counties reporting rain in the area and some power outages. Guilford County reporting about 1,500 power outages
Already.
in eastern Guilford County. So we're talking about McLeansville and Gibsonville. Gibsonville already reporting 2 inches of rain, which is interesting to me.
And one thing you'll notice, where you're going to have little pockets of heavier showers all within the big rain band. So even sometimes when you look at our radar and you may see some yellows and some dark greens, meaning moderate showers, within that can be isolated. We call it little microclimates, but
Right.
basically you could see pockets of heavier showers than everybody else is seeing. It's just random.
Yeah, and all of those conditions that I just called out are because of you. You guys have been letting us know on Facebook and on Twitter what you're seeing in your neighborhoods. Continue to do so. Take pictures. You can send them when you're safe, of course, to myphotos@wfmy.com. You can also post them right to our Facebook pages. Let us know what's happening in High Point, Winston-Salem, Asheboro, all points in between, far and wide. We want to hear from you this morning.
Thank you so much for all that you've done in giving us this information. You're the eyes and ears on the ground out there for us. We appreciate it. Take a short break. It's 7:37, and we're coming right back.
More than 780,000 people now
across the
without
state.
power. I just checked Rainoff Electric. We know they're assisting Duke Energy and they have their own suppliers and customers in the southernmost counties, which you're particularly concerned about. They have nearly 3,000 people without power at this moment.
Right. And think about it, some of these crews will not be able to get to your neighborhoods until after the storm passes. So at this point you want to start thinking, can I make it 3 or 4 days without power in my house? Do I have small children or pets that need to have electricity? Can I do it on my own? And making that assessment for your family, because at this point you may want to go to a shelter, and there are over 100 of them open across the state.
Live radar, by the way, is on the left side of your screen. Just want to mention that so everybody can see where the heaviest rain is right now.
You know, you see these images from across the coast, and now that storm slowly making its way toward the Triad, as you can see in that live radar right there. And we want to remind everyone that you are really allowing us to see all over the Triad and across the state on social media. So I'm monitoring that this morning. Make sure you're using that hashtag StormTrack2. That really helps us see what's going on in our area.
Well, on the right side of your screen, you're looking at New Bern, one of the hardest hit areas from this storm. We heard this is live footage, and there were more than 100 water rescues there yesterday. When the Good Morning Show was going on, we were seeing tweets from people who were stuck in their attics, in their homes. Adure Achumba is live there now. Adure, what are you noticing?
Oh, okay. Let's. We're trying to establish connection with her right now. Let's talk about our forecast. Ed Matthews standing by with a look at that. And you know, Ed, the radar. I mean, we're seeing some of the showers moving in eastern North Carolina again, and the winds really don't matter anymore. You're looking at 50-mile-an-hour winds. But what are we seeing as far as the rain starting to die out to the south of the storm?
Well, I know around the New Bern area, the rain has pretty much moved on to the west as the storm is creeping to the west now. Only still at about 5 miles per hour, but the winds continue to diminish somewhat. And as we go through the day, of course, the center of circulation will continue to move inland. Now, I want to zoom in on the Piedmont Triad. Already, Moore County and Lee County now under flood warnings. So those warnings are inching farther to the west as some of the heavier rain moves a little bit closer to our part of the Piedmont. And you see some yellow and orange there over the eastern areas of well, to the east of Salisbury in Rowan County, and also into Davison County as well. But more heavy rain in our southern areas. Doppler rainfall estimates already suggest around Lee County 4 inches of rain. Over in Harnett County, right next door, about 6 inches of rain. In the Raleigh-Durham area, around 3 to 4 inches of rain, and over to Orange County as well. Here in the Triad, some isolated areas already reporting several inches of rain. Also down around and just to the south of Asheboro and Siler City, getting over 2 inches of rain so far. So now as the rain continues to pick up from east to west across the area, of course, those rain totals are going up. Of course, we're keeping a sharp eye on the winds. Wind gusts generally into the 20 to 30 mile per hour range, but occasionally a 32, 35 mile per hour wind gust like at Siler City and right out at PTI. And those winds may occasionally gust up about 40 miles per hour today and tonight. That's going to be enough to bring some trees and power lines down. We've already seen some of those down, and with the winds on the increase today, and we are saturating the soil with more rain moving in, that is going to continue to be a problem. Power outages across the Piedmont. The rain continues to increase today. We'll start to see some flooding here in the Metro Triad as we go through the day. Mid-70s today. Heavy downpours and tropical rains tonight and tomorrow, potentially leading to historical flooding in the Piedmont. We're still looking at 6 to 10 inches of rain, maybe a foot of rain in the southern Piedmont. And we're talking about you, Montgomery County.
Well, New Bern was obviously one of the hardest hit areas yesterday. Hundreds of people had to be rescued from their homes. And that's where we find WFMY News 2's Adure Achumba this morning, live showing you the latest on conditions. And parts of it really look like they're underwater.
That's right. Well, some of that water has receded, and we are in front of the New Bern Riverfront Convention Center. Yesterday, we showed you video of this area. this area was overrun with water completely. You couldn't drive through this at all. We did see some people wading through the water, but that was a dangerous situation. But just to give you perspective, all of that water was just coming into the downtown area. Now, obviously, it has receded now, giving room for people to come out and survey the situation, and also for power crews to get back into this area and start to try to assess the damage and even restore power. We're told about 20,000 people on the city's power grid were lost power, but they have restored power to many of those people. There's only about 7,000 of those left, and driving through, we just saw how you know, all the lights that were out, and just pretty much the area deserted. Some locals have started coming out, as I said, to take a look at the situation, and they're really saying that, you know, a lot of the damage that they're going to be dealing with is the damage from the water that got into their homes. Some of them starting to clean out. Some people unable to even get to their homes as well. So again, this is day 3, just after all that water that we saw yesterday, and folks are going to be coming out and checking the situation out. Again, just a reminder to be careful when you're coming out to the area, and try not to drive in the flooded water on the flooded roads. We're told high tide is still going to come later on this afternoon, and they're expecting some area to get some of that flooding back that they saw yesterday.
Thank you, Adure. Imagine all of that water in your home.
I can't. I'm looking behind her, and I'm just sitting there thinking, you got to be kidding me. And that's they're not finished. You know, I mean, some of the rain, the heaviest rains are moving out of the New Bern area, but they're still flowing in around Wilmington and that area. Now it's starting to pull east. The trouble with this storm too, if I can get a little weather on you here for a moment, is that it's pulling all the moisture off of the Atlantic.
Right.
And so you look at the storm, and it almost looks like it's just one big, we call them feeder bands, but they feed off of that moisture in the Atlantic and throw it back over the inland areas. And that one area just stays constant pulling from the ocean. Even when it gets to us, we think the tail end of it will still be pulling from that Atlantic moisture. That's how big it is.
Well, if you have time to go over Janie's question right now, she wants to know if it's possible to have a tornado and a hurricane at the same time. I guess now it would be a tropical storm.
Well, it happens all the time.
Does
I mean, you're comparing something, you know, a tornado can be a mile wide, sometimes it can be literally yards wide, and then a hurricane's 300 miles wide. So there are tiny little tornadoes that pop up and develop all the time on the outer edges. Now, not toward the middle, but usually on the outer edges of the tornadoes, you're going to see little tornadoes, and they're smaller tornadoes, but still, they do a good amount of damage. I mean, they're like EF0s and EF1s, but you see it's always a byproduct of. We've already had 4 or 5 tornado warnings yesterday. We watch for having some of that, maybe even in our area, either tonight or tomorrow.
All right, Janie, that was a great question.
That is a good
question.
question.
You got it answered right here live on the Good Morning Show. Send us your questions. This is what we want to do. We want to help you be safe in the event of a major disaster, especially in our southern areas where we're expecting some heavy flooding.
All right, we'll take a short break and be right back at 7:49 right now.
Huh? Yeah, it is. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going. Oh, you're live.
Situation this morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. The situation here, the weather isn't too bad, but we have seen quite a bit of extensive damage here on Market Street. Actually, if we turn around really quickly, we will see crews are starting to make their way down here, hopefully to clear some of the debris. We're going to flip back around, though. There's actually a car passing, so of course, safety first. We're going to let them pass through. Yeah, this is the EMS crew, New Hanover Regional EMS. So that's a great sign that crews are coming down here to help assist everyone in need and, of course, clear out the streets. We're going to walk this way, show you a broader scope of the damage. To my left, debris pretty much everywhere as far as the eye can see in all directions. Further down this way, it looks like we're a little restricted as with our live view capabilities. But down this way, you can see the crews are headed in that direction to hopefully clear that debris. Branches, large branches, ranging really in all sizes, covering just about every streetway in this direction in downtown Wilmington. And like we mentioned, the flooding in downtown Wilmington, fortunately, has receded. There isn't that much debris in that direction, but in this general vicinity, quite a ways down that way, and to my left and right, debris everywhere. It's interesting, though, we have seen quite a bit of people maneuver around that. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but it is possible, and that's what we've seen a lot this morning. But again, the crews, we've seen fire trucks head this direction and several cars as well. The street behind me, though, it is blocked off. There's actually some yellow tape, so there is no access in that direction. Just goes to show you, though, if we can take a look down here, damage, loose debris in all directions. Just goes to show you the impact Hurricane Florence has had, not only here in Wilmington, but of course all across the state of North Carolina. Just imagine for a second, if this was a Category 3, 4, even 5, the amount of damage this would have had, even more so than what we're already seeing. It's really unfathomable. But we'll of course continue to update you online and on air throughout the morning and evening with pictures on social media as well as videos, so we will continue to keep you updated.
Yeah, and we are aware of those 2 storm-related deaths in the Wilmington area, 2 of 5 confirmed storm-related deaths, not just because of the flooding, but because of the fallen trees.
Right.
Really a dangerous situation there. The Neuse River, or the Cape Fear River rather, in Wilmington, we saw that overflow the streets of downtown yesterday. Do you expect that will get worse?
Well, now that the storm surge is essentially over, we've got to watch the inland rain and how that impacts the rivers, not only in eastern North Carolina, but now it will start to impact the rivers here in our viewing area. Okay. We've been talking about the Dan River, the Hall River, the Yadkin River. As the rain really starts to come down, we're going to have, I think, some really major problems along those rivers over the next several days.
I do have a question. It's from a viewer, and I think maybe other folks watching could relate to this. It's from Kathy. She says she has to travel north to Virginia to take a family member to a doctor's appointment tomorrow. She's debating whether to leave today on I-85, I-95, leave today versus tomorrow morning.
Now.
Okay.
Now.
All right.
Move it. Don't go tomorrow.
Okay.
No.
All right. So that is a good reminder.
Yeah. And just be careful. It's raining up in southern Virginia. It's not particularly heavy right now. Streets are wet, but if you got to go, you got to go. Get out. Go.
And this just in, my producer telling me this information as we speak. 2 more confirmed storm-related deaths, these ones in Carteret County, bringing the total number of Florence-related deaths, at least those confirmed right now, to 7.
And I got to tell you, I am so sad to hear that, but that number is going to grow.
Emily, do we know the circumstances of those deaths, 2 reported in Carteret? Not hearing any. We'll check on that information and we'll get you the latest. But again, 7 now. Florence confirmed deaths at 7:55. We're coming right back. Lexington. Dennis, what are you observing?
Well, we're finally seeing some steady rain here. The rain is coming down. Now, I still wouldn't say it's very heavy rain, but it is coming down. Again, we've kind of been waiting on this rain all morning, and it looks like this rain is here to stay. The wind is also picking up at this time, and the road is getting kind of slick. Now, it's only been raining like this for about an hour or so, but you can already see there's some water pulling up on the sides of the road, and if this rain continues on throughout the day or even into tomorrow, you can imagine how much rain there will be. Now, the area we're standing in right now in Lexington's downtown, it's actually kind of elevated, but you can see some of the, if we want to go if we want to look this around the area, there are some places that slope down, and that's where people are worried that there may be some accumulation of water that might lead to some flooding or water getting into some of these businesses. Now, Davidson County EMA say they are prepared for the floods. They are also more worried right now about power outages. If we look just to the side here, it's the historic Conrad and Hinkle Food Market. Now, they've been around since 1919. We talked to them yesterday, and they say at this time their biggest concern is that power outage. They say if they lose power for more than 4 or 5 hours, then all the food that's in the refrigerators, they'll have to throw all that out because it won't be safe to sell. So again, a lot of people here more worried about the power outages than about the flooding. But right now, we've only seen one business with sandbags in front of their doors, and the business owner tells me that was more just because he had some extra sandbags lying around, and he thought might as well be safe than sorry. But again, you can see the rain is coming down here in downtown Lexington. Davidson County says they are working on making sure that people are safe. They do have an emergency shelter available. It isn't open right now. It's on standby. It's actually in Thomasville at the Carolina Memorial Baptist Church. They have that set up. They have the cot set up, but at this time it still isn't open, but they will open it up as soon as they determine there is an emergency in that area. But again, the rain is coming down here. It looks like it'll be here to stay for a while, but we'll continue to monitor the situation. We'll let you know as we have more updates.
All right, Dennis Ting in the Elements bringing us that live update. Ed, you are tracking what's happening there on the radar, and there's a reason it's raining in Lexington.
Absolutely. He was talking about the rain's only going to increase in Davidson County, and we've positioned our radar right over Lexington and Davidson County, and we look at those colors. Those different colors tell us the rain rate. When you see the yellow and orange there, and we see that from Lexington into the southwest, that's where the rain is getting a little bit heavier. That orange area, the rain a little bit heavier, that's around and just to the east and southeast of the Salisbury area. And unfortunately, as we go through the rest of today, tonight, and tomorrow, we're going to see more yellow and orange and potentially red colors on the radar, and that's where we're seeing the pockets of heavy rain. And in this type of tropical downpour situation, only a few minutes of rain can cause some flash flooding and certainly ponding, significant ponding water on streets and highways. We have not changed our forecast at all. We're still looking at 6 to 10 inches of rain. We're going to watch areas along and south of Highway 64 for potentially, again, we got to watch it, but those southern areas potentially a foot of rain or more over the next 24 to 36 hours.
That is amazing. We have seen what it has done to our coast. Just 2 years after Hurricane Matthew, more flooding, and the inland flooding, which we know can be so deadly, especially when people do not heed evacuation orders, particularly near the rivers that are prone to cresting.
Yeah, and if the rain rates really increase here in the Piedmont through today and tonight, just keep an eye, just keep a visual on things in your surrounding. If you start to see water rise, you've got to make some plans. Those plans have already been made. And we've been telling people this week, talk to your family, have a game plan. You start to see water rise. Where are you going to go? You want to get out of a low-lying area, a flood-prone area, as the rains start to increase.
As Dennis mentioned, there is a shelter set up in Davidson County as needed. There are shelters set up all over the Triad. We have a full list on WFMYnews2.com. It's 8:02. We are coming right back with more team coverage of Florence.
happening on social media, and right now we're seeing the rescue efforts happen on the East Coast. I want to bring attention to this and just how vital social media has been in those rescue efforts. Many people posting on Twitter and Facebook saying, we need help. We're stuck in our houses and our attics. Our phones are about to die. Our cars are submerged in water, and cities and rescue squads getting in touch with them via social media and making sure they know that they are on the way. This is especially happening in New Bern. And this is something we see often after a natural disaster. Budweiser stepping in, and instead of canning beer, they're canning water and sending it to those impacted areas along our coast right now. So this is the first we've seen of this happening for Hurricane Florence, but water is on the way. And then the Department of Defense has some amazing photos out of the National Guard mobilizing yesterday. 13 soldiers here going up into helicopters to do air search and rescue operations. This is another photo of the aquatic rescue team's Black Hawk ready for rescue missions in response to Tropical Storm Florence. And then we see this. Great job, North Carolina. The National Guard here escorting a woman through the rain, even holding her pocketbook so she can get a handle on things and walk around. It is not just national troops that are responding, local troops as well. This is the Randolph Electric crew. They are staged and they are ready to respond to power outages in Randolph, Montgomery, and more counties here right in our area. And then hashtag thank a lineman. We cannot do that enough. I want to call attention to this, the Forsyth County Sheriff's page right here. You know, we talk about the flooding risk here in the Triad, and we always say it, turn around, don't drown. And it rhymes, and it might sound a little bit silly, and we say it all the time, but it is so serious, guys, especially if we start to see flooding in the Triad. So K9 Kimbo is reminding us of that this morning. They have one of their K9 officers here with his vest on, standing in front of what could be a flood-prone area in Forsyth County, reminding you that this is a serious event. We need to take it seriously. Just because it might be downgraded to a tropical storm doesn't mean that rain isn't going to come down in this area. So start preparing now. Think about where you would go if it floods. Have a flood plan in place. Also have a plan in place if we lose power in this area. We'll continue to track Florence as she makes her way toward the Triad. Our weather team is in place. We have crews across the state ready to report, and that's coming up right after this break. Stay with us.
Florence, but a far cry from the strength of a tropical storm when you talk about the impact this storm has had on North Carolina.
Yeah, the storm weakening in terms of the wind patterns around the region. Remember, a Category 1 storm, winds near 100 miles per hour as it moved inland. Although those winds are weakening, the rain is just beginning here in the Piedmont.
You know, the wind gust, the peak wind gust was 105 miles per hour. That is the second highest wind gust ever recorded in Wilmington history.
That's amazing. I mean, our crews were live on the air getting hit with
Yep.
these wind gusts, and you could feel and almost through them the impact that was having.
People are comparing this storm to Floyd and Fran.
That's
Floyd being the larger of the two, but Floyd never made an inland track, right?
No, but it brought the serious flooding
Serious
rains to eastern North Carolina.
Yeah.
There's the latest radar, by the way, if you want to stop what you're doing and take a look. Just now reaching the southern parts of the Piedmont. You can see the heavier bands. You know, we talked about this, and folks in our crews in Wilmington were saying, when's this going to let up? They're sort of in between two little feeder bands there, but as soon as this continues its trek west, and it's moving west at, goodness, only 2 miles per hour right now. That's the latest advisory, and this thing is crawling. So that rain, that strong band, feeder band that you see to the north of Wilmington is not going anywhere anytime fast. So you're going to see ridiculous amounts of rain. And Ed, refresh my memory, because when we looked at rainfall totals just since midnight in that little band, we were 8 or 9 inches.
Oh yeah, in like a 3 or 4 hour period, some of those rain bands producing as much as 8 and 9 inches of rain. That's where you get the heaviest rain. Eric, with that 8 o'clock update, I don't like that crawl to the west at 2 miles per hour. We're going to have to deal with that for a while.
You might as well be sitting still. I mean,
Yeah, for all practical purposes, stationary. Yeah, I love what you said earlier about what humans walk at about.
I looked that up because I just thought, what is
that's amazing. That's a great comparison.
3.1 miles per hour is how fast the average person walks. So this storm is
It's tippy-toeing.
Dumping rain.
Yeah, it's moving slower than an average person walks. And you can see the heaviest rains now, at least in our area, a little bit in Rockingham County, just north and east of Reedsville. And we see some heavy rain down towards Salisbury in that area. Estimated rainfall totals, these are running totals, so obviously they're going to be going on the increase. But when you look toward Raleigh, it's 4 to 5 inches or so. We've got about 1 inch to 2 inches in Randolph County, almost 1 inch in eastern parts of Guilford County, and about 3/4 of an inch to 1 inch in Alamance County as well.
So
Pittsburgh.
far.
Yeah, so far.
This is just beginning.
This is the very beginning of the situation, and when we see this, and it will move by Sunday to Columbia, we think. Now that's just the center of circulation. Honestly, a track almost doesn't even matter at this point because we just watch the rain and how that's going to affect us. And the rain is on the north and right side of the storm, so above it and to the right. And you see the rest of that track going Monday will be to the right of it, and so our mountain communities will get a heck of a lot of rain. And I think
mountains
we will
and
too,
foothills
tomorrow. By Monday, hopefully, we'll trail some of this off.
So people have been asking on social media questions about plans for tomorrow, travel plans if they need to, in one woman's case, head north to Virginia tomorrow for a doctor's appointment. Ed had said, if you need to do something like that, leave today.
Go now. I would not recommend any travel after later today.
Yep.
I would say no travel tonight, no travel tomorrow, and just depending on how things unfold, no travel on Monday either. Although we are hoping, as Eric said, that we start to see things improve. But remember, if we get the rain that our computer models continue to suggest, we're going to have flooding problems into early next week, even after the rain calms down.
That's right.
You know, because the flooding continues for a while after the rain even stops.
Well, most of the rivers, the Dan, the Haw, and the Yadkin, don't peak until Tuesday.
Like Tuesday, in the Tuesday, Wednesday time frame.
Yeah, and so that's when that delay from the rain to the actual flooding happens. So you'll see flooding ahead, before then, but that's when it'll be at its worst.
Yeah, Maddie, you've been tracking some of that on social media this morning, seeing these images that are almost unbelievable.
Absolutely, and social media has been a great tool throughout this entire storm because, people were able to get rescued because they posted on social media, hey, this is my address, this is where I'm stuck in my attic, can you come help me? That was especially the case in New Bern, as we saw yesterday morning. So social media has really been a great tool for us, and I'm tracking that hashtag StormTrack2. If you are on social media and want to share with that, we're keeping a close eye on that in the Information Center. We're also seeing those heartwarming moments on social media. Megan was talking about the baby that was born in Brunswick.
Novant Health, Brunswick County's branch, posted something this morning. A baby named Carson was born in the middle of the hurricane. Keep in mind, Brunswick County, one of those coastal counties under evacuation orders. They had kept nurses and doctors there just in case. one of their patients had gone into labor and for some reason had not been able to get out. Thankfully, happy mom, happy, healthy baby, and it's just one of those feel-good stories in such a tragic time
We
for many
need some
people.
feel-good stories, so
I've
I'm
got
happy
another
that
one
we're
for
able
you.
to mix those in. Yeah.
I've got another one for
Yeah.
you.
A feel-good?
A feel-good story. A couple in Jacksonville who would normally be deployed, they stayed behind. His wife had a baby. Actually, twins.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yes. So they also it's a baby in a bad storm type story, and so it just makes you feel good that they're
And by the way, Dr. Eric here was talking about the extreme low pressure, of course,
barometric
associated with the hurricane as it moved inland and making maybe a little correlation in the increase
what I
in
have
babies
heard.
being
Yeah.
born.
I have heard that low pressure will cause a woman
Yeah,
if she's
I have
in
too.
the latter part of the pregnancy to actually go into labor. So I don't know. Maybe there's some truth to that.
So I've put that on the calendar next week to verify the answer.
Yes, we're gonna check
Is
on
there
that.
really some kind of a medical correlation? Because we've heard barometric pressure, yes, can induce labor, can induce headaches and other things. So that is something interesting
Can't
to
wait for
potentially
that,
look
yeah.
into. But you mentioned there's been a lot of misconceptions. Originally, Florence was a Category 4.
Right.
It was a Category 1 by the time it made landfall in Wrightsville Beach. Now it's a tropical storm, possibly a tropical depression, but that does not take away how much rain this is dumping as it churns slowly. Look at the devastation it already caused to our coast.
And imagine if it was a Category 3
Oh, my
or
goodness.
Category 4 as it moved inland. As a Category 1, still a respectable storm creating all that damage. But as I have pointed out many, many times during the past week, a slow-moving tropical depression can produce flooding and severe rain. It doesn't have anything to do with the strong winds or anything like that. The rainfall amounts have to do with how quick the system is moving through. We haven't been using the word quick in any association with this storm crawling to the west now at a mere 2 miles per hour. That is a big problem with the state of North Carolina.
I hope this changes everybody's perception of the Saffir-Simpson scale. When we talk about categories
Yes.
1 through 5, you have to take into consideration lots of other factors, not just the wind speed, and this is a prime example.
Yes.
Since we're just kind of chatting here and waiting for our live shots to come back up, I did want to mention somebody had a question. Kim Sharp, after hearing you, said that she has to go to work, and she was wondering if travel through Greensboro tonight would be a problem.
I tell you, Eric and
That's
I
a
just, that's a tough one. I mean, that's a tough one. By tonight, again, it's going to continue to build through the day, overnight tonight, and probably reaching its peak, Eric, I think tomorrow and into tomorrow night.
So getting there
I'm just
won't be a
suggesting
problem, but
I would certainly limit travel after this afternoon.
all right, Kim.
I really would.
Let your bosses know that Eric and Ed.
I'll write a note for you.
Yeah, we'll give you a note.
I don't know how much weight it's going to carry, but if you're not recommending it, there's obviously a good reason behind it.
Yes, you got to be safe.
It's
You got to
just
be safe. And when you get these tropical downpours, it really floods the street. I saw some minor flooding on Battleground yesterday, and that was just with a burst of rain that was moving through for a few minutes.
Yeah, and as I said, I'm tracking social. People are on there saying it's not even a hurricane anymore. I don't have to worry about this. But we really want to underline how devastating this storm could be. A few inches of rain. We know this in the Triad, guys. We've been here long enough. Can cause a lot of problems. We have a lot of low-lying areas, a lot of creeks and rivers that could rise because of this. So I think that the meteorologists have really been underlining that this morning, and that's great. So really listen to that, guys. This is a real
7
weather
deaths
threat.
reported
Right.
because of the storm.
2 in Carteret
People were asking
County.
when to come back. That's interesting. Somebody said they live in Liberty. Their parents went to Knoxville. When can they come back? And I honestly think Tuesday. That's what I would say.
It would be later on
Maybe
Tuesday,
Tuesday.
Wednesday.
I got a question from a family who had evacuated the coast, Wilmington specifically, and is now in Greensboro seeking shelter, and they want to know when they can go back to the coast down I-40, if at all. I'm sure that that is a question that our transportation director will address in an 11 a.m. briefing with the governor.
You're going to have to
It's
wait
too
on
early
that
to
one.
say.
Yeah, it's too early to
Well,
say.
you see, we're looking with our Doppler rainfall estimates, Eric. Along I-40, once you get to Benson, where highway or Interstate 95 and Interstate 40 intersect there, just east of Raleigh, from there on to the east, our Doppler radar is suggesting 15, 20, 25 inches of rain have already fallen. Have already fallen.
2 feet of rain.
Yeah. I think we're going to continue to get amazing reports of flooding out of eastern North Carolina. And before it's all said and done, amazing flooding issues here in the Piedmont, as all of that is now starting to very slowly creep our way.
You know, this is already causing issues on the roadways here in the Triad. One of our photographers, Manning, says a tree is down in Asheboro on Lake Lucas Road, effectively taking out the entire road right now. So, and that's the second tree he's seen down today in the Triad. That's saturated ground. You got it right.
That's right. That's what it is.
Hopefully we can get a live picture of his location up soon. We'd like to see that. But you mentioned amazing flooding. We've also seen an amazing response already. This storm's not even over. People wanting to do something. They want to help. So you can go to readync.gov. And that is the link where you can click on the Florence Disaster Relief Fund and donate. Maddie, you also saw an example on Twitter this morning about something amazing Anheuser-Busch is doing to help.
Absolutely. And we've seen this with a few hurricanes in the past. They, instead of canning beer, they switch their production and they can water.
Yeah,
and they send it out to the areas that are affected. You know, we've heard a lot about making sure you have enough water, and they're helping out our coastal areas, our neighbors to the east. So, already.
All right, so just to give you a rundown of where we are at right now, more than about 800,000 people without power right now across the state. That number is expected to rise as we start to feel the impacts here in the Triad. The rain will pick up, get heavier by tonight and tomorrow. Those are the days that we're really watching because travel is now going to be impacted. We cannot go on roads that have ponding, standing water because there's a chance of your car being swept away, but also there's also a chance of flooding. So that's just kind of a breakdown of where we are.
And you know,
right now.
I'm just burning to say this, and I'm just going to say this from the bottom of my heart, you know, to the Triad. We're getting a lot of people on social media saying, I've got to go to work. I've got to go here. I got to go to work tonight. I got to go to work on Sunday. I'd have a serious conversation with my boss and say, I don't want it to cost my life if I have to get out on the highway. Your life or your job.
Or you may get there and can't get home.
And then can't
That's
keep going.
the bigger issue right now.
That's even worse.
Somebody just asked, they said they live in East Tennessee and they need to go to a wedding in Charlotte at 4:30. They're asking on our Facebook page. I said no, and I'll clarify that by saying you might be able to get there, but it's going to be a heck of a difficult trip at the end of it, and then you're not going to get back for a while.
And Charlotte even closer to the center of the weakening storm.
More rain.
Yeah, more rain. They're in the foot or more of rain for Charlotte in those southern areas. Yeah.
You mentioned life and jobs. Some people have life-saving jobs. Our first responders putting their own safety at risk to go into these heavily flooded areas. And they emphasize yet again to please heed the warnings and take these evacuations seriously. And if you are under one as the rivers start to crest, please leave, because when you stay, those first responders feel like they have to help you, and they are putting their own lives in jeopardy trying to do that. So we certainly appreciate all the work that they're doing here.
Absolutely, and appreciate the work of those linemen who will eventually be up on those power lines trying to get that power back on. Tracy, how many? Almost 800,000 right now?
People without power.
So
and thank you guys for commenting on our pages, thanking us for doing what we do.
I love the interaction.
I love it.
We love the interaction with you this morning.
That's what we're doing, by the way. Don't think
we're just kind of like scrolling through comments, and we're not ignoring the situation. It's very serious.
The power of the smartphone.
It's true.
So charge yours tonight, by the way.
Yeah, it's very important. We talked about this earlier, but it makes me the power of social media. When Meg brought up how those people were stranded and there's no power, they don't have landlines if they still have them. There's no way to get to anybody except a text, and so they literally tweeted out, "We're trapped in our attic." I mean, that's amazing to me.
And I'm seeing more of that on social media. Also, some tips on how to get in touch with your family. This was a good one because cell service has gone down in a lot of places. Electricity is down. If you record your voicemail message, that would usually say, "Hey, I'm sorry I missed your call. I'll call you back later," and say the day is Saturday, September. Tell them where you are. Tell them you're okay, or if you need help. Brilliant tip right there.
Because you might not be able to get to your phone.
Exactly. I also want to point out that Verizon is making sure text data and calls are free for any of its customers in the parts of the state that are affected by Hurricane Florence. So I'm telling you, like you said, the power of social media, the power of the internet and the smartphone.
What a great tip. That's a great idea.
Yeah,
it was amazing. I was talking to a friend yesterday in Wilmington trying to find out how they were doing, of course, in the wake of the eye of the storm moving right near Wilmington yesterday morning. I heard syllables This person could hear me very well, but I could barely hear them at
Right.
all.
Oh, gosh.
We hung up and we texted.
Yeah.
It was no problem
And
at
then
all.
you know
Because it's a
Yeah,
shorter
I had no
message
problem.
and it can
Yeah.
go right through.
Right.
Whereas a phone message will take a lot longer
Right.
to send that data.
That's what happened in New Bern. The 911 lines got overwhelmed. They could not get their cell phone call through, but they were able to somehow find enough data to send a tweet and a text for help. And hopefully that saved many people's lives, being able to do that in that area. Unfortunately, we know there were some deaths in the surrounding counties. Again, as we mentioned, we're up to 7 confirmed Florence-related deaths at this point, and certainly pray that that number does not increase.
Yeah.
Ed, somebody just sent in, how are things looking for Sanford? And that's Ed's hometown. Unfortunately, went south, so I know you've been looking at that. What can you
That's
say?
right. I heard from my sister earlier. She said it is pouring rain in Lee County. More in Lee counties are now under flood warning. So we are getting some flooding in those areas. Our Doppler rainfall estimates suggesting upwards of 3, 4, 5 inches of rain and more in Lee this morning. So some of those southern areas where we're talking about some of the highest rainfall totals are expected to occur are already getting several inches of rain and some flash flooding. And I got to tell you, gang, as it unfolds here right in the Metro Triad, I think those flood warnings are going to continue to creep our way. All of the triangle and points from Raleigh to Fayetteville all the way to the Outer Banks, flash flood warnings, not watches, warnings. That means every county east of Raleigh is experiencing flooding.
Hey, I'm going to do something with the radar
Yeah,
real quick.
and I
You
don't
guys
mean to
keep
interrupt,
going.
but I've got a phone interview with the Wilmington Fire Marshal that I need to go coordinate. So I'm going to let you guys handle it while I go, so we can get this on air. The later. Okay. I'll see you guys in a minute.
I do want to mention the closings scrolling at the bottom of your screen. I've seen a few churches now start to pop up on there in advance of tomorrow in anticipation. So be sure you are regularly checking with these, and we will keep you updated on air and on WFMYnews2.com.
Yeah, absolutely. As we work on bringing you more information about Florence, the radar, phone interviews, and live reports from our crews out in the field, we're going to take a short break, but don't worry, we're coming right back with the latest on that.
Charge those cell phones now.
that roof right over there that is completely just ripped up. This is an auto body shop, and we also found these power lines that we're not getting close to right there that you can see all the way down going through some of that water right here. And you know, the journey from when we left Greensboro on Tuesday, yesterday, working to get to Morehead City was quite the journey. We can show you some video. We had to go a different route because of roads closed, so we took Highway 24 east through Jacksonville. We saw roofs shaking from that massive wind and roofs either halfway off or completely removed from the top of the home. Gas pumps knocked to the ground. Another issue was downed power lines as we entered Swansboro. That's where we found a man whose 50-year-old tree crashed into his home. Here's what he had to say about that crash and the storm.
To tell you the truth, it was so much wind that I didn't pay that much attention to it. It wasn't a tornado because I've been in one of them before. And it was just, but there's areas around town that's been, tornadoes have, circled the trees and tore them up.
Now that man was was in high spirits. He let us inside his home. He was, like I said, in high spirits. And, you know, outside we saw that heavy rain just pouring down and that strong wind blowing across. Now police all over the place blocking off streets that were closed because of those down power lines and debris. Now we also found out that there is a curfew in that area of Swansboro from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So it just let up within the last hour or so. But police tell us that that is going to last for about another 2 days until Sunday. They say it could last even longer if the storms continue through this area. We expect more rain to come. This area has already experienced flooding in the past, so we know it is prone to that. So of course we're going to be trying to talk to people and seeing how they're, working to keep their house and areas for flooding. As we were driving yesterday along Highway 24 to get here, though, we did see people getting out their cars and moving some of those down trees out from that highway. We actually saw a man with a chainsaw who was cutting those trees and people helping others just kind of move that stuff to get those areas out of the way. You guys, I mean, it was just remarkable seeing how much people were stepping in to help.
North Carolinians come together during hard times, and we get through it together.
This storm is bringing us together.
It is.
You look for the positive in the wake of death, unfortunately, and devastation. It's bringing us closer together.
Did you notice during Eddie's live shot what was going on behind him? It was a line of power trucks heading that direction. They are responding.
How many thousands of crews?
So Duke Energy alone has 22,000 crews here. They've brought in linemen from other states. I know my cousin in Missouri is on standby to potentially come here too. We know Randolph Electric has extra crews. So a ton of power companies working together, and they're not all just going to the coast. We have a staging area here at the Corey Convention Center. They are going to go where the need arises, and in fact potentially could get to some of the triad areas first, given that much of the East Coast still underwater. It is too dangerous right now. All right, so Eddie, with our report from Kinston, one of the areas hit hard in the past few years by a couple of storms. We will be right back with more team coverage. Keep sending us your Florence pictures and videos when it's safe. Use that hashtag StormTrack2.
Absolutely, Ruth.
German film crew. I moved
Yeah, I
out
went.
a little bit. Did you take care of them? Okay.
I did.
I just moved them out of the food.
Do you want to talk to them? Still the same policy. They want to shoot.
Hello, Dylan, can you hear me? It's Tracy again.
Right here.
Hi, Tracy.
Hi. So we're all going to be talking to you. It's Megan, Ed, and Eric. Don't worry about knowing our names. It's fine. This is just more of a mic check at this point. So can you count to 10?
What's that? Just talk?
Yep, just count to 10 for me.
Okay. Okay, yeah, this is probably the volume that we'd be talking at. We're in a loud room here, but hopefully you're able to pick up my voice okay.
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
There's not too much background noise.
You are good to go. You must have done this before.
Not as many times as our mayor.
Oh, I'm sure. So I'm just going to need you to hold on. You won't hear anything, but don't hang up. As soon as we're live on the air, you'll hear it.
Okay.
All right, sit tight. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, this morning we're getting a live update from conditions along Wilmington. I've been talking with the City of Wilmington's PIO, Dylan Lee, this morning on social media, and now we get to have him live on the air with you so that we can get the latest conditions from the city. So, Dylan, are you joining us this morning?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for taking the time. I know your city is very busy right now. Can you give us kind of a rundown of what you experienced yesterday and how it is moving forward?
Sure. Most people, I think, obviously had many days to prepare for this storm. So it compared to previous storms, people had, I feel like, more time to get ready to gas up prior to the storm. The run on gas and food happened earlier in the week, and then the day before the storm, a lot of times there was gas and food available. So it felt like an unusually long preparation period. And, people started hunkering down. I guess it was Wednesday night. Is that right? Yeah, Wednesday night a little bit. No, Thursday night. I'm sorry. And, the worst of it came in yesterday morning. People were losing power 4, 5, 6 in the morning. And it just stayed on us for a good part of the day, and the heavy winds started subsiding towards the latter part of the day. But here we are the next day. We're still under tropical storm conditions, so this is kind of unusual as well, because normally people are ready to kind of start recovering by now, but we're still kind of hunkered down.
Dylan, I have a question for you. For a lot of us in the Triad, we love the Wilmington area and Wrightsville Beach and all that. Can you talk about some of the landmarks and areas that people really love down there, and what the damage is like in each of those places?
Well, I personally haven't seen a lot of video of the beaches, but incrementally, it sounds like the beaches are a lot better off than they were, say, during Fran. And we know that there was some flooding, but the incremental data that I've seen shows there's not as much structural damage as we got. Of course, that was a Category 3, and that's a reference point that we'll always have around here. But there's definitely been some flooding at the beaches, and the beaches are still closed due to the evacuation order from the governor.
What about along the river?
Along the river, we've seen a little bit of flooding, but that's why they call it Water Street, right?
That's true.
It's subject to flooding during the lunar, some of the lunar high tides, anyways, and the peak stage of the Cape Fear River storm surge wise has already happened, and I believe the actual flood stage is going to peak on Tuesday. So we still got our fingers crossed. We're not out of the woods just yet.
And Dennis, a lot of that rain that's happening to your north and to your northwest back up towards our part of the Piedmont and over into the Triangle region, of course, a lot of that's going to be flowing down the Cape Fear River. How concerned are you with regards to more flooding this go-round from water coming down the river towards Wilmington and the coast for downtown Wilmington?
Well, that's certainly where a lot of our focus is going to be on the coming days. As the weather over the next 48 hours hopefully gets better, will be more of a focus on, obviously, recovery, but that as well. Certainly some of the other communities, I feel terrible for what's happened up in New Bern. They've had some really bad flooding, and we are not expecting that kind of situation down here, but we're certainly monitoring it.
Dylan, unfortunately, we were so sad to report the 2 confirmed storm-related deaths in Wilmington, and we are so sorry for your community grieving that. There has been some conversation on social media asking if communities have done enough to help people evacuate or know the dangers in storms like these. Do you feel like Wilmington helped its residents prepare for this storm adequately?
Yes, I do. As we mentioned a minute ago, people, thanks to the slow-moving storm, essentially, people had all the time to think about and consider their evacuation plans. And with a mandatory evacuation, you really have to make, you've got to be able to provide folks with a place to go. And so the beaches, of course, subject to flooding, had a mandatory evacuation. Here in the mainland part of New Hanover County, it was a voluntary evacuation, and people made different considerations and had adequate time to do so. And those folks that did evacuate, I know it's stressful for them to remain out of town while they see on the news what's happened to their city, and they're probably eager to get back. But we want to encourage those folks to stay in place, because we're still under a tropical storm warning, and nobody has power. A lot of streets are closed, and there are just a lot of issues that we've got to start cleaning up once this storm gets off us. So if you've evacuated up there to the Triad area, hopefully you've got a good place to stay, and please stay there until we can get things straightened up down here.
And just a quick follow-up on power. Have you been in communication with your power companies, and do you have any kind of a timetable as to when you'll restore power?
Well, Duke Energy has told us that they'll have approximately 1,000 trucks with crews in this town over the next few days. And once the winds subside down to safe working conditions for those crews, they'll get to work. And so we are expecting extended power outages for some people. It's always a matter of some people come online earlier than others, but Duke Energy is going to get to work as soon as they can.
Have you been in touch with Governor Roy Cooper yet, updating him on the status of the city, and how soon can we expect FEMA to help out?
I can't answer that right now. I'm sure that somebody has been talking, but I don't have that information.
And Dylan, of course, up here in the Triad, with many people leaving Wilmington and coming to the Triad region, a lot of people from your area are watching us this morning. State once again what you suggest they do. You want them to stay put here in the Triad. Many of them are wanting to know, when can I go back to beautiful Wilmington? What is your message to them while they're watching us this morning?
I know the feeling. I evacuated to Winston-Salem during Hurricane Fran, and I was so eager to get back, but I had to wait. And so I would please just stay tuned with your local media, and I know that as soon as we're ready for people to come back, we'll put the word out. Follow the City of Wilmington on Facebook and stay in tune with the media. We're still dealing with tropical storm here. We don't have power. There are a lot of safety issues. A lot of streets are closed, and we're just not ready to go into full recovery mode yet.
Well, Dylan, as we wrap things up, I just want to say thank you. But, during Fran, I did just the opposite. I was working in television here. I went to Wilmington and Wrightsville Beach to report on that. And that the people there are resilient when it comes to recovery and storms. It is a place that's close to my heart, and Ed, who's with us as well. Both of us started our TV careers down there, and we love that place. So a lot of the Triad has a piece of their heart there. We're all thinking about you.
And likewise, we appreciate all the efforts that folks up in the Triad have made to report on what we're dealing with and to take care of so many of our folks up there. Thank you.
Dylan, thank you. We appreciate you spending some time with us on the phone this morning. We'll let you go. We know you have a lot to do, and we'll keep you posted on everything that's happening here, and we expect the same from you. Thank you so much.
Okay, all the best.
All right, it is 8:45. Just to kind of wrap up our conversation here with Dylan Lee. He was, or is, the PIO for the City of Wilmington. He's saying that they have devastating conditions, some flooding, especially along Water Street, which is a very popular destination. You guys have probably gone there at a time or two. The beaches have seen some impact, but they haven't been able to get up close there to see if how bad of the impact is. And they are expecting some erosion, obviously, and they'll be able, they're under tropical storm conditions right now. So as soon as that lifts and they're able to assess the damage, then we'll have a better idea of how long it will take to get the power back on and when people can come back home.
You know, this is kind of interesting because it's the opposite of what we normally see in a hurricane. We always think of storm surge and winds,
Right.
and the beaches always take a beating, and usually the coastline is affected and all the things along. This was fairly minimal when it comes to winds. It's more rain, so the damage I don't think is going to be so substantial on the beaches. It'll be a little inland. I mean, Wilmington itself, because that's not right on the coast, you know, in those areas, inlands will probably see more damage than the beach itself.
That's
And
right.
Power outage numbers still staggering. Dylan Lee did address that, saying that 1,000 Duke Energy members will be on the way there to assess once the conditions are safe to do so, and then they'll develop some kind of a timetable for getting the lights back on in Wilmington, but it could be multiple days, if not multiple weeks before that happens.
And as what Dylan said to our visitors from Wilmington watching us this morning, basically he's saying be patient, stay put. We know you want to come back home, but now's not the time. There's a lot of cleanup that's going to be taking place in New Hanover County and Wilmington and much of eastern and that southeastern part of North Carolina in the coming weeks.
So I just pulled up the outages for North Carolina, 768,647 people. In South Carolina, we're starting to see those numbers now increase, just under 150,000 people without power there. So this is a massive effort by energy companies to get the power and the lights back on. But again, they can't do anything until the rain stops.
Yeah, and we're hearing about more outages in our southern counties already, which you guys are particularly concerned about. Randolph Electric reporting almost 3,000 of its own customers out of power at this point. My father-in-law in Asheboro was telling me that they had a lot of wind overnight, about 1.5 inches of rain already. And so they're not sure how much longer the lights will stay on.
That's right. And Eric and I have been tracking the winds. We've seen wind gusts 25, 30, occasionally 32, 33 mile per hour wind. And you know, that doesn't sound like a big wind. It really doesn't. And normally, if the ground wasn't so saturated, we would be able to get through with that. But as we get more and more rain that continues to build in from the east, the ground becomes looser and more saturated. And I think we're going to have more of these power outages. It's only going to grow west as we go through the rest of the weekend.
So the worst place to be would be the roads tonight.
Yes.
The best place would be into a shelter or a hotel that has a working generator or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we want to talk about what's happening in Kinston right now. That area was completely battered yesterday. Let's go out live now to our Eddie Randall, who's reporting live from the area.
Eddie, are you there?
All right, it looks like we don't have Eddie's audio, but we do have these pictures, and we're seeing what looks like emergency crews having to turn around, possibly an emergency situation.
Look at that. Look at
because
that.
of all the water.
And that's a live picture, by the way. You're not seeing video, past video. That is a live look at a road. You do not want to cross that. And maybe I'll ask Emily, who's in the booth now, if Eddie can talk to her, maybe she can relay information to us through our earpieces. But that, I mean, that's pretty incredible flooding right there. And
Obviously, there's a river nearby, and it's overrun, and it's on the road, and it's just, it has nowhere else to go.
These are ambulances having to turn around. It
With
just
their lights on.
emphasizes the severity of the situation. Even emergency crews are having difficulty trying to get through. They need you off the road in these types of areas. Look at those signs.
Those are actually, it looks like they were FEMA trucks because that has Homeland Security on that. So that's not a regular ambulance. That looks like they were going somewhere to get aid or maybe to assist in some type of effort. But Homeland Security or a FEMA, those were those trucks. At least that's what I could read from the sign there. Potentially some ambulances as well.
Yeah, I think we saw one or two, but obviously an effort to go somewhere to help someone.
And now they're blocked from doing that.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's raining that hard, so all this is just floodwaters. That, I mean, there might be some rain, but that amount of water isn't coming from the rain you're seeing right there.
So that's what you said, right? That the rain happens and then the flooding happens hours later.
Yep, there is a delay between the time. It's just the way the water table works. When you get a lot of rain, it all has to kind of figure out where it's going to go. You'll have flash flooding quicker sometimes, but long-term, like more damaging, widespread flooding comes after the rain. Look
So
at
is that the Neuse River that you think is?
I would love to know what road he's on. I
I'm
know that the
curious.
Neuse River is close by. He's near some river or something that's overflowed. The major river there is the Neuse River. I don't know what this street is. When we regain communications with Eddie, we'll know what this street is, and we can get a better handle how far away he is from the Neuse River.
Oh gosh.
That's incredible.
So the situation right now, why I screamed out, not that they can hear me, is that there are cars on the other side of the river, the street. Hopefully they can see, okay, good. They can see this far down that it is a long stretch and they're starting to turn around. So that's good
Eric's
news
looked
there.
on a map, and Eric says this is near this. So this is the overflow of the Neuse River in Kinston.
The Neuse River runs just through the south part of Kinston, and then
Okay, Eric's getting his audio situated, but he's explaining that the Neuse River runs through the south part of Kinston. The Neuse River was very problematic in Hurricane Matthew. It also crested then and caused a similar scene to what you're seeing right now. If you're just now tuning in, this is live coverage of a situation flooding on a major roadway through Kinston.
And when the camera pans over to the side of the road, you can really get an idea of the force and how fast this water is flowing. This would easily float a car. Don't you think, Eric? I think this would easily float a car. And look at this, starting to see maybe some of the road chip away there with the flooding.
I didn't realize that until I looked at Google Maps just now, how the Neuse River runs right through near the downtown area.
Yeah.
It's like they built, a lot of older cities that are on riverfronts. That's why they built there, because there was a water source back in the day, and so they developed downtown around the Neuse River. So this river, or wherever it is, crosses all the major roads in the Kinston area.
So
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Patterson and 258 South.
Okay, Patterson and 258 South. Eric's going to look that up on Google Maps.
Ed, give us an idea of how much rain was in that area.
Our Doppler rainfall estimates are suggesting 15, 20, 25 inches of rain in that area. We had those rain bands that just continued to move in off the Gulf Stream, loaded with very heavy torrential rain, and this is the result.
Look at that vehicle trying to move through that flooded road.
And the problem with this, and we could potentially see this problem in our part of the Piedmont if we get the rain that we think we're going to get, the way it looks now. These emergency vehicles are trying to get to locations to help people, and they can't get there. And that was the situation, unfortunately, with one of the fatalities yesterday, if I'm not badly mistaken. EMS was trying to get to a location to help somebody and couldn't get there because of flooding waters.
So this is just to the southwest, maybe, I'm guessing mileage here, but it looks on the map like maybe 5 miles outside of the city limits of Kinston, southwest, and 258 is one of the major roads that goes into Kinston.
This is just unbelievable video we're getting as that vehicle continues to try to make its way through. We've seen, if you're just now tuning in, emergency vehicles, FEMA vehicles having to turn around, not being able to get through here. This county, Lenoir County, where Kinston's located, one of the most devastated by what we've seen so far, and only so far, from what's now Tropical Storm Florence.
So a normal car, a normal vehicle would not be able to do this.
No.
This is obviously some type of construction equipment that...
much heavier than a regular
much
car.
Taller. Exactly. So,
and the radar, by the way, I just moved the radar, so Kinston is right in the middle of that, so that heavy feeder band is below, it's to the south of them, so guarantee you that's all runoff from the Neuse.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so our Eddie Randall
There's
is
Eddie.
standing by there. You can see him making his way into the shot. We're going to attempt to get communication with him so that he can tell us what's happening where you are. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, good morning, you guys. Yeah, we're on Highway 258, and we're about 1.5 miles, 2 miles from where we were just about 30 minutes ago. And we came across this area. Actually, a man stopped us in our last live shot to tell us that this area was flooded. And you can just see right behind me, it's flooded for nearly about a mile. No one can get over there right now. And people are still trying to come through, like you just said, emergency vehicles having to turn around. We had an 18-wheeler come through, and the crew inside actually actually told us to tell people not to try to go through this rising water. They said the water and the current was so strong it was actually pushing that 18-wheeler back and forth. That's how dangerous this is right now. So there's a lot of people who are coming, approaching the water, stopping, turning around. Some people from the other side, which is the viewpoint that you can see right now, are actually still trying to make their way through. So if anyone knows of anyone driving through this area, we urge you to tell people that area is dangerous. The current was pushing an 18-wheeler. They said it was hard for them. So just imagine what it's like for an SUV or a car. So do not try to go through this running water along Highway 258 entering into Kingston. Now, one thing people are trying to figure out right now is exactly how to get through Jacksonville. And so that's one thing that they want to know. Now, we have someone who is actually just driving through this area with this tractor right now. Sir, what's your name?
Rick Bostic.
Rick Bostic, tell me which area you were coming from.
The Woodington area toward Jacksonville.
Now, what was it like coming through that area?
It's the water's moving pretty fast. It's not as deep as you think it is, but it's just moving too fast to drive a car through.
Now, you're in a tractor, but a car, an SUV trying to come through there?
No way, don't do it. It'll move you off the road. One of my workers came in this morning earlier before it is as bad as it is now. He said it was moving his truck, and he's in a big 3/4 ton truck. So, and my tractor trailer just went through earlier, the blue one with a forklift on it, and they said they were worried about getting back across. So
now, is this the first area you've seen flooded like this? Are there any areas when you were coming this way?
There's a lot of areas flooded like that. Yes. I mean,
just as dangerous?
Yes, sir. Just as dangerous. Just don't go out there. I wouldn't. And everybody's worried about not having water, deep run water. The water lines are washed out due to this, so we haven't got water. We haven't got power right now. But I mean, we'll just make do. It'll be all right.
Thank you so much for stopping with us. You guys heard it yourself from someone who was driving this massive tractor right here. Even he said it's pretty hard to get through. He said it wasn't too hard for him, but look at the size of his truck. Now we're talking about SUVs and cars that are still trying to get through that area. It is extremely dangerous. We can't stress enough not to try to go through this area, guys.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Excellent
great
reporting.
work.
Wow. And an excellent interview here. Someone who just went through it, saying, "Don't do it." I did it because I have this vehicle.
Giant,
but
yeah.
Exactly. If you do it, then you're going to be swept away.
And you know what, gang? Let this, what we're seeing live in Kinston right now, be a lesson to what may happen here in the Triad in the next 24 to 36 hours. You know the saying, turn around, don't drown. It may not look threatening, but you just heard it from an eyewitness that just went through there on an 18-wheeler.
Right.
Don't even attempt it. And I would encourage Eddie, and hopefully he can hear me, keep an eye on that road and see if there is going to be somebody that's going to try it. God forbid.
Oh, they will.
There will be somebody that will try it, and I hope I'm totally wrong. But let this be a lesson to all of our viewers here locally to be on the lookout for those waters that don't appear to be moving very quickly at all, but they're moving quick enough. And what, Eric, 6 inches of rain
Anywhere from 6 inches to a foot.
A foot of rain can lift your car. A lighter weight car as compared to that 18-wheeler.
You're in a worse spot.
Yeah,
we
much
need
worse.
to remember this live shot as we go through the next day or two with the potential flooding here in the Triad.
Yeah, we heard him say not only is the power out, but the water lines are now overwhelmed. They are down, so they don't have a water supply currently, at least not in that part of Kinston. So a dire situation there, but he said they will get through. They are prepared, probably having survived Hurricane Matthew 2 years ago. But wow, what a powerful image there, and a reminder to please take precaution when driving in flood waters.
Well, when you see emergency response vehicles turning around,
Yes.
then you know that you shouldn't be going through there either.
Exactly.
So take that as a warning or a lesson for what could happen
Big
here,
lesson.
and we'll be right back.
Those water rescues, we've been given an updated number to that. There were 385. We're told they're down to about just under 100 people left to be rescued on different parts of the city. There's different low-lying areas that still have high water levels over there. We're just coming down from the downtown area now where some of that water has receded, and we're able to see some of the damage at the the convention center area and parts of the downtown area. We could see debris washed up into the roads, and the famous bear statues also washed up in the roads. Now, behind me are the boats that are getting ready to head out right now to go help with some of that rescue effort of people in New Bern. One of them tells me that they just got a call that they may be getting some of them diverted to Onslow County. That's where the Jacksonville area. They are taking on a lot of water there as well and needing to rescue a lot of people also. So they're just waiting for their command to get out that way, and also to stick around for some of those rescue efforts that they're going to help out with here locally. Now, the issue of power, yes, power is still out to a lot of customers here, but the good news is that some of that is slowly being restored. We saw some power trucks leaving this morning. We've seen them all over the city also. There's still about 6,500 people who still are without power that those crews are still going to try to get to. And many of those people the worst hit because we had trees falling on power lines, and of course the winds is toppling these power lines as well. So right now, the staging area for the water rescue boats that are going to go out there. Many of these guys are volunteers coming from all over our state. I'm seeing all the reports on the news and just basically volunteering their time to come out and help local authorities with the rescue efforts. And local authorities telling folks, because we can see some folks starting to come out into the city, some coming to take pictures, take assessments of what's happened. But authorities are saying, hey, the coast is not quite clear yet. You can still feel the wind coming. It's still powerful winds coming, and there's still branches and trees hanging precariously, and they're saying that this is still a dangerous situation, and folks need to be very careful about high water levels and hanging power poles and trees, and they need to be cautious. Live right now in New Bern, Adurya Chumba, WFMY News 2.
Adurya, have they identified already certain areas where there is a dire need that they're planning to deploy to this morning?
We are hearing that Onslow County area, which is where the city of Jacksonville is, they're saying that they're taking on a lot of water as well. We're trying to reach out to those folks to see what the situation is exactly over there. But from what these guys are telling me, that's the word that they're getting from their folks that are stationed out that way. And they're just waiting for an order to head in that direction.
Wow, that's just amazing.
I wanted to ask you, I don't want to throw you a curveball, but I had heard yesterday when the storm surge backed up the Neuse River that the Beaufort area, a large part of Beaufort was actually underwater. Have you been able to find out anything about that very historic town?
That is what we heard. We haven't been able to get that way. We've really focused here on the New Bern, Craven County area, but we're going to definitely look into that because we've been speaking to a lot of these locals, some of whom have been able to get further than we could, and they're telling us really that there's a lot of people and a lot of communities out there that have taken in a lot of water, and folks are, some of them are still stranded, and some of them are just making their way out to sort of like assess the situation. But we're definitely going to find out the situation in Beaufort.
Okay, so Adurya, Craven County, where you're at right now, where New Bern is located, was under a mandatory evacuation order. We know there were more than 100 people rescued from their homes, their attics, their roofs yesterday. If we still have Adurya on the line, I'd like to ask her if she's been able to talk to any of those folks who wish that they had made a different decision and would perhaps take another direction next time as far as evacuating.
We haven't gotten to the folks who were rescued, but we did speak to some people who stayed to ride out the storm. They live just right off the Neuse River, and they're saying that if they had to do this all over again, they would probably make a different choice, because what they saw was very, very scary, seeing that the surge from the ocean and into the river, all that water that was coming into their home and flooding their neighborhood. It really scared them, and they said that if they had to do this again, they will probably leave.
Wow. All right, Adure, putting things in perspective for us. Thank you. We'll check back in with you as those water rescue crews hit the roads. Obviously, a lot of first responders and Good Samaritans doing what they can to pick up and head out to some of the most devastated areas and help.
Right. And as I'm looking at Max 2 here, the radar, it shows that most of the rain is south and to the west of the New Bern area. So at the moment, it is not raining in New Bern, and that is very good news. Want to do a weather segment now. Of course, we're keeping an eye on what's going on here in the Triad as well. We have the 9 o'clock advisory on the storm. It is located, it hasn't moved, folks. Look at this. Moving to the west at 2 miles per hour. That's a crawl. That's less than a crawl. 35 miles west of Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. Max winds remain at 35 miles per hour, so it remains a tropical storm. But look at this. Those rain bands out over the Gulf Stream to the east of Wrightsville Beach continue to feed in to eastern and especially southeastern North Carolina. And with this thing, for all practical purposes, nearly stationary, more heavy rain for parts of eastern and southeastern North Carolina. Now, here in our part of the Piedmont, we've got some patches where the rain is a little heavier. We're looking at a little batch of heavier rain in the northern and northeastern part of Rockingham County. Note that yellow and orange there, a little bit heavier rain there. Still, most of the areas of heavier rain continue to be to our south. Another big batch of heavier rain moving into Lee County from Harnett County, where Lee and Harnett have been under a flash flood warning for much of the morning. Those are the counties closest to the Triad where we have warnings. Now, as we continue to see the rain build here in our part of the Piedmont for the rest of today and overnight tonight, we're going to start to see those flood warnings build and be issued for our part of the Piedmont. So as we've been telling you this morning, the storm is really unfolding right now for us here in the Piedmont. It's the slow movement of the leftovers of the hurricane, that slow movement's just making the rain take its time to move into our area. Still looking at wind gusts. Occasionally we see a wind gust around 30, 32 miles per hour. This is just a snapshot, so this changes really minute by minute, and we'll continue to keep you updated. Even up in Danville, most recently a 30 mile per hour wind gust. We still believe wind gust around 35, 40, maybe 45 mile per hour wind gusts in some of our southern areas are possible today and tonight. And we're still looking at heavy rainfall with the incredible slow movement of this storm. Our southern areas, Lee, Moore, Montgomery, in excess of 10 inches of rain over the next several days. We're still looking at a broad brush of about 6 to 10 inches of rain here in the Metro Triad, a little bit less over the Virginia border, but even in those areas, a mere 4 to 6 inches of rain would be enough to cause flash flooding. And we think the greatest threat of flash flooding will be later on this afternoon, and especially tonight and into Sunday. And depending on how quickly the system moves through South Carolina and then turns back over the foothills and mountains of North Carolina, early next week, we could even see more flooding rains as we move into Monday. Monday's kind of the pivotal day.
Yeah.
We've got to see exactly how quickly this 2 mile per hour system is moving right now. It's not moving fast at all.
Yeah, we just got some new power outage numbers here from the North Carolina Emergency Management Department saying more than 813,000 customers now without power throughout the Carolinas. The majority concentrated obviously in the eastern counties, but Wake County getting a lot too, and ultimately will the Piedmont counties see some of that? We shall see. But we talked to the PIO of Wilmington just a short while ago. He said that there are about 1,000 Duke Energy crews coming soon into Wilmington to try to assess the situation, and then develop a plan for power restoration. But he said to plan for power outages that could extend not just days, but weeks potentially. So hopefully everyone heeded those warnings, and those who stayed behind are prepared for that possibility.
And if you're watching us here in the Triad and you are a resident of Wilmington or southeastern North Carolina, he said, just be patient, stay put. We know you want to go back home. No place like home, right? But what he was saying, stay put. It's a mess down there. I-40 is closed just north of Wilmington. You couldn't get to Wilmington if you wanted to. He is saying, stay put in the Triad, stay safe, and city officials, the city of Wilmington, will let people know when it's safe to go back home. Welcome to the Triad. We're going to do our best to keep you safe, but we're keeping an eye on your town, and we're going to be giving information on our air as we continue to do so our visitors here will know when they can go back.
Well, let's check in with Luke for the latest conditions in Wilmington. Luke, you've been there for several days. You have weathered the brunt of this storm when it made landfall yesterday. What's the situation now?
Yeah, Hannah Brewer's along with me. We're actually going to take a stroll in this neighborhood right off the side of Market Street, and we're kind of taking in all the damage still. Everywhere we turn, I feel like we see more and more damage.
Trees down,
trees down. So I'm going to flip the camera around here. We're using our cell phone with the TVU app. Let me just turn this around really quickly if I can. And take a look right here at this house. I mean, the trees completely snapped, landing right on this house, and Hannah and I were both in these 92-mile-an-hour hurricane winds, and this just goes to show you what exactly this damage can do. We take a turn to our right, you can't even get through this street.
Yeah, and it's every road that is like this. Every road we are turning down, there is debris. A lot of them are impassable, but surprisingly, with these saturated grounds.
All right, we are getting some interference. Hannah and Luke, if you can still hear us, we'll try to get you back up as soon as we can get a better signal. But we can see in your shot the debris all over the place, many down trees, some down power lines. We know the majority of Wilmington is without power right now. We asked the Wilmington PIO about an hour ago. We asked him, do you think that the town of Wilmington was prepared, that they had the warnings in place to be able to make a decision? Wilmington was under voluntary evacuation, not mandatory evacuation, and he said he felt like they were educated on the risks if they stayed behind. They had options if they wanted to leave, and so he felt confident that those who stayed were aware of what they were getting into. Unfortunately, it is so sad we have to report this, the death toll now up to 7. Florence confirmed deaths in the North Carolina area, all of those on the coast, 2 of them in Wilmington. A mother and her infant passed away when a tree fell on their home. It is so sad.
Right. And you know, Wilmington is no stranger to hurricanes, and I would like to think that the people there know what can happen. They certainly remember Fran. That was a very devastating storm for them. So certainly I think they were as prepared as they could possibly be.
Well, let's check back in with Luke. I think we have a better signal on their shot. Luke and Hannah, can you guys hear us and finish showing us around?
Yeah, so we walked away. We strayed too far. We lost our connection. So we'll try to stay a little bit closer to where our connection is. But we're going to take a look down this left street to show you a little bit more of the damage we have seen or witnessed. And actually, I believe an officer, they just drove away, but an officer just stopped by to help clear the road. As you can see, a little further down there, it is completely blocked off. But that's something we've started to see a little bit more today, are the crews slowly coming out and helping people get rid of the enormous debris really all over the streets.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, we are on Orange and 5th, so kind of close to downtown Wilmington. And as I was saying, we've seen this all across downtown Wilmington. It is everywhere, not just right here. We haven't been able to stray too far inland towards the college and that sort of thing, but I've seen a lot of pictures on Facebook. One very popular restaurant, Indochine, a tree completely smashed it, so I'm sure that's going to be devastating for a lot of people who love that restaurant. Very popular here. But like I was saying, as we continue to get this rain and these grounds are so saturated, this isn't the end. We could still see more trees and branches falling down with those saturated grounds.
And you know something that we've also seen quite a bit more, at least today, people starting to walk out and about. As you can see right here, this couple or these two people walking around the neighborhood, assessing the damage, starting to slowly become more of a reality as it sinks in, knowing that this is the reality of the hurricane, I should say, and that the cleanup is starting, and people are just starting to really see what has happened here in their neighborhoods. And we can't stray that far down, but there's also some damage down there, and some people are also looking like they're working on cleaning up or clearing the road as well. But as you just take a look, this is just a taste or a little snippet of what we've seen. There's a plethora of damage, mainly on Market Street. We've been live there earlier this morning, and again, this is just off the side of Market Street. But just look at the destruction. And Hannah and I always kept saying to each other, imagine if this was a Category 3.
Imagine this was really a Category 1. And this, yeah, look at what it did. I mean, if this would have been any stronger, I can't even imagine these houses wouldn't be standing.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think we've all kind of said the same thing about that, but you just take a close look. The streets are scattered with debris. We'll turn around once more. That's just the common theme here that we've seen, and we're going to explore a little bit more once we end this live shot here, just to show more of the damage. And like we did say, though, it was a positive sign that near the riverfront, that there was no more flooding there, which was obviously a very good thing.
Right, absolutely.
We were both very surprised about that.
Yeah, I was this morning. We were expecting to go down there and see the flooding. I mean, it was about a foot high yesterday, but we went down and that water had receded.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what kind of damage was done, if any, to any of the businesses down there, so that would be something kind of to follow up on to see if they received any damage.
But we're going to go ahead and change locations now, but we just wanted to show you guys an example of these neighborhoods. You know, these people live here, obviously, and this is what they are going through and having to deal with the cleanup, and I can only imagine how long this will take, not only here, but all parts of Wilmington, Wrightsville Beach. We've seen several pictures and videos of the terrible flooding there. And like we've said, this is just the beginning. The cleanup process will take quite a long time. We'll toss it back to you in the studio for now. We're going to change locations to show you more perspective of the damage we've seen here from Hurricane Florence.
All right, Luke Liddon and Hannah Brewer reporting live from Wilmington. You can see the devastation there. The power outages are widespread, as we've seen, and the Cape Fear River we saw yesterday flooding popular businesses and restaurants in downtown Wilmington.
That water backing up from the beach right into the downtown part of Wilmington.
Right now, we are getting a news update from FEMA. Let's listen in.
And again, a reminder to include our ASL interpreter in your shots. We will begin with some brief updates from the community here, and then we'll open it up for questions. And with that, I will turn it over to Noah for the weather update.
Good morning. Florence, now a tropical storm, is moving very slowly, nearly stationary, over eastern North Carolina this morning. It will produce catastrophic flooding over parts of North and South Carolina for some time. At 8 o'clock Eastern Time, Florence was centered 35 miles west of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and contained maximum sustained winds of 50 miles an hour. Areas near Newport, North Carolina have received nearly 2 feet of rain from Florence, and powerful rain bands may produce another 15 to 20 inches or more, and these rain bands may slide south into the Wilmington area during the day today. As Florence drifts into north central and northwestern North Carolina and South Carolina, it will take the very heavy rain bands with it, and heavy rain may impact the Charlotte, North Carolina area late tonight into tomorrow. A 3 to 5 foot storm surge is still expected for portions of the Neuse and Pamlico basins. A tornado watch remains in effect for southeastern North Carolina, and waterspouts are possible over the open waters. Many rivers will experience catastrophic flooding from Florence, including portions of the Neuse, northeast Cape Fear Basin, the PD River, the Little PD River Basin, the Lumber River, and the Waccamaw River. As the remnants of Florence make their way into the southern and central Appalachians, rivers and streams flowing out of the mountains will also experience moderate to major flooding. The details of this will become more clear early next week. Be aware that rivers will stay in flood stage for an extended period of time. The next update from the National Hurricane Center will be issued at 11 o'clock Eastern Time.
Good morning. NOAA is now moving into response and recovery mode. The Weather Service Forecast Office in this particular area of North Carolina and South Carolina have been dealing with some significant flash flooding. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my deepest appreciation and gratitude towards the Hurricane Center and the Weather Service, particularly the Morehead City and Wilmington forecast offices. Individuals here have been sheltered in place for many days, yet these particular offices have remained fully operational. The Office of Coastal Survey has been deployed to the Hurricane Center to verify the storm surge magnitude. What we're dealing with here is a major flooding and rain event. At this point, we're also looking at potential landslides, and the flooding is far from over. So please follow instructions from state and local emergency managers. Do not attempt to drive through any water that you see on the roadway. Just remember, turn around, don't drown.
All right, good morning, team. I obviously want to start out again by thanking the media all across the board on this storm for getting our message out. We need more of that as the storm moves inland. There's, as the Weather Service just pointed out, large amounts of rain falling all over both states, and it will continue to fall. Please urge the citizens not to try to drive through high water. You don't know, the depth of it is not safe. Don't drown, turn around. FEMA is well positioned to support our state and local partners. We have rescues ongoing. We have hundreds of thousands without power, just as we anticipated. And we're poised and ready to go in when conditions are safe to start the restoration of our critical lifelines. Again, I urge everyone to wait for local officials to give the all clear before our citizens return to the impacted areas. As you know, the President declared a major disaster for North Carolina. That opens up lines of assistance in the individual assistance side and public assistance side. And other declarations we anticipate to follow. We have many thousands of people in shelters. Again, though, we have adequate resources to support our state and local partners on that. We have adequate meals for emergency feeding. We have adequate generators for critical services. We continue to monitor those critical facilities to make sure that we have plans in place should we need to enact any type of evacuation or support the fueling of emergency generators. At this time, we see no shortfalls. We continue to work closely not only with the partners that you see on the stage, but our state and local partners, our private sector partners, our non-governmental partners, and really a whole community approach. So you'll hear me say the word team. You're a member of that team. Our citizens are a member of that team. Emergency management, disaster response and recovery is just that. It's not a one government level, it's a team approach. So we're very, very pleased with that. The state's very, very pleased with that, and we continue to support all the way around. At this time, I want to turn it over to our good friend with the EPA, Mr. Chatham. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. EPA continues to monitor numerous sources of information for reports on releases of oil and hazardous substances from the first responders who are in search and rescue efforts, from media observations and reports, from information from facility representatives and personnel embedded at their sites, and the information flows from local command posts and from state emergency operations centers. On September 14th, EPA Region 4 received a notification of spill of 7,000 gallons of used oil from a facility in Shelby, North Carolina. That is not related to Tropical Storm Florence. The oil has impacted the ditch on the roadside immediately outside of the facility and is threatening Hickory Creek, which leads to Broad River. Local responders deployed sand in an attempt to stop the oil, but the impact has reached nearby storm drains leading to Hickory Creek. EPA reached out to the potentially responsible party and the local responders, and they requested our assistance to prevent further oil from leaving the property. Due to the incoming inclement weather from Tropical Storm Florence, EPA dispatched a local contractor to mitigate and recover the oil. We're also coordinating with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Division of Waste Management. Also on September 14th, EPA issued no action assurances regarding the requirements applicable to loading of fuel tank trucks at petroleum distribution terminals in Georgia. And we also issued a no action assurance for fuel delivery in bulk gasoline terminals, marine and rail loading terminals, and associated truck loading racks in North Carolina. We continue to coordinate with our federal, state, and local and tribal partners to provide assistance as needed. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rear Admiral Meredith Austin from the Coast Guard. Our priority remains the safety of the people and our responders in the affected area. The Coast Guard continues to work in concert with FEMA, the Army Corps of Engineers, and our other federal, state, local, and private sector partners responding to the storm. Right now, we have over 7,500 Coast Guard men and women involved with the response and are ready to flow in more as needed. Our primary mission right now is search and rescue. We have 43 aircraft staged out of air stations Elizabeth City and Savannah, Georgia, and to date have rescued 5 people and assisted 1. We have Coast Guard personnel embedded with FEMA, Department of Defense, and state emergency operations centers to enable a coordinated whole-of-government response. Now that the winds have eased a bit, our search and rescue resources are conducting overflights to look for distress and to conduct damage assessments to critical infrastructure. We are coordinating with EPA, NOAA, local and state stakeholders to look for and respond to any oil or chemical spills that may be a result of the storm. The Port of Virginia has reopened with restrictions, but the ports of Wilmington, Morehead City in North Carolina, and Georgetown, South Carolina remain closed. A multi-agency team of Coast Guard, Army Corps of Engineers, NOAA, and NOAA personnel, in conjunction with port partners, are assessing the damage and beginning repairs in order to reopen the ports as soon as possible and safe to do so. In that regard, our priorities are reopening the Cape Fear River, the Port of Morehead City, and the North Carolina ferry system. We would like to remind people in the affected areas to stay off the waters because buoys may be missing or off station, or there may be submerged hazards. Stay in a safe location while Coast Guard and other state and local authorities assess the damage and disperse resources to help. If you need assistance, the best way for help is to dial 911 for the best available resources to be dispatched to your location. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Ray Alexander of the Army Corps.
Thank you, Admiral. Hey, good morning. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is a major command in the United States Army. I'd first like to share with you that the #1 priority for Army assets is to support the American people. And to that end, we have over 6,500 National Guard soldiers deployed to Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, with an additional 2,900 active component forces ready to deploy as needed. Additionally, assets provided over 115 rotary wing helicopter aircraft, 5 fixed wing, and over 1,300 high water trucks have been committed. The Corps of Engineers, in support of FEMA and under our Stafford Act authorities, we are ready to respond and actually are responding in several of our lines of effort at this point. To that end, we have over 131 Corps of Engineer personnel deployed. We have $6.1 million in FEMA mission assignment dollars with 16 mission assignments, and we have committed over $1.8 million of our own flood control coastal emergency funds to fight floods. I'll now brief by lines of effort in terms of dam and levee safety. First of all the federal dams are in good condition. We're monitoring state and locally owned dams, and we are prepared to provide inspections and assist as needed. We've deployed technical experts, subject matter experts, flood fight material, sandbags, pumps, and portable barriers. On emergency power, we have sufficient generators on the ground, over 120, and more are arriving. To date, we've conducted 12 assessments. 3 inspections are complete, 1 installation is complete, and another 11 installations are in process. In terms of navigation, we have no requests for this at this time. However, we will work with the U.S. Coast Guard and NOAA to rapidly clear channels and ports. To that end, we have over 7 Corps and 15 industry dredges available and 12 survey vessels that are still in safe harbor, but will be able to respond immediately. In terms of debris, we have no requests for support this time, but we have subject matter experts deployed. The same with roofing and water and wastewater. We're postured to provide infrastructure assessments and assist EPA with the water wastewater mission. In terms of command and control, Major General Scott Spellman, our Deputy Commanding General for Civil and Emergency Operations, has departed North Carolina. He's en route to the state EOC in Columbia, South Carolina. And we still have our South Atlantic Division Commander, Brigadier General Diana Holland, as well, circulating in the Carolinas, as well as our Wilmington and Charleston District Commanders. With that, I would like to introduce Mr. Dr. Bob Kadlec from HHS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, you are tuning into a FEMA news conference. We just got a lot of new information and update from them who are working with NOAA and also the Army Corps of Engineers to not only conduct search and rescue missions that are ongoing at this moment, but also to inspect our infrastructure. As of now, they say our federal dams are in good condition. Of course, we worry about the potential for dams to break. So great to hear that those are currently in working order. We know there were 5 Coast Guard rescues this morning alone. Wow. So that is major. And then also certain ports, including Morehead City, are closed right now. The big concern FEMA emphasized is the storm surge that could cause major problems for some of our rivers. The Neuse River was one of the ones that we mentioned. Eddie Randall is live in Kinston. Eddie, we've already seen parts of the river pass flood stage and cause major problems.
Yeah, and that's right. And, you just said it yourself. Representatives from FEMA have been talking all morning about flooding at the Neuse River, and that is where we are right now. So they're letting people know how serious that flooding is. And you can see how many cars have just been turning around as they get to this area because they know it is not safe. That water continues to rise. I mean, it's been rising since we got here for the past hour. Like, as soon as this car passes, you can see it passing right here. I want my photojournalist Adam Vance to zoom into the white line that you see right there. That's where I took my first picture and tweeted this morning, and that water was not there. So within the last hour, that water has come towards us about 7, 8, 9 feet. So that's how fast it's moving just within the last hour. I think we have video of a guy coming through with his tractor. We talked to him earlier today, and he told us that it was serious. It wasn't as hard for him to get through because of the size of his truck. We also saw an 18-wheeler come through, and that person told us that it was pushing him side to side, so told us to actually warn people coming through here not to move through this area. Within the last 5 minutes, we saw another 18-wheeler, and my photojournalist Adam Vance, who's behind the camera, was saying he could see that truck move from side to side. So that just lets you guys know how strong it is, and you don't have to take my word for it. FEMA is telling you, they've been saying it in that news conference, how serious the flood is at the Neuse River, and they expect it to flood even more. I told you that the water has grown about 8 feet more towards us in the last hour. So back out here live, you guys can just see exactly how serious it is. We can't stress it enough. I know it sounds like a cliche to some people, but it is serious. Turn around, don't drown. That water is deep, especially when you're talking about a SUV or a car. So please do not try to come through this area near the Neuse River at 258 entering into Kingston. For right now, you guys, we're going to toss it back to you.
So, Eddie, I want to clarify some of the video that our viewers were seeing at home as you were talking. It showed a rubber tire loader able to get through, a big construction vehicle able to get through, but ambulances with their lights on, forced to turn around, not wanting to take that chance. Talk about the emergency situation there. Do you know where those ambulances were possibly heading? Are there ongoing search and rescues?
No, we're not sure exactly where they were heading, but I can tell you that their sirens were on, their lights were flashing when they came up here. So obviously they were headed towards an emergency situation, trying to relieve someone for something. And they knew that emergency, I'm sure it was an emergency, but they knew trying to get through that area was not going to happen. So all of them, I think it was about 3 or 4 ambulances that actually turned around right here and had to find another way to go. So, that's what a lot of people are experiencing too. They say this is the main thoroughfare to get to Jacksonville, so they're trying to figure out which way to go. And we also talked to people who went down this way, which is Patterson Road, and they said that there's flooding on that side as well. So people out here just trying to figure out how to get to their final destination.
Eddie, I think what we're seeing behind you there is very powerful for our viewers right here in the Piedmont. We have seen numerous cars, vehicles turn around behind you. Have you seen anybody attempt to go through that water? And I know the big heavier trucks, the 18-wheelers were able to go through okay. Has anybody attempted that?
We've seen a couple of people get ready to. I don't think we've seen like any SUVs or cars actually move their way through that water, but you're right. We have seen those big trucks that are capable to get through, which it's, you know, like we were saying, it was moving them left and right as well. So even though they're capable to get through that area, it's not easy. So of course, you know, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for a car or an SUV that a normal person would be driving to try and get through there, because you can't only see it out here, we can hear that water. You can hear it. It sounds like an ocean, actually.
Right, it's rushing. Earlier, Eddie, you talked to, live on the air, the driver of an 18-wheeler, and he had told you some information about the town. Not only are they without power and now their roads are flooding, but they're without a water supply.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It's, you know, flooded roads, and even people who are at home, they're without water, they're without power. So many people are dealing with so many different things as this hurricane moves through, or now we know it's a tropical storm, but still, there's still the aftermath of it. We still know as the rain is falling now, there's going to be more rain to fall. There's going to be more flooding. FEMA representatives have been talking to us all morning about the flooding here at the Neuse River. Like I said, it's been rising since we've been here for the past hour. So we can't stress enough how serious the rainfall and the flooding is out here right now.
Yeah, and again, FEMA emphasizing that Neuse River could get even worse as the day goes on, expecting storm surge yet again to affect the Neuse. So what would your takeaway for anybody watching, Eddie, be with regard to what you've learned and what you've seen so far with cars not taking those chances in the moving water?
I think it's remarkable that people are not trying to chance that, because when you just see with your own eyes an 18-wheeler, a major tractor go through and the water come halfway to those wheels, it just makes you think, what would it be like for someone like you or me in a regular car or SUV going through there? What would it be like for us? It wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be safe. It looks a little bit unsettling to watch an 18-wheeler. It just makes you think, what would it be like for us? And we shouldn't think that way. We should do exactly what people out here are doing and turning around and not even trying to test those waters.
All right, great information, Eddie. Thank you. Obviously, we are preparing for the potential for some of our rivers here in the Piedmont Triad to ultimately reach that flood stage as the rain moves in.
Yeah, I still think what we're seeing behind him is a very powerful lesson for us. If we do get flooding, and we do expect some flooding with the heavy rain continuing to build into our area, it is so tempting. I got to get from point A to point B. I must get to point B. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't want to, sacrifice your. It's not worth it. It's absolutely not worth it. I think that's a powerful lesson, and we should really take heed to that lesson when we start to see flooding here.
All right, as we're looking at the radar, Ed, what are we seeing?
Well, what we're seeing, some of the heaviest rain in our southern areas, and this is exactly what we expected, but also look along the Virginia border, Caswell County, and then soon Rockingham County over to Stokes County, yellow and orange colorings there. That is torrential tropical rains that are moving from east to west over those areas, but some of the heaviest rain around Lee County and Moore County, Chatham County, already these areas racking up as much as 5 to 6 inches of rain. The closest flood warnings, which implies that flooding is happening right now in Lee and Moore County. That's the closest counties to the Triad. And as this continues to build over our region, we're going to see those flash flood warnings continue to advance into our area as we go through the day. Asheboro, Randolph County, be on the lookout for some of that right now in Chatham County, moving into your area within the next 30 to 45 minutes with heavy downpours.
All right, well, it looks like that radar indicates Lexington is getting a downpour or getting ready to. So let's check in with Dennis Ting. He has been live in the downtown area. Dennis, what are you seeing?
Well, for the past hour or so, we've gotten a little bit of a reprieve from the rain and the wind. You can see my hood's down. It's pretty dry right here, except when the wind comes and blows some of that water off the trees. But so far for the past hour or so, it's been pretty quiet. People here in Lexington not too worried. We've seen some people out here for a walk, some people out here jogging, some people getting their shops open. Overall, everyone seems pretty optimistic. But again, like we've mentioned before, there is that need for caution because things can change, and when the rain does come down and if it stays here, it'll create some pretty wet and possibly dangerous situations. You see, just from the rain earlier this morning, some of it has started collecting on the sides of the road. So you wonder if that rain does come back and it does stay here for a while, what that could mean for drivers here in Lexington. Now, we did speak with the Davidson County Emergency Management Service officials yesterday. They say their big concern right now, though, is the possible power outages with the rain and the winds knocking down some power lines. And some of the businesses here say that's their main concern. Not too much concern about flooding here in downtown Lexington, but more so about those power outages that could, especially if you're selling produce or meats or perishables, if that knocks out your refrigeration for more than a few hours, that's all going to have to be thrown away. But there are some areas in Davidson County that are prone to flooding. Davidson County emergency officials say they are monitoring those areas and will make that determination whether or not they need to call for an evacuation, whether or not they need to open up that emergency shelter that they have set up in Thomasville. But right now they say they're just kind of waiting and seeing what's going to happen here in Davidson County. Again, the rain was coming down pretty hard maybe about an hour or two earlier, but so far right now it's pretty dry. So most people are just waiting to see what will happen if that rain comes back, when it comes back, and how long it will stay. But we'll continue to monitor, and for now we'll send it back to you.
Storm has not brought us much to smile about, but I smiled seeing that utility truck drive behind you in that live shot. They are here. They are ready to respond wherever is necessary. Thanks for that update, and you might need to get an umbrella because you're about to get some rain in Lexington.
Yes, absolutely. I talked about just a moment ago on our local radar as we zoom into the Triad. I'm watching some heavier downpours in Chatham and Lee County, moving into, areas around Montgomery, and then eventually towards the Asheboro area. That'll continue to rotate from east to west. So yes, some of that'll be moving into Davidson County probably within the next hour or so. Again, those southern areas getting heavy downpours now, but we're seeing some of that heavy rain along the Virginia border. We've got a little line of heavier rain moving through Caswell, eventually into Rockingham and into Stokes County, and even into areas around Mount Airy, again within the next 30 to 45 minutes.
All right, so Greensboro obviously bracing for some flooding too, getting the same remnants of that now tropical storm Florence. Alma McCarty was monitoring the situation this morning at a very flood-prone area. We'll check in with her in just a few minutes, but we're talking about Latham Park. It's located near Cone Hospital. Obviously, hospitals have procedures in place, but it does raise alarm when you get these situations of people needing assistance, people needing help, and the potential for flooding in that area. Let's check in with WFMY News' Maddie Gardner. She's been pulling together some of the best videos and pictures. That hashtag, Maddie.
Yes, Megan. So social media is great about letting us see those photos and those videos from across the state, but it's also great for distributing information. And that's what we're seeing right now on social media. The Emergency Management Department with the state is reporting the latest power outage numbers. You can see it is well above 800,000 people without power, the highest concentration in the state. They are saying New Hanover, Brunswick, Columbus, Craven, Duplin, Onslow counties, all in the east right now, and they're giving those live updates on Twitter. And you can see that the power is starting to flicker on and off and move around. This is in the Charlotte area. We're already seeing that storm really pick up there, which means it's moving this way. It's moving west. And if you wait for this video to come around, you'll see utility trucks right there, crews ready to respond wherever they may need to go. They say they are geared up and they are ready. Again, this is in the Charlotte area as now Tropical Storm Florence makes her way from the East Coast toward the west part of our state. And this is right near Charlotte Motor Speedway. Look at all the RVs and the power trucks that are lined up there. This is another staging crew there for Duke Energy. Speaking of Duke Energy, they posted this interactive map showing where their crews are. They're expecting at least 1 to 3 million outages because of Florence. And you can see they have crews staged all across the country ready to respond. 26 locations ready to help restore power as soon as this storm passes. We want to emphasize again, they can't really get out there and do their jobs until it is safe to do so. And these are the conditions that they're going into. This, of course, on the East Coast here, they're saying the power lines can be hidden by debris and standing water. So please be extremely cautious. If you go out, don't ever go near a down power line. This is the floodwaters that we're dealing with. Again, on the East Coast, I'll play this video again. This is a car, guys. You can see the floodwater is halfway up that car right now. So clearly a crew couldn't get in there to put the power back on. So we are expecting some flooding here in the Triad if we get a lot of rain. And we want to remind you, take this time now. You know, we've been warning you, but really take the time to plan what you're going to do if the power goes out. Do you have enough food? Do you have enough water? This is an urgent situation. We don't want to scare you. We just want you to be prepared here. We're also seeing people start to pick up the pieces. This is an excavator on Myrtle Beach already out there, the roughest surf and the biggest waves they've seen so far. Now, high tide today at Myrtle Beach is expected at 1 p.m. So already they're seeing this come in. Florence really churning up the waters there in South Carolina as well. And then, of course, our news partners at CBS are out and about as well. This one showing that local residents wading to up to 4 feet of water to make sure no one was trapped in houses along the coast, along Morehead City right now in the New Bern area. And goodness gracious, we're going to see more videos like this in the coming days in New Bern and on the coast as people make sure that their neighbors, their friends, their families are okay after devastating floodwaters here because of Hurricane Florence. We're seeing more video now. This is in Myrtle Beach as well. People saying the worst is over, but they're still really dealing with a lot of debris and a lot of damage. They said that they maintain their power and their Wi-Fi, and Florence is on the way out. But social media, again, just giving us a better idea of what's going on throughout the state, throughout the coast, and making sure everyone is okay here. We'll continue on. This is in North Carolina in Pikeville. More flooding here. Again, I want to remind you that if you cannot see the lines on a road, that road is not safe to drive on. If you are no longer able to see the marks and the paint on any road you go down, it is too flooded. You should not be driving on that. And we saw that from Eddie's live picture earlier, just how flooded those roads can be and how quickly that water can move. And we don't want you to have to be rescued. So just turn around if you can. Someone in Cape Fear saying, rain, rain, go away. Another example of severe flooding here on the East Coast in Wilmington. Again, this is just such a popular area. You can see the Battleship right here, a tourist spot that many people have visited. And that floodwater, this was a video from yesterday. That floodwater is receding now, but this is certainly a scary picture that Florence had this much power and was able to do this to one of the cities that we all love so much. All right, guys, we are going to continue to monitor what's going on social media using that hashtag StormTrack2. We want to remind you to use that. Post your photos and your videos when it is safe to do so.
All right, thank you, Maddie. In New Bern, obviously, we saw some of the worst damage, and now we know that it's not raining, at least for the moment, so that rescue crews and emergency first responders can kind of gather themselves and assess the situation. So that's where we find WFMY News 2's Adure Achumba this morning. Let's go out to her live, showing us where you are and what's happening around you.
Right now, I'm at Fields Middle School, right off of MLK Jr. Drive. It, like you said, it stopped raining briefly, and that's given crews an opportunity to come out, group, and try to set an agenda for the day. This is a staging area for the boat rescue operation, and you can see there are about 50 or more personnel here on standby. They have about 25 to 30 boats all here as well. Now, they're just waiting to get their maps with the grids and instructions on where they're going to go. Now, the plan for them is to go door to door in those areas that are still filled with water. They're going to go door to door and make sure, number one, that there's nobody trapped, and number two, that there is nobody that they have to recover from those houses, and that's a worst case scenario. But they have been instructed to go door to door and do those checks. Now, there's still power out in this area. There's still a lot of flooding, of course. We're also hearing about 2 deaths over in Carteret County on Parker's Island. We're still getting details about that situation. restoration. But again, right now the agenda for the day is to sort of like take advantage of the lack of rain for the moment to really just start a restoration and recovery process. Again, folks are still making their way out of their homes to assess the damage to their community and their homes as well. But officials are saying, you know, the coast is not clear. There are still down power lines. There's still trees, tree branches hanging precariously. And, you know, when the wind, you know, blows heavily, some of those could topple over and could be hazardous to folks. So they're really warning folks to, you know, wherever you are, if you're safe, it's probably best for you to just stick around there before you start venturing out to assess the damage that you may have sustained. Right now, we're going to stick around with these folks and sort of like get an understanding of which direction they're going to go to. But again, like I said, there's about 50 of them with about 25 to 30 boats. They're going to fan out through the New Bern area in those flooded areas. I understand that there's still about 60 people who still need to be rescued. They've already carried out a rescue operations for about 385 people. They started doing all of this yesterday. They had to be called off yesterday evening because the water was still high. But now a lot of that water has receded. The rain has stopped coming down, and it's giving them a moment of little peace so that they can step out and take care of what they need to.
Adure, hi, it's Eric. Is there any way that they may be too busy for this, but is there any way you could talk to one of them, or have you tried and they're too busy?
We have spoken to someone who's authorized to speak to us. These guys have not. They're not authorized to speak, so I'm going to maybe chat one of them up later and get permission to speak to them. But we did speak to one of the supervisors, and she came all the way from Ohio, not very familiar with the area, but she's actually taken charge to kind of help the officials here. She's familiar with boat rescue operations here, so they've pretty much handed it over to her to sort of supervise this situation. Now, a lot of these guys are from out of town, as far as Pennsylvania, Ohio. We still also have some locals here, one person from Currituck. So there are people, and they're all volunteers. They're spending their own time, they're volunteering their own boats, their own vehicles, even their own gas to come and support the efforts here.
That's a great example of community coming together. Thank you, Adure.
All right, so our Alma McCarty's also been driving around trying to see how people in our area are going to be weathering the storm. Let's take a look at her report now.
All right, it looks like we are having some difficulties with that, so we'll go ahead and talk about something that we've seen here in Greensboro a lot when it floods. The Greensboro Swift Water Team, Guilford County members of that as well, coming to the rescue. So while there are potentially dozens of people responding to the east from our area, we still have plenty of volunteers and crew members here that will go and help people if we ever are in a situation like this.
Yeah, and we'll have to, I mean, you know, they may be activated, especially in the southern Piedmont over the next 24 to 36 hours. I really think our target time starts around 3 p.m.-ish, you know, 4, maybe a little bit later than that. And then going that all the way through tomorrow evening, maybe. That's our biggest threat. And then Monday, we think we'll be on the downtrend, but we have to watch mountain and foothill communities on Monday.
Well, we got a good look at what's happening in the eastern part of our state. Let's see what's happening closer to home. Send it to Alma McCarty, who's taking a look at Greensboro.
We are here at Lake Lucas Road in Asheboro, and there's no cars coming up and down this roadway. That's because it is blocked on one of the far ends out by Old Lexington Road, again in Asheboro. But I wanted to show you exactly why this is the case. If you take a look right here, big old oak tree fallen across the roadway. Now, somebody with the Asheboro Police Department actually reported this before 6 a.m. and it was cleared. The scene was cleared around 7:30 Saturday morning. But that being the case, we don't know if this is necessarily a live wire. A neighbor did come out and speak with us and said he believes the power went out around 1. He thinks that this is the cause of it. Now, again, this is absolutely giant, big oak tree. There's actually a few of them that are down there. And in speaking with a tree expert earlier this week, he said that this could actually be the case. Some of the trees that you want to look out for are your pine trees, your poplar trees, which are much smaller, skinnier, but this is an oak tree. I'm not a botanist, but I looked it up and these are oak leaves. There could be some rot that is happening over in the roots section of that tree, but even with the rain that we saw Friday night into Saturday, it's not raining now, but those rains powerful enough to bring this guy down onto the power lines. I did speak with the fire department, wanted to see when it was going to get moved, when people were going to be able to go back up and down this road. They said they don't really have a timeline for any of that. It's all up to kind of Duke Power to restore the power in time. They don't know exactly who is going to be moving this tree. And this could be the case as Florence gets closer and closer to us. Big trees falling over on roads, on power lines, and really no end in sight at this time. Reporting in Asheboro, Alma McCarty, WFMY News 2.
And you could see some instances of that by tonight, maybe into tomorrow morning, because the ground is just so wet. I mean, we've been getting rain. We've had maybe about a week or two of just straight rain.
We are abnormally, and actually if you've lived here any length of time, we're drier than we are usually wetter when it comes to the end of the summer months. Usually Greensboro, we always see somewhat of a deficit usually by the end of the year. And this year has been exceptionally wet, and we've seen 6 inches plus above normal for rainfall, and this is going to add to that. So whatever we've had, obviously we're going to add to that total, and it won't take hurricane force winds or even tropical storm force winds to cause issues with this. The heavier bands, I mean, look at this, it's just relentless. The system is only moving at 2 miles per hour, slower than a casual walk for someone. 50-mile-per-hour winds still exist, but that's really not the issue. All these feeder bands pulling moisture out over the Atlantic and throwing it inland is causing torrential rains across North Carolina. It's only 35 miles west of Myrtle Beach at this point, and that's just the center of circulation. We are seeing heavier rain bands moving across everywhere, but more likely in the southern Piedmont, from southern Davidson and Randolph counties down through Chatham, Moore, Lee, and also Montgomery counties. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rains. Now, just to keep you posted on the warnings out here, a flash flood warning until 11:45 this morning. That's for Lee and Moore County, so around Sanford and Carthage. That's where you'll see the heaviest showers, and boy, you can tell. I mean, you look at that, you get the idea. Those are some of the heaviest bands that we've seen in a while across our region, and we'll keep you posted. As far as wind gusts go, 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts. Greensboro's had a 32 mile per hour gust in the last hour or so, and we'll keep you posted on that.
All right, well, we're starting to see some rain here, but in Kingston, it's really coming down. Let's check in with our Eddie Randall, who's live there now. Eddie?
Yeah, you guys, we're out here, and we've been out here for about an hour and a half now, where we're near the Neuse River, where FEMA administration has been saying that they're expecting a lot of flooding, warning people about the flooding. You can even see these big trucks right here who are now even turning around. Earlier today, we saw 18-wheelers make the attempt and actually make it through that area, but of course we've been saying it's not safe for any type of SUV or car to try to make it through because that water continues to rise. Like I said, we've been out here for about an hour and a half. Adam, let's zoom into that white line that we were talking about. That's where the water was early this morning, and or when we first got here about an hour and a half ago. Now it's grown about 10 feet towards us, so that just lets you know how fast that water is moving and how it's growing. Now, when an 18-wheeler went through there earlier, we talked to the guy who was driving it, and he said he had a hard time getting through. It was pushing him left and right, so he wanted us to urge people not to try to make it through there. And FEMA, we had a news conference with them within the last 30 minutes or so, and they were saying how the Neuse River is expected to flood. It's already flooding right here in this area, and that water continues to grow. It's really unnerving, kind of, you guys, because we were just talking to a gentleman who actually made his way out here, and he was hoping to get here. He said he stayed at home to try to get things situated as the storm was moving through, sent his family to his grandmother's neighbor's house on the other side of this area that flooded, and now he can't get to them. So he was very, very like kind of, saddened that now he can't get to his family because he said the area near his house is also flooded. So he's just like standing still trying to figure out exactly what to do at this point because he can't get to his wife and his kids and his grandma, and he also can't get back to his house because that area is flooded. So, and it's only the beginning. We know we're going to get more rain, right? We're going to see more flooding. So a lot of people are just going to be dealing with the aftermath of the storm, and the aftermath is seeming to be as serious as the storm was yesterday.
You can hear me. There you go. I know conditions are deteriorating there. You haven't seen anyone try to get through that, anyone in like a vehicle or
a regular car.
A regular car, have you?
No, luckily we haven't yet. We haven't seen that. People are being very mindful of the conditions, and they're actually turning around. For a second, I saw a larger truck go through there, and it looked like he was going to go through, but they actually went a little bit further just so they could turn around. So they did turn around. They didn't go through there. That is one thing that, we can report that is good news. People are seeing how crazy and how dangerous that water is looking, and they're actually stopping and they're turning around and going back in the other direction.
Well, thank goodness that's the smart thing to do, and they made the right decision. I'm sure there'll be some folks that do give it a shot, but you should not do that ever, ever, ever.
Yeah. Thanks, Eddie. Really appreciate your reporting this morning.
That's right.
All right, so
Thank
we
you.
know it only takes about 6 inches before you can stall out your car, maybe even a foot before you're washed away, and even larger trucks are a little bit more than that. So if you run into that situation tonight, which is probably best if you just stay home.
Yeah, it is.
Because you can't see in most cases when you're approaching that devastating or typically, high water.
Well, and when it's dark,
yeah,
you can't see it. I mean, and that's when we're going to get most of the rain, probably into the night tonight and tomorrow morning. I guess that's one thing I could reiterate that Ed said. If you have to go somewhere, you better go right now.
Right.
And if you have to be there a long time, just plan to stay the night. I don't think it's not safe to drive overnight tonight, or even once we get to dusk. From there through tomorrow morning, you're really going to have to be careful out there.
Yeah, again, we don't mean to scare you. We just want you to take this seriously.
Gotta be real.
Have a plan. If you don't have one now, your time is ticking. Get it together right now because it could be dangerous later today.
All right, let's head back down to the coast. We're going to Wilmington. Obviously, they've taken just a huge hit down there. Hannah Brewer standing by. Hi, Hannah.
Hi. Well, this rain is starting to pick up again. We are starting to see more rainfall, and we can only expect to see more of this. This is what we're seeing all across downtown Wilmington. We're gonna walk through here, and I'm gonna show you a little bit more of what we are seeing. It's kind of a little bit challenging, so hopefully Luke's got some long legs. I'm sure he can get through. So over here, as you can see, that street is completely blocked up. They have caution tape up, urging drivers not to go through. But we've actually seen quite a few drivers trying to make it through these streets. Don't recommend it. I'm gonna have Luke turn over here just to show a little bit more of these trees that are down right here. We've got a tree basically snapped in half, this large tree branch. We're seeing this type of thing all across downtown Wilmington. I've also seen pictures of water by the coast. I think that's kind of what they're dealing with in Wrightsville Beach. They're dealing with more flooding. We haven't seen a ton in this area. We were down at the Cape Fear River earlier, and that water had actually receded from yesterday. Yesterday, it was probably right here, but thankfully that had receded. But now that we're getting more rain, we can probably expect to see more flooding. And like I said, with this rain, we're also going to get saturated grounds, which means some of these trees might not be sturdy. They might come down. So it's safe to say it's not safe to drive or be out and about. But one thing me and Luke were saying, which we found crazy, is we've seen people out walking their dogs, going on a jog. I guess folks are just trying to, get some fresh air because everyone's been stuck in their house without power. But at the same time, not sure if that's a good idea to be jogging in these kind of conditions. Again, I'm going to have Luke zoom in back here to show just some of the destruction that we have. Not sure why this portion is caution taped off, but we're seeing this kind of thing all across downtown Wilmington. Don't know how long it could take to get things cleaned up. It could take days. It's definitely going to take days, weeks to get all of this debris and destruction up. But for now, we'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Hannah. And now Hannah is in the downtown area near River Street. or excuse me, Water Street,
Yep.
where the river that's completely flooded out.
Yeah, and Cape Fear River right there along the Riverwalk tends to flood
Mhm.
anyway, even in just thunderstorms and heavier showers. So you knew that place was going to be really bad. I didn't realize, I don't think I'd never been in Wilmington along the river during a hurricane. I've been there during hurricanes, but not right there. But I've been told that that's common down there. They expect that.
Yeah, well, we were able to talk with the City of Wilmington's Public Information Officer about Wilmington and the number of people who are without power and the number of people who are just wanting to come back home. He's saying that it's not a good time. And I-95 North, we now know, is completely closed to people trying to get to Wilmington. So you will not be able to go home for quite a while.
And there parts of 40 are shut down
Right.
that way too. I mean, the two biggest thoroughfares in eastern North Carolina.
All right, so we know that power is out in Wilmington. Let's see what we can talk about online with Maddie Gardner, who's in our information center. She's keeping a track of all those power outages, and that number keeps going up,
Yes, it
Maddie.
does.
Yes, guys, that number is continuing to grow here. The latest numbers on Twitter from NC Emergency Management saying 814,351 people without power in our state as of just 30 minutes ago. Of course, the highest concentration of customers without power right now are going to be on the east coast of our state: New Hanover, Brunswick, Columbus, Craven, Duplin, Onslow, Carteret, Cumberland, Moore, Robeson. You can see all these counties there, all on the eastern part of our state. And we are already starting to see some power outages in the Triad as well. I'll advance it here. We had one of our viewers, Gary, send us this tweet: power blinked on and off in Rockingham County. So this is inching closer to home, guys. We really need to start getting ready for possible power outages here in the Triad and be thinking about what that can mean for you and your family. Of course, the Randolph County Electric Membership Cooperation is already thinking about it. They said all the crews are out in the field right now working to restore power. As of just a few minutes ago, they tweeted this out: 66 outages, causing about 2,500 members right now to be without power. Again, this is throughout Randolph and Moore County. They said, hey, just be patient with us. We are trying to get the lights back on as soon as possible, but we have to wait for those conditions to be safe before they can get out there and start working on the lines. Duke Energy also sending out this warning. They said to consider all lines energized, as well as trees, limbs, or anything in contact with those lines. Stay away from any power lines that you come across. Maybe they're fallen, maybe they're sagging. This is especially true along the East Coast, and it could be a reality for us in the Triad here soon. Just take a look at some of the video that Duke is sending out here from the eastern part of the state. A flooded area here, a road here, power lines down back there, guys. This is a serious situation. And of course, we want to remind you about generator safety, right? Because if the lights and the power go off, you probably turn your generator on. This is a good reminder. Never use it inside your house, inside a garage, inside a shed, inside anywhere, or near your window. We do not want to hear about anyone using these inside and us having to report on someone responding to help you out. Use your generator outside. Don't take a chance. Just be safe, guys. Also checking in here with the Fayetteville Police. They're still dealing with a number of power outages down there. A tree down on a power line on one of the roadways in Fayetteville. That roadway blocked right now, and you can see that tree's pretty massive here, falling down on the ground. Of course, it's been raining off and on in the Triad for quite some time. We're seeing that saturated ground. That's why those trees fall. That's why those power lines are taken down. So again, just start thinking about your plan right now. Why not? It is better to be prepared, right? And then finally, we're going to look at this, a power line sagging here. This is in Raleigh. So again, making its way from the coast toward the western part of our state, toward the central part of our state here. Trees down, power lines taken out with them. And I want to show you this video. This is in Charlotte, and just wait till you see. So you see the rainy conditions. You see that wind blowing, those stoplights dancing around there. Wait till the video pans back. You are about to see people ready to go, ready to respond to these power outages as soon as the conditions are safe. Look at these utility trucks. And you see this video and you say, yeah, that's a lot. They're lined up. Wait for it, guys. You're about to see a parking lot full of trucks and RVs and sheds. Do you see this? This is at Charlotte Motor Speedway. These guys are ready to respond. There are plans in place to get those lights back on, to get the power back on. But as we've said a number of times, the crews can't go out there until the weather improves. Duke Energy has people standing by in 26 different locations. You'll see them all pop up here. more than 20,000 resources ready to respond. And one of those staging areas is right in our backyard here in Corey Convention Center, right off 40 near Four Seasons Town Center. So they are ready. They're just waiting for it to be safe for them to do so. Again, more than 800,000 people in North Carolina right now without power, and we're starting to see some pretty insane images of trees down on power lines, of things swaying around in the wind. And if you're not following this account, I recommend you do. NC Emergency Management, they're going to bring us the latest numbers. Of course, I'll be bringing you those numbers as well right here in the information center. Just like our viewer Gary did on social media, he used this hashtag StormTrack2. That's how I got this information about lights going off and on in Rockingham County. If that's happening in your area, tweet at me, use that hashtag, and we'll be sure to include it in this update and make sure we get you that latest information. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Maddie. We appreciate it. I want to talk a little bit about the current situation. And somebody was asking on Facebook several times, actually. This person asked, can we see a future cast so they can see where the rain is? And
Okay.
So, and I thought, yeah, that's a good thing to do. So let's go ahead and show you that. You look at this. This is the current radar right now. So the heavier showers are to our south. And you can see, boy, it's just really starting to pile up. Southern Piedmont, from Sanford over to Southern Pines and Albemarle, and in through Troy, Starr, and Biscoe in Montgomery County, you're seeing some of the heaviest rains we've seen so far. Estimated rainfall that we have seen, at least thus far, a little less than an inch. In Forsyth County, we're seeing 1.2 just to the north of Asheboro around Lexington, and points eastern Davidson County, it's 2.4 inches. Okay, let's show you the high resolution futurecast here, and I'm just going to kind of walk us through. If you look at the top right corner, you'll see the timestamp there. So some of the heaviest rains move into the southern Piedmont at about 7 to 9 o'clock tonight. Notice how the Triad, we are literally on the edge, right? And then we see some of the heavier rains coming in again. This is why I've been saying for the last 24 hours, I think Sunday is worse. And now some of the models are starting to fall in line with that theory. And from Charlotte up to the Triad, that's at 1:40 a.m. So overnight tonight, heavy rains. Now when you get to those dark reds, that's some of the heaviest showers the radar will pick up. That's Sunday morning at 5 a.m. And now we see heavier showers. They're more sporadic, but they're still there by midday on Sunday. And then finally, one last little line moving through by Sunday night. And into Monday morning, barely, we see a few more scattered showers. That's 10:15. That's as far as our radar futurecast will go 48 hours out. So we'll deal with this through, well, midday on Monday, it looks like.
All right, so we know we're getting rain here out in the eastern part of our state. Is really, really getting pounded with flooding and rain. Volunteers have assembled to help those impacted who might need rescuing. So let's go to Adure Achumba, who's there now.
Right, I am at Fields Middle School in New Bern, and this is the staging area for the boat rescue operation that is going to be carried out today. There are about 50 volunteers out here. Here's one of the boats that actually has already been on several rescues. Yesterday, they rescued about 385 people all around the city of New Bern. They still have about under 100 people left to rescue. So these guys have filled up and they are rolling out. We spoke to some of those guys yesterday. So they're rolling out and getting ready to go. They just received their maps. And over here, if Brian, you spin around with me here, we've got some of the other volunteers. They're from all over the country. We've got Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia. They just heard about the situation over here and decided to take it upon themselves, get their boats and their trucks and fill up and head down this way. And I have one of the volunteers here. Kevin is one of the volunteers. Kevin, where are you from?
From Raleigh, North Carolina.
All right, that's right around the corner from us. So why did you decide to come down here?
I think if you're young and able and you can help, you should come help.
And so what have you guys been doing? You carried out some rescues yesterday. You're about to head out today. What has been going on for that?
Well, I was in Wilmington, so we drove straight to the eye of the storm and then helped out in some shelters there. Things weren't too bad. They said up here it was a lot worse. We drove up, hit a shelter last night, tried to be as helpful as we can, eating caffeine pills and cereal bars, about to go jump in a boat. They made everywhere that's flooded into a grid, and they're giving each of us a piece of the grid.
So is that what you guys are getting, those maps here to set out?
Getting maps right now.
What is the instruction that you're getting? What is the agenda for your operation today?
Knock on doors, see who's there. If somebody needs help, bring them back.
And it's just as simple as that, guys. Again, they have been doing this rescue since yesterday. They had to stop at a point yesterday because the conditions were too dangerous. So right now, they're just going to go through the grid that they're getting, go door to door knocking and making sure that there's nobody stranded or that there's nothing, in worst case scenario, that they don't have to recover anyone who couldn't make it out on time. But we're really, really praying that that is not the situation. But just to give you some perspective, this is a very serious situation. It's still windy. We still have trees down. There's still power is out. There's about 7,000 people who still don't have power. So you have hanging tree branches on power lines, and it's really precarious. So they're really asking folks, hey, it's not really safe to come out and try to look around and assess the damage. Wherever you are, stay there. It's probably safer for you over there. So these crews are going to start making their way out of here and heading out to those people who need help, and also making sure that folks who are still on that side are safe.
Yeah, Dure, I have someone on my Facebook page right now who's watching this live coverage and wanted to know if they still need more help, more able young bodies like the man from Raleigh was saying, and if so, is it too late to get involved?
No, it is not too late. They need all the help that they can get. And we're also hearing that there's folks out in Onslow County who also are taking in a lot of water. They also need help over there. You can contact the EMS teams for those different counties, whichever one that you are able to get to, and sort of like ask them what kind of help that they need. Obviously, these guys will need refreshment, like food, water or something. So if the way is clear for you to get out here and bring some supplies for them, they would greatly appreciate it. And if you've got resources like gas to fill up these tanks, I'm telling you, we drove all the way from Kinston and there was no gas station open. So these guys are going to be out here throughout the day, probably being dispatched to other areas, and they're going to need gas. Not just gas for their boats, they need gas for their trucks, and they need gas for themselves. Food, water. So if you're out there and you're able to get out here safely, they need you.
All right.
I would guess so too. I mean, that's just a huge effort. It takes a lot of people. So anybody here in the Triad listening that has the equipment, the time, and offer some help, head out that way.
Thank you, Adure. He said he was listening and he was going to call and inquire about that.
Very good.
So that's good. So we have some live pictures from Jacksonville that we want to show you here. We're talking about the Kinston area. Yep. We're talking about New Bern, and now we're looking at Jacksonville, where you can see.
Look at that.
Wow, this neighborhood is flooded.
So that's north and a little bit, well, Wilmington's kind of on a bend of the coastline, so it's a little bit north and west of Wilmington. And I remember when the eye was moving on shore, they were taking a lot of rain from Wilmington up to Jacksonville. I remember we kept seeing Jacksonville on our radar, and this is what happens when you're a day separated from that, and now you're seeing the result of all that delayed flooding on top of even more rain coming in. They're getting more rain right now.
Because, and there's nowhere for this rain to go. So
sit there.
Now you just have to sit and you have to wait. And presumably or hopefully these people knew that they were at risk for flooding and are now out of their homes, which is why it's so important for, where Adore is situated, volunteers are going out to rescue people who maybe thought, I can wait this out. And they did so, and now they're stuck in their homes.
And this is such an unusual thing. I mean, this type of flooding is unprecedented in some cases. I mean, this is on tap for being and we haven't gotten the official word yet, but there's a chance this could be the most rain we've ever seen by a hurricane in recorded history for North Carolina. The record was Floyd at 24 inches of rain, but just some of our Doppler indicated estimates, which is not an official record, but it's how we judge it based on radar presentation. We've already seen 22 plus inches, so this may be record setting.
Well, it's raining right now in Kinston. Let's go back out to our Eddie Randall, who is live. He is monitoring conditions on a washed out roadway there.
Yeah, that's right. We're along Highway 258 right before you get into Kingston, and the next city over on this way south is actually Jacksonville. So we've been out here for about 2 hours now, and we've seen that water right behind us completely rise. Look at that, you guys. We've been talking for the last, like I said, 2 hours. Where that white line is where I took my first picture. There wasn't much water there. It's now grown about 12 feet or so closer to where we are. So that water has not stopped. You can see these cars right here that are getting to that area and completely turning around because they do not want to take the chance. But I want to pan over here a little bit and show you where more water has risen. Now, this is the Neuse River area that FEMA has been talking about that they expect to continue to rise. It's risen so much since we've been out here, and you can see that it's just running and it continues to rise because the rain has not let up yet. And guys, you know, we also saw a search and rescue crew that mainly handles search and rescue for animals out here about 5 minutes ago, maybe a little less, and they tried to go down Patterson this way and had to come back because that area is also flooded. They couldn't go down this way, so I'm not sure if they were headed to perform a rescue mission or not, but they did turn around, and so they're going to have to find another way. Again, we saw 18-wheelers who came through here, and actually the people behind the wheel stopped to tell us it was shifting them left and right, urging us to tell anyone in a car or an SUV, do not try to head through that water because it is getting deeper and deeper. That current is pretty strong. It's just not safe for anyone to try to move through there.
Incredible pictures.
Every time we look at that, I mean, he's right. It just gets worse and worse.
Yeah,
and the
it's
Neuse
swelling
River is not, you know, it can't handle this type of rain. And that's what's going to happen. The Neuse River is a long running river through eastern North Carolina.
I think it's always just good to remind people that what you're seeing on TV, I mean, it looks like it's far away and it looks like it's not going to happen to you, but there's always that possibility that it can. So you have to be prepared for the worst. Someone on Facebook wrote in earlier saying, I have to go to work. Am I okay to drive? And yeah, you can get there, but maybe getting back might not be as easy.
Well, and it depends on where you have to go. I mean, a lot of times if it is your work and you're familiar with that, driving in summer thunderstorms or maybe even tropical systems we've had in the past that hadn't been that bad here, if it floods during those times, then this is going to be 10 times worse than anything you've ever seen. So you have to think about, you know, we all know, I don't know about you, but for me, there are certain places I know that, oh, this part of New Garden Road has that bad puddle that always forms. So you know what I mean? You get used to that.
You know your spots.
You know your little spots, yeah. Well, those spots are going to be literally about 10 times worse than what they normally are. So you have to think about that when you make your plans. We're not saying you can't go, but we advise against it.
Right. It's 10:25. Just want to kind of give you an update. I'm sorry, Alan.
We're going to check.
Okay.
Oh, we'll check with Maddie Gardner now. So, watching social media, Maddie, it's like it's a never-ending stream of pictures and videos that people are really. I mean, really, they're kind of pitching in together to keep us all in line.
They really are. They're keeping us updated on what's going on in their communities. They're also sharing some pretty heartwarming moments. I want to show you some of those right now, right? So the city of New Bern, we know that they have been inundated with floodwaters, with rescues, people going there to try to help out. And now the city is getting ready to feed the troops at the Emergency Operations Center. Yes, the city is cooking up bacon right now for all of the volunteers and all of the first responders who came to New Bern to help out after Hurricane Florence just dumped a massive amount of water on there. And we know they were one of the hardest hit area. They said, smells good, thanks staff, volunteer chef. We are already seeing this. People in North Carolina giving back to the people who are helping them. Now that is some Southern hospitality right there. I also love this. The Animal League posted this on Wednesday. They came to the coast and they rescued 35 dogs that were in a shelter that was right in the path of Hurricane Florence. We'll get this. This morning they posted that they are joined by 29 additional puppies because those two brave mamas gave birth after they were transported from the east coast of North Carolina back to the Animal League office in California, and now these dogs are multiplying. They're giving birth, they are all safe, and they are A-OK. And we're also seeing this, right? So a nonprofit said that they were out and about in Wilmington, and this family called 911. They said they were cut off in downtown Wilmington. They had no food. Well, this nonprofit brought them, look how much food. Trays of food. They have everything and the fixings. They say they responded. There were trees and power lines down everywhere. They had to safely navigate their way around that to make it to these people. So heartwarming to see the people who are responding already just hours after Hurricane Florence came through that area. This is trending on social media and it really speaks for itself. A line of folks waiting to pick up foster dogs for the weekend so that the coastal shelters can clean up so they can make sure everything's okay. And this even before the storm hit, people were already starting to foster animals that were in shelters. So if they got hit during Hurricane Florence, which some of them did, those animals would be safe. And I like this, humans making me smile. Yeah, Certainly. And then this, Budweiser is already pitching in with the relief efforts. We see this a lot during national disasters, but this is what we're seeing now with Hurricane Florence, a major company here. Instead of making beer, they're putting water in beer cans and sending it out to the East Coast. So some pretty cool stuff that Budweiser and Anheuser-Busch are doing right now to help our neighbors on the East Coast. And then this little girl is reporting in South Carolina. Her mom said, don't worry, she was safe. They came inside, but you got to watch this video. I retweeted it for you on my Facebook, on my Twitter page, I should say. There's no sound here on this screen, but she says, gives her weather report, and then she says, you know what, it's my bedtime. Back to you, Ed. Maybe she was talking to our own Ed Matthews, right? And this is some good news here on Cape Hatteras. The National Seashore posted this at the Ocracoke Pony Pens. They said, we are happy to announce that all of the Ocracoke ponies are safe and that the pony pen did not sustain any damage from Hurricane Florence. Of course, a lot of people were worried not just about the Ocracoke ponies, and my apologies, I exited out of that too quickly, not just about the Ocracoke ponies, but the Corolla ponies and horses, the wild horses out there on the coast that a lot of people were saying, well, we should move them, we should evacuate them. And the experts say those animals are so smart, they know when that hurricane is coming and they know where to go to take shelter. But so many people are responding to this post saying that is so great, glad to hear it. And we are already seeing hashtags come about, right? North Carolina strong, Carolina strong. People are already responding to this hurricane, to Hurricane Florence in a positive way and really showing the best part of humanity. But guys, I really think that this is my favorite picture, right? A city that's going through so much right now, already back at it this morning, feeding the people who are responding to help them out again. This is the city of New Bern, one of the hardest hit areas, and they are taking their time to cook up some bacon and some breakfast for those first responders. So if you are seeing things like this on social media, make sure you are using that hashtag StormTrack2. That's how I'm getting this information. That's how we're able to track that. It's also how we're able to see what's happening in your neighborhood, especially if you're here in the Triad and your power's going out or you're seeing some damage. We want to make sure we are on top of that for you. And I'm monitoring that hashtag as well as looking at all forms of social media. I can see Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all of it, guys. So make sure you are using that hashtag and you are tagging me in those social media posts. But I don't know, guys. I think this one might have to be my favorite of the morning so far. The city of New Bern cooking up breakfast for people who are volunteering for them.
All right, thank you, Maddie. Now let's turn our attention back down south and east and head to the coast. Wilmington and Luke Liddon standing by. Wow, Luke, it's really coming down now.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because Hannah and I were saying I thought it was supposed to rain all day and continue to pour pretty hard, and started raining. I'm not kidding, about 3 minutes ago. It's like I just got out of the shower. But I want to show you something. We've actually before I take a step back, we've shown you a lot of damage throughout Wilmington, throughout downtown Wilmington, especially in the streets, in the neighborhoods, on Market Street. And I want to show you something that takes the cake in that sense, if you follow me this way. First off, you see this light pole that has been smashed onto the road. That's just the beginning of it, but this, I personally have never seen anything quite like this before. You walk a little bit further and look how massive this tree is. Gigantic, covering the street. There is some yellow caution tape so cars cannot get through this way, but this is unbelievable when you look at this. What the hurricane did to this tree, so powerful, so strong, it lifted the tree, the roots, uprooted the tree from the actual soil. I almost like at a loss for words when you look at this. That just goes to show exactly how strong and how powerful this hurricane really was. Those 92-mile-an-hour winds did something like this, and this is just the tip of the iceberg for all of the damage we have seen. But we've also seen, just a couple minutes ago, some tree service trucks have been driving around town picking up the debris as best they can. We also saw a tractor just drive by in the neighborhood. So the cleanup, it has begun, which is a great sign, but when it comes to debris or damage like this is something that'll take quite a bit longer to fix and help repair the city, if you will, here in Wilmington. But this is definitely the hardest rain that we've seen all day long, really, I think, since the hurricane hit us, if I had to compare the two. But this is the type of damage we've seen, and as you can see, the yellow caution tape, cars actually have to come on the wrong side of the road. So same thing for us. We had to veer onto the wrong side of the road to be able to come back and pass this. That's what other cars were doing. Of course, we took precautions when we did that, as did the other cars. But again, let's just take one more look at this. The force, the winds, did this among many other trees, and we've shown you other trees actually right across the street from our bed and breakfast. A very similar thing happened. We showed you that yesterday, landed fortunately not in the owner's house, on his fence, but this is just the sheer force and magnitude, just an example of what this hurricane can do, and hopefully that'll slowly die out and we will see less and less of this, but it's definitely a tough sight to see, and we hope this will be cleaned up as soon as possible.
All right. By the way, Luke is 6'6", and you see him standing next to that tree. I mean, that's a big tree. Tracy, you had a question?
Yeah, Luke, so on Facebook, people are saying, wait, it's not that bad. He's walking around in Wilmington. They said that he got, 15, 20 inches of rain. So it can't be that bad. I'm watching WFMY right now, and he's walking around in Wilmington. Kind of give people an idea of where you are and how different it is from the downtown area to, let's say, Water Street, where it's near the Cape Fear River. Thank you.
Right, so when you see people walk around, walking the dogs, taking a jog, which I know they're not doing right now because it is pouring, it doesn't seem bad, right? It doesn't sound bad when you hear those types of things, but when you see damage like this up close and personal, it definitely gives you a different perspective. So we're on Market Street on 7th and Market, and the Riverwalk, just a couple blocks down, the flooding, like we mentioned, is not there anymore, but when you go through it's really coming down, the rain. When you go through all the different neighborhoods, it's just about every street in the neighborhood, there's some type of damage, there's some type of tree on the ground, some type of branch or several branches all over the place, not to mention some of those branches falling into houses. So we're reporting both sides, of course. We're reporting people are out and about, but also that cleanup, it's a lot worse than what people are thinking when it comes to especially the trees that have been knocked over so many times in so many different areas of Wilmington.
You can hear that wind really whipping around in his live shot. So Luke, have you noticed any more isolated flooding in the area where you're at? I know you were staying at a bed and breakfast that was a higher elevation compared to, as Tracy mentioned, the Cape Fear River has flooded. Anywhere you're at?
So, no, honestly, we have not. The only thing that we talked about yesterday was the Cape Fear River flooding over into that area, which we all discussed yesterday and showed yesterday. But besides that, which has now disappeared, if you want, for a lack of a better word, now there is no more flooding. It's completely dry, if you want to use that word, despite all this rain coming down. Besides that, we have not seen any type of flooding in this remote area. Now, we will go check after this to see lower down, I guess you could say, by the Riverwalk, if there is more flooding. But at this exact point, we have not seen any more flooding in this area, just more so damage like this tree.
All right, thank you, Luke, so much. Doing an excellent job. You, Hannah, Chad, and Ryan out there in Wilmington covering this for us. So it's 10:35. I think it's a good time for us to just take a moment and regroup and also kind of give people an idea of what's happening today.
Yes.
All right, so let's do that. We are in extended coverage for now Tropical Storm Florence. It has been downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm that happened early this morning. What we are now dealing with here is the potential for flooding in our area. Governor Roy Cooper will update the state in regards to preparation in Guilford County and south towards Mecklenburg and Montgomery counties coming up at 11, and we'll bring that to you live here. We've also learned some things from the Department of from FEMA.
Yeah, we learned from FEMA that there are ongoing water rescues. It's still an active recovery, rescue, and response mission. They're doing aerial flyovers on some of the badly damaged areas, trying to assess the situation and determine what needs are there. FEMA has partnered with the Coast Guard, obviously, and the Department of Defense to respond to these affected areas. The Coast Guard had said early this morning that they had rescued 5 people today alone.
Wow.
And those rescues are ongoing as we speak. So earlier we reported, per the Carteret County Sheriff's Department, that there were 2 more storm-related deaths, bringing the total number of storm-related deaths so far to 7. We want to clarify because we just received some new information now from the Carteret County Sheriff's Department, who's clarifying that sadly those 2 deaths were murder-suicide situation in Carteret County. So not storm-related, but certainly a devastating situation there, and the deputies and North Carolina National Guard had responded to that scene thinking it potentially was a storm issue, and it was not, but a sad situation.
The facts remain, though. Hurricane Florence, now
Yes.
Tropical Storm Florence, was deadly.
It was.
And it has the potential to do more havoc in our area and also along the coastline, where we're now seeing it get pounded again with heavy rain.
And what they're seeing and what Luke is dealing with, I mean, he looked like he was still in pretty bad conditions there.
Oh, yeah.
With the storm to the west of Myrtle Beach, on the east side of the storm, Eric, we're getting those feeder bands that are still coming off the Gulf Stream. Look at that. You see there? Now, when you see that yellow and orange and especially the red, that is torrential rains that have actually, as the storm has crawled to the west, have actually kind of sunk back to the southwest towards the Wilmington area. So Wilmington will continue to get more, heavy rain over the next 24 hours or so.
And this advisory is the absolute latest, and it's saying that it's still moving at 2 miles per hour. So if you're standing, I mean, that looks small, that little feeder band with the yellows and oranges, red, but if you zoom into that, that's miles wide of heavy, heavy rains that's just crawling across southeastern parts of our state. And, I really think that from Morehead City and New Bern area, south and west, back toward the state line, heading into South Carolina. So if you're familiar with Marion, South Carolina, and Conway, and that area, that's the region that will be hardest hit from that. And second to that would probably be south of Raleigh, Mecklenburg County, and then the southern Piedmont. All of that, in that order, will face these winds, and the rain rather, in the next 36 hours.
Eric, you're absolutely right. Notice how those feeder bands move in near Wilmington and then kind of curve back to the northwest. And you mentioned near into the south of Raleigh. Now you see that on this particular part of the radar, but look where it's going. Harnett County, Lee County, southern areas of Chatham, into Montgomery County around Troy, and also into Randolph County, and soon to be in Davison County. So what we're seeing onshore is curving back to the west and really, really drenching some of our southern areas. I was looking at Doppler rainfall estimates around Lee County. Lee and Moore County are the closest counties that are currently under flood warnings, meaning flooding is happening. Doppler rainfall estimates suggesting upwards of 5 to 6 inches of rain already in parts of Moore and Lee County. And we're seeing this other little stream track from east to west up near the Virginia border. We're not leaving you guys out. Look at this, moving through Caswell County, some heavy downpours in Rockingham County. That will continue to track on to the west and move through Stokes County and into areas of Surrey County as well, near Mount Airy.
One thing I want to explain, I can't get in front of the board to point to this, but the yellows and reds that Ed's talking about, the heavier thunderstorm activity. Can we back up, Ed? Just hit backwards one time.
Okay.
Let's just see if we can. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens with this is that the flow of winds pulls that moisture off the Atlantic, right? And then it feeds it back in that feeder band that we call, that's what we call it at least. But notice how the yellows and most of the oranges, they kind of break apart and just go back to green once you get on the northwest side of the storm. And when that happens, it gets back a little bit do we need to?
It looks like we have an emergency situation where we need to go right out to Kingston this morning. So we're finding Eddie Randall and someone attempting to go across the water. So we're going to see what happens here.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3.
Eddie, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
This is not an emergency vehicle, is it not, that's trying to cross?
I don't think so.
Yeah, No, it's not an emergency vehicle, guys. Like, I was in the car just now. Photojournalist Adam Vance was just getting video of the water rushing. They stopped by and asked him what it's been like. He actually told them that there have been 18-wheelers that have gone through and said it's hard. He told them not to go. They decided to go anyway. So, I mean, we're just kind of watching, hoping that there's not an emergency rescue team that is going to have to come out here and help them, because, I mean, this water has grown tremendously since we were out here, just about 2.5 hours ago. So, I mean, all we can do is tell people not to do it. We've been saying it all morning. FEMA's been talking about the rising water here at the Neuse River. We've been telling people, turn around, don't drown. This person right here, these people in this black truck decided to, take the risk and make it through. From what we can see right now, it looks like it's about a half-a-mile drive is what people have been telling us. It looks like they've gotten pretty far, but I mean,
Hey, Eddie.
This car right here, this truck right here, even a little bit larger than them, actually turning around and not going through.
Are there any rescue personnel near you watching this?
No, we haven't had any rescue personnel come out here just yet. Now, we did have an animal rescue crew come out here, and they actually had a boat attached to their truck, and they were trying to get through, but they actually went down Patterson like these people are doing right now, and they found there's flooding on that side, so they turned around and came back, and of course, they're going to try to find another way. So, I mean, it looks like that they may be getting close to getting across that area, but I mean, it is so dangerous. I hate for people to even see that people tried to attempt it, because I don't want anyone else to think that they can do it too, because it's just extremely dangerous. Do not take the chance. We were actually out here about 20 minutes ago, right after our last live shot, guys, and there was an elder man in a SUV who kind of like sped his way through, and I shouted at him, no, 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 and he actually stopped and turned around, and I explained to him about those tractors coming through and how they said it was high and it was hard to get through, and he said okay, and he actually turned around and went the other direction. But it's really serious, guys, and I mean, looking, I can see, you can't tell really, it seems like he's far away. It looks like he did get across, but that is something that you should not be attempting to do. Very, very scary.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a very tragic situation there. That driver is extremely lucky. We have been saying this for a reason, to turn around, just like you, Eddie, turn around, because you could get stuck, you could get swept away.
Swept away.
Right. I mean, the situation just gets worse every inch you get closer to the middle there.
In the middle of that, he was wiggling.
He was
He
wiggling
side to side.
direction.
Yeah,
Right.
he was.
So, Eddie, I know that you want to re-emphasize that this is not what to do. I mean, unfortunately, people have seen this now, and they saw that car make it. But there's an important lesson here.
There is an important lesson, and we can just look out here and see the rain that continues to fall. It's been falling since last night. I mean, so if rain is falling, that means that water is continuing to rise. It's just not safe to go through there, so we can't emphasize enough not to try to go through standing water. We heard one of the meteorologists say it herself earlier. When we were driving yesterday, our photojournalist Adam Vance said it. If you cannot see the lines when you approach that water, do not go through. It is not safe.
That's a great point.
Yeah. It was, our hearts, I think, were pounding watching that video. Absolutely not the right thing to do in those situations. Not to mention, Eddie, where you're at, that's the Neuse River that is overflowing already. And we heard from FEMA, they're expecting another storm surge to bump up the flood level of the Neuse River. So that's going to be an extremely dangerous area in just a matter of time.
It is. And you know, we showed you earlier, we can show you guys again. Adam, let's pan off and show them how much that area right here at the Neuse River has already grown. Really earlier, it wasn't really even approaching that grass. Now you can see it almost starting to come over the grass at the end of the road right here. So, I mean, that's just been that far just in a couple of hours. Just imagine where we're gonna be, say around, you know, noon or 1 or much more, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and when it starts to get dark and people can't even really see that water there, I hate to think that someone may try to attempt to go through something like that.
Eddie, you need to watch that
Very
closely
dangerous.
because when you see that water get to the edge of the road, time to get out and head the other way.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly. We have been watching it, and like I said, it's come up about 15 feet from where we were earlier today. So you can see cars like this one just, deciding not to go, making that smart decision, which we can't stress enough is extremely smart, to turn around and not try to even attempt to go through that high standing water.
All right, Eddie, thank you so much. Stay safe out there, and we appreciate you telling people, no, turn around, don't do it, because, I mean, if you weren't there, there could be potentially, some problems right there on that roadway. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in with our Maddie Gardner now, who is in the Information Center. We're watching social media again and seeing what everybody's posting at this point in the storm.
Yeah, and I'm taking a closer look again at power outages because they're starting to make their way toward the triad. The latest numbers again from emergency management showing more than 800,000 people are without power right now. And I want to take a look at the Duke Energy map because you can see just how widespread these power outages are. So most of them concentrated again on the eastern part of our state, but we are certainly starting to see them here as well in Guilford County. You can see that we are a level yellow, which means anywhere from 1,000 to 20,000 people are without power. I'll click it there and show you right now about 1,600 people don't have power in Guilford County. We can go over to Forsyth as well and just get a quick check on that. They're in the green zone. Only about 237 customers without power right now. We'll go back to what everybody's talking about on social media. Gary Hopper, I should say, here in Rockingham County was tweeting earlier saying that the lights were blinking on and off. And again, he used that hashtag that we're monitoring Storm Track 2. Well, I asked Gary to send us some photos or some video of what he's seeing, and he said, well, this is the current condition here in Madison, and you can see that wind is coming through. Those trees are swaying back and forth, and his power is flickering on and off. Again, this is in Rockingham County in Madison. And you'll see that those winds are really starting to pick up there, those trees right against some power lines, which is, of course, could be problematic later on. Randolph County Electric Membership Cooperation is saying that their crews are out there. They're trying to restore the power. 66 outages just a few hours ago, about 2,500 people without power. But you can see on this map where those crews are. This is mainly in Moore County and also Randolph County right now. So those power outages working their way toward us. And then this video, or photo I should say, help is streaming into North Carolina, and we are so grateful and thankful for it. You can see those power crews starting to go down the highway here as they head to the coast and to other parts of North Carolina that might need some help getting those lights back on. This post, by the way, on Instagram. So even if you're posting on Instagram, use that hashtag StormTrack2 because we can pull it up here. Then we're seeing some photos and videos of what people are doing during these power outages, maybe to give you some inspiration of what you could do during a power outage, not just to stay safe, but to keep your family entertained as well. This family's playing board games. They say they're making the best of a power outage during Hurricane Florence. This woman is having a solo hurricane party. They're also saying, yeah, we lost power here, but they have their lantern ready. You can see they were prepared to have light on. They also have some cards going on here. So keeping themselves entertained. Power was out when I got home due to the storm. They have candles. They have things nearby that they can use. And we want to talk about generator safety, right? Because if the power goes out, these generators are going to come on. Don't use one inside. Don't use it inside your house, your garage, your apartment, your shed. Make sure generators are outside and far away from your windows. Another board game happening right here. This is a great idea, guys. An electric lantern here, so you don't have to worry about an open flame. We really advise you not to use open flames during those power outages. And then these people are getting their generators going. They officially lost power in Hope Mills, North Carolina, and Fayetteville, North Carolina, that area. And this is one of the problems that's causing all these power outages. A tree uprooted in the yard, and you know where it's going to fall? Right on a power line. That saturated ground causing some issues here. We want to go now to a Facebook post here. This is in Havelock, North Carolina, and we are seeing trees and power lines down everywhere. Look at this. Let me pull this photo up for you guys so you can get a closer look. Right? Look at this. Power line. This pole is gone. It is just dangling by the power lines here. Again, such a dangerous situation. If you come across anything like this, don't go near it. Don't drive under it. Don't touch it. It's a bad idea here. We also have some video here of just the rain that's coming down here and how dangerous it can be if the power goes out and if those lines are down and there are floodwaters or any water nearby, because water can carry an electrical current so easily. So again, I want to remind you guys to keep sharing those photos and those videos so we can see what's going on in your area and in the Triad. Use that hashtag StormTrack2. That's how we're able to pull these up, and we are able to share this information with you live on air and online.
Thank you, Maddie. Pretty amazing pictures, especially that power pole ripped in half but still hanging from the lines.
Yeah, and we
It's
just
amazing.
saw a tweet from North Carolina Emergency Management saying that callers in Onslow County are having trouble getting through to 911. They're having some technical difficulties, so they want people to know who live in Onslow County that their calls are being answered, but they might be answered by a 911 dispatch in another county. So it is crucial for them to provide their exact address and location with as much detail as they can. But speaking of calls not getting through, one of our own Good Morning Show producers, Zyra Savage, Her family is from Craven County. She grew up there. They were under a mandatory evacuation, but her mother's an ER nurse, so she had to stay behind and work at the hospital and has been at the hospital at work since Thursday. But her dad stayed to be there with her mother while the rest of the family evacuated. Well, until this morning, Xyrus had not been able to get a hold of her dad, so she had no idea. Seeing this devastation, producing the show for us with this devastation, she had no idea whether her family was okay. Thankfully, we can tell you this morning she heard from her father. He's okay. Miraculously, their house has been unharmed. They are without power, but they're okay.
Wow.
That's great.
That is great.
But just the calls weren't getting through
I can't imagine.
to her father until now.
Right. Well, and this is why we tell you to charge your phones now. You know, make sure that you have your emergency supplies, emergency phone numbers. Make sure someone knows where you are so that if they can't find you or get access to you, then they can alert someone to try to help you. Have these things ready. It's that serious.
You got to do it.
It's just that serious.
And Ed, the rain, I mean, this heavy rain is moving in tonight for us. I mean, starting right now.
Yeah,
but
it
it'll
is.
get worse tonight and then Sunday and maybe even Monday morning. So where are we now with all this?
Let's do a little weather update here. Of course, we have the 11 o'clock advisory of the storm now. If we could go to Max 1. The winds are down a little bit. It continues to weaken. That is a great bit of news there. I'm looking for, light at the end of the tunnel here. 45 mile per hour sustained winds located about 40 miles to the west of Myrtle Beach, crawling to the west at 2 miles per hour. Folks, this is going to be major problems with this very slow movement of this system. And you can see the feeder bands of rain that enter our coast just to the north of Wilmington, tracking to the northwest and then moving through some of our southern areas around Benson and over to Sanford, Troy and Montgomery County, southern areas of Randolph County getting some heavy downpours. But look along the Virginia border, Caswell and Rockingham and Stokes and Surrey County seeing a band of heavier downpours. And where you see the yellow, orange, and red, the rain can essentially be blinding in some of these areas. Now, in terms of flood warnings, the closest ones that we have right now to the triad continue to be Moore County and Lee County. That is in effect until 11:45, likely to be extended. But you can see as we zoom in there, Chatham County around Siler City, again south of Asheboro, that yellow there, some heavy rain, and now some of that moving into southern areas of Davison County. That would be around the Southmont area. So we think in time these flood warnings will continue to move to the west and to the more northwest right here into the immediate triad. And we can see at noon today, of course, the heaviest rain, and we've been talking about this in some of our southern areas as the storm slowly moves through South Carolina. Those bands of heavy rain are going to continue to move through the triad. And Eric and I have been looking at, some of the very heaviest rain for us may actually come overnight tonight and during the day on Saturday. But look at this last frame here. It takes us up to around 4:30 on Monday morning as the remnants, as a tropical low, will be moving up into southwestern Virginia. Still some moisture around and likely some flooding rains possible on Monday morning as well. But we've got to see just how quickly this thing is going to be moving, and it's not going to be moving very much. We've been talking about the Neuse River, and I looked this up on the map, and being a North Carolina boy, I should know this. The Neuse River starts in the Triangle, where we've had as much as 4, 5 to 6 inches of rain.
Wow.
Where is that water going to go? It's going to go down the Neuse River, and it's going to head into eastern North Carolina. It's going to move through the Kinston area. So we've got to look upstream of these rivers in eastern North Carolina from the Triad to the Triangle. Look at the heavy rain that's occurring in these areas now. All of that water flows to the coast. So I think there where Eddie is, as he has been reporting, those water levels are only going to continue to rise, and that rising process will be for the next several days, likely not peaking out until probably sometime on Tuesday as far as the maximum flood stage. Still looking at the winds, they look 25, 30, occasionally a 34, 35 mile per hour wind gust, but just enough to add to the power outages. We continue to see more power outages, and the heavy rain continues to build across our part of the Piedmont, and that will be the case today, tonight, right on through tomorrow. And again, based on how quickly this thing moves, which it will eventually pick up steam and move out of our area early next week, but we could still see some heavy downpours early on Monday morning.
By the way, Darlene was asking me on Facebook to just what's going on with the other storms that were out there, because we forget that there are two other. Joyce and Helene are both forecast to turn away from us. So yeah, we're not worried about that this time.
You mentioned the rivers, Ed. That FEMA had really been concerned also about the Pamlico River basins, about the Lumber River here in the Triad area, concerned about the Yadkin, the Dan, the Haw River, all at risk of potentially cresting and reaching over that flood stage before this rain moves out.
And that's something we're going to watch, and meteorologist Tim Buckley and I were talking at ODark 30 earlier or overnight about the flood stage and what we're hearing, and we get this information from the National Weather Service and the people that measure those flood stages and all that, and those rivers will likely crest early next week. So we get the heavy rain, and then of course, as Eric has been talking about, you get the cresting of those rivers in time out ahead of the heavy rain. So right now we're looking at maybe the Tuesday, Wednesday time frame.
Yeah, now some Monday afternoon there's a possibility. I would say from Monday afternoon through Tuesday is the key time for all three of the ones locally.
So have a plan in place.
In the next few minutes, we'll be hearing from Governor Roy Cooper. He'll be addressing the state again, along with emergency personnel, about where we are right now as a state. I'm sure we'll get an update about the number of people who died due to Hurricane Florence. And I'm sure we will also learn about some of the potential safety measures that are in place for people who are still on the back end of this tropical storm.
Can I say how key it is that for this particular governor's update that we all pay attention in the Triad, because he's addressing the state section by section as the storm moves by. So this will likely carry a lot of good information for folks in the Piedmont. Yeah, absolutely. So this is, if you haven't seen any of them, this is the one to tune into.
In the meantime, if you are looking for a shelter or somewhere to go with your family, there are more than 120 of them open across the state. In our area, there is one in High Point, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, and I believe Asheboro.
Yeah, and Thomasville's opening one today as well, which will serve Davidson County. So a lot of options on there, and we have them listed with their addresses, and I believe whether they include pets, all on our website. So check that out, print it out. It sounds trivial, but it's so important that you print these things and print directions, because I remember when my videographer Ryan and I were driving to Fayetteville from Oak Island after Hurricane Matthew, the cell service was so spotty, we did not have MapQuest. We literally had to respond via the signs on the road.
All right, let's go right now. We're heading down to Raleigh and Governor Roy Cooper.
Good morning, everyone. The flood danger from this storm is more immediate today than when it made landfall just 24 hours ago. We face walls of water at our coast, along our rivers, across farmland, in our cities, and in our towns. More people now face imminent threat than when the storm was just offshore. I cannot overstate it. Flood waters are rising, and if you aren't watching for them, you are risking your life. I have several important warnings this morning. First, to the people who have evacuated. If you are safe, stay put. We know that people are anxious to get back home. But don't go back until this storm passes and you get the official all clear. Second, know that the water is rising fast everywhere, even in places that don't typically flood. This system is unloading epic amounts of rainfall, in some places measured in feet and not inches. Many people who think that the storm has missed them have yet to see its threat. Residents of Charlotte, Asheville, Fayetteville, Statesville, the southern Piedmont, the Sandhills, the the mountains. Rivers will rise days after the rain has stopped. In the east, they will crest Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Remember, most storm deaths occur from drowning in fresh water, often in cars. Don't drive across standing or moving water. Emergency management is sharing flood projections with local officials. If they tell you to evacuate, please do so immediately. It could save your life. The storm has claimed numerous lives already. 5 deaths have been confirmed as related to the storm, and several others are under investigation. Loss of life is heartbreaking, and we'll continue to pray for the victims and their family. And every hour, first responders are preventing more deaths. We now have a little over 20,000 people in 157 shelters with room for more. If those shelters fill up, we will establish more shelters. More than 800,000 people throughout the state are currently without power, and utility crews are beginning to work now to restore electricity to people. Overnight and into this morning, more rescues are continuing across eastern North Carolina. We are so grateful to these rescue teams who risk their lives to save others. And they have come from all over the country to work with our local, state, and federal partners. Recovery teams are now ready with new authorization from FEMA. Last night, our major federal disaster declaration for an initial round of counties was approved. That authorizes immediate FEMA assistance in Beaufort, Brunswick, Carteret, Craven, New Hanover, Onslow, Pamlico, and Pender counties. We expect to add more counties, and we appreciate the quick turnaround by FEMA. I want to again warn residents of the mountains and the rest of North Carolina, especially the southern Piedmont. Heavy rain is predicted still. Fayetteville, west to Charlotte, and the mountains. Expect flooding and potential landslides beginning tonight and continuing into Monday. Some of the areas will be impacted that have rarely experienced any flooding. Get prepared and stay alert for forecast updates and emergency evacuation orders. Finally, please be safe and be smart and use your common sense. Don't drive through water, no matter how confident you feel or how much you want to get out of the house. Roads are closed in many places, and more are closing even as we speak. Secretary Trogdon will inform you about those closings, but when you're out there, you are impeding emergency vehicles, you're impeding utility crews who are trying to restore power. So don't get out, particularly in southeastern North Carolina. Don't operate a generator indoors. Be alert for warnings and flash floods, tornadoes, high winds. And if you need non-emergency help, dial 211. Those using video relay services should dial 888-892-1162. And the Ready NC app has information about shelters. And I'm also grateful to have Monica McGee to provide American Sign Language interpretation for us. This storm eventually will leave our state. We in North Carolina have been through tough storms, and this one is sure testing us. But now is the time for us to persevere. I have never known North Carolinians to quit in the face of a challenge, and we're not about to start. And speaking of a team that never quits, I'd like to introduce to you some of our team who are working here at the Emergency Operations Center 24/7. They're working around the clock to keep North Carolina safe. I want to introduce to you, to my right, Eric Hooks, our Secretary of Public Safety. Beside him, Mike Sprayberry, our Director of Emergency Management. Beside him, Dr. Mandy Cohen, our Secretary of Department of Health and Human Resources. Then we have Secretary Jim Trogdon, our Secretary of Transportation. Colonel Glenn McNeil, the Commander of the North Carolina Highway Patrol. Major General Gregory Lusk of the North Carolina National Guard. Albie Lewis, our FEMA Federal Coordinating Officer, along with Gracia Check. And we have Commander Peggy Britton of the United States Coast Guard. And Major General Lusk will introduce Lieutenant General Jeffrey Buchanan of the United States Army, who is also with us. Now I'm going to turn it over to Director Sprayberry for an update.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everyone. The State Emergency Operations Center continues to operate at a level 1. The focus of the team is to surge operational and logistical resources to the impacted counties, which will now be a little bit easier since tropical storm force winds, for the most part, have exited the eastern part of our state. I want to first thank the local partners for their patience as we try to negotiate some of the dangerous roads that have been degraded and even have some debris, so it will take us a little bit of time as we work through those issues. We're also currently engaged in search and rescue operations by boat and by air. Thank you also to our Coast Guard partners. And we have our logistics teams really pushing those commodities out hard. Shelter operations continue to be a top priority for us, and we always want to thank our local partners as well as our universities for stepping up to assist in the sheltering of our fellow North Carolinians as they have sheltered from Hurricane Florence. We're also working with our federal partners to develop temporary housing strategies for this event as they transition from shelters to housing once we have that opportunity. I also want to remind everyone, as the state continues to experience unprecedented flooding along our coast, and we do anticipate more flooding as it continues to move inland, as the governor said, going west, we want to urge all of our residents to log into our flood inundation mapping and alert network, known as FIMAN, at fiman.nc.gov. That's FIMAN.nc.gov, fiman.nc.gov. In that site, you can see what roads and structures will be affected by flooding. And users can also sign up to be alerted by this system by text or email when the rivers near you will begin to rise. As also, always, let's please make sure that you follow the guidance of your local officials, especially when it comes to reentry, and stay tuned to your local media for guidance so that you can ensure situational awareness. Thank you so much for your support of the North Carolina State Emergency Response Team. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Director Sprayberry. We'll now hear from our Secretary of Health and Human Services, Dr. Mandy Cohen.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. We are in close contact with hospitals and assisted living facilities in affected areas to assess their current status and encourage those that need assistance to contact their local emergency management officials. We continue to gather information from those facilities regarding their capabilities to deliver services related to staffing and power, food, water, and supplies. So continue to contact local emergency management officials. In terms of medical shelters, we have 3 that are up in Goldsboro, Clayton, and High Point. All of them have bed availability, with most of the bed availability being in Clayton. And we are evaluating other medical shelter sites at this point. If someone does need to go to a medical shelter, please call local emergency management for a referral there. And then lastly, let me leave you with 3 safety tips. You continue to hear us say, please do not drive through standing or moving water. This was the #1 cause of death in Hurricane Matthew. Please, if you see standing water, Don't drown, turn around. Second thing to remember is if you are using gas-powered generators, make sure you're not using those inside. The carbon monoxide from those could be poisonous. And then lastly, about as we move through the next phases of the storm, make sure you are throwing away food that may have come into contact with flood or storm waters. Perishable foods that have not been refrigerated properly due to power outages may cause illness. When in doubt, throw it out. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen. Now we have General Jim Trogdon, who is our Secretary of the Department of Transportation. Jim?
Thank you, Governor. Conditions across southern and eastern North Carolina continue to worsen in transportation. Currently, as of this morning, I-40 had to be closed between exit 364 and 369, which is the vicinity of Warsaw. We're working closely, and the Highway Patrol is out reviewing potential detour routes now. We are working to reestablish and establish those detour routes to support our emergency response to eastern North Carolina. There's numerous counties with numerous primary roads closed. Almost every county in eastern North Carolina has primary roads closed. Since yesterday, almost 12 hours ago, the number has doubled. So it was 30 yesterday. Today it is 60. Our efforts today will be focused in priority on these things: maintaining and establishing detours on our critical interstates and facilities to support emergency response, clearance of trees and debris in support of emergency response, pre-positioning assets to support future riverine flooding. We are using the products that Director Sprayberry mentioned to determine where we believe our closures will be coming up as flood events progress. And then we'll move to initial clearance of debris from all roadways. I would like to reinforce that roads open today may be closed by this afternoon, so things can change dynamically. I do anticipate tomorrow we'll have a significant increase in the number of roads covered with water. So do not travel east of I-95, south of US 70, because those conditions will be extremely hazardous now, will continue to get more hazardous, and those conditions will change rapidly. If you do travel throughout North Carolina, go to the drivenc.gov app. It has the latest information on where road closures, where detours are, and what the current conditions are in travel speed and other conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Trogdon. Now we'll have the commander of the North Carolina Highway Patrol, Colonel Glenn McNeil. Colonel McNeil.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. The State Highway Patrol and our DOT partners continue to work from the coast to the Piedmont, responding to help those affected by this storm. We continue to see our primary calls for service being trees and power lines blocking roadways, along with the obvious flash flooding of roads. Overnight, our troopers responded to 82 calls for service and 56 collisions within the affected portions of our state. I'm pleased to report of those calls for service and those collisions investigated that none resulted in a fatality. Incidents of downed power lines are being reported to utility companies and monitored to ensure that unsuspected drivers do not cross power lines. The heavy rains that are moving west will inherently bring with them the dangers that we've already faced in the sandhills to the eastern portions of our state. Motorists should avoid at all costs traveling through roads that we have closed. Don't drive around barricades, and again, as the governor has stated, do not drive through standing water or rushing water. We have no way of verifying that that road still remains under the rushing water. With the continued and spreading power outages, remember to treat all intersections that do not have power as a four-way stop. Continue to utilize drivenc.gov and avoid calling Star HP or 911 for roadway conditions. If you have to travel, please go to this website and verify the route that you plan to take. Because as Secretary Trogdon said, as the governor stated, the road that's open today may not be open tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel McNeil. We'll now hear from Major General Greg Lusk, Commander of the North Carolina Highway Patrol. General?
Hey, good morning, and thank you very much, Governor Cooper. So there has not been any significant changes in the disposition of the National Guard forces that are out there arrayed across the entire state, from the east all the way to the mountains. The only changes, of course, obviously more have been employed in the various life-saving and rescue missions that are ongoing, particularly in the east. That will increase significantly as the storm continues to move west, and we will, I think, see an increase in the utilization and the application of some of these teams that we already have pre-positioned. It's important to note that while we have folks already pre-positioned and ready to respond all across the state, and we're talking about this historic flooding and impacts to the central and the southern parts of our state, from the Sandhills to the Piedmont, all the way to the mountains, that indeed, just rest assured, we have people ready to reinforce our local partners and our incident commanders that are surely be calling on them in the future. But it's also important to note that there is a significant amount of resources that are lined up around us, primarily through our Department of Defense and all of our partners. They're lining up aviation assets and some of their high water vehicles to help that have fording capabilities, so that indeed we can get into some of these stricken areas. Yesterday I talked about the joint task force that we stood up under the command and control of our dual status commander, Major General Jim Ernst. And he's over there working with his crew to help coordinate and make sure that we indeed have that command and control and that coordination in place, so that we can bring those capabilities to bear once the storm passes and conditions allow. But helping him, I'm very happy to have Lieutenant General Jeff Buchanan here with us, Joint Forces Land Component Commander, the Department of Defense lead agency, if you will, here to help us. And he's here to kind of oversee that, ensure that we have that everything the Department of Defense has to offer for the state and the people of North Carolina, that it's indeed at our disposal. So, sir, we're very glad to have you here today, and thank you.
Thank you, General. We're going to need all these resources to respond and recover from this storm. And I'm going to emphasize one more time, you heard the report from Secretary Trogdon and from the commander of the Highway Patrol. Those who've evacuated east may want to go back home right now. In many ways, conditions are getting worse in the middle eastern to southeastern North Carolina because of the significant flooding. Travel conditions in many ways are getting worse. And when you go back home, then you're getting in the way of emergency responders, relief efforts, utility crews, particularly as we're having a difficult time finding routes to the areas that need help. So we ask you to stay off the road. People of North Carolina have been pretty good about that. We're going to ask you to continue. And we also are getting a lot of calls from people who want to help. We're grateful to the American Red Cross and for our faith-based groups and our nonprofits that are helping out. If you want to contribute, you can go online to governor.nc.gov or text Florence to 20222. This relief fund is available to people in North Carolina who need the help. Our whole team now will open it up for questions that you might have.
Thank you. Gary Robertson, AP. I was wondering, Governor, if you or Mike could talk about more specifics about this weekend and the places that you are most concerned about regarding historic flooding.
Mike, I'll let you. It's so many places right now that we are concerned. Looking at that flood map today, we have rivers that are rising, the Neuse, the Cape Fear, the Lumber River, all across. Mike, I'll let you address specifically.
Thank you, sir. And so the governor's right on target, as you may imagine. That we're looking at places like Lumberton and Robeson County. We're looking at Fayetteville and Cumberland County. We're looking at Lenoir County. As the storm moves west and it drops these incredibly high amounts of precipitation, there's going to be widespread flooding. We've called more assets in to prepare ourselves for flooding in the mountains. So it's going to be basically anything, I would say, from the mountains to the coast, from North Carolina, South Carolina border up to around Harnett County, we're seeing significant amounts of rainfall. So we are positioning ourselves with all of our assets to make sure that we can provide an aggressive and decisive response to that amount of rain.
Hey, Mike, give them the fireman information again, because that's a place where you can go and look for all of these.
So fiman.nc.gov, that's FIMAN.nc.gov.
Just one follow-up, particularly about, we see the graphs about Manchester and northern Cumberland County. It seems like not just historic, but epic. Is there any special concern about that area?
There is a special concern, and I've been in communication with the Assistant County Manager from Cumberland County this morning, and he's telling me that they're eyes wide open and they're doing everything they can to make sure that they're prepared.
Amy Elliott with Spectrum News. I know the last couple of days we've talked about the high concentration of swift water rescues in the New Bern area. I know you said there have been more of those. Are we still seeing that in New Bern, or are we seeing that in other places now as well?
Mike, I'll let you take that.
Yes, sir. So we are not just in New Bern, but places like Carteret, and you will see that all up and down the coastline here. And again, as the storm moves west, we anticipate we'll be seeing more of those types of rescues. I'd like to publicly thank Commander Peggy Britton and her team. They've been doing aviation rescues. I think, ma'am, you said that there were 18 rescues?
23 as of this minute.
Okay, 23. And so there we go. Thank you, ma'am.
Andrea Blanford, ABC 11. Governor, we're talking about the track of this storm shifting west, and you're concerned about mudslides, landslides, things like that. What's your message to people who might want to or need to evacuate out in the western part of our state?
Avoid complacency. A lot of people believe that since this storm is now been downgraded to a tropical storm and then a tropical depression and then it will be a low pressure area, that they don't have much to worry about. The rainfall is epic and will continue to be, and particularly along the Sandhills to Charlotte, we're going to see areas flood that have not flooded before. And so you'll have people who really aren't paying attention to this. I have a real concern about that. So we are telling people to go to the Fiman map to look, to be aware of local evacuation orders that may come their way, and to be on their toes. And this goes to the people of Western North Carolina. People in Western North Carolina know what heavy rains mean. They have experienced rock slides and mudslides and road closures and damage before, so they know. They're all out there. How many counties do we have setting up EOCs? 62? 89 emergency operations centers right now. So almost all of North Carolina is on the ready for this. And we just don't want people to think this thing is over, because it's not. It's not over really anywhere, because even as the storm passes eastern North Carolina, those rivers are going to continue to rise over the next few days, and there's going to be significant flooding.
Travis Van, WRL. You mentioned the closure at I-40 and the difficulty of finding routes. Can you speak to how many resources you're unable to get where they need to go, and what sort of impact that's happening, that's causing, like how many boats and other resources that you're unable to move out where you need them?
Mike, you want to take that one?
So before we send any resources out, first of all, we've got a tremendous amount of resources staged in Kinston. They're already there. And we've also got a lot of resources chopped out to the counties already. They're already in operation. So basically, they're already in the area of operation, and before any other additional assets would be moved, we coordinate with our DOT partners who are right here. And we're also looking at our firemen to make sure that we know where the floods are, so we understand As you might imagine, when we send resources out, we get us a route before we go so that we ensure that we're headed in the right direction. Although, could be debris, so we have, chainsaw crews with most of the resources that go out too.
Just to follow up, do you feel like you have what you need in place, though, as opposed to not being able to move things there?
I do.
We're really grateful for this joint operation because they're providing high water vehicles that can help us deliver those supplies even in flooded areas. So that's a very important part of this operation.
Joe Rennison with the Financial Times. Can you speak to the current situation with coal ash ponds, agricultural lagoons, things like that? Is there any risk to flooding of those lagoons? What level are they at the moment? Those sorts of things.
With epic flooding, you're going to have risk of flooding those infrastructures. Yes, we're concerned about it. We have our Department of Environmental Quality that is on the ready, in addition to our Environmental Protection Agency partners that are here.
Has there been any flooding yet?
Do you have any? I don't think we have any reports of any yet, no. Other questions? Okay, we'll let you know when the next briefing will be. Thank you very much.
Recap what we heard from Governor Roy Cooper and, of course, his staff there on Hurricane Florence, and now what we're dealing with, we're calling the aftermath in the eastern part of the state in Wilmington. I do want to mention, though, that video that you were seeing while the governor was speaking was live video of rescue operations underway in New Bern. We'll talk a little bit more about those operations, but we have some updates on some road closures and flooding information as well.
Yeah, so earlier we had reported that Wilmington is closed on I-40 heading into Wilmington, so you cannot take one of the major arteries heading into that affected area. Also, North Carolina DOT director emphasizing that you should not drive east of I-95 or south of US 70 heading toward eastern North Carolina. Those roads will ultimately be impassable at some point as the storm continues. You can also go to the website fimin.nc.gov. That is FIM as in Mary, AN as in Nancy.nc.gov for road updates. They're going to be constantly keeping you up to speed with what is flooded, what is clear, and how to get around.
Right now, we know that more than 800,000 people in our state are without power. They estimate that by the time this storm is over, it'll be well past 1 million. While we're talking about power outages, we know that there are thousands of people from across the country here to respond to get the power back on. That's where we find WFMY News 2's Monica Garcia this morning. She's at a staging area for Duke Energy in Greensboro.
Yeah, all morning we've been talking about those roadways that are flooded, telling people please stay off the roadway for your own safety. But it's also please stay off the roadway so that people can do their job, like utility workers, just like Otis Sparks. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
I'm good. So you said that the command post is right behind you. You oversee 700 utility workers. You guys are on standby, but you were telling me, hey, you can't get through these roadways because of the water. Talk to me about that.
Well, water, debris still covering the roadways, trees, the interstates. It has to be cleared. DOT has to have time to come in, clear it. The waters have to recede for us to be able to get into certain areas, and so our crews kind of have to stay until we can move.
But you guys are contracted by Duke Energy, so you were telling me that you guys are already have men staged all across the coast. Right now, you're waiting to get your orders to be deployed, but there are people there working.
That is correct. There are people already working. We're waiting on our exact orders of where we're going to deploy to, but we do have crews staged all over the state. Duke does a good job of dispersing crews and having them in the areas where they need to be.
This storm hit land 24 hours ago. Okay, so we know it's still churning. Talk to me about that safety and what people need to know, and I really want to say this, why they should stay out of your way.
Well, the biggest reason to stay out of the way is if the roadways, are blocked by people trying to get back into their houses, evacuation traffic, that slows the bucket trucks and everything, first responders getting into the areas. Safety-wise for our guys, we have to wait for the winds to die down. You can't fly the bucket trucks in high wind. It'll tip them over. There are the high water areas where we can't get into. It's the same for our guys as everyone else.
Let's walk over there. I want to be careful when we cross this little roadway, but show me just give us an example of the equipment that you guys are hauling and why that is important for people to just be aware of what they're looking at.
Right. Well, this is a lot of the Duke Energy transmission equipment, but as you'll see, you have basic digger trucks here, side-by-sides for hauling the men in and out of muddy areas. These would be transmission bucket trucks, around 100, 105-foot reach. And then you'll see a semi-truck the camera's kind of looking at right now has a track-mounted bucket truck on it. And that'll pretty well go to mountains, swamps, any area you need to put it in.
We're hearing that roads could be blocked for at least a day or so, all the way till Monday possibly in some areas with that flooding because the water just keeps rising. What is your plan if you can't get through?
We have to wait for the water to recede just like anyone else. I mean, if it's too deep, we can't get our trucks through. Even the track equipment has limits on how deep it can go in.
So that's the biggest concern. People who are without power, they need to know that it's a process, but it's a very planned process. This isn't you guys just, sitting and waiting for the rain to go away. That's one aspect of it.
Right, but as Duke Energy, I mean, they're one of the largest utilities in the country, and they have these plans in place. It's every storm, just like last year on Hurricane Matthew, there's a process that you have to follow from A to B to C, and Duke is really good at putting that process together.
You guys risking your lives as well, restoring power.
Our guys, they do have a very dangerous job, but we push safety to the max, and we're really proud of that. They come out here and everybody wants to go home to their families.
Final message to people watching today.
Stay out of the way of the utility crews, and please be patient. The linemen want to get the power back on just as fast as you want it on, but we all want to go home safe.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Good luck. God bless you guys when you head out there. We'll catch up later. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, you just heard, like you said, when you guys drive by and you see these alignments still staged here, you're probably wondering, well, why aren't they at the coast? Why aren't they in my neighborhood restoring power? It's a process. They're getting to you. They know that you exist. But we are outside the Sheraton. This is just one of the staging places out here in Greensboro. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Monica, there was a question yesterday from a viewer wondering, well, are they all going to go to the coast and then leave us with nobody to restore our power here in the Triad? But that's certainly not the case. They're just identifying the most needed areas.
Yeah, that's actually not the case. When I spoke with Duke Energy yesterday, they said, as a matter of fact, 1,200 of these linemen are currently here in our area purposely for us. They did say 300 are people from here. They're natives, so they're never going anywhere. These are people who probably have power out in their neighborhood. But the great thing is, so people should know, is these guys, these linemen who are from here, they know the back roads. They know those hard roads to get to, the ways around it. So if you do lose power, they're going to get to you. It's just a matter of time. But certainly there's going to be a lot of folks here, still resources, I guess I should say, willing to help and staying to help. That's their job.
Yeah, can you, Monica, explain what a staging area is?
And I do. Yeah, okay, sure, I can do both of those. I do want to tell people, remember this number, 1-800-POWER-ON. We've said it a lot, and you can see it's starting to rain again. This touch and go rain is everywhere, and as that water keeps making the ground wet, we know that trees topple over, so you could lose power. We know it's going to happen. Let's talk about the staging area. This is one of two staging areas in Greensboro. This one at one point had 1,200 units, all these units you see here, and I know they all kind of look the same. It's just a sea of these big white utility trucks, but I don't know, Dan, if we can walk over here. I want to show people what we're talking about. These staging areas, it's important. They have equipment so they can even get to your house. Let's say a tree topples over, they're going to need that strong equipment to remove it. So we've got bobcats, we've got backhoes, we've got these trucks that got the big claws on them so they can remove that big tree that's maybe blocking the roadway so you can get to your house. Then we got the trucks everybody know that we're all used to seeing. They have the big buckets on them, and that's when finally, when you start seeing that in your neighborhood, that's a good sign, because that means it's safe enough for these utility workers to get to your house, get there, and raise that mass 55 feet in the air. Think about that number. When it's raining on you and when it's windy, that is the last thing you want to do is go inside there, and then you're dealing with live electricity. So that's really, what it looks like. That's the plan, and that's why your neighbors might not have power for a little bit, your family members might not have power for a little bit. But again, 1-800-POWER-ON, call that number just so they know that you're without power. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, Monica. Thank you so much for your reporting this morning. 1-800-POWER-ON. That's the number you should write down if you're a Duke Energy customer so you can report an outage.
So power will be a priority after the storm, but right now there are still ongoing rescues. Let's head straight out to WFMI News' Adoria Chumba. She is live in New Bern, one of the hardest hit areas. Adoria, we were watching your video as people got rescued live on the air.
That's right. I am in a neighborhood right off of Simmons and North Hill in the city of New Bern, and we've been seeing that rescue effort going on. And I have this lady here, Janice, who's really told me why she is here. Janice, can you tell our viewers why you're here?
I was trying to get to my house, which I can't. It's the whole neighborhood is flooded.
And your house is over on that side where we can see that all the rescue operation has been going on. Were you inside when that happened?
No, I left.
But coming back to see this, what is going through your mind?
It's devastating. Everything I've worked for is gone.
Have you been able to hear from your neighbors at all? Nobody?
No. I've been wanting to, but I haven't.
But you were able to get to safety at your friend's house. How are they doing on that side of town?
Doing good. We're fine. No power, but good.
Now this, Janice, is just one of many here. I mean, it's really heartbreaking just to kind of sit here and just watch everything that you've worked for just underwater, and that's the story here in New Bern today. Just folks coming out and seeing all of this damage here. So we're gonna let Janice go. She is standing by with the crews there to just take a look at things going on. There are some rescue efforts that are also going on. They're still going door to door and knocking to check on folks who are still on that side. So we'll bring you some more information if we get any updates as to how that operation is going.
My heart just absolutely breaks for her and everything that she's going through right now. I'm relieved that she wasn't at home at the time and that she was staying with friends, but
to look at your house and know that all your belongings, special mementos inside are now underwater, and it could be months before you get to go back in. I mean, I cannot even imagine how she's feeling right now.
Absolutely, and you heard that they're live on our air. Of course, Adoria mentioning that there's some rescues going on. We actually were looking live, watching during the governor's news conference of these water rescues, people on boats and jet skis going door to door as people were, getting onto the back of these jet skis and reaching land. Who they've been at home riding the storm out for maybe 2 days at this point.
This really brings back memories of 2 years ago covering Hurricane Matthew. We saw, in Fayetteville, we embedded with FEMA as they were going in to rescue people, and it was just like that, going door to door, not only to see if there was anybody home, but then going back around just to double check to make sure. People who were unaware that they were even in a flood zone, people who might not have been in a flood zone, totally unprepared for this, and the danger of inland flooding that is deadly every year.
Yeah, and it's just so real because we know that there have been 5 confirmed deaths because of this storm. There is now a recovery effort as well, which means that they are expecting the numbers to rise. And this is why we cannot stress enough why it's so important to have a plan in place, because we don't want this to happen to you. We would rather save your life and worry about your home later than have it the opposite way around. We can always go back to our houses. It may be a long time before we recover and get back up on our feet, but at least you'd be here.
And your community will support you 100% through that process. There are resources available. They're going to start allocating that federal funding and the disaster relief money to get these families back on their feet. But the priority right now is saving lives. Our Eddie Randall has been somewhat involved in that himself. He is live in Kinston still. We've seen people turn around, and you've been telling people to turn around, not to drive into water.
Yeah, that's right. All morning we were over on Highway 258 telling people to turn around because that water was rising. We actually got a tip from our sister station out of Tampa that there was a gas station out here that had gas. So we told you all in the newsroom, could we leave our live shot for a few minutes to come here and get gas? And we found a long line out here. Now that line has decreased quite a bit, but you can still see a lot of people out here trying to get gas at this Circle K and BP gas station on New Bern Road. Now we want to bring to your attention that the gas station is actually closed, but you can't go inside and buy anything, but you can get gas. There have been so many people out here trying to come. They've been filling up their cars. They've been filling up jugs. They've been filling up everything, things for generators. You can, Adam, let's point this out right here. You can see the back trailer of this SUV right here has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm counting, jugs that they're gonna fill up with gas. And that's only a little bit of what we've seen. Earlier, we saw a guy with a big trailer who filled up these huge jugs. You guys, it kind of reminds me of that situation earlier this week when we had a water shortage in the Triad area, you know, and we were talking about the water and people taking 5, 10, so many cases of water and kind of, you know, maybe not being so mindful of other people. I know it is a situation that's very serious. People want to make sure that they have their generators full, but I mean, there are so many people out here lining up to get gas. It seems like that line never seems to completely die down. Since we got here, we've seen so many people creating even like a 4th lane out here on New Bern Road and turning that 4th lane into a waiting lane as they're working to try and get gas out here. So you can see so many people out here filling up and just trying to get ready to brace themselves for more rain, more wind, and just whatever else this tropical storm is going to bring our way. Back to you.
All right, Eddie, thank you so much. You forget about gas.
Yeah.
Especially when you've gotten out of the situation, you're now out of the storm, and now you're trying to figure out what's next, and you need gas again.
Yes, exactly. I mean, a lot of people filled up earlier in the week before,
Monday and Tuesday.
Right, as they were told to do, but they've had to go to work or run errands since then. Now it's time to replenish. So if you're watching at home before the Piedmont Triad gets the brunt of this storm, you might consider topping off your tank. Certainly no reason to mad dash the gas stations, but just something, if you're out and about today, keep that in mind.
Well, while we've been talking, the updated advisory, an 11 o'clock advisory has come out. So I'm going to ask Eric or Ed to come back here and kind of fill us in on the track. I'm assuming it's still the same, Eric, as it's taken that southern shift down by Mecklenburg and Charlotte around there.
Yeah, it will eventually get that way as far as the center of this. Now, I mean, you take a look at our radar. We'll show you the latest from the National Hurricane Center. They've been giving us the information. Wind speeds are now down to 45 miles per hour, and it's moving to the west at 2, still crawling along. It's about 40 miles to the west of Myrtle Beach, and that's what we're looking for right now, at least, is that hovering around the Grand Strand area. Now, it is obviously moving at a crawl. I mean, 2 miles per hour, ridiculously slow, and it's been like that for a good part of the day. As far as warnings are concerned, we'll pop this up for you real quick so you can see that this flood warning is still in effect for Lee and Moore County, and they're extending this well into the night, and with good reason, because they're seeing all of the thunderstorm activity that is out ahead of this. I can actually zoom this out a little bit. Look at that. That's a tornado warning in Sampson County right now. That's actually new, and there's a couple down here. Let's check them both out. And that's around the Jacksonville area in Duplin, Jones, and Onslow County until 12:15. The other one looks like it literally just expired, so let's go back to what's closer to us. And that's Lee and Moore counties with that flood warning until 5:45. But with all of that thunderstorm activity moving closer to us, that's why we see those watches and warnings out there. Here's the latest on the track with Florence by Sunday morning, tomorrow morning. It should be. Now, it looks like it's picked up forward speed a little bit. They've been usually keeping it Sunday morning around Columbia. Now it looks like it's moving up closer to, say, Greenville, Spartanburg by Sunday. This could be good news. And then by Monday morning, it's all the way up toward Charleston, West Virginia. So if it does pick up forward speed, that could change our future cast. But for now, here's what we're seeing as we put this in motion, and we'll take you all to look at all the heavy showers in the southern Piedmont, and we'll take you through. This is tonight at 10:20 p.m. Now we scoot ahead a little bit more, much more thunderstorm activity and heavy rain, southern Davidson, Randolph County, Montgomery County. That's at 3:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now we go to almost lunchtime tomorrow. The heaviest thunderstorm activity now is western Piedmont, Wilkes County, Davie, Yadkin, Surrey, and then northern parts of Guilford and Forsyth and through Rockingham and Stokes as well. And now it starts to lighten up a little bit. One last line with heavier thunderstorms possible Sunday evening. And then we're hoping that by Monday morning, we'll see the majority of this gone as it lifts to the north rather quickly, which means the rest of the day Monday might end up being pretty decent there. So we'll keep you posted on that. 7-day forecast, mid-70s today, tomorrow lots of rain obviously. Monday rain trailing off, 78, and we're back to the mid-80s and clearing, thank goodness, for Tuesday through the rest of the work week.
All right, Eric, thanks so much for an updated forecast.
Yeah, we are staying on top of a developing story in Winston-Salem. We've learned an 18-wheeler has overturned. Weather, according to Winston-Salem police, was a factor. Maddie Gardner has the latest in the information center on that.
Yes, Megan, we're going to get right to that breaking news. An overturned truck in Winston-Salem. This is the off-ramp from 421 South to 52 South. It is closed right now, and they say there are minor injuries because of this crash. They say the cause of this crash was excessive speed and hydroplaning contributed to this accident. Again, those roads are wet, guys, and this is what can happen if we are going too fast on those roads. Winston-Salem police telling drivers to use caution and take an alternative route. Again, this is 421 South to 52 South, that off-ramp there. And you can see a bad crash right here. The truck is turned over. They have fire crews on the scene, and that ramp is closed right now. So this is some local breaking news. We also want to go now to Alma McCarty, who is seeing some more news here in the Triad. A Samaritan's Purse truck heading east on I-40 now. Samaritan's Purse packed up those trucks earlier in the week. They're heading out to the coast right now to help people who are dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Florence. Our own Tim Buckley tweeting out some video. A little flooding in Stokes County right now. There's been less than an inch of rain already. Some roads are flooded. Remember, don't drive over flooded roads. We want everybody to be careful out there. That's just some of the things that are happening locally here on social media. We want to see what you're posting. Make sure you are using that hashtag at the bottom of your screen at StormTrack2.
All right, Maddie, thanks so much. So we're learning that just because you're not in the heart of the storm, let's say, you're just kind of in one of those bands that's headed this way, it's still very dangerous outside.
Yeah,
and slick.
And when you get one of those bands, that rain just comes down really fast and really hard, so it accumulates on the streets and highways. So as Maddie mentioned there, you know, the hydroplaning and the excessive speed.
Yeah, very dangerous situation there. We'll keep you posted. Obviously, you'll want to avoid that area of 421 at 52 in Winston-Salem for the time being. Let's go back out to a live video right now. What you're watching is happening as we speak in New Bern. People are getting rescued from FEMA and other agencies working to help them. This is one of the flooded neighborhoods in New Bern. You see a woman there being escorted onto a truck. Thankfully, it looks like she is okay. We just saw our friend Janice, we heard from earlier, who was not home at the time but lived in this neighborhood.
Yeah, this neighborhood located in New Bern was flooded, and some people were able to get out before the storm. This woman obviously rode it out at home, and thankfully, these volunteers, these groups, these organizations who have assembled maybe about an hour ago, who are now going neighborhood to neighborhood, door to door, looking for people who decided to ride out the storm. Well, now she's safe, and that's a good thing because not everyone may have that same fortune. Even her pet is now okay.
Wow, look at the dog. Oh.
So.
Thankfully, they got out okay. This is it looks like this is a fire department. If I recall, Adure explained that one of the fire departments was going into this neighborhood. We were with them when they dispatched, and certainly they came to the right spot. These homes underwater, presumably some of these people might not have known that they were in a floodplain.
So, you know, these are captivating live pictures that we're showing you right now. Again, water rescues happening across the eastern part of our state as Governor Cooper sends and deploys people to those areas to look for people who maybe decided to ride out the storm, look for survivors, also looking for people who may not have survived this storm.
All right, let's head out to Alma McCarty, who has a live interview right now with some rescue folks and first responders. Alma, what's happening where you are? We apologize.
I would like, if our control room is able to make it happen, and it might take a few seconds here, but we'd like to go back to that video of the live water rescues happening as we speak in New Bern. We've seen at least, I would say, half a dozen people just in the time we've been watching periodically be rescued on those boats. We've seen a few dogs.
Look at them taking the dogs out. Wow. And there were multiple animals, I think, right? Didn't I see a couple of dogs?
Yeah.
I think
there were a few dogs.
At least one dog. So as I can recall the topography of this area, the street doesn't look to be flooded, but it looks like the street is a little bit higher than the neighborhood. It looks like the neighborhood kind of dips down a little bit. So that water runoff looks like it landed right into the neighbors' yards and right to their front door, making it at that point impossible to escape on their own. They needed boats, they needed ski jets, they needed assistance getting out. This is the woman here who we just saw the fire department rescue and bring to safety. I'm presuming they're going to check her out, make sure she's okay, but she's walking, which is a great sign.
She has her pets with her too.
And this area has been without power since early Friday morning. So she presumably was without power, and hopefully she had supplies and rations available so that she could, survive without, going hungry for the last few days. But that's a long time to be locked in an area, not knowing if someone was going to be able to find you.
And as we watch this video here, quite often many of our senior citizens residents may not have family local to look out for them in the event of a disaster like this or an emergency. So these people may have been in a situation where they couldn't leave and go somewhere else and seek higher ground, and then of course now we see their area being flooded and they're being thankfully rescued.
Yeah, and I'm wondering real quickly before we turn away here, I'd like to see the neighborhood one more time if our videographer or Adure Achimba on the scene can hear us. That neighborhood is flooding almost up to their mailboxes here. They are taking boats into this area.
You can't walk through. It's not a waiting water situation.
We saw a jet ski come in and helps a man. There we go. The camera's panning around here so you can get a better idea. This is the same area we were telling you about yesterday. You see the boats in the water. This is the same area where there were 100 people rescued yesterday, where people were tweeting from their attics because they could not get through to 911. The phone lines were overwhelmed. They did not have enough signal. And now you see that these water rescues are ongoing into a second day.
So look at that fence. You see the pickets sticking up? Most fences are at least 6 feet tall. So if you put it that way, that's just underneath the top of that picket fence. So we're talking about 5.5 feet of water in that neighborhood, enough to make it impossible to get out on your own.
That's amazing there. All right, so now let's head back out to Alma McCarty and see what's happening there. We had some audio issues. We'll see if we've got that cleared up. Alma, what's happening?
Hey, hopefully that you can hear me now. I am live in Burlington at the fire department, where in just about under an hour or so, they will be sending crews down to Carteret County to help with some of the assistance there that is needed. I am here with the Deputy Fire Chief, Matt Lawrence. Matt, thank you for being on.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about what this mission is and when you were kind of called by the state to go down and help where it was needed.
Yeah, certainly this mission is really an opportunity for us to reach out to a part of the state that is in dire need of assistance at the moment. We initially got requested earlier in the week, or had the opportunity to sign up and roster for to be able to be deployed through the state. With the uncertainty of the track of Florence, we were a little hesitant to do that until we knew that we were going to be the lucky ones in the state and not get the full effects of the hurricane tropical storm. And we feel confident now that we are beyond that point for any major issues here locally, and have the opportunity to go help others.
So tell us kind of what these guys are going to be doing and how many people you're sending down. What kind of truck is also going down with them?
Yep, we'll be sending this engine company behind us, which is a structural fire engine along with 4 personnel. And we're uncertain of the mission, really. We know we're going to Carteret County, to the city of Newport. Once they get there, they'll get their assignment. But our mission information we got this morning was that there were still ongoing water rescues, that we feel certain by the time our folks get there, there'll still be that need, and they'll certainly be engaged in those.
You know, it's been an ongoing event now for a little more than 28 hours, maybe 36, 48, Tell me a little bit about what you saw as a first responder. You've been doing this for a long time, over 2 decades it seems. So, when you see what they're having to deal with, what is going through your head?
Well, certainly, with any hurricane, any natural disaster, certainly you have to worry about the infrastructure, and that's what's gone. They're without power, they're underwater. It's those types of things, and really, in a lot of, with over 70% of the fire service in North Carolina being volunteer, we've also got to consider that those emergency responders have issues of their own. Their homes are damaged, and they're still trying to provide service to their community. So this really is an opportunity for us to get there, give them some relief, and let them do what they need to do to recover.
Tell me a little bit about, as again, as a first responder, what you would say to some of the people who are down there. I've seen some videos of people like jumping in the water, putting themselves in situations that aren't so smart. So, and you guys sometimes have to put yourselves in jeopardy to go save them. So kind of what would you say to that? Well,
certainly we've seen that Florence has been a deadly storm in North Carolina. Our goal now is to limit that from expanding and additional deaths as a result. So, our folks will be going there, taking safety equipment related to water rescue so that our folks are safe when they're trying to do the work that they need to do when they get there. But really, it's just a matter of people are doing what they can to survive at the moment. So, again, any bit of help that we can provide is needed.
That's awesome. So tell us again when you are leaving for the coast, when you expect to get there.
Yeah, our folks are working on getting the equipment checked off on the truck to make sure that it's 100% ready to go. The added equipment and supplies that we've been told they need to be self-sufficient for 72 hours. So we provide them food and bedding and things that we're storing on this truck. The one logistical problem that we're having is I-40 and both US 70, we understand, are both flooded at different locations. So we've got the state EOC and Highway Patrol working on routes for us to get to there now. So we anticipate they'll have a long day of travel. As I was coming back from getting some supplies earlier, there was tons of energy trucks that were heading that way. So certainly everybody's trying to get to Eastern North Carolina to help.
Very much an all hands on deck situation. Well, thank you so much for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'm going to send it back to you guys. Let me know what's going on, what you're seeing out there.
Thank you, Alma. Yeah, and what you were watching there at the same time that Alma was doing her interview was that live video from New Bern where they're doing rescues by boat now, going house to house, literally taking boats up to people's front porches and windows, making sure that they're all okay. We've seen them take a couple people and their pets out to safety, and this is going to go on for a long time.
I was telling Eric, I would imagine some of these people, with the brunt of the storm hitting yesterday, I would imagine a lot of the people in that community had to stay in their homes, probably with standing water inside their homes all night.
Right, and that becomes eventually a mold issue,
a
safety issue.
Yep.
They don't have power either, so they're in a dark, wet home for now 2 days. These water rescues started yesterday as soon as that surge started coming into that area of New Bern.
Plus that the sewer systems are backing up and breaking, and so all that water is contaminated.
It's just a domino effect.
It is. It absolutely is.
So I keep going back to this, but that was a huge concern in Hurricane Matthew. It's a deja vu watching this because it was the same situation where crews were going around by boat to these neighborhoods, to people's doorsteps, asking for them to get out of the house and helping them get to safety. And it was a hazardous sanitation issue at that point too.
And it's always like that with every hurricane. But this one's different in the sense that with most hurricanes, that's always confined to the coastal, like the shore, and the homes right there that got the storm surge and it blows out the septic systems, the sewer systems. This is different because you're overwhelming the same thing, but just with a ton of rain way inland, away from the coast. Bigger area.
Yeah, much bigger area. And, I have not known of a dying tropical system in terms of the wind pattern, weakening in that respect, but certainly not weakening with respect to the rain. But a system that would crawl or remain nearly stationary for such an extended period of time. Usually they may slow down and then they curve right up the coast and they're out pretty quickly.
And you hate to think about it, but this happens every time we see a natural disaster. We see the best in people, but we also see some of the worst. Looting is a problem in a lot of these communities where people are forced out of their homes. But thankfully, now that we know and have identified these areas, police officers and firefighters as resources are available, can hopefully patrol and make sure that that does not happen.
And that's what they do. When I was in Hurricane Hugo and they blocked it off, the National Guard wouldn't let anybody in unless you had a civil defense card or you were with the law enforcement. And when they escorted some of us in, that's what the first thing they did was run to secure areas to make sure that looters hadn't already started. Of course they have, but you do the best you can. And law enforcement, they can't be everywhere, but the key is for neighbors to take care of neighbors, and you really have to watch out. If you can get back to your house, you watch out and you call the authorities when you see something like that, because it will happen. It happens every time.
You know, I remember back in 2011, the tornado that went through Sanford and Raleigh and went through my mom's neighborhood. Of course, law enforcement was stretched thin then, and you had to, you know, have a pass to get into your own neighborhood. And it is neighbor. It really comes down to neighbor helping neighbor to keep an eye on things, because we had pretty widespread looting with that situation, unfortunately.
So with that comes the good, and we've already had people asking us how they can help our friends at the coast, even not knowing what's going to happen here ultimately. But if you'd like to help out, you can go to readync.gov. There is a button on that website that says Florence. That is for the North Carolina Disaster Relief Fund. It has been reactivated for this per the governor's request, and that money is appropriated ultimately to the survivors of storms like this who need to rebuild, and your donations will be put to good use there.
All right, let's check back in now with Eddie. Eddie's in Kinston, correct? And we're going to go down there and see what's happening where he is located. Eddie, can you hear us?
Hey, yes, we can. We're along 258. We got back here from that gas station on New Bern Road. Now again, 258, and we can see that the water is still rushing. It doesn't seem to have come any further towards us like we were saying earlier, but it is still moving fast. You can just see how it's rushing, and we can still hear it. Like earlier, we talked to a man who said, "Can't you hear it? It sounds like an ocean." So this is, we've only been out here for about a few minutes, but as you can see, this is the first car we've seen so far, and that car looks like it is going to make their way down Patterson Street and probably have to turn back around and come back up here, because we drove down there on our way just to get a clear look for ourselves on how it looks down there, because we heard from other people that it was flooded, and it is flooded. One of the people we talked to earlier said it's basically a loop, and you can see it's called Loop Road, and basically it is the way to loop around and get through this, but that area is flooded too, so people are having to come back and go back towards the other way to just get through this area. It is flooded, and you know, we had that news conference with FEMA earlier, who was telling us that this river, the Neuse River, is expected to continue to rise. The areas around it are going to flood, so they are warning people, you know, to stay away from those areas. And of course, we're telling people, I know you come up to this area and it looks like, hey, it's not that deep. Let me go. Let me try. Do not risk it. Everyone except for one person this morning we've told you about has turned around and not gone through. We did have one person who did make that attempt. It is not safe, and we can't stress that enough. You guys, we've been talking about that all morning, and you know, it's just, it's remarkable how many people have actually been paying attention and being safe and stopping, looking. And of course, we've always said all morning, if you get to some water like that and you can't see those yellow lines, you can't see the lines through the water, then that's an indication that you shouldn't be going through. So we can't stress that enough. It's extremely dangerous. It's been raining throughout the night, all day. We are expecting more rain tonight throughout the evening. And, you know, it's just, we've been saying it's not going to get better. It's just going to get worse. So people just need to make sure that they're taking all of those precautions, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Eddie. I am hoping that ultimately, and I know they're so busy, but I'm hoping that before nightfall, DOT can put up some reflective barriers indicating that the water is rushing, because it's just getting started for you. That Neuse River could come up even higher above flood stage, and this could get worse.
It can get worse, and I can tell you that we did have someone, I'm not sure which agency they were from, but further up ahead of me there is a sign that does warn people that there is water here, and says, I think it says high standing water. I'm going to go back after this live shot, take a picture of it and tweet it to let you guys know exactly what that sign says. But there are warnings, but of course we're also out here. I told you guys earlier that man in the SUV who was about to just make his way through there, and I had to shout, no, don't do it. And of course he stopped. I went down there, chatted with him. He turned around and of course did not take the chances in trying to make his way through that water.
Thank you so much, Eddie, for what you're doing. You're providing life-saving journalism and information here. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. Right now, let's go right back out to Ardure Achumba in just a moment. She's in New Bern, where, just to recap here, if you're just joining us, there have been problems for the past 2 days now. One of the hardest hit areas, more than 100 people rescued yesterday. Water rescues ongoing as we speak. We've seen about half a dozen people and a few dogs being carried off by boat. Right now, I'm told, looking at firefighters in the staging area, preparing to go back into that neighborhood, it looks like, to do another round of rescues or perhaps a second round of checks just to make sure that everybody is out of those homes. But you can see in some of our camera shots, we've seen water that is up past the porch level. And so water that could potentially rise even more as we get more rain, Ed.
Right.
Yeah. So do we have Ardure Achumba on the line? Okay, we don't have her yet. She is busy again. This is the live picture, but I want to recap one of her previous conversations that she had with one of the women who lived in that neighborhood. She said she had evacuated, but she returned today and she saw all this, the neighborhood where she's lived for many years, flooded with water. A very emotional sight to see. Obviously, she was feeling a mix of emotions, grateful that she had gotten out, sad for her neighbors, and sad for all the memories that she had in that house and had to abandon, all now underwater.
Now remember, after the heavy rain, and we're going to see this in the triad as well, after, pockets of heavy rain, then you really start to see the water rise. And even after, one pocket of heavy rain moves out, the water continues to rise in a specific area. So you may think, oh wow, the rain is tapered off in my area. It'll be, first of all, for a short period of time before you get another round of heavy rain. But again, after that, the rain the floodwaters start to rise. So that doesn't mean that you're in the clear just because the rain stops.
Yeah, just to reiterate something that Governor Cooper said, if you're out, stay out, wait for that official okay and the all clear before you go back to those hometowns. So we are still a long way to go. Let's go to WFMY News 2's Maddie Gardner. She is in the information center. Maddie, you've been looking at everybody's photos and videos for a greater sense of what's going on.
Yes, Megan, we're starting to hear some things happening locally. Our Weather Spotter team network here Chris Robertson posted this in Reedsville. The power of a dead branch in wet grounds. The trees are falling down here. It is getting wet. That ground is getting saturated and trees are starting to fall. We're also hearing reports of the power going on and off in Mocksville. So former Hurricane Florence, I should say, is really making her presence known here in the Triad now. I want to go back to what our crews are seeing here. Luke Liddon on Wilmington right now is showing video of a massive tree that's fallen in the aftermath of Hurricane Florence in Wilmington. This is in a cemetery here, so you can see just how much damage is still happening in Wilmington and along our coast, even 24 hours or more after that hurricane came through here. Of course, we've been going live to Ardure Achumba, who's getting some just amazing video of these water rescues going on here, and hopefully we'll be able to go back out live to her. But in the meantime, this video showing some water rescues happening in the city of New Bern right now. Of course, Governor Roy Cooper in his press conference is warning that the mountains in the western part of our state aren't immune to flooding and potential landslides starting tonight. So we wanted to reiterate his warning here on the North Carolina Emergency Management account, and also walk you through some of the things that you can do if your house or whatever building you're in starts to flood. So we have this animation for you. The first thing you want to do, get to the highest floor of your house. If that becomes dangerous, you need to get on the roof. Do not go in the attic. You can get trapped in the attic, and do not try to get in your car and drive. We're going to reiterate that once again. We've heard too many reports of people getting trapped in their attic in severe weather. So once again, highest floor of the house, if possible, go on top of the roof. Do not get in the attic and do not drive. We continue now to some more flooding because of Hurricane Florence. I also want to show you some local flooding here. This is the Dan River in Madison right now, thanks to Gary Hopper, who's been using that hashtag StormTrack2. Again, this is the Dan River. You can see it is really starting to pick up here as that rain continues to fall, and those river levels are rising here, right here in the Triad. This is a road in Madison, and the Dan River is starting to flood the bottom of that hill right there. So we're seeing those effects, guys, right here in the Triad. That rain starting to come down. Just some more pictures from Gary Hopper here. He's been great in hashtagging StormTrack2 and getting those images up for us. We really appreciate that. We're also seeing some accidents because of that rain already. I want to remind you of this going on in Winston-Salem right now. The Winston-Salem Fire Department tweeted out another video of this overturned tractor trailer blocking the southbound 421 off-ramp to the southbound lanes of Highway 52. Winston-Salem police were saying that this road was wet and speed was a factor, and hydroplaning caused this truck to tip over here. Again, 421 and 52 here. We'll show you another image of that. Again, hydroplaning contributed to this, those roads starting to get wet and slick out there, guys. So a lot of video that we're coming across here on social media really showing the dangers coming right here to the Triad. Of course, we're still checking up on the coast as well on social media. Already starting to see some video from the National Guard who's out there responding to the hurricane and what's left of it. You can see these amazing videos of rescues happening along our coast from the National Guard. And of course, we want to take this time to thank the first responders, the National Guardsmen, the Coast Guard, everyone who's out there helping our coast and helping our neighbors. I also want to point out that a hashtag is starting to form, Carolina Strong. People are starting to post this on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, showing the resilience of both North and South Carolina as Florence continues to bear down on our states. And then back here at home, I want to share this photo with you. People doing what they can to pass the time as they wait out the storm. Beth Whitman posted this using that hashtag StormTrack2, said time for puzzles and popcorn as we wait this storm out. So a lot is happening here on social media, and we're corralling it all right here for you in the information center. But I think right now the most jaw-dropping video and pictures for me are coming from Mr. Gary Hopper here, who's showing us real-time conditions in the Triad. Again, this is in Madison, and ponding on the roadways is starting to play an issue out there. We're seeing that accident again in Winston-Salem. So everybody take your time if you're going out and about today, and only go out if you need to, really, because those conditions are starting to get worse around here, and we're going to keep a close eye on that for you, of course. But I want to remind you at this time to use that hashtag StormTrack2. If you are seeing anything in our area, make sure you're tagging me on social media so I can see what's going on as well.
All right, Maddie, she mentioned roads getting worse, and that is the case, especially as evident on radar.
Absolutely. We're going to pause just for a minute and take a look at many of our radar views. And of course, we're keeping a sharp eye on what's going on here in the Piedmont. And from Burlington to Greensboro to Winston-Salem, points to the north into southern Virginia, a little break in the action after some heavy downpours moving along the North Carolina-Virginia border, those elements moving to the west and kind of weakening. But, you know, we've been talking about areas along and south of Highway 64 that extends from Raleigh to Siler City, Pittsboro, Siler City, Asheboro, and over to Burlington. Notice we've got another round of, the yellow and orange coloring moving from Benson to Sanford into Chatham County around Siler City, eventually moving into Montgomery County and Randolph County as well. Now, already Doppler rainfall estimates suggest in many areas south of Highway 64, we're seeing rainfall amounts anywhere from 4 to 6 inches that have already occurred in those areas. And we've been talking about in recent days how many of those southern areas would be hit the hardest, but still by no stretch from the Triad and north to near the Virginia border, we're not out of the woods yet. More heavy rain for tonight and tomorrow for sure. Now, we do have a couple of flood warnings across the area, and unfortunately I pressed my button too early and went right by those. But I want to show you where the track is. By the way, those flood warnings are actually for Lee and for Moore County. They've been extended now. Earlier they were until 11:45, and now they go all the way to 5:45. And I bet you at that time they're going to be extended well into the evening and likely overnight. But these are the only two warnings that we have close to the Triad. But again, from Sanford to Southern Pines to Raleigh and points on to the east, pretty much every county all the way out to the Outer Banks under flood warnings. Now we look at the track of the storm, weakening, continuing, 45-mile-per-hour sustained winds. But look at this, folks, still crawling. just really, really moving slowly. For all practical purposes, the storm is nearly stationary, just drifting off to the west at about 7 miles per hour. So again, we're going to continue to get these feeder bands of rain off of the ocean, moving into southeastern North Carolina, and then pivoting to the northwest into the triangle, and then moving into the triad. Right now, mainly in our southern areas, but that line of heavier rain will probably pivot a little bit more to the north as we go into late today and overnight. And we're still looking at nearly a foot of rain, a possibility. Lee, Moore, and areas, maybe even southern Randolph in that as well, and certainly Montgomery County in that bullseye. Here in the immediate triad, still looking, and we'll adjust this through the weekend, 6 to 10 inches of rain with 4 to 6 inches of rain near the Virginia border. All of those amounts would be enough based on the rain that we've had a lot of in the past month, certainly would cause flooding in our area. Winds, we're keeping an eye on those as well. Most recent wind gust as we continue to see some power outages mount across the region. Danville, 29 mile per hour wind gust. Most recently, a 31 mile per hour wind gust here in Greensboro. So again, as we saturate the soil with the rains, we continue to see down trees and tree limbs and power lines as well. We're going to have to deal with this right on through tomorrow. And as the remnants of the system move up into the Appalachians, some of that wraparound moisture with heavy downpours may be with us even into the first half of Monday as well. And then the system will accelerate rather quickly on to the north and to the northeast, and vast and very welcome improvements begin late Monday based on what we're looking at now. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday likely being dry in the Piedmont. And I think by then, gang, we are going to be so ready.
Yeah, and Ed, you've been doing such a good job of helping us get ready, but I worry that there are some viewers at home who think, just a little rain, this was all at the coast, it's going to be a tropical depression soon, no big deal, and that is a false sense of security.
It is. We are delighted that the winds are weakening, and they will continue to weaken. The storm has been removed from the very warm fuel, the tropical waters of the Atlantic Ocean, and so the wind pattern is decreasing, but the rain and the moisture associated with it, it is going to take a long time for it to rain out. Now, normally we'd see a hurricane hit the coast, possibly, track onto the north and northeast, sometimes scooting through. I know Hugo moved through Charlotte at about 30 miles per hour. It was moving quickly. It moved in, gave a 1-2 punch, and then boom, in the afternoon, the sun was out. Not the case here. This thing, for all practical purposes, the center of circulation about 40 miles to the west of Myrtle Beach right now, crawling to the west at a mere 2 miles per hour.
And that is the danger with this storm in the coming hours. I know we had questions from viewers a few hours ago asking, well, can I do my travel plans tomorrow to, say, Virginia? And you say, really not a good idea.
I mean, we're getting to the point, if you got to go somewhere and it's north or northwest, get it done now. I wouldn't go towards Raleigh. I wouldn't go down 421 towards Sanford or Fayetteville. I wouldn't even go really down, much farther than Montgomery County right now. North and west, you're still good to go, but to the south and especially to the east, I would not do that at this point.
Yeah, and I was checking here. DOT said east of I-95, south of US 70. Don't do it right now until we get the all clear. Let's take a look at some video. It might put this storm into perspective. If you're just now joining us or need to catch up, look at this water rushing into one of our coastal communities when that storm surge hit. Here right now is a picture of firefighters. Now you're seeing water rescue teams, a woman with her dog, compelling images. A group of people getting rescued, the National Guard there. This is a house on Wake Forest. A tree crashed onto the house. A huge concern for us are these trees on this already saturated ground. Look at the damage there. There's the aerial view. Oh my goodness, it looks like a tornado moved through there. That is tree and wind damage.
And that could have happened. We've had several tornado warnings in parts of southeastern and eastern North Carolina, and even up just to the north of Raleigh yesterday. Now, thankfully, so far we've had none of that in the Triad, but that's something else that we're going to be watching out for as we head through the duration of this storm. They would be very isolated in nature, but certainly a possibility. That's incredible.
Yeah, you're looking at a reporter who was in the yellow was helping the woman in the pink rescue her dog. At one point, the dog, it looks like a Rottweiler, got too heavy for her. So the reporter said, here, take my mic, I'll take your dog, and helped this woman carry her to safety. We're seeing journalists, putting themselves in this situation and kind of being heroes. We saw our own Eddie Randall do that earlier, telling a driver, hey, don't go down there, turn around, it's not safe. We see first responders, they're away from their families, they're away from their homes. Maybe some of them don't know the situation of their own homes, and they are stopping at nothing to help people who need it direly right now.
And we've been seeing these boat rescues in the New Bern area and so on and so forth. I hope and pray that we don't see that here in the Triad, but we have not changed from our current forecast. 6 to 10 inches of rain in the Triad, possibly as much as a foot of rain along and south of Highway 64. Now, we'll be updating this as we go through and see how things play out, but more to come. I mean, the Triad is just beginning to get in to the western part of this storm now. Again, with this incredible slow movement of this system, we're going to have to deal with this, at least in terms of falling heavy rain, possibly through Monday.
All right, so you've given us the latest track and the latest forecast. Let's just recap some things that we've learned throughout the past several hours. A very serious situation, ongoing search and rescue operations underway in our coastal communities. The Coast Guard has rescued more than a handful of people this morning already. The Department of Defense and the National Guard are in on this effort too, trying to actively help with the situation on the coast, save people from the flooded communities like that you saw in New Bern. Our Dure Chumba is there. Hopefully we'll check in with her in just a few minutes. More than 800,000 people are without power right now.
Wow.
But that's going to be, Governor Cooper said that there is already an effort to restore power to some of the communities that are not underwater, but this is more of an after effect of the storm. They're going to focus on restoring power afterward and the rescues right now. Let's check in with our WFMU News Chad Silber. He's been doing such a great job live in Wilmington. Chad, yesterday you were in the thick of it. What's going on now?
Hey guys. Yeah, so we're still in the thick of it, and as we drive around Wilmington, we're really starting to see even more extensive damage. When the sun goes down, you kind of are left with a lot of unanswered questions about the severity of this storm and the damage it left behind, and then the sun comes back up and you're really able to get a better gauge of really the extent of the devastation. A lot of the buildings that we have seen around here, they took the precautions they needed. They boarded up the windows to make certain that their windows didn't blow through. That includes this building right here. I bet they did not consider this. The storm, when it came through, took off their building like it was a can opener, and this was a can of soup. Just devastated the roof on this building. This building is made of 2x4s and it looks like metal roofing. This is not a new building, but it is a refurbished building. And you can see, think about the strength of the wind that had to come through here to just rip that entire roof straight off. And it blew it 100 yards behind the building. Think about how strong that was to be able to do something like that. So we don't exactly know for certain what this building was used for. When I looked inside, you could actually see some of those big tanks that you have seen if you've been to a brewery that makes beer. A woman who drove by a couple of minutes ago, she yelled out the window, she said, "Not the brewery." And so I asked her about it, and she said that from what she understood, it had just opened as a place where the owners were going to brew beer. It doesn't look like they were actually selling it out of here, like a tasting room, as you would imagine. but they were brewing beer inside. Now it looks like the equipment is salvageable, but I mean, just think about the power of that storm to do something like that. Just incredible to think about that. And how ironic that they really did their best to try to protect their building. I mean, we'll show you a little bit later, but if you go around on the side of this building, there are at least 4 or 5 windows that look the same. They've got this up. And I looked behind the board, the window isn't broken. They did what they were supposed to do to get their building ready. And yet this, I mean, you feel bad for people because they took the precautions. They got out of here. They tried to shore up their building. I mean, you could even see over here these garage doors. I imagine this was some sort of mechanic's shop before. The garage doors, only the bottoms now exist. I mean, the tops are gone. They're likely inside the building now. So we're just seeing so much of this damage. It's incredible. The positive news is that we have seen a couple of Duke Energy vehicles out here. Just about 30 minutes ago, a couple of Duke Energy linemen came out here. And they were surveying the area. I went and asked them what they were doing, and they said that right now the terms they used were too technical for me, but what I was able to understand was that they're checking the lines, the main lines right now that run throughout the city in this major grid, as you can imagine. They're checking the lines to make sure that these portions of the lines are usable once they turn the power back on. They said these specific lines that they were checking right above us will go to power 1,000 homes. So they're working, and they're kind of working their way down the street to make sure that these lines are intact, so when they do turn the power back on, they're able to make sure that this area is ready to go. So some work being done. They haven't turned the power back on. It still could be days or weeks, but we're hopeful that, you know, obviously the wind and the rain still evident here and still present every once in a while. It's not as bad as it was last night, but we're hopeful that the conditions can calm down enough that when the conditions are calm enough, they can actually get to work and start restoring the power and getting everybody's lives back to normal. Back to you guys.
All right, Chad, we want you to stand by because we have several questions to ask you, but right now we need to go out to our Eddie Randall, where someone is walking through the water in Kinston. Eddie?
Yeah, we're out here, and it seems that someone's walking out here with pulling a canoe, and he just kind of, or she just kind of sat down for a second and then got back up, and they've been pulling this boat canoe thing all the way across from the other side of where Highway 258 is flooded. And of course, you know, we've been telling you guys for hours that this area has been flooding, and it's been growing, and water continues to rush. It continues to fill from the Neuse River. You know, we had a conversation or a news conference with FEMA earlier who said expect these areas to continue to flood, and it's dangerous. One thing I can tell you is we were on some government websites earlier, and they were saying the number one causes of death in situations like this are people who drive in areas like this. And they say what's the problem is that they don't know if the ground has crumbled underneath. They don't know what has happened underneath. So that's why it's so important that you do not try to drive through there. And obviously, we don't want you to walk through there either. But this person right here has been walking through, just, you know, trucking it, trying to make his way or her way through this water. We've been watching them since the beginning, and the water doesn't seem to have ever come too far up. So it looks like they're okay. But of course, we still, you know, urge people not to try something like this. We want to kind of talk to him if he can make his way through here. But guys, this is something dangerous, something we've been telling people not to do all morning when they're behind the wheel. But I guess we also need to stress that it's dangerous to do this when you're on foot as well. It's just not something that you should be doing because you also don't know what's in that water. Earlier today, my photojournalist Adam Vance said that when he knows I'm deadly terrified of snakes, and he said that after I was taking a picture down there and I left, he saw a snake slither across that water right there. So, you know, that you just never know what's in that water. It can be anything. So it can be extremely dangerous to drive, to walk. So As we just urge people not to drive through there, apparently we need to tell people do not walk through there either, because that water is rising. I mean, you can see him trucking through there right now. It's not something that we can see her trucking through there right now. It doesn't appear to be anything easy, and it's definitely not something that you want to be doing because it can be extremely dangerous. Again, FEMA telling us that the rivers are going to continue to rise. You know, we have rain that's going to continue to come for days and days and days. We don't know what to expect. This area can get even worse as we move more into the coming days and as this storm continues to drop several inches of rainfall down. So, you know, I'm not really sure, you know, why this person is pulling that canoe coming through there, but it is definitely something that you shouldn't be doing and is dangerous.
Eddie, if you would please see if that person will have a conversation with you. Here's my concern, and this is very similar to what we were seeing. We were all gasping for breath when the truck was going through the water. This person is obviously physically exhausted. And when you're exhausted, you kind of lose your orientation.
Yeah.
This person could have easily been swept away in that water. We would like for you to have a conversation with
Eddie,
him.
if you want to go walk over to her and just ask her if she's up for it, we'll chat here a little bit about the radar situation. So we'll keep you up to see if she's up to it. Obviously, this is a very stressful situation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Clearly, she is exhausted. Not sure if she is trying to just get out of town or attempt to go help somebody.
Right.
Yeah, we've pulled her audio down just while Eddie makes sure she's all right. But Ed, what's the weather situation in Kinston as the Neuse River continues to rise?
Well, as a matter of fact, still some rain moving through that area, but earlier the heaviest stuff has actually moved south and to the west of Kinston. So that is good news for Kinston, but remember, floodwaters in the Raleigh-Durham area are headed downriver, so that river is only going to continue to crest over the next several days as water drains down the river towards Kinston.
Look at Eddie helping her with her canoe. Wow, it looks like we are going to get a chance to talk to her, but you emphasized the cresting potential for that river. FEMA had said it could rise about 3 to 5 feet with another round of storm surge. Oh my goodness, I'm so thankful that this woman is okay. And Eddie is there to be able to help her. We'll hear her story in just a moment. We'll want to pull her audio up in just a bit. But wow, what a scene in Kinston, North Carolina.
I mean, you can tell that she's physically exhausted.
Yes. All right, we'll get her situated right now. All right, Eddie, can you hear us? We are so thankful she's okay.
Okay. So, yeah, her name is Rebecca Burke. She said that she was just trying to get to her home. We'll let you tell the story. Kind of walk us through, first of all, what it was like trucking through that water. You seem pretty exhausted.
Yes, sir. It is very tiring. The current is very powerful, and it would sweep you if you didn't stand your ground. I almost fell one time. I got on the right there. It did get me a little bit, but I'm alive and I'm grateful. But from here, right at the bridge where that is, it's nothing but floods coming down. It's very, very fast.
Well, Rebecca, all morning we've been telling people, you know, not to drive through this water, definitely not to walk through. Can you explain to us why you went through that situation?
Because my house is on that side, and I have to get on that side of there, and I had no choice. And so it was either that or stay down there, and you know, and I couldn't. So I'm literally right over this hill. So I was like, for me, it's worth it. But please don't do it, because it was a lot, and it was tiring, and it was. A lot of people wouldn't make it through it, so don't follow my way.
Well, we've heard from, you know, different governmental agencies who say, you know, you don't know what's in water like that. So was there a fear for you? I mean, we saw, my photojournalist right here saw a snake earlier. I mean, were you?
There was, you could see mounds of ants, fire ants going by, so that was a little scary. Yes, sir. Yeah, I was scared, but I knew I had to get home.
Tell me how you feel right now after all that.
A little exhausted, but I'm very grateful to God for allowing me to get through that, because some people didn't make it today. So.
And we saw, like, you kind of, did you sit down or did you fall?
I sat down because I was tired. I sat down, I was like, okay, I'm gonna sit for a minute, and then I got back up. So it was, I won't do it again. If I had to go back through it, I would not do it again. And I do not recommend anybody going through those waters. That was very stupid of me. Yeah.
So what do you do now? What's the rest of your day? You're just trying to get to your house?
I'm going right up to my house, and my house is not flooded, thank God. and that's what I'll be doing, just sitting home being grateful that I got through it. Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask my anchors, is there anything, that you guys were wanting to ask?
Well, Eddie, first, we're so grateful that Rebecca is okay. Are you able to ask her how long she has lived in this area? Because Kinston has seen flooding from hurricanes in just the past couple of years.
How long have you lived in this area? Because we know that Kinston has seen a lot of flooding over the years. So how long have you lived here?
I've lived here 3 years. I lived in that house for 3 years. And when Matthew came by, it didn't touch my house. And it looks like it's not going to touch my house now. But there's parts on 58 that did not flood during Matthew that are pure flooded. My best friend's house is completely flooded. We came from her house earlier, and it's completely flooded. But Matthew didn't even touch that. So it looks like it's going to be a little bit worse than it was through Matthew, at least for our area.
Are you prepared for this storm and what's about to come?
At my house, if I can just get to my house, yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll let you do that. But you be safe and you be careful, okay?
Yes, sir, and I thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, we just talked to Rebecca. She was the person who was out there in that water, pulling that canoe the entire way. And, she said she wanted to get to her house. But again, you guys need to listen. She even said it's not something that you should do. It's not something that she'll ever do again. It was extremely exhausting, not to mention dangerous. We've been talking about people driving through there, people walking through there is definitely something you shouldn't be doing also because you just don't know what is in that water. She said that she saw a lot of fire ants. Earlier, my photojournalist Adam Vance saw a snake kind of slither around there. So, I mean, it's just one of those things where you just kind of have to look at the situation, say, let me rethink it and find another way.
Eddie, yet again, we're so thankful that you are there. You have helped not only her, but also people in their cars, advising them to turn around. I have to ask, where are the emergency personnel? Is there just so much going on in the area that they're spread out trying to assess the situation?
Well, before you came to us, we saw a big truck go through, and it looked like some kind of military vehicle, and it had a couple of people with camouflage and what appeared to be like military wear on. So I assumed that they were a search and rescue crew who went through that area. And as I said, I did go after my last shot and take a picture. That sign on the other side says high water. So it is warning people, and I did start to see people start turning around at the sign. But then again, that just lets you know that some people see that sign and still drive up here to try to see how serious it is. So we just want to let people know when government agencies come out and put a sign out that says high water, let that be the indication to you that you shouldn't even go any further.
Absolutely. Wow. Eddie, thank you so much for all you are doing to bring us this information and to help the people who are there. So relieved that we saw a positive outcome in that situation. But even she said herself, that was idiotic of me to do that.
Yeah.
She said, do not try to walk or drive through standing water. It is exhausting. It is not worth risking your life to do that.
Yeah, and I think that was a testimony there. She wanted to get to her house, and that's the same thing with a lot of people. We're going to go back to Eddie. We understand there's another car that is maybe trying to go through the waters. I don't know if my heart will take this. 2 cars.
All right, Eddie, what do you think?
You guys, this car appears that it looks like it's being pushed to the side from that current. And we've been talking about this all morning. Yeah, this car looks like it's being pushed to the side because of the current. There's actually some more cars back there, and it appears that they're like maybe waiting to see if this car makes it through. This is extremely dangerous.
Oh, Eddie, we have to just stay on this shot just to see the outcome of this because this is so dangerous. Look, that car is struggling.
And she was on the phone.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. All right, I have to say, unless you are a first responder and you need to be out and you have been tasked with helping people, you are putting your own life at risk and the lives of other first responders at risk when you do something like this. And it is very frustrating. And I hope that this person is able to make it across. Eddie, how deep is that water?
It looks like that. I mean, it was coming up to mid-tire on those 18-wheelers in that tractor when they were coming through. I mean, so just imagine what it's like for these people who are just saying, I'm going to go ahead and try it. I'm going to go ahead and just, see if I can make it through. But it is just not smart because all it takes is just that one car that is just not the right size, which you never know which car it's going to be, that just does not make it through these waters. That is extremely dangerous, and it kind of fears me that people are doing it now. And you know, as we get further into the afternoon, into the evening when it's dark, I just hope no one tries to do anything like that when they cannot see anything. We can't stress enough, if you can't see the lines when you approach some water, then you should not be going through there.
Eddie, it's hard to see what kind of vehicle that is behind the bridge right now. Looks like the driver's trying to make a decision. Is that a U-Haul or some kind of a truck?
Yeah, it looks like it's a pretty big sized truck. It's either a U-Haul or some type of truck that may be carrying something. Definitely, I'm pretty sure it's a commercial truck.
Okay. Looks like
my photojournalist Adam Vance is telling me it's a U-Haul.
Okay, looks like it's backing up. Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like it's backing up right now and deciding. Which just let you guys know, if this U-Haul is backing up and saying, I'm not going to do it, then a SUV, a car, that definitely needs to be your response. Do not go through this water.
Wow. Eddie, making our hearts pound seeing this situation. And this is not just in Kinston. This is happening all across the East Coast.
All across the eastern part of the state, and could potentially, we could see scenes like this here with the anticipated rain. Thankfully, did you see what happened? Now, this is classic. This truck came right up to the water, sat there for a moment, made a decision, and made the right decision, the smart and safe decision, and turned around.
Okay, let's get back out to WFMI2's Chad Silber. Ed, you had observed during Chad's previous live shot that the wind was so strong in Wilmington it blew the roof off of the house. So Chad, tell us again where you're at.
So we're actually in downtown Wilmington, right off of Market Street, if you're familiar, pretty close to the river. And I'm actually going to have Ryan take the camera off the tripod because I want you to see over here what we're dealing with. I want to show you once again, in case you missed it. This is an old building that has been refurbished, and you can see how strong the wind was. It just ripped the roof right off of it. I mean, clear off of it, minus the part all the way here on the right. And the ironic part about this is, you know, this building, the people who own it, clearly took precautions to make certain that they were going to salvage their building in any sort of heavy winds. You could see they've boarded up the windows. You could see all the way down the side of the building. They even went on the second story and boarded up those windows. I can guarantee you those windows are fine, but obviously that's not their problem today. Their problem is that they don't have a roof. I mean, and this roof is made of 2x4s and metal roofing. So think about how strong, how powerful that wind must have whipped across here to rip it off the way that it did. And the what's left of the roof is now 100 yards potentially behind this building. So you might be wondering, what is this building? So it looks like at one point it might have been a service garage of some sort. But now, by looking inside, you can actually see a big, what looks to be like silos, things you would see if you were to go to a brewery where they're brewing beer. A woman drove by earlier and she was very sad to see that this had happened because she had heard that this was a new brewery. And Brian, if you come over here a little bit, you can see these, I'm not even sure what they're called. Let me pull your cable a little bit so you can get over there. But they're the tall silo style contraptions that hold beer as it's being made. And so the woman told me that this had just opened. It looks like this was simply for processing the beer, not for selling it, as you would imagine. You would see a tasting room that also brews the beer in the same building where they sell it. But just so unfortunate that this has happened. But you know, we were talking the other day about how 90-mile-an-hour winds came through here when the storm's eye wall passed us. And I mean, it's no surprise that the winds were that high when you see something like this. I mean, I would say that this is probably the worst damage we have seen on our trek around Wilmington over the past couple of days. I mean, this has got to be the worst that we have seen here, not related to storm surge or flooding, guys.
Okay, Chad, I wanted to ask you, you've been talking about the damage to that building, 90 mile per hour sustained winds. A wind gust of 105 miles per hour was measured at the New Hanover County Airport yesterday morning when you were in the western eye wall. And of course, there were likely, wind gusts even higher than that were not measured. And maybe you have heard of some of those wind gusts. But I wanted to ask you, did you get a chance to get out around Wilmington last night? Of course, a large part of the city is without power. Wilmington, especially on a summer weekend, is always bustling. Describe what you saw if you did go out last night.
You guys, I almost, and I hate describing it this way because it conjures up memories that maybe aren't how you would expect it. But the power was out, and it was like The Walking Dead, where there were just no people. There were trees down everywhere, power lines down. You couldn't see anything, and it was like you were in the show Walking Dead because you didn't really know what you were going to come across every time you turned a corner. I mean, I think that I'm safe to say that power is out to the entire downtown area of Wilmington, and it could be for a while. And when you drive around these neighborhoods, it's no surprise that that's the situation. I was describing last night that when you drive down a street, expect to see a downed tree, a downed power line, or both that is severe enough that you've got to take a different road, and expect to see that at least every 2 blocks. I mean, it was like, think about playing like Pac-Man, when you have to go around all those corners. That's what it was like. Obviously, the downtown Wilmington is like a grid. It's very, very square. Lots of square streets running parallel with each other and crisscrossing the same way. You can't drive like that anymore. You go up one street, a tree or power line. You go this way, tree or power line. This way, tree or power line. And you just feel like you're working in a circle. I mean, a drive that was supposed to take us 20 minutes yesterday took us 45 because there were just so many detours we had to take. And of course, you've got people out trying to survey the damage and see what's going on. And I've been calling them looky-loos because that's what they are. They're driving around, taking pictures of the damage, and they're actually causing issues for first responders. Yesterday, New Hanover County firefighters tweeted out saying, "Get off the roads, everyone," because they're actually dealing with a severe backlog of 911 calls, and all the trees and all the power lines are causing issues enough. But then when you've got people out taking pictures and stopping in the middle of the road because they want to see the roof off a building, that is causing even more problems. A lot of fire trucks coming around here, police cars, I think just making sure that people are off the streets, trying to say get home or get to somewhere safe because this storm has not passed and the issues are still here.
It makes sense. I mean, that's what that's a byproduct. Every time we have something like this, that's what people do, and it's not advisable. You got to get to a safe place and stay there because you're hindering first responders, and that's unacceptable.
All right, Chad, thanks so much. You've been doing a great job, man. We're all cheering for you back at the station, knowing that you are rocking our coverage, and we really appreciate you working hard for us.
Yeah, and Ryan, get back behind the camera too.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. And since we're talking, I mean, I'll give you some bonus coverage if you'd like.
All right, we like bonuses.
Right now, the side of this building over here, look at this. I mean, this is the Coca-Cola distribution center. Some of these metal panels have been ripped from the wall. I mean, this is the same area, so I imagine these very powerful straight line winds as they tore off the roof of this building. You can see these metal, just metal pieces of siding, huge metal pieces of siding have been ripped from the Coca-Cola plant. And then if you look over here, look at this stop sign. This stop sign also has blinking red lights because this is a blinking red light intersection. Just bent it over. Pretty incredible to see. We're going to keep looking around for different things and check in with you guys in a little bit.
All right, thanks, Chad. We appreciate that. We want to check in with our Alma McCarty. She is making her way around the Triad. Alma, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Hey guys, perfect timing. We have the Burlington Fire Department pulling out of the station right now. There are 4 guys on this truck, engine 2, and they are heading to Carteret County, Newport, North Carolina. They're going and they're going to be helping these people out, doing all kinds of rescues, especially water rescues, but they are prepared for anything. That was perfect timing, guys. They just pulled out of the station right now. Before they did that, they said a little prayer. Some of the other firefighters were there with them, wishing them luck as they go. It's going to be a long journey. Kind of what they had told me is that a number of these different roads that they're trying to go down to get to where they need to go are flooded out. So it's going to take them a while to get there, but it's exciting stuff that they are going down there. They're going to help. Initially, they had been this fire department that was called upon earlier in the week, but of course we thought that the storm was really going to hit us hard here in the Triad with those initial path readings. Now that it's hitting Carteret County, some of the coast, Wilmington, that's really where a lot of the need is. As we see through all of these pictures that we have been showing you all morning and all day and now into the afternoon, these people need help. So I spoke with some of the firefighters who were here. They're looking forward to it. They say that they have they're really not excited, but they're happy to go help these people. They know that some of these men and women have been working nonstop since this storm touched the coast of North Carolina, and we've again seen all of those pictures. The swell is coming onto the ground. It's flooding places. It's receding in other places. People need help. And I guess this is another time they also want to remind you guys, if you see flooded roads, just don't drive down them. Don't walk through them. You don't know what's in there. And it doesn't take much water to kind of pull you away. And these are people from our community who are going to another community to assist others. And we want to keep them as safe as possible and keep them in our thoughts and prayers as they go down there to do what they are meant to do. So I'm going to send it back to y'all for now. But we're excited that people in the Triad are really stepping up and helping the folks at the coast.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts about our community, Alma, as you know, now living here. If there's a need, we respond, we call.
It's the truth.
And now as the attention focuses back here at home, of course, there are extra crews here to assist if it is needed towards our southern counties.
All right, and we're getting a lot of information through you and through social media, and really it's a way that all of us can kind of keep tabs on what's happening. Maddie Gardner's doing her best to do just that from the Information Center, and what are you seeing now, Maddie?
Well, our weather spotters have been a huge help today, getting this report in from Scott Lynch here in Asheboro, saying conditions really going down here. Now, this is about a 2.5 minute long video, so we'll just watch the beginning of it here, but you can see that rain is starting to fall. And as we fast forwarded here, you can see that wind is starting to blow. Again, this is from our weather spotter, Scott Lynch, in Asheboro, starting to see the conditions go downhill there. I also want to talk about power outages because this is going to continue to be a trending topic throughout Hurricane Florence, now Tropical Storm Florence coming through here. I'm going to just alter the way I'm touching this touch board very quickly so we can get this up really for you. Emergency Management tweeting out a new number here. That number, 772,405 people without power in the state right now. Again, the highest concentrations of power outages are going to be on the East Coast for now, but crews are standing by to make sure that no matter where the power goes out, they're able to respond. Now, we're also seeing some people take our tips here on WFMY News 2, putting water in gallon bags. Said, laugh if you want, but she is ready when that power goes out, something you might want to consider doing because there is that risk of power outages here in the Triad as well. I also want to remind everyone, if the power goes out or if you need something that is not an emergency, you need to call this number, 211, instead of 911. 211 is going to get you in touch with a trained specialist 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, who can tell you things about shelters and other resources related to Florence and the aftermath of that here. I also want to take this time to remind you of generator safety. If you need to see this is one of our trending topics right now on the WFMY News 2 Facebook page. Never use that generator inside any kind of building. We're also seeing people with the power out starting to play some games. Old maid, card games, board games, maybe doing some puzzles here as well. And then we're also able to see what's going on Snapchat with this tool that we have. And we're starting to see a power outage here in Forsyth County. I'll pull that up for you. This woman on Snapchat saying, great, no power here. And I'm going to have to come over here and use my mouse so I can click this up for you very quickly. We're starting to see the power go on and off, not only in Forsyth County, but in Mocksville as well. We're having a weather spotter report that the power is going on and off as well. That's in Forsyth County. Also in Winston-Salem, you're able to see that rain starting to come down. Those highways are slick. We already saw one accident today in Winston-Salem on 421 and 52 southbound when a tractor trailer fell over. So just be careful when you're out there on those slick roadways. Again, this is Snapchat video coming from the Triad right now. Again, in Forsyth County and the Kernersville area, you're starting to see people use that filter, that Florence filter here in North Carolina. That rain starting to come down again in our area. Another video of rain coming down. That's really the trend right now on social media. People just talking about the weather because that's the big story today, not just on the news, but online as well. I want to take you now to Burlington, going to New Bern to help out. You can see the Burlington Fire Department here is ready to go. They have that gif of the hurricane coming in. Burlington down here at the bottom with the flames. They're going to the coast to help out, just like Alma was saying and Tracy was saying. When someone's in need, the Triad community certainly answers that call there. The highways are flooded. This is not in our area. This is out on the East Coast, but we want to keep checking in on them because that really is where the worst conditions are right now. Highways are flooded. This is right outside Fayetteville on the East Coast. Coming down, you can see more video of this dangerous roadway. First responders and large trucks trying to navigate out through there. Rescue crews as well. So just bad conditions still across the Triad. On a lighter note, I want to update you about the Corolla wild horses. A lot of you on social media have been asking, what about the wild horses on the Outer Banks? Well, we are happy to report here on Facebook that they are enjoying the morning, an overcast breeze, and some green grass. And you can see these pictures that they posted on the Corolla Wild Horse Fund Facebook page of those horses. They are A-OK after Hurricane Florence and are enjoying some grass here. And one more time, I'm going to remind you that this is the hashtag we're using, StormTrackOn2. If you have photos or videos that you want to share, like we were going to earlier, we can pull up that hashtag and see what you're seeing. We're already seeing our crews tweeting out a lot of great information here. We have Adura Achumba in New Bern. We have Luke Liddon in Wilmington. So you're seeing what we're seeing. And if you use that hashtag, we'll be able to see what you're seeing. Again, that is hashtag StormTrack2.
All right, speaking of amazing pictures and amazing videos, we have something live that's happening right now to show you that's pretty amazing. Let's send it out to WFMY News 2's Adure Achumba, who is in New Bern this morning. I can't wait to see it. What do you got?
Yes, guys, we just came from one neighborhood where we saw those rescue efforts going on. We spoke to some of the residents over there who had said that their house was just totally underwater. We're back here at Union Station Park, which is in the downtown area. It's pretty much the center of downtown. Like, everybody comes here. And you can see as of now, the water has receded in some parts behind me. There's still a lot of water, but all over here where I'm standing right now, as of yesterday, we could not stand in this area. The water coming from the river was just high. We could not stand in this area. Everything was submerged. But you can see how far back the water has receded and has gone down a bit in some parts here. But you can see on the other side of the park, there's still significant flooding and significant damage. And this is replicated all across New Bern. We went to Bryce Creek area as well, and that area too also experiencing some flooding. Over in James City as well, we saw down trees there, power lines down as well. We are being told that there's just about 6,000 customers who have not gotten their power back, but the city's power crews are trying to restore power slowly. Again, the winds is picking up here this afternoon, so officials are saying, trying to remind people that, you know, it's still quite dangerous to come out. We have seen some people coming out to check things out for themselves, but if you're in an area where there's lots of damage from trees, they are asking that you be cautious when you come outdoors, and then they just say just shelter in. Now, we're getting information about what the situation is like in the town of Beaufort in Carteret County. We are being told that the mayor has asked folks to not come back, that those folks who evacuated need to stay put wherever they are and shelter and do not come back because things are still very dicey in that area. In Onslow County, we're being told that there's flooding there as well. They're taking on a lot of water. Some of the rescuers that we that we talked to earlier today said that some of them will be heading that way to see if they can join in the rescue efforts there. So again, folks are just coming out and checking things out, and you know, it's really sad just seeing what's happened to this really beautiful city here in this community. One guy we spoke to said, you know, New Bern will always rebuild. They've been through this sort of thing before. This is not new, even though we're told that this is a lot more than they have seen before. But they're saying that they are going to rebuild, and they are coming out and trying to help in that effort here.
All right, thank you, Adore. We appreciate your coverage there, and obviously behind her you see that neighborhood where they continue to try to help people out there, rescue them, and I mean, they're literally going door to door. At this point, people are getting together with their, and this happens all the time in natural disasters, where neighbors and people from the region, and maybe not even that close by, they leave from here and go there. They take their own boats and they go out and they try to do what they can to help people. And you know, we were talking a bit, did you hear in the newsroom the other day, and I wasn't aware of this group, but the Cajun Army, have you heard of that?
From Louisiana.
That's amazing that these guys all get together, they take their own equipment of their own accord, and they go out with boats and they help in this exact type of situation. I'm sure they're on their way if they're not already there.
Well, they arrived in North Carolina on Tuesday.
That's getting ready for
way
the whole thing.
Way ahead of the storm,
wow.
Just so they can get stationed, get familiar with the area, kind of figure out what areas flood the most. And so once they are able to assess, then they go out and they are able to respond. So they are in the Wilmington area staged right now, ready to what they will call deploy.
And this is live, right? That what we're seeing?
Yes,
yep,
this is live in Kinston. This is the same area where
that's that road where Eddie's been, all day
Eddie
long.
Randall is
so
located.
I can't figure out whether, when I look at this, I can't figure out whether the water, I mean, obviously we've seen deeper flood waters, but this is dangerous. And with so many cars, this is one of the major thoroughfares near Kinston. It's just south at the corner of that highway. I believe it was 258 and Patterson Street. And I looked at that on Google Maps. That's southwest of Kinston, just a little bit. It's in the outskirts, and it's very close to the Neuse River, which is why you see that overrun. But the fact that, and some people on Facebook were saying, you know, why are we showing this one street? Well, it's because it's a major thoroughfare there and it's flooded. And we just keep watching to make sure people are okay when they go by. I mean, Eddie, bless his heart, is actually out there helping people.
I know, that was fantastic.
When they are, you know, going through. So this is, I mean, it's just interesting to watch, and you feel sorry for these people because, you know, if you get to that, if you're that person in the driver's seat and you approach that and you stop and everybody does this, you think,
can I do this?
Can I make this? And I'm gonna take it easy. And you know they're desperate because they wouldn't do it otherwise. They have to get back to where they live, and it's a risk. And we say don't do it. It's true, but I understand why some of them feel like they have to take the risk. It's just very dangerous.
Well, we've seen car after car make this attempt. We've seen 2 do it successfully, and the majority of them have had to turn around, which. You know, once you're halfway through, it's going to be very difficult to turn around. But, you know, it's like you were saying, that decision. Do I make it? Do I try to go? Do I keep course?
We've all done it. You know, you get to a road and you go.
Well, I've done it accidentally because I didn't know how deep it was.
Yeah.
And it was dark. It's lighter outside, so you can see.
Look, that's what they're doing right now. Do I go or do I? I mean, that's the decision.
This car is making a decision right now. I think they're waiting to see if this car actually makes it.
They might. And look at the one thing I noticed was how high the water's splashing up on either side of these cars. When they go by, that tells you how deep it is. It's you know, it's funneling up higher than their car. This guy said, nope, not doing that.
Not doing it.
I don't blame you.
There's I think maybe 4 cars behind this first one that are all waiting behind it to go.
And you know, you're right, Trace. I think they're all lined up watching the car in front of them. Well, if they make it, I can make it.
I gotta tell you, this is incredibly deep. When we first started showing this live picture, it wasn't this deep. It was maybe about 4 or 5 inches what it looked like, you know? And we watched like an 18-wheeler, you know, go through, and it was fine. But now it looks really dangerous.
Look at our left there, right? But on the left side of the screen, Tracy, that water, that's like a little river over to the left side of that. If they were to be swept over and pushed down in that'd be tough to get out of. I mean, I bet you the water on the left side of that road there is 3 or 4 feet deep, which would take it up to the car. Your car would flood. You'd have to get out if you can. And that's very dangerous.
All right, so we're not recommending this. We're not showing you this video because we think it's cool, or we're showing you, this car can do it, so can you. We're trying to make a point. I don't know how well we're making this point, but our hope is that you see this and you realize how dangerous this is, and that the governor's warning and all the people he has working on his team, they're warning to you that only 6 inches of water, it's all it takes to stall your car, which means you're stuck. And then more than that, you can get swept away, and then you're in a worse spot than you were originally. So this isn't a video to show you, yeah, you can do
all
it,
going
try
now.
it.
So, I mean, I guess, and the other thing that this is a testimony to is to how desperate that some
now
folks
more
are.
people are doing it.
Yeah, I know. They're lining up now. But this is how they really are just dying to get back to their homes. I mean, I understand you take the risk, but that's not advisable. So and answer this on Facebook, because some people are posting here. Well, this is a good. So Kelly Smith just posted on our Facebook page, why in the world would they not put up a barrier? Somebody's going to get hurt here. It's not a bad idea. And then, you know, it's to me, I don't know. I feel like you can't barrier every road. There's probably 1,000 roads just like this in eastern North Carolina right now, if not more, probably thousands. And you can't really put up a barrier for every one. I wish you could, but you're right. And as soon as they see 2 make it, then everybody starts lining up to go. Because remember, at the beginning, people were turning around.
Right.
They were
And
going
now
back.
we've seen it. We just saw a woman, you know, in a boat trying to do it, and then she decided to get out of the boat and walk the rest of the way, and she was exhausted. Because you think about all that water rushing in one direction
You're
against.
fighting it the
oh
whole
yeah,
time.
you're fighting it the whole time. That's a workout. So she ended up sitting down for quite a while, which is also dangerous because you don't know what's in the water,
Yes.
whether it's snakes or other animals or
Contamination.
you know, you never know what's washing down the river. So she ended up getting up and walking the rest of the way. Our Eddie Randall ended up speaking with her, and she said, you know, this was a bad idea. Probably one of the worst decisions that she made, she said, like all day. So this is not something that you want to play around with. I mean, there are people who obviously, as you're seeing, look at that car right there. It's starting to swerve a little bit, the black car in front. It was straight, and now it's going more to the edge of the road there. So there's another car just kind of blocks that shot.
He was
there.
pulling that big trailer. He's probably, I'm not
Yeah,
doing that.
looks like they were able to correct themselves and
Yeah.
straighten out. But a lesson to be learned here.
Yeah, that's for sure. I want to talk about our forecast too while we have a moment, because the rain is now starting to get heavier to the southwest of the Piedmont, and we're talking about Sanford. So Lee County and Moore counties, and if that doesn't mean anything to you, then maybe we'll say Sanford and Carthage. That area is where we're seeing the rain really start to pick up. Flood warning in effect there as well, and we've been watching this for a while. Raleigh is just getting some of the heaviest showers that we've seen in probably the last hour or so, at least closer to us, for the triangle, let's say that. And that area is really starting to pick up too. So here's the Lee and Moore County flood warning. That's until 5:45. And then I'm going to show you the updated track too. One thing that has changed a little bit the last time they updated this at 11 at the National Hurricane Center is the fact that it looks to me like they've picked up the forward speed of the system a little bit. So now it's looking like it would be, well, somewhere between Columbia and Greenville, South Carolina, by tomorrow morning. And the last couple of updates before, it was in Columbia tomorrow morning. So that's picked up a little bit. And then now it's almost in West Virginia by Monday morning. So that may change how much rain we get on Sunday, well, let's say Sunday night into Monday morning. That may change. We are sticking with the rainfall totals now, which is 4 to 6 in the northern counties and southern Virginia counties, 6 to 10 from the Triad South, and then around Montgomery County, that's where that 10-inch plus range comes into play there. We'll watch that for you as well. I think overall, when you look at the rainfall totals across the region, we'll probably end up with some of those readings from, I'd say, 4 to 8 probably across the Triad. Now, wind gusts haven't been all that bad yet. 32-mile-an-hour wind gust in Greensboro, and this is all just in the last hour. Winston-Salem and Burlington around 23 and 26 miles per hour. And if you look at the 7-day forecast, mid-70s today and tomorrow, that's as good as it gets with temperatures and obviously very, very heavy rains. You will see, or could see, as this system moves by, we might watch for tornado warnings. We haven't seen anything close to us at all in that respect yet, but we'll watch for that. Upper 70s on Monday, rain starts to taper off. Not sure about that Tuesday. You know, we may have to take that rain chance out. For now, I'd say a very slim chance, and then partly cloudy the rest of the work week in mid-80s, and boy, won't that be nice after 4 or 5 days of dealing with this. I mean, and it will end up being probably 4 days or so. I mean, you got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday for sure dealing with the rain.
All right, it's 1:08. Let's kind of regroup here and show you what we're watching in Kinston, North Carolina. This is towards our east, and this is a flooded out road, Highway 250. 58.
60, yeah, or 58, 60. I have to look at that one.
Which is a major thoroughfare through Kingston. And we know that a lot of cars have been lining up trying to make their way past this flooded out road. It's now attracted people to pull out their cell phones and get video of these attempts as we're showing it here to you live. So now we have a little crowd of watchers, but we're watching it too. And unfortunately, this is not what we want people to do. We do not want people to go out in the middle of the roads that are flooded out already and attempt to get through. Yes, Eric?
It is 258, by the way.
Okay.
And then look, they're doing exactly what we're talking about. Don't stop and take pictures and look around. I mean, that's exactly what's happening. But I guarantee you that's happening all over the place. I mean, that's kind of the way it works. But this is, you know, and one thing, Tracy, too, when we talk about, you said earlier, I love this because you said this is our home, this is our state. And North Carolinians have a lot of pride. I always said North Carolina is a big small town because everybody knows somebody from some town. You know, you can name even the tiny towns we all know. And I think it's a testimony to the spirit of the state that everybody pulls together. And for a lot of us, we hate to see, especially the coastal sections, when they have to deal with this, because a piece of us is there. You know, we all have gone to these beaches and these coastal towns. And Wilmington, I grew up going to Wilmington, and when you see that, it really breaks your heart. So if you have an inclination to donate or help out, please do.
All right, well, this is a look at what's happening in the eastern part of our state. Let's see what's happening around home here in the Triad. Our Kevin Kennedy has been out and about kind of taking a look at conditions. Let's check in with him now. Kevin, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. We're in Winston-Salem right now, and you're getting a little bit of wind and some rain, but from what I was told by police officers about an hour or so ago, there was a big rig crash, and it did involve a lot of rain coming down. We're at the junction of 421 South and 52 South, and I'm kind of showing you the area right now. If Dave can kind of zoom in, you can see that off-ramp. The high-profile vehicle was a Penske truck carrying a bunch of auto parts, was trying to make its way off of 52 South and trying to make this bend where we are right here. Unfortunately, it was rainy. He hydroplaned. Excessive speed was a factor, we're told, when that accident happened, and you can see kind of slid off the area into this guardrail over here. The truck has been cleared, but obviously you can see a lot of emergency personnel workers still trying to clear the road here. I spoke with a police officer just a little bit ago, and he said, boy, this was a very fortunate situation, all things considered. The truck kind of flipped over on its side, and it slid all the way across this grass area where you can see almost up against that guardrail. And he said the driver's side came within about a foot or two of hitting that guardrail, which would have meant obviously the driver would have been impacted. Certainly could have been a very dangerous, if not a deadly crash. As we've been telling people, look, we haven't been hit hard here really in Greensboro, Winston-Salem, but still there are times when the bands come through, the roads are wet, they are slick, and you need to be careful. That's the very latest from Winston-Salem. I'm Kevin Kennedy, News 2.
All right, Kevin. So obviously here in the Triad, slick conditions, wet roads, and that will continue to be the case not only right now, but through tomorrow as we're going to experience even more wet weather.
Well, the heavy rains here haven't even arrived yet. It's been south and east of us from Sanford to Carthage, and Montgomery County. I shouldn't say that because Troy, Star, and Biscoe are getting a lot of rain right now. Theirs has been, at least in the southern Piedmont so far, has been light to moderate. But we've been saying all day it's late afternoon and tonight is when it gets really rough. And as the system makes the turn, you have to think like, I mean, I'll have to say that if this is where the Triad is and this storm is going like this, it's the north and east part of the storm that's always the strongest. And as that makes that turn, we're stuck in that section. You see what I'm saying? We're on the east side of the storm. We're stuck in that section as it makes its way north. So making the turn is good and bad. It's good in the sense that it goes north and away from us, but it's rounding the curve and we're right in the curve.
Well, it's like you almost get hit twice.
Yeah, sort of, yep. Because it's a big scoop around the Triad, so the Triad gets the edge of it all the way around. And I think mountains, one thing that worries me about that is 4 or 5 inches is a lot of rain anywhere, but when you put that in the mountains and you have that fast runoff because the topography is so steep, you get flash flooding more than just regular flooding.
All right, so we know what conditions look like here. Let's take a look at Wilmington, which was one of the areas that was hardest hit by Hurricane or then Hurricane Florence, and you're still experiencing some tropical conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we've got some really good action going on. They brought in some heavy machinery, and now they are taking these huge trees that have fallen in the middle of Market Street and are pushing it all to the side. They have the chainsaws out here. Now that you can see they've got the heavy machinery because they want to clear some of these roads. We are still dealing with, I'm safe to say, hurricane force winds, or at least tropical force storm winds, and it doesn't matter. These guys are out here and they're trying to clear the road. They know how important it is to get first responders to be able to get wherever they need to the fastest. That tree came up right over here and was blocking Market Street since it fell. Now, if you're familiar with Wilmington, Market Street is one of the main thoroughfares in this city, and there are so many trees down on it that it's really causing some issues for first responders and people just trying to get around. So these guys showed up just about 30 minutes ago, and they are trying to get rid of these trees, or at least push them onto a more secondary or even like lower than that priority road. Ryan, can you see over here? They've got a guy over here coming up for reinforcements. They're trying to get rid of all of the roots and all of the extra branches and the things out of the road to make it drivable again. That is the big concern right now, and that's also the top priority for not only first responders, but a lot of these field crews who are out. I imagine these guys work for the city or they're contracted through the city, and they were told, get this stuff off the streets now. And that's what's happening. This road cleared in just about 30 minutes. This huge tree, I thought for certain it was going to take several hours to get rid of it, but they have got so many contractors around here that they're able to get rid of this right now, which is great to see because these roads need to be passable, especially those first responders. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but that's really the concern right now. You know, last night the firefighters here in New Hanover County were tweeting for people to get off the roads because they have such a severe backlog of 911 calls they're not able to get to because they only have so much help and they only have so much resources and so many clear roads to get to people who are in an emergency. So fortunately, these guys are out here and they're helping make that job even just a little bit easier in a situation that is very difficult and one that they haven't experienced here in a very long time, guys.
I don't know, can you hear me now, Chad? There is a lot of damage in that area. Obviously, recovery is going to be a long ways away. Have you heard about anybody who has, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was wondering if did we lose him for a sec? No, I think he can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great.
Good.
Have you been able to make your way to the beach at all to see what's happening there?
No. Honestly, no, because the main priority, at least for first responders, is here in downtown. And so we have stayed in this area. You know, we've had Luke Liddon and Hannah Brewer have been out as well. So we're kind of tag teaming our coverage here, trying to cover the most area. Right. But we really haven't made it past downtown because there are so many stories to tell down here and so many evolving situations down here. Since we're talking about it, so I want, Ryan, if you're able to see over here, you see all this debris that's over here?
Yeah.
All this debris that's kind of in this back lot here, this is the roof from the building we were just showing you. We're now on the back side of this building, the one where the roof was sliced off like a can opener, and you can still see some of the pieces of roof that are now overturned on the other side of the intact portion of the roof. And even over here you can see all their boarded up windows where they tried to protect their building ahead of this storm. But think about how far, okay, so you can see where the building is. Now think about how far of a distance it is for those portions of roof to fly all the way over here. I mean, those were airborne. I'm not really good at just this distance here, but I mean, I would say that's at least a quarter to a half of a football field that these huge chunks of roof flew before they landed and took out this fence over here. So really some powerful winds and really an active situation right now as these crews work to clear up some of this debris to make these roads passable again.
Yeah, you mentioned powerful roads and powerful winds, and I can see the wind is picking up again, but not nearly what you experienced yesterday, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I actually called Eric Chilton before we went on air today because I wanted to find out the conditions we should expect today. And he told us, as he's been showing you, that there are some rain bands that are moving at a glacial pace across our area. And when it is dry, it could be dry for a couple hours. And then when it's wet, it could be wet for a couple of hours. And the wind is certainly coming with that. And so, this is definitely nothing. This is peanuts compared to what we were experiencing yesterday morning as that eye wall came ashore and as that eye wall passed over us as we were in downtown Wilmington. But I think it's safe to say it's just as annoying as the winds and the heavy rain we experienced yesterday, because a lot of these roads can't handle more rain. Fortunately, we have had large enough of a lull in the rain over the past 12 hours or so that a lot of the water that had started to pond on the roads were able to either sink into the ground or get to a gutter and reduce some of the flooding concerns. But we know that the ground is saturated around here from many, many days of rain, as well as, excuse me, as well as the fact that they have had, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, but they have had almost record-breaking amounts of rain before this system even came ashore for the month of September and I believe August as well. So, this place can't handle any more rain, but fortunately there has been big enough lulls in between the rain bands that it has allowed the water to sink in or go elsewhere, go into the river, and wait for the next round and the next band that should bring even more inches of rain to this area.
Now, the good news is that the system by tomorrow will start to pick up forward speed a little bit, so that'll give them a break. But I know, and Chad and his company and all of our crews included in this, and for the emergency responders and the people that are trying to get in there and clean up, at this point, as the rain tapers down over the next, for Wilmington it'll taper down, it's going up for us. But for Wilmington, as that dies out a little bit, it's a hindrance more than anything else. It just slows the entire cleanup process so much for people down east. And as Chad said, it's just annoying that they can't get to work and get things fixed the way they want to because the rain is just strong enough, but not strong enough to cause much more flooding once it starts to get out of here. It stays still, it's moving at 2 miles an hour, so it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
It was a little comforting to see some crews out there,
they're
trying to move things around and assess the damage before the weekend is out, because I know there are a lot of people here who cannot wait to get back home. So at least they're trying to make that effort.
Okay, we want to go back to Chad real quick. I think we're hearing that we're going to. Oh, okay. I thought we were going back to Chad. Chad's taking a break, and rightfully so.
Yeah, he's been working really hard.
A lot of rain out there. With the forecast, by the way, let me say this. So people think, when is Wilmington going to clear up? Obviously, it's gotten a little bit better. It's not torrential winds and rain together. Now it's just breezy with rain. It will take another, I don't want to say 24 hours, but close to it. Because if you're thinking 2 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's slow.
24 hours, it's going to go 50 miles in a day.
Right.
Which isn't that far. And it's a 250-mile wide storm.
So it's big and slow.
Big and slow. That's exactly right.
I used to be that way in middle school.
Stop.
No, just joking. I just felt like we needed to smile a little bit.
You have to.
So let's take a look at what our Maddie Gardner is working on this afternoon. Maddie, you have some more pictures to show us.
Yes, I'm going to make you guys smile some more. I thought it was about time of the day where we should share some heartwarming moments of former Hurricane Florence, including this first one from the National Guard. Wait till you see this picture of a National Guard soldier not just assisting citizens, but assisting their pets, rescuing anyone who might need help in this water. It's photos like this that really make you smile on these rainy days. I also want to point out that the Ocracoke ponies are okay on Cape Hatteras. A lot of people asking about the wild horses on the Outer Banks on social media, and happy to report that they are a-okay. This post saying the ponies are safe and the pony pen didn't have any damage because of the hurricane. And we all remember this one, right? We're going to bring it up again because it's just awesome. Annie Randall, one of our reporters out in Kinston, helping someone. This woman was trying to carry her kayak through a flooded road, and Eddie went over to see if she was okay, but he didn't stop there. I'll show you here once this video progresses. Eddie did something that most of us wouldn't do. He grabbed that canoe and helped this woman carry her canoe back toward the area of the road that wasn't flooded, and we are going to get to that moment here in just a bit. This video has to play. There we go, Eddie. picking up that canoe and helping that woman. He also helped a driver earlier in the day. This road completely washed out, as you've seen. You can see in this video right here. Someone was trying to make the decision whether they should drive through it, and Eddie told him, don't do it, turn around. So good work by our crews out there, not just reporting, but helping people that they come across. Bravo to him. And then we're seeing the city of New Bern, of course, a devastated community here, a lot of flooding there. And this morning, city volunteers made those operations crews breakfast. So this photo tweeted out by the city, them grilling up some bacon for the volunteers who were there. Volunteers like these people helping do water rescues in a flooded neighborhood. Aradura Chumba tweeted out this video. Now, this team is not a team of first responders, but a team of volunteers, about 50 boat rescue volunteers that are certified to go out there in their boats, knock on doors, and help people get from their flooded homes. And you can see they're doing just that in New Bern today. So another moment of this storm that's really capturing hearts on social media. And this one as well. This one's from Jacksonville, North Carolina. If you haven't seen this photo yet, take a look right here. A mother kisses her son after they found shelter after Hurricane Florence came through Jacksonville. They were rescued overnight from a hotel that took some major storm damage, and a city official took that picture. It's a pretty powerful moment here. Some more powerful moments, this time on the Department of Defense's Twitter page. The U.S. Army out here helping people. This are members of the North Carolina National Guard. You can see in this video they are helping women from Elizabethtown and the Eastern Carolina Medical Center board onto this safe vehicle after the storms. Again, just those moments of this storm where we're already seeing the resiliency of North Carolina, of South Carolina as well. And then some fun moments on our Facebook page here. A CBS reporter was out reporting in the floodwaters. Wait a second. You see this right here? Yeah. Oh, deer. And I mean it. These are deer going through the floodwater here. That reporter has to stop and turn around to make sure her eyes are not deceiving her. And another animal out in the floodwaters, this one in Myrtle Beach, that's an alligator out and about weathering the storm. So we're starting to see a little bit of some odd moments on social media now as those floodwaters start to recede. In addition to those odd moments, we're seeing those heartwarming moments. So I thought it was about time in the day where we took a break from seeing that damage and destruction video and focused on what else was happening during this storm, guys. I really love that deer video right here. If we can just watch that one more time. Are you ready for them?
Yeah, we're
They're
ready.
coming.
Here they
There
are.
they are.
There they
Look at
are.
that.
Isn't that crazy?
All right. Thanks so much for getting us on the good news train, Maddie.
That's what we need.
Exactly. We needed to just take a break.
Deep breath.
Think
That's
about
exactly
things.
Right.
All right. So it is now 1:26. We do have a bit of a breaking news story on our hands in Kernersville, where a tree has fallen onto a house. Adrienne Brodus is there. She has our live continuing coverage for us this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you guys. Coming out of that breath that we took, we have another chapter of the Florence story. If you look, you'll notice this blue tarp blanketing this home. A big chunk of the roof is on the second floor of this home. And here's why. I want you to take a walk with me. I talked with the homeowner a short time ago. She says last night around 10:30, this tree that sits in her front yard snapped. As photojournalist David Peterlin shows you on the other side, you'll see where some of the roots lifted. That's not all. There's a lot of debris in her front yard right now. Her name is Raquel Whitmer. She lives here in Kernersville, just off of Linville and Business 40. She and her family have called this home for about 7 years. She said when the tree snapped last night, it sounded like an explosion. She and her 5-year-old were inside. They are doing fine. She's a beloved kindergarten teacher, and many of her colleagues are here inside with a flashlight helping them move things out of the home. I want to point your attention to the corner of the home. She says that's where the tree hit when it fell on the house. Here's the problem with that. An engineer was out earlier today and says because it hit this side of the tree, it's possible the house shifted off of the foundation. So it's really not safe for anyone to be inside. She said she didn't want to talk to us right now because she's working with her friends trying to get everything out of the home. You see a friend just stopped by offering support, offering help, and she says, hey, we are safe. There are people miles away from here dealing with the situation much worse. And as I started out saying, this is just another chapter in the story. Indeed, it's another chapter in the story because as Ed and our other meteorologists have told us, this is only the beginning of what folks here in Kernersville and Greensboro will see as more rain is on the way. Back to you guys.
Wow, excellent reporting. Thank you so much for bringing us that story. This is what you could experience here in the Triad. Again, this is in Kernersville. This is not in Wilmington. This is not far away in New Bern. This is here at home, and this is what you could be faced with later today.
That's what I was about to say. We'll see more of those stories. There'll be lots of that, and lots of stories untold. Can't get to all of them, but we'll see trees down. I think that's our biggest issue, and when we see more power outages, it'll be primarily because of that, because the ground's so saturated, and our winds. Winds are only gusting up to about 25 right now, and an isolated 30, 32 miles per hour, but that's strong enough to get that done as wet as we have been. One thing too to remember, and we talk about, don't go into the waters when you see a flooded road. That's kind of a given. But even if it's, let's just say it's ankle deep in a neighborhood and you're walking around, you really shouldn't be out in it because again, we've talked about the possible contamination with floodwaters. It can back up sewer systems. It can back up septic tanks if you live out in the county. You could have down power lines that you can't see because they're dark color, they're black and they're underwater. And if that water's electrified and you step in that puddle, that's it. So you got to be careful. Even if you see ankle deep water, you should not be traipsing around through it without checking things first and looking around as much as possible. Really, you need to stay inside till this is over.
You don't know what's in the water.
No.
And you don't know when you can run into a road that's closed or flooded. So are you thinking that if you need to go out in the next few hours, you should be okay, but then later today, it's going to be bad? Like, what's the timing?
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar. I mean, we're close to, I can look and see it better up here. It's, it's already moving into southern Alamance County, some of the heaviest bands, definitely already around Troy and over to Carthage. That's already completely saturated, and they're going to get more and more and more. Southern Randolph County as well. I would say if you're in the Triad proper and you have to go somewhere, if you don't go within the next hour or two, the rains are going to get so hard and heavy that the roads are going to be so slick and you'll hydroplane, you got to be extra careful. And it's only going to get worse into the night. So do what you have to do right now, get it over with, get back within an hour or two, and you should be good.
All right, speaking of roads, I do want to make this announcement before we continue on with our coverage. There is a mandatory evacuation in place right now for people in Cumberland County that live along the Little River and also the Cape Fear River. This is a mandatory evacuation. So if you live in those areas, again, this is Little River area and Cape Fear area, because the water is just getting too high too fast. So if you know anybody in that area, make sure you get the alert to them because we need them to get out to safe for higher ground right now.
And that's the Fayetteville area, by the way. I was
Right.
just double checking. I thought for sure that was where that was. But yes, in the Fayetteville area, Hope Mills, Maxton, that whole region.
All right, so even further east from Fayetteville, let's check in with our Chad Silber in Wilmington. We've heard about roads being washed out. Heading to Wilmington, people cannot get home on I-40, but you're in the heart of the city and the roads don't look any better there.
Right, and that's what they're trying to do, is make these roads passable again. And the crews are going through here with haste, very speedy. I mean, you saw me just a couple of minutes ago showing all that heavy machinery at this intersection of Market Street, which is one of the heavy thoroughfares here in Wilmington, and they're gone. They're done. They pushed all the trees out of the road, they got the power lines out of the road, and they have moved on to their next job. Not cleaning up the branches yet, not cleaning up the big trees. That is a problem for other people down the road. That is no longer a priority anymore. They've pushed the stuff out and now they're gone, which is good to see. The thing that's not good to see is we're starting to get a better understanding of some of the different problems that we will see here over time. Not all of the problems are immediate. I'm going to break it down into layers. The first one, trying to get these roads cleaned so first responders can go through. Yes, that is a big problem. Next is the food situation. All the stores are closed. Imagine a lot of the stores are without food at this point, because when they were open, the people who decided to take the necessary precautions ahead of the storm went and bought all of the necessary food. We don't know when the trucks will be able to get in here. You know, we talked about Interstate 40 being closed. Who knows when trucks can get in here to resupply the food. The third level that we noticed too, when we were getting ready to do a live shot about an hour and a half ago, a woman came up to us frantic in her car and said, "Where's the gas? Where is the gasoline?" unfortunately, I had to tell her there is no more gas. There are no more gas stations that have gasoline that are currently open. She said, but I'm on E. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. That is the next concern. A lot of people went and filled up their gas tanks before the storm hit. A lot of them have been driving around using that gasoline over the past 24 hours. People are going to run out of gas, and they're going to do it soon, especially for those who have to go to work tomorrow or the next day or the next day. That's going to be the next concern. When will the gas get here? When will the water arrive here? When will the power turn back on here? So yes, the immediate concern is the first responders being able to get where they need to and making sure that people are able to survive this initial storm. But then the problems come later down the road, the coming hours, the coming days, the coming weeks. Survival is going to be getting more and more difficult, but in different ways. Different aspects of surviving are going to be the next challenges. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if everybody realizes that that's what's coming. That's what's coming down the pike, and that's what they're going to have to deal with over the coming days and weeks, guys.
And that's basically just a harsh reality. I mean, that's just the way it is, and as Chad said, everybody has to deal with these issues, and it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Chad can hear you or not, but I can hear the rain coming down pretty hard. It looks like you guys are really starting to get that extra set of rain that you really don't need right now.
Absolutely, yeah, that rain ban came through just about at the time we were set to go live here at noon. And it was dry before then, very windy, but the rain has returned with it and has not stopped since. So we're expecting it to continue. We are expecting to feel this wet feeling for many more days. You know, when your fingers get wrinkled because you went outside too long, when you should have been in the bathtub too long, that's when you know that the rain's been around for a long time. And you know, honestly, it's hard to complain about things right now because we know that people are dealing with so much worse. Right. You know, you showed some of the shots from Kinston. You showed some of the shots from other places on the beach. I mean, even approaching the Triad now, my wet boots are a very small problem compared to what some people in our state are dealing with right now.
Yeah, that's an excellent way to sum that up. Thank you, Chad.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chad. And we've been talking all morning long about being safe, getting your supplies now. And Tracy brought up a good point just a few minutes ago when she said, if you're going to do this, get out right now. Yeah. And this is the time to do it because our rain's not that bad yet. So now Montgomery County, yes. If you live in that neck of the woods, I'd say wait. But if you're in the Triad proper, you get out here now, get it done the next couple hours, 2-3 hours, get back in, get ready for the night, and just kind of stay inside till Monday if you can.
All right, our continuing coverage this morning continues on the eastern part of our state in Kinston with Eddie Randall. We saw some amazing rescues from you. We also seen some cars attempting to go over the flooded out road there. What do you have for us next?
Well, you guys, since our last live shot, we've seen more and more attempt and, you know, make that choice to go across. We saw a Jeep Cherokee, we saw a Honda SUV, we saw at least a few trucks go through. But you know what's funny is that we see these trucks like stop and think, can I go through? We saw the one truck with massive tires, about 5 feet tall, you know, those big trucks sitting on those huge tires come through. And we just knew that that person was probably going to try to go through because its tires were close to like tractor-sized tires. That person actually stopped, made the choice to turn around and go the other way. So it's crazy that someone with massive tires that probably would have no problem with it is still thinking, I'm not going to do this. We talked to another man who was coming through who was kind of asking us, is there another way to get around here? And we told him, you know, we wouldn't chance it, don't try to go. And he goes, no, I'm not going through there at all. But you know, since the early morning, we've been seeing people stop and try and hesitate and see whether they can go through. Adam, if you'll zoom in again to that white line, that's where we were this morning. Like when I was first taking my pictures when we first got out here, and you can see how much that water has grown now. If you just pan over to where the river is, you can also see how much it's grown just in the last 2 hours. It's already starting to flow over that grass right there, which, you know, is just not safe. So we just tell people, do not drive through here. As soon as you get to the area, if you cannot see the lines, then you need to turn around. And apparently, you guys remember earlier, we need to tell people not to walk through this area earlier. We talked to a woman earlier who had a canoe and was walking all the way across here with that, said she got too tired, actually sat down in that water to rest, and then came back and finished, and we interviewed her. She also said that it was something she shouldn't have done, she would never do again. She was trying to get home, but then again, you guys just have to remember, that could be a very, very serious, a very dangerous situation. So you just have to stop and think, is it really worth me even taking that chance? And you know, if you're smart, the answer is no. You don't want to go across water that you don't know what's under there. There's several government agencies that say this is the #1 cause of death in a situation like this, a hurricane, because people try to drive over water like this and they don't know if the road has crumbled. They have no idea what's under there, and they're taking that chance. You also don't know what kind of bugs, what kind of insects, what kind of if there's a snake or any kind of animal or anything in there that could possibly harm you. So the best thing to do is stop, think again, and say the answer is no, I'm not going to go across that water.
All right, so Eddie, everybody on social media who watched the earlier interview with you and Rebecca, you helped her with the canoe get to safety. They want to know, did you see her make it home safely? Is she all right?
I think she is. We saw her walk all the way down the road to where we couldn't see her anymore with her canoe, and she did tell us that she just lived right down the street. She said she didn't live far from here, so she just wanted to get home. So we're pretty sure she got home. She got past this area here, and I mean, the most important part is that she made it through that water, which I'm surprised she did, but she said that she was extremely exhausted. And remember, she also told us it's something that she would never do again.
Yeah, she called it dumb. She said she would not do it, and that was not smart to risk her life. Thankfully, she's okay, and she learned from that, and I think we all learned from that too. So, all right, thank you, Eddie. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. Let's show some other video from across the state. Really powerful images. This, I'm told, is New Bern. From when that storm surge first pushed in, you'll see that kind of cattywampus house over in the distance, the fence almost submerged by the water, and just the power of that water and that wind, turning that street into an ocean, Ed.
Yeah, and of course, if you know New Bern quite well, we've been talking about the water backing up the Neuse River. Not only does it pound, our beaches, but that water actually moves up the river and kind of backs the river up. But not only did we see that in the city of New Bern, flooding a large part of New Bern, but also in downtown Wilmington yesterday with the storm surge.
Let's see if we can get some more videos here if we have them available. This is a massive tree. It's where, Alan? Avasa, okay. Wow, look at that huge tree. That's all from the hurricane force winds that came through some of these coastal towns. Topping out at more than 100 miles per hour in Wilmington, Ed?
Yeah, well, highest wind gusts that we've recorded. Now, they were probably wind gusts higher than this, but the anemometer at the New Hanover County Airport measuring a wind gust of 105 yesterday. That was when Chad and the other crews were right in that western eye wall in downtown Wilmington.
Yeah, they said the wind was so strong it felt like needles hitting their back at one point, and the rain that was pounding on them with torrential force. Okay, here's a look at Lumberton. Looks like they are sandbagging, and for good reason, because we've been monitoring the situation that is getting far worse in Lumberton. Lumberton, a town absolutely devastated by Hurricane Matthew just 2 years ago. They've still not fully recovered. Some of the bridges that had collapsed during Lumberton have not been fixed. And now another powerful storm, leaving potentially another couple of years worth of repair. A lot of families we know moved out of Lumberton after Matthew, and this is just another devastating blow to that community. Looks like the National Guard, though, helping out. This is Goldsboro. Look at that, the flooding there. Goldsboro, not far from the coast, but inland, certainly. overturned traffic cones, flashing power lights, clearly having taken a power hit. Ed, what was the situation you saw in Goldsboro, at least from a weather standpoint?
Well, all over a large geographical area of eastern North Carolina, our Doppler is able to estimate rainfall amounts just based on those yellow, orange, and red coloring, and we see really most of eastern North Carolina, east of Raleigh, in the 20 to 25, 28 inch rain totals so far. That's since the storm moved inland yesterday.
And again, the rain totals that we're anticipating here should not be nearly as many as they have had, but we've had so much rain.
Right.
We have more than 6 inches above normal for rainfall in the Triad area before Florence came.
Right.
So this is a potentially very serious situation for us.
Right. We're still sticking with a kind of a rough area of 6 to 10 inches of rain here in the immediate Triad. Lesser amounts towards Virginia, but we think the hardest hit areas are still going to be our Sandhill areas and southern Piedmont areas. I don't know if we can do it, but if we can pop up the local radar, we kind of want to sprinkle that in as well to show you that these rain bands that Chad is dealing with now continue to feed inland south of Wilmington. They move through the Wilmington area and then they turn to the northwest near Fayetteville up to Raleigh-Durham and then turn more west and move from the Raleigh-Durham area right into the Triad. And some of our hard hit areas, don't forget Sanford and Lee County and also Moore County, just in the edge of our viewing area under flood warnings. They've been under the flood warning since earlier this morning, and I think as we continue to see this rain, you see around just south of Durham and tracking this way, some of this is going to be moving into the Triad, and it's moving at a pretty good clip, so this will be moving in over the next several hours, and we'll see these off and on pockets of heavy rain. But if you get under one of those areas where we're seeing the yellow or orange, that is certainly some very torrential downpours. And again, just wanted to head to the south a little bit, and you can see those areas of rain moving through Lee and Moore County. That flash flood warning, those are the closest ones right now that we have in effect in, near our area here in the Triad, but that's been extended now to 5:45. Taking a look at the track, the storm barely moving. For all practical purposes, the storm has been nearly stationary today, crawling to the west at about 2 miles per hour. The center circulation of the tropical storm, we can't say an eye anymore, it's a tropical storm. The eye is collapsed as the warm storm continues to weaken about 40 miles to the west of Myrtle Beach. And again, that very slow crawl to the west. Winds continue to decrease. That's a bit of good news there. The sustained winds at 45 miles per hour. And even though we'll see the storm weaken to a depression probably by this evening or overnight, still the heavy rain is going to continue as the remnants of the storm move very slowly through South Carolina. And we're still looking at these rainfall amounts. The lesser amounts will be along the Virginia border to the north, but 4 to 6 inches, nothing to sneeze at. We're still looking at 6 to 10 here in the Triad and possibly upwards of a foot of rain. We're talking about Lee and Moore and Montgomery County in our viewing area. Again, these are going to continue to mount up because this rain is going to continue not only today and tonight, but through tomorrow and possibly into early Monday.
Yeah, and like you said, this rain only just beginning for our part of the region. And unfortunately, we've already had more than 800,000 people in North Carolina without power. We want to see if we can check in our information center with WFMY News 2's Maddie Gardner. She's been monitoring the power outage situation, not just Duke Energy, but also Randolph Electric and other companies that are really stepping up with crews from all over the country to try to get the lights back on. Maddie?
Absolutely, Megan. I have an update for you that's coming directly from the North Carolina Department of Public Safety. Now, these are outages across the state, including all energy companies and cooperatives. Right now, you can see more than 700,000. That number just keeps increasing. You remember at the beginning of the storm, we were telling you that Duke Energy expected 75% of their customers to lose power, anywhere from 1 to 3 million people. So we're starting to see that number creep up again. This is all energy companies in North Carolina, statewide power outages well over 700,000, creeping closer to 800,000 at this point. We take a look on social media to see what's going on with those power outages. First, I want to bring your attention to this local tree down. One of our photojournalists, Manning Franks, tweeting this out, saying that this tree snapped. It says, looks like a stick of broccoli just ripped off one of the stems. Be careful out there. He is wandering around Guilford County right now. And you can see the reason I show you this picture. These power lines are right here. This is going to be a problem we are going to see more of during the coming days as that wet ground and those trees start to break off, that wind picks up, and power lines nearby can certainly come down. Now, these are the numbers that you need to know for power line safety. If your power goes out, I know that this is a lot right now, but if you pick out which energy company corresponds with you and write it down or take a picture of it quickly, we have Duke Energy, Energy United, Piedmont Electric, Randolph Electric, Surrey Yadkin Electric, Lexington, and High Point Electric, all right here. If your power line is down in front of your house or your business, you can get in touch with your local power company, and then they'll let you know how long it's going to be and give you a better estimate of that. Don't call 911 if your power goes out. We need to keep that line open for emergencies. You might also want to get in touch with your local police department, especially if it's blocking a road, so they can get out there and clean that up for you. Megan mentioned Randolph County right here. As of noon, they had crews responding to 70 outages affecting about 1,700 member owners. So most outages, again, are occurring in Moore County because of those fallen tree limbs and broken poles. Again, they're reminding people not to call 911. Don't even report your outage on social media. Instead, call that number, which is 1-877-736-2633. And Randolph County even has an option for you to text the word text REMC. So that's another option for you there. This is all on Twitter for you. Again, these tweets trending on social media right now. People already dealing with power outages in Burlington, North Carolina. This woman posted on Instagram that she made a cup of coffee. She sat down to watch the news and then her power went off. She said, at least I got my coffee, right? And then someone was starting up a generator in her house. But again, this is in Burlington, North Carolina, guys. This is in the Triad, the Piedmont Triad. So we're already starting to see the effects of those power outages. Again, this is a good account to follow. NC Emergency Management tweeting out the most current totals. This number has not been updated since 11:30. We now know it is growing here. And I also want to remind everybody of this, taking our advice that we had for you earlier in the week, filling up gallon bags with water. This really helps out. It's a great idea if that power goes out, if that water system were to go down in your area, especially if you're on well water here. You can drink this or use this to clean and wash and things like that. Also reminding you of this, Governor Roy Cooper reiterating this in his press conference today, that if you need to reach a trained specialist at any time of the day, if you have questions about shelters or any other resources, you can call 211. Give you a better idea of the current power outages in the Triad right now. This is a power outage map here. These are just Duke Energy customers, but it does give you a better idea of what's going on. I'll click right here for you so you can see Guilford County experiencing the most outages right now, about 1,600 people without power. Again, if you need to get in touch with your energy provider, you can always call one of these numbers. We have them posted for you on our Twitter page and our Facebook page. And we are also using that hashtag StormTrack2. You type that in and you can find all of this information.
That is some great information, especially, Ed, because you're starting to record some very strong wind gusts in the Triad area.
Yeah, and more power outages, and now those outages are becoming more prevalent here in the Piedmont as well. Of course, keeping an eye on radar. We continue to show you that. I don't want to go to our computer just a minute because we're keeping up with the wind gusts as well. And during a normal situation, say a 32-mile-per-hour wind gust out at PTI just a few minutes ago, and generally wind gusts between 20 and 25. No real big deal in a normal situation, but as the rain continues to come down in the Triad, and especially points to the south, the ground just gets soggier and soggier. The soil gets looser and looser. So this is enough to bring down trees and power lines across the area.
Well, when you get the wind gusts and combined with the rain and the saturated ground and trees that are old or perhaps decaying, you get a situation like what we're seeing in Kernersville. That's where Adrian Broadus is live. A very serious situation, Adrian.
Indeed, and as Ed and some of our other meteorologists said, we still haven't even seen the worst of the storm. But here in Kernersville, they are already feeling the impact. You see this big chunk of a branch right here. It's part of that tree that fell last night. Notice the blue tarp that covers the home. That's because a big chunk of the roof is now sitting on the second floor inside of this home that's just off of Linville and Business Road 40, excuse me. Over here is where the tree lifted from its roots. The woman who lives here tells me she's lived here about 7 years. She said it just snapped. And as photojournalist kind of walks around with me, we can see on this side where the tree lifted from its roots. Her name is Raquel Whitmer. She told me she was inside with her 5-year-old when she heard what she thought was a loud explosion. She walked outside and noticed the tree had landed on the top of her home. And we talked earlier about old trees and not being able to withstand the power of Florence. She said she doesn't know how old the trees are that are in her yard, but you'll notice there are other trees here in the yard. And I asked if that is a threat. What did engineers tell her earlier today? She said engineers told her the trees that are still here are okay. However, they're concerned about anyone being inside of the house because the tree hit the side of the home, which caused it to shift from its foundation. You see at least 3 people in the garage working with her right now. These are some of her colleagues. They're school teachers at an elementary school here in town. Mrs. Whitmer is a beloved kindergarten teacher. She said what she needs right now are boxes. She's trying to get some of her precious mementos from inside of the home out. You see plastic carts inside of the garage with school supplies and pictures, things she will likely use for her classroom. But the big thing she wanted to underscore is that she and her children are safe. The family will stay in a nearby hotel tonight, but her heart was really with some of the other people in Wilmington and other parts of the Carolinas dealing with the aftermath of Florence. Well, we shouldn't even say aftermath because it's just really getting started here in Kernersville and the Greensboro area. Back to you.
Adrian, she seems like a selfless woman from how you described her. She's beloved by her community, and I've seen already on Facebook a group of community members who is trying to coordinate a meal plan for her to try to help her out. So there's a big neighborhood support here for this woman.
Yeah, and that's one of the things she talked about. When I asked her what she needed, she said, I just need boxes, but beyond that, I don't need anything. Other people need help. She says, my community is really coming together. We've seen at least 3 people pull up since we've been here. A neighbor said he heard the saws going this morning. He drove over to find out what was going on. Another thing I think we should underscore, he said he also has a lot of trees, a lot like this in his front yard, but he took preparations. He cut some of those older trees down because, as we know, folks here in the Carolinas have lived through storms before. We know trees, when that wind starts howling and those gusts whip up, those are some of the first things to topple. Back to you.
Well, Adrian, thank you for bringing us the good news that she and her child are okay and that the community is rallying behind her to help her through this situation. Thank you. All right, let's get back out to New Bern, seeing some of the most devastating flooding and most compelling video all day. And it's not over there. The threat of more flooding continues. WFMI's Susadori Achumba is live where water rescues are ongoing.
That's right. We are at Union Point Park here in downtown New Bern. As you can see, the river behind us is pretty much taking over parts of the park. You can see far down there, that area used to be the dock area. All of that is pretty much gone. Now we are, this area actually yesterday you could not be here because the water was high up and went all the way into the downtown area. And you can see some of the remnants are still here with the trees down. I have a resident here, Kevin Henry, who has been walking around and just kind of like taking in all of the sides of this situation. Kevin, what did you see as you were surveying the city?
Well, we've seen a brick wall down over here by that brick home, like I was telling you. The bottom windows appear to be blown out, so the water must have went in. When you go up the road, there's one of the historic homes. The roof is torn up. Can't tell how bad it is from the street because it's too close. Looks like somebody's working on it from inside. On up the road farther, you can see where all the debris is from the water. People are cleaning up that stuff, trying to pile it up. We've seen a lot of cars stalled here and there, but most of it is just the water receded. That made a big deal here. The water here was over 10 feet.
Now, seeing the difference between yesterday and the day before and now that you're able to walk here, like, what's...
Well, we've been down here before after a hurricane. Usually it's never flooded this. Usually it's only flooded over there because it's a low spot. And it's about probably about like it is right now. But never, I've lived around here, New Bern anyway, for over 13 years. And I have never, ever seen over 10 feet of water down here in downtown. I mean, it was horrendous. But you had all the wind blowing in, high tide pushing water in, the hurricane pushing it up the river. It just created a big mess. And people, you can't get prepared for it. There's nothing you can do.
Right, and all of it, of course, going into the downtown area, the business district. Some people are beginning to come out slowly to clean up and see what's going on here. So again, thank you, Kevin. Now again, this is just really devastating for a lot of these people. We spoke to a resident earlier who went back to her neighborhood and just pretty much her house was underwater. Very, very emotional situation, for a very traumatizing situation. And of course, all that water rescue that we saw, we did see some of the rescuers bring out one family and their pets. So they are still going around and checking some of these flooded neighborhoods and going door to door and making sure that there's nobody who's still stranded or that there's nobody who did not make it out alive. So that's the worst case scenario, and they're hoping that that's not the case. They're hoping that they can actually rescue some of those people if there's anybody left in there who needs to be rescued. Now, power is still out in many places. We've seen some traffic lights coming back on. We're told that there's just about 6,000 folks who still don't have power. Again, the winds are still picking up. It's not all clear yet. The tree crews are not, we haven't seen that very many tree crews out dealing with the issue of the downed trees. So those are still hanging out in some neighborhoods. So folks have to be very, very careful when they're going out, because with all this wind, some of those loose branches can be very, very dangerous.
Adure, we're hearing 69 people rescued this morning. There is a curfew in place for New Bern until 7 a.m. You mentioned the woman you spoke with earlier named Janice. We cannot forget her story. We were all tearing up hearing how she went back to her home. I mean, to put yourself in the shoes of the people who are going through this, they are looking at their homes where they've lived for years, potentially, seeing their belongings underwater. It has to be an unbelievably stressful time for them.
Indeed, and sometimes you don't want to insult their experience by putting yourself in their shoes, because you are not experiencing what they're experiencing. But truly, to have that empathy, I mean, it really is very, very heart-wrenching to see that, and knowing that this woman, she's about 70, she said, and she's also lost her husband, so she's all in this by herself. So to sort of imagine and just be there, seeing her dealing with that, you have to wonder, how is she going to recover? And she's not the only story there. I just spoke to a man who runs a mortuary business, and they're also cleaning up right now. They've lost some property, and then there's just many of them all through this city, and people are just slowly coming out. And you know, as the water recedes, and you're going to see them getting back into the neighborhoods to try to recover anything that they can. But honestly, that's going to be a very challenging thing to do, because all that area is just underwater, completely underwater.
Yeah, Dory, I know you don't want to put yourself in their shoes, but just know that you are a comfort to them just by being there and by caring about them and by sharing their stories. So thanks for continuing to do your good work. All right, Ed, can you give us an update on the current track of this system and what we're getting here?
Yeah, the storm's still very slowly moving into South Carolina. It's just barely crawling, only moving at about 2 miles per hour. So for all practical purposes, it remains nearly stationary, about 40 miles to the west of the center of the storm, about 40 miles to the west of Myrtle Beach. Winds continue to decrease as the storm moves inland. 45 mile per hour winds likely being downgraded to a tropical depression later today or tonight, but still no reason at all. Do not let down your guard because you're hearing that the storm is weakening, because the rain associated with the remnants of the storm are not weakening. And we can see on our radar, still our southern areas are dealing with heavy downpours. Moore and Lee continue under a flood warnings. Those are the only 2 warnings that are near the triad, but we continue to see these heavy downpours rotate from east to west across the triad, but also especially the southern part of the triad, Lee, Moore, Montgomery County, getting heavy downpours. Doppler rainfall estimates in these areas as much as 4 to even 5 inches of rain so far today.
Wow, that is amazing. Wilmington continuing to get these on and off bursts of rain too. WFMU2's Chad Silber has been there for days now. He started in Wrightsville when the bridge closed, had to make his way to Wilmington, which really got hit hard yesterday. Let's check in with Chad if we can and see what he's doing. Chad?
Yeah, we're still dealing with a lot of rain here, and I think at this point, you know, Eric said earlier that you can imagine that it sounds like it's just annoying, and that's what it's become at this point. You know, we've gone through the best and the worst of the highs and the lows from Florence, and we're just about ready to be done with it. You know, really the very strong winds started on Wednesday, and now here we are Saturday, and it's been quite the roller coaster, both of emotions and weather conditions. You know, the rain hasn't stopped in hours, and we know that the storm is pushing toward you guys, or at least kind of under and around, you know, that weird track that it's taken right now. But the rain is just still coming down. Now, this is not as heavy as it was yesterday, and the wind isn't as hard as it was yesterday, so we can celebrate some wins here. But that's about it. A lot of people looked very fatigued around here. You see police cars and fire trucks going by responding to emergencies. You see people out walking around, people out driving around, taking pictures. People are fatigued. They want this to be over with. They're done. Florence, goodbye, good riddance. And unfortunately, we've still got more time to go. And because of that, we can expect more damage. We can expect more trees down. We can expect more power lines down. You know, we talk in the triad that when the ground is saturated and we've had a lot of rain and then wind comes, that the ground kind of acts like a sponge, and it's much easier for trees and power lines to fall with that spongy ground. Well, imagine how spongy the ground is here after raining for more than 24 hours straight. I mean, I'd say we're closer to 48 hours at this point. And that's kind of what happened over here. I know you can't see it because it's behind this little island of this sign, but that tree they were clearing out here about an hour ago, you can still see a little bit of the roots over there. That tree, the roots went under the sidewalk. So the sidewalk is made of 4 feet by 4 feet concrete slabs, just a bunch of slabs next to each other that make the sidewalk. When that tree came down, it pulled up 3 concrete slabs. How heavy they are, I don't know, but they're at least this thick. That wind was so powerful, it took that tree down, but it also pulled up those concrete slabs that are 4 feet by 4 feet. Incredible. that something like that has happened. And you know, you guys, I can't stop showing you the images over here of this building and what the wind did to it. It's hard to tell from this angle, but you can see on the top pieces of the roof that have been blown off the other facing side and are now sitting on top of this side of the roof upside down. You can see other parts of the roof in front of the building over here. And then over here you can see all the boarded up windows where this building owner thought that that was going to be the extent of the damage. If you saw earlier, really the entire other side of that building, the roof is completely gone. It was pulled completely from the building and it sits right over here, flown all the way across with those heavy winds. You know, we were talking about 90-mile-per-hour winds as this eye wall was passing over us. Unbelievable that this has done this, and it continues here. Back to you guys.
All right, Chad, we will check in with you if you can still hear us in just a few minutes. But right now we have to head out to Cumberland County. Officials are giving an update about some mandatory evacuations happening there as we speak.
In Cumberland County. What we're seeing happen, and we have tried to prepare for this worst case scenario. We do believe that there will be a worst case scenario. We have talked to the National Weather Service. We do believe that the Cape Fear River will crest somewhere in the neighborhood of 62 feet, which is higher than the 58 feet from Hurricane Matthew. We are being cautious, I will tell you that, because we don't know for sure that 62 feet is the top crest. That is what we're anticipating, but we are preparing for worse if we need to. And we believe that we need to based on what we're seeing. So we are seeing some rivers rising quicker than predicted by the National Weather Service. We do not believe that it's life-threatening this second. We're heading towards the moderate stage when it comes to the Little River and the Cape Fear River. So we need to pay attention, we need to be vigilant, and we need to get ready to take action. We've said this for the past several days. We need people to take this seriously. I think based on what we're hearing from some of the public, they assume this is not dangerous because Hurricane Florence came in. It went from a hurricane that was a Category 4 to a 3 to a 2 to a 1, and now it's basically a tropical storm that's moving across the North Carolina and South Carolina coastal plains. Don't be fooled by that. This is a very dangerous storm. If you look at the news and you see what has happened to our north and along the coast, there's tremendous amounts of rain. We had mentioned previously that the Weather Service said this could be rain measured in feet, and that is coming true in some parts of the coastal plain kind of to the northeast of us. We know that a lot of water came from the hurricane and the rain bands last night to the north of us in the basin that we have as far as the Cape Fear River. So what we're anticipating is the rain bands that are moving in our direction, dumping more rain on us, while water from the north that was dumped last night comes down the basin towards the ocean. And we are between that water and the ocean. So what we've done as a precaution is to tell people we are going to do a mandatory evacuation. We have outlined the areas. We are saying from the banks of the Cape Fear River, 1 mile on either side of the river, we are ordering a mandatory evacuation. The city and county have done this in coordination with one another, and we would not have done this unless it was, in our estimation, a serious life-threatening situation. So, what do we see in terms of a time frame? When we look at this, and what we've been told from the National Weather Service, we expect rains through Saturday night, and then 2 days on the backside of that, the rivers that we're discussing cresting. So the dangerous time period really is from when the rain stop to when the river crest. You'll see waters rising, you'll see flash flooding, you'll see river flooding, okay? We're talking about flooding that has not been seen to this degree, potentially, since 1945. For those folks that are from this area, and have family with memories of that event. It flooded up to the downtown area. And that was a long time ago when there wasn't so much concrete, pavement, other buildings, other structures in place. So we can't predict how much flooding damage there will be and how much damage to property, but we're, again, are being very cautious, wanting to protect life and taking these measures in the event that the worst case scenario happens, which has been predicted, again, by the National Weather Service and by the signs that we're seeing with the rapid amount of rain that's being dropped, the slow movement of the storm, where it's stalling out basically over us, moving 2 to 3 miles per hour. So again, I can't emphasize that everyone needs to take this seriously. So with that being said, I'm going to go through some basic information in the form of an update, and then we'll turn it over to several other speakers that will provide additional information. So Cumberland County, City of Fayetteville, and Town of Wade have issued a mandatory evacuation order for all persons residing within 1 mile of the banks of Cape Fear River and the Little River within Cumberland County in order to minimize the imminent threat of injury or loss of life. We're also going to include the town of Linden in this evacuation process. There is the potential for life-threatening flooding, and those who reside in the area face imminent danger from the floodwaters that will arrive soon. The Little River area spans from the Cumberland-Harnett County line to Highway 87 in Spring Lake, Highway 401 in Linden, Highway 217, that's Highway 217, and Luke Road. Residents are asked to leave immediately as the threat of flooding is rapidly increasing in the Little River and Cape Fear River areas. Now this will be over a period of time, okay? But you've got to make your decision. You can't hesitate. You need to decide where you're going, and we'll talk about that a little bit further in terms of potential evacuation and decisions. While the storm appears on the surface not to be as intense as we discussed or as expected, this is not the case. The worst is yet to come as the flood waters from other areas are accumulating north of the county and filling the river basins beyond their capacities. This mandatory evacuation shall commence immediately, and all persons within the evacuation areas shall be evacuated by 3 p.m. September 16th, 2018. All persons who refuse or fail to comply with this mandatory evacuation order shall do so at their own risk and put on notice that emergency and rescue personnel and first responders may not be sent into flooded areas within the area to be evacuated after the deadline for evacuation passes. If you have questions about state roads, go to the North Carolina Department of Transportation website. They're also available at 511. All lanes of Interstate 95 are closed from exit 65 to 81, and alternate routes are posted. Drivers are cautioned that high water has been reported off 210 in the Spring Lake area. Shelters are still...
All right, you are just hearing from Cumberland County officials. Some breaking news we're just learning. Mandatory evacuations are underway for Cumberland County from the banks of the Cape Fear River to 1 mile on either side. You're talking about a massive geographical area that includes Fayetteville. Also, Fort Bragg. It will be interesting to hear from them as to what they are doing. We know FEMA is stationed at Fort Bragg, so will they have to move to account for this now mandatory evacuation? We know all lanes of 95 are closed from exit 65 to 81 because of ponding water. There's particularly high water in the Spring Lakes area. So this is a serious situation. Everybody needs to be out of Cumberland County in that affected area. Again, from the banks to 1 mile on either side of the Cape Fear River by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, September 16th. 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Ed, the concern here is that the Cape Fear River could crest at levels far above what it did for Hurricane Matthew, which flooded Fayetteville.
That's right. The Cape Fear River, excuse me, the Cape Fear River starts in Moncure, which is in Chatham County. So again, I think they're looking at all the rain that is accumulating in the northern part of the river that's got to flow down. Yeah. Of course, the Cape Fear River is a river that goes all the way down through the city of Wilmington, of course. And this is a big river. This is a massive flowing river. And you think about 1 mile either side of that river. That is an incredibly large geographical area. The bigger cities in Cumberland County, not too far from my hometown, so I know that area very well.
Right.
Of course, the city of Fayetteville, you mentioned Fort Bragg, the home of the 82nd Airborne,
Yes.
and also the Spring Lake area, the three larger cities in that county.
Yeah, the Cape Fear River, it moves fast on a normal day. When
Yes.
there's water and when there's rising water, this becomes a very serious situation. They're concerned about both the Cape Fear River and the Little River. Concerned about cresting because they are getting another round of rain, and this could take still a few days to crest.
Absolutely, and I mentioned that the river originates around Moncure, where they have floodgates there. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm sure they've got a game plan for how they're going to release water to flow down the river. Moves through areas around Dunn and Harnett County, and also Fayetteville, goes on down to around Elizabethtown in Bladen County, been hit hard with flooding there, and then all the way down to Wilmington. So we're likely going to see that whole stretch really start to flood over the next 12 to 24 hours.
We just cannot see another Hurricane Matthew-like situation. Please heed this warning. This is very, very serious. Let's head over to WFMY News' Maddie Gardner. She's monitoring the latest on social media. What are you seeing?
Well, Megan, yes, this just into our information center. This number, statewide power outages, actually going down right now. Just a few moments ago, we told you closer to 800,000. It was in the 770,000 people range. Now you can see it's gone down. 766,695 statewide power outages. This information just updated moments ago. So those power crews are back out there, and they're starting to get the lights back on for some people in parts of our state. 245 rescues performed so far, according to the North Carolina Department of Public Safety. And while we're on this website, I also want to point out this link right here will show you the flood status in your area. I've had so many people on social media say, how can I find out if my house is in a floodplain? And here is your answer. Go to this website, go to the Department of Public Safety website, and click this link, and it'll show you the flood status in your area. Now, I also want to get to some disturbing news going on our coast. Our reporter Luke Liddon is out there, and he says he is experiencing some very intense situations right now. Now, I want to warn you about this video and what you might hear in it, an intense scene here, and we're going to go ahead and play it for you. Turn this volume up. Give me one moment. We're going to turn this volume up so you're able to hear what's happening.
People's true colors, because people at this gas station are cutting each other. They're yelling at each other. Someone pulled a gun out on someone else because he confronted him saying, "You're cutting the line, you can't do that," and someone pulled a gun. No one got hurt. People are screaming. They were saying,
so as you can hear, Luke is in Wilmington right now at a gas station, and he said that the scene was intense there. People cutting each other, trying to get gas. Someone even pulling a gun on another person. There's this video there on his Twitter page. He said, fortunately, no one was hurt. But this is the situation in Wilmington. People trying to find fuel right now. There is no gas in most gas stations out there in Wilmington. Luke also tweeting out this video, long lines to get into Harris Teeter. He said the police are there to make sure everyone's okay because those tensions are rising. As you can imagine, it's been a full day, more than 24 hours since Hurricane Florence came through. People are just starting to get out and about and see the damage. That on top of them not having any fuel to get out of Wilmington and maybe not even having any groceries right now. So I wanted to bring you that information from the information center here on social media. We want to know what you're seeing right now. Use that hashtag StormTrackOn2. I know that is tough to watch, those colors coming out there in Wilmington, but the bright news in this report is that those power outage numbers are going down in North Carolina right now.
All right, Maddie, thank you. I was just looking at Luke Liddon's Twitter page, and I was amazed at the number of people who are trying to get into that Harris Teeter. They're only allowing a few people at a time to keep from chaos happening like we're seeing at some of the gas stations that Luke is reporting. But in times like this where you're out of supplies, now they've been out of without power for days now. They're looking to restock. They're looking to try to recover. And when you have all these people, doing the same thing at once, obviously it can be a little bit of a frustrating situation.
Well,
nerve-wracking too.
Nerve-wracking. We're stressed out enough here in the Triad with what potentially could happen here. But imagine in Wilmington and what they've gone through in the past couple of days there. Tensions are running high. People are stressed out. People are tired. They don't have basic necessities that they need for everyday life.
They're hungry.
Yes, they're hungry. Yeah.
All right, so while we're talking about what's happening in Wilmington, let's check in with our crews on the coast here. Chad Silber is in Wilmington doing a great job reporting for us. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it's no surprise that there is a lot of people without power, really the entire city of Wilmington without power because of some of these huge falling trees. I mean, I wanted to stand next to it because I wanted to show you, give you some perspective on the size of this thing. I mean, this tree trunk comes up to my waist, I'd say is safe. You feel free to pass. Just trying to make sure that we don't give any don't cause any traffic jams here, but you can see that this is just a huge tree and it's causing such problems here. But the other problem that I want to walk around here and show you what the other problem is. So you see all these branches, you see small twigs, larger tree limbs. It's all flowing with the water this way. The water flows to least resistance. Well, that's what's happening over here. It's flowing over here, all the way over here, until it gets to the drain, the gutter. The problem is, rain isn't the only thing going into this gutter. It's all this junk, and it's clogging up the gutter. And that's going to be the big concern over the next coming hours and days. As the rain continues to fall, you're going to see things that are going to be in the way of the gutter. So what do you do in a situation like that? Well, you hope that the city maintenance can come fix it, but at this point, they're more worried about getting the trees out of the road than cleaning the gutters. But that needs to be a concern eventually. That needs to be up higher on the priority list. Otherwise, you're going to see these roads flooded because the water has nowhere to go. And like our meteorologists have been telling you, the water will continue to rise. And then what? Then you're going to be dealing with flooded roads, and then the problems get even worse, guys.
So we're looking at this video here, Chad, this live location that you're at. And we did see some crews moving it around earlier, trying to, assess the damage. Have they gone back in? What can you tell us?
So I've seen 3 total Duke Energy vehicles since we've been out here for about 2 hours. I haven't looked at every single vehicle as they've passed, but I've seen 3. And I told you about the first 2. The first 2 were 2 vehicles that were assessing. They were checking the main line. They were checking the integrity of the line. So when it is safe to get the power back on, they want to make sure that those main lines are good enough so when they can provide electricity. Some of these main lines, the ones they were checking, provide power to about 1,000 people. So the hope is that they've been able to go down the line, confirm the integrity of those lines, and then they can start looking at more secondary lines to patch those up, repair them, replace power poles, do whatever it takes so they can start getting the power back on. But we have not seen a lot of utility vehicles around here. More first responders, more contractors, city employees who are working to get debris off the streets. I think they're the second round. They're the next round. As soon as they can clear some of those trees, then they will be able to come in and start to make these fixes. But keep in mind, you think, why doesn't Duke Energy just come out here right now, put the bucket truck up, and fix the line? Think about it. We're getting, obviously I'm no meteorologist. My guess is that we have wind gusts coming through here at 40, 50, 60 miles an hour every once in a while. You can't have a bucket truck up with wind gusts that high. I mean, that's just not possible. That is too dangerous. So they've got to wait for the wind to die down before they can get them up there and make the repairs necessary.
Right. It also cannot put them up there in this constant rain. That's very dangerous. They're dealing with electricity and you cannot begin to restore power until this rain subsides.
Hey, Chad, hold on for 1 second. I want to talk to our folks in the booth because now we have a flash flood warning that has just been issued, and that's for Davidson, Montgomery, Randolph, and Stanley counties. It's on, by the way, for our director, it's on Max 1 if you want to call it up. But it looks like, Ed, that goes until just after 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, until after 10 o'clock tonight. And this is really covering a large area now of our viewing area. As you mentioned, Davidson County, Montgomery County, Randolph County, those southern counties where we have seen these bands of rain that Chad experiences, and then they track to the northwest and move through our southern counties. And you can see with the heavier rain moving through those areas, not surprised at all that flash flood warning. Warning, of course, means flooding is occurring in these counties.
So, if you got a severe warning on your phone, like many of us did, it just started going off on our phones with our alerts. This says flash flood warning for Guilford County, but I didn't hear you mention that in your...
No, it's included. It may not be listed at the top, but I can see it flashing there. So it
is Guilford County.
Yes, it is included in that. And it looked like, if we can go back to that, yeah, Forsyth County is included in that as well. If we probably need to zoom out, or they're zooming in to try to get that to adjust at the top. But because that green flashing line is around
it's so
those
many
counties, it's in there. Yes,
it's so many counties. You can't list them all.
So just because you don't see your county on this screen is basically what I'm saying. Doesn't mean that you're not a part of this warning.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if that's Tim or Turan that's operating that, but if you could zoom out, yeah, there you go. And we can see that it's Guilford, Forsyth, Davidson, and Randolph, and then Montgomery's in that as well, in Stanley County. Now it looks like Chatham County, right, Ed? Am I wrong about that?
Chatham County.
Yeah.
So this really covers from Winston-Salem south and east. Does not include our border counties in Virginia or along the Virginia line. Does not include those. But Eric, as you mentioned, Forsyth, Guilford, Alamance County, Chatham County, Randolph County, and Davidson County. This is a very large part of our viewing area that's now under flood warnings.
Is this our first warning that's been issued as associated with Florence?
Flood warning,
right here in the Metro Triad now.
By the way, if you did not get that alert on your phone, that means your notifications are not activated on your smartphone. So you need to go into your settings, your notifications tab, then click on that emergency alert button. Also, we have alerts that are through our WFMY News 2 app as well. So please make sure you activate those if you're able.
Download those now.
National Weather Service now is listing the cities and towns that this would cover. So it's Greensboro, Winston, High Point, Asheboro, Lexington, Albemarle, Rockingham, Wadesboro, Randleman, and Troy, all within that zone, that warning area.
All right, so we have our own situation developing here at home. We're going to keep an eye on that. All of our meteorologists are here right now in the building. And we have crews out and about as well, taking a look at the latest conditions. Aduri's been giving us incredible live pictures of rescues and flooding in New Bern this morning. So let's check back in with her and see what's the latest.
I am live here in Middle Street. Middle Street is the main street here in New Bern, and it is where you see a lot of the businesses. It's the pulse of downtown New Bern. Now, behind me is one of the businesses here, Surf, Wind, and Fire. Take a look at the damage that this building has taken on. We're not talking about just water damage. Look at the roof. All of that just came caving down right into this business, and this is just one of several types of damages that these business owners are going to come back to. Some of them boarded up, but what's on the inside after all that water and the wind, we don't know, but we're seeing an example of it here. And here you have some folks who are trying to help clean it out. Adam here has been cleaning up here. Adam actually is volunteering. He doesn't own this business, but he said that he came here to help out. So Adam, you're helping out here. Seeing this, what's going through your mind?
Well, it was a total disaster, and right now we're just helping out, helping these people out to clean up.
Yeah, and just going around here, seeing all the trees and things and all the other neighbors, how does that make you feel that, like, people have to go through this here?
Well, it's pretty sad. There was some areas that it was fine, but the other ones was just pretty bad.
Yeah. How was your home?
Thank God my home was fine. Just a little bit of water, that nothing very serious.
Have you been able to talk to some of your neighbors in and around the town or other community members about the damage that they may have sustained?
No, right now, I don't know. We're still thinking that it's not over yet. So right now we have a little chance to clean up, and that's what we're doing right now.
Right. Yeah, that's the word. It is not over yet, and just an opportunity to give folks an advisory here. If you are going to try to venture out, be careful. Things are quite precarious. It's still very windy. There's loose branches and down power lines. So you've got to be very careful if you're going to come out here, if you're going to go out and about town. Folks are saying, stay indoors, shelter in both the town of Beaufort. The mayor there has also asked for residents not to come back, stay away. Things are still hanging in the thread there. So again, this is just another day seeing the damage that folks have sustained. Flooding. We're talking about, businesses, just people's lives, basically. We're seeing them in ruins right now. So again, we are here in New Bern. There's been rescue efforts all day, and the volunteers are coming out and stepping up to try to help stand in the gap, at least till the water subsides and things kind of temper down a little bit, so that folks can actually try to start the proper recovery process that they're going to need to make this town, this city rather, what it once was, a very, very beautiful downtown district. So they're telling me that they're going to clean up and get things back to where they were before.
All right, thank you, Aduri. We'll keep posted on that neck of the woods. They have lots of trouble in New Bern. It's been a hot spot.
Yeah, by the way, there's a curfew in effect for the city of New Bern until 7 a.m. September 17th. That is Monday. There have been more than 69 rescues in that area already today, which is a huge deal. And earlier, some folks were having trouble getting through to 911 in that area. They say keep calling. You might be connected to an emergency operator in another county, but you will get through. Just be specific with your area, your address, or a locator, something that could describe to dispatchers where you are.
Okay. Looks like we have another live shot of some active things happening right now in Kinston. So Eddie Randall is there. Eddie, what can you tell us? What can you show us? We're all ears and eyes right now.
Yeah, you guys have been out here for a little while. Haven't seen much activity, but until right now, it looks like we have another person that was making their way by crossing. We were talking to a gentleman earlier who stopped out here. He went up to this lady's car and told her not to try and drive, but she said she was trying to make it to her friend, which I think it might be this person, and he was going to drive and come back and help her get across. And then we saw a man walking. Now she's walking towards him, so I think she was just afraid to drive, but it looks like she found the person that she was looking for. But yeah, it's not safe. I mean, it looks like a reunion of some sort, but it's just not safe to be walking in this water by any means. It's not safe to be driving. So just imagine walking. We've been telling people all day that, government agencies say that you don't know what's under that water. Once that water covers that ground, you don't know if the ground has crumbled. You don't know anything. You don't know if there's snakes. You don't know what's in that water. We talked to a woman earlier, Rebecca, who said that she crossed, and she even afterwards said it was a stupid thing to do, that she shouldn't have done it at all, and she wishes that she hadn't, but she said she wouldn't do it again. But it's just something that is extremely dangerous. It's something that you should not do. People drive up in this area all the time, and you tell them turn around, don't drown. You have to be safe. You have to make sure that you keep yourself safe, but you still have those people that take that chance, and it just makes you wonder why do they do that? And so we see right now, well, it looks like that they're actually about to get in the car. Sir, are you going to try to drive across there? It's probably not safe. Well, I asked him if he wanted to drive across, if he was, and he said he just walked across, and that wasn't even either. He said that wasn't safer, so it looks like he's going to just, try what a few people have done today and try to cross that. But, we're out here telling people not to, and of course we know everyone's not going to listen, but we do want people to know that even though we're showing that, we don't want you to think that it's okay for you to cross. If you can drive up to an area and you cannot see those lines, you should not try to drive across. We can't stress that enough. It is extremely dangerous. It's just something that you just do not want to do. And you can see them right now. They're driving. They're gonna make their way through there and see if they can make it. It doesn't seem safe. It wasn't safe for the handful of people we've seen do it today. I mean, to those handful of people that we've seen roughly, I would say, 3-4 dozen stop and turn around and do what they're supposed to do. So, you know, guys, unfortunately, you can't get through to everyone and you can't tell them exactly what to do. You can only hope that they just listen to what's right and what's safe. In this situation, you know, these two people decided to go across that flooded area.
You know, Eddie, I mean, you did what you could. I mean, you told them,
that's right.
You gave them the warning that they needed to hear. And what they decided to do after that really is not something that you should weigh on your shoulders. You're doing a great job reporting, and unfortunately, they decided it was worth it, and hopefully they will make it to the other side. But, you know, keep giving people that warning. We encourage you to do that, because at some point that water, it's just going to be too much for a car.
Eddie, did they make it across?
Yeah,
can you tell?
Yeah, and actually, it looks like they are just about to. It looks like they are making it across. You can still see their hazard lights are on right now, but it looks like they did make it across there. So, but you know, even talking more about what you don't know what's inside of that water. You know, earlier I said that I was afraid of snakes, and there was a gentleman who lives right over here who actually came out and was saying that people try and cross that area all the time, but told me that there are water moccasins around this area, and he was like, so you never know what's in there. So, you know, it's not safe to be driving, definitely not safe to be walking across those waters. But as I look over my right shoulder, it does appear that they did make it across.
My concern is that it's a copycat effect. People see one person do
That's
it and
exactly
think,
right.
okay, I can do it. And that's not the case. It takes, as we've said all morning, just 6 inches of water to cause your car to hydroplane. This is not safe.
Yeah, and Eddie's seen that all day long. I mean, people just line up and they see a couple do it, they
They
go
say,
right
oh,
on.
I can do it. Okay.
Yeah, the point to this is not this one intersection, it's that's everywhere. That's going to be everywhere, and it's going to be in the Piedmont late tonight and tomorrow during the day. We're going to have the exact same situation.
And there will be people that will not make it in some areas.
Yeah, you have to be careful.
They'll make the wrong judgment call.
Yeah. Eddie, there has to be another way around, right? I mean, we're seeing emergency crews, DOT, the yellow truck that just passed by. There has to be another way around.
Yeah, we were talking to someone earlier, and he couldn't really say exactly what street it was, because, you know, this street right here, this Loop Road is actually a way around, but down this street is also flooded. The gentleman we talked to earlier said that you can actually drive south down 258, and he says it actually adds a couple of miles onto your trip, but you can kind of circle around the area and end up back down there where these people are headed. Most of them trying to get to Jacksonville and to those areas, but, you know, they want to cut through here because it saves them a few miles. And, you know, the guy we talked to said it is definitely, you know, an add-on to your journey, but, you know, what's about 15 or 20 minutes compared to maybe getting stuck?
Yeah, look, most of the people, it looks like most of the people are listening, though. I mean, look at them. They're alternating this guy with the trailer. They're doing the best they can.
It's going to be hard to turn around with that trailer, too. He's going to take a few.
Wow.
All right, Eddie, thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting today.
Hey, a quick note before we move on. I just want to say this one thing. A lot of folks were texting me and saying that, you know, if you have satellite TV, you get rain fade when heavy bands move over. You can watch us on the app, or you can watch us on the Facebook page live, because
or
you
the Twitter
will.
page.
Yes, and you will have rain fade tonight when those heavy bands move over. You're going to lose your TV signal, so make sure you think about that. A friend of mine just reminded me.
That's great.
Want to remind everybody, issued just moments ago, the flood warnings now have been issued for a large part of our viewing area right here in the Triad. They run until 10:15 this evening, probably extended after that time. There are so many counties. You see some of them listed here, not all of them. So I'm going to run through it. Forsyth County, Davison County, Montgomery County, Randolph, and Guilford. All of those counties. Did I leave anybody out, Eric? I don't think so. Again, Forsyth, Davison County, Montgomery County, Randolph County, Guilford County, and we continue the flood warning for Lee and Moore. So a large part of our viewing area under flood warnings, implying that floods are taking place in these counties, and that warning runs until 10:15 this evening.
So if you're just now joining us, we told you a few minutes ago that Cumberland County officials have issued mandatory evacuations near the Cape Fear River from the banks to 1 mile on each side, a huge area, including Fayetteville. Fort Bragg potentially at risk here for the Cape Fear River cresting. So Monica Garcia is making her way to Fayetteville right now. Monica, what have you seen on the journey so far?
Well, hi guys, we are currently in between Greensboro and on our way to Fayetteville. This is US 421 South, and I just heard you guys talking about those flood warnings. We're heading up in that direction because we really want to bring you what folks are dealing with over there. I know we've been focusing on a lot of different areas, but yes, we are en route. I can tell you that so far, the highway has been pretty empty. We've seen a state trooper. This is photographer Daniel Clark. He's been keeping his hands on the steering wheel. This is what we want to warn folks. If you are leaving and driving, which we've told you, please do not do that. This is what we're experiencing on the road. Daniel, do you want to talk about when the wind hits our vehicle? We're in a brand new Corolla, okay, so mid-sized vehicle. What has that been feeling like?
It comes in gusts. It's basically like sheer wind just coming into the side and pushing you over. So you're going to want to drive with both hands on the steering wheel, because if you're handling like one hand on the steering wheel, it will push you. So you're going to be having to fight that steering wheel with the winds, with the rains. There's been a couple times that we've had like high pockets of water and started hydroplaning. So what you want to do with that is you want to slow down, lift your foot off the accelerator. Do not put on the brake, because once you start hydroplaning, you're going to spin out if you put on the brakes. Another recommendation, do not use your cruise control. It's easier for you to go ahead and lift your foot off the accelerator instead of having that cruise control. Because what's going to happen is when that thing starts slipping, it's going to spin out, and then you're going to spin off and go off on the side of the road.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys heard him. He said do not use cruise control, and that's really great advice there. I'm showing you, this is where we're at. Okay, so we are on our way to Fayetteville. The roadways have looked like this pretty much the entire way. Touch and go when it comes to rain. I know we stopped at the gas station because we knew that we needed to pick up supplies there, and the gas station attendant told us, please be safe. So we got our water, we're en route, and we want to talk to you about those flash flood warnings. I know a lot of folks have been showing you the side of the road. So far, we have not experienced any roadways that are closed, but I do want to show you this. We've seen quite a few trucks on the road, and you can just tell by the water kicking off their wheels that, I mean, they're definitely dealing with the rainfall out here. So we will keep you posted. We'll keep checking in with you guys as we get closer to Fayetteville. But I do want to tell you, if you want to check out more information about these flash flood warnings, I know we just received that on our telephone. You can go to Governor Roy Cooper, his Twitter page, and they've been giving out some pretty handy advice. Flash flood safety tips. They say move to higher ground when a flash flood warning is issued. Okay, that seems obvious, but think about it. If you're on the road right now, you know, we're here. We're pretty much stuck. So our best advice to you guys is to stay indoors. In the meantime, myself and photographer Daniel Clark, we will be checking in with you as soon as we get closer to Fayetteville. I'm Monica Garcia. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Monica. You guys be safe out there. Got word just a little while ago that the Salvation Army is deploying their canteen, that they call it, basically their mobile unit, down to Morehead City. And I have Bob Campbell on the phone with me right now. And instead of having to do technological issues here, Bob, you're just on speakerphone with my cell phone. Are you with us still?
I'm here, Eric.
Tell us exactly what's going on with the Salvation Army.
The Salvation Army of Greater Winston-Salem is a mobile feeding unit, as you just mentioned. We call them canteens. They're really just food trucks. Has within the hour been called to deploy to Morehead City, where the Winston-Salem Area Commander, Major Stan Colbert, has been since Wednesday. They are en route right now to Second Harvest Food Bank, where they will pick up 1,000 pre-prepared meals, thanks to the folks at Second Harvest and Chef Jeff Bacon, that they will take with them When they arrive this evening, they will be preparing to serve survivors and first responders in the Morehead City area. Yesterday and the day before, the Salvation Army on site there already was serving about 900 people a day.
Wow.
And that number, of course, could increase now that the storm has passed.
Now, is it one unit, Bob, from here or multiple? I didn't catch that.
We have one unit from Winston-Salem just been deployed. A unit from Greensboro deployed to Elizabeth City on Thursday prior to the storm. And it could have been Wednesday. I may be incorrect. I'm actually in the car now, too.
Okay.
Are you headed down that way?
They are on the way there.
Are you headed that way as well?
I am not. I am just following the canteen to make sure it gets out. I'll probably be sent somewhere next week.
And you guys do, I mean, you do this, the canteen always gets deployed in natural disasters, doesn't it?
Yes, yes. We were deployed to Florida last year after Hurricane Irma. We're part of the North and South Carolina Division, and in Irma last year, 10 canteens from our division were deployed to Florida. And canteens across our division have been in place in the coastal cities since before the storm. We have a staging area at Charlotte Motor Speedway where canteens from across the southeast have been waiting for the storm to pass and then be deployed to wherever needed so that they may serve survivors and first responders.
Okay.
Hey, Bob, this is Tracy McCain. How you doing?
I'm a little wet right now.
I can imagine so. So people are now, people are now asking, how can they help? The relief effort that begins today for people in the East, and we may see some effort here as well. What can people do to help out?
The single most effective thing that people can do right now is to donate money. The Salvation Army is not accepting gifts in kind, as they're called, food or clothing at this time. Money donated, 100% of that will go to services. There are no administrative fees or salaries paid out of that money. 100% of it goes to services, and it is designated for use in this storm particularly. And that way, officers on the ground in various locations can make the decision about what they need and then get it.
That's good to know that it's 100% of
Absolutely.
the money, so you know exactly where your money is going.
How can they do that, Bob? Is there a quick way to do that?
Yeah, I guess I should give you the website, right?
Yes.
SalvationArmyCarolinas.org. SalvationArmyCarolinas.org. On the home page, you will see a place to click to give you all information if you wish to make a phone call, donate online, or donate via mail.
Great. Bob, thank you for taking time out. We really appreciate it, and everything you guys are doing, our hearts are with you guys. Thank you. You always come through.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Salvation
Thank you
Army
very much.
and Second Harvest
Thank you for
Food
your
Bank.
thoughts and prayers. We do appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bob.
All right, so I know Ed has also been keeping a close eye on the radar. Should we get an update on the flood warnings in effect for our area?
That's right. As we go back to the radar, just a little while ago, much of our viewing area now under a flash flood warning. Of course, a warning, as we know, means that flooding is occurring in these counties: Davidson County, Montgomery County, Randolph County, Alamance, Guilford County, also Forsyth County, Davidson County, if I didn't mention it. So a large part of our metro viewing area now under flash flood warnings, and this runs until 10:15 this evening, probably being extended thereafter. But a large part of the area now under flash flood warnings.
All right, and basically what that means in terms of your terms, a watch means it's possible.
It's possible.
Right.
Possible.
A warning means
It's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening, definitely. The more serious of the two
Right.
when you're talking about a warning. So anywhere in these counties you may experience flooding if you don't have to drive, stay at home, people.
Right. Yeah.
Definitely do that. But certainly flooding has been observed by law enforcement or county officials. They relay that information. Of course, National Weather Service watches Doppler radar, and the parameters have been met for those warnings to be issued with the flooding taking place.
Well, we had our reporter Dennis Ting in Lexington all morning long, and it was really kind of drizzling on and off, but not much, and there didn't really seem to be this sense of concern. But that's the thing with flash flood warnings. It is flash flooding. It happens so quickly.
Yep.
By the way, Davidson County, there is a shelter that's opening in Thomasville today. We'll have that information on our website.
Of course, the big concern is power outages that are possible in our area. So we want to send it out to Kevin Kennedy, who's at the staging area for Duke Energy, with a check of what's happening there. Kevin?
Yeah, guys, we're at the Corey Convention Center right now, and as you can see, there are a number of power trucks behind me, not only from Duke, but obviously they brought in subcontractors or what have you. Now, the good news is that obviously they're here, they're ready, they're to stand by. The bad news is that they're still here. Obviously, the conditions in some parts of the state just too dangerous right now to have all these folks just kind of be dispatched. We talk with folks from not only the electrical companies, they're standing by. We've talked with security, and we've also talked with a number of tree folks that are out here. Obviously, that's going to be a big concern when we talk about downed trees. From a security standpoint, it's something you might not think about, but security companies have been brought in, specifically kind of subcontractors for big corporations, Walmarts, Targets, and things like that. In these areas that are impacted, they need to have security there just to ensure that things are operating properly when it comes to looting and things like that. This area right now kind of being a hub, if you will, but obviously the biggest concern for most people are all of these power trucks that you see lined up here right now. They're ready, they're on standby. In some situations they have been dispatched, but obviously the best sight you want to see is all of these trucks out of this parking lot. It means they're actually able to get out to where these folks are without power and hopefully start restoring power in some of these places that have been without power for 48 and in some cases 24 hours. That's the very latest. We'll toss it back to you guys in studio right now.
Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate it.
Yeah, about 22,000 Duke Energy crews assembled, going where they need to go as the situation gets worse. We want to check in with the situation on social media. A lot of folks sending their pictures and videos, which appear to be worse every hour. We're getting them in as the conditions deteriorate. So, Maddie, what are you noticing now? We're having a little bit of trouble getting Maddie on. We'll check in with her in just a moment, but we've seen just incredible footage. Here we go. Hi, Maddie.
Yeah, guys, well, I have some good news first. I've been monitoring this number right here, statewide power outages, according to the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, and it is going down still. We are now at 760,200 statewide power outages. That number closer to 800,000. So we are getting some crews out there now. Keep in mind, this isn't just power outages on the coast. It is statewide power outages, and those are currently going down. 245 rescues so far. Now to social media. One of our photojournalists, Sean Higgins, tweeted this out. He's in Lumberton with Erica Stapleton right now and is showing video of how the flooding there is getting worse at this moment. This is Lumberton High School, and it's one of the shelters for people in Lumberton to evacuate to if they feel unsafe in their homes. And you can see this is the football field, but Sean said it best. He said the football field has nearly become a football lake. Those floodwaters starting to rise here in Lumberton, and we certainly hope that everyone stays safe out there. People are starting to clean up right now in the Carolinas. You can see this video of a man cleaning up in Lumberton right now, scraping those trees away. And this is something that once it's safe, we encourage you to make sure those gutters are clean and everything, those drains on the streets are clean as well, because if those leaves and branches get in them, it can seriously flood those streets. But you take a look at the damage in Lumberton, it really just makes you stop in your path. Take a look at this tree down on a power line. Again, this is one of those trending videos on social media right now, showing the damage that Florence left. I want to go back to this story because this is certainly one people are already talking about on social media. Just moments ago, our own reporter out near Kinston right now as a woman slogged through the floodwaters with this canoe. You know, at one point she got so tired she had to sit down. She eventually made it through those floodwaters, and our reporter Eddie ended up helping her carry that canoe to safety. But I show you this video once more because in the interview she did with our reporter shortly after this, she said the water was not clean. It was not the best decision to go through. She even mentioned feeling some critters in there, maybe critters like this. This is a little bit disgusting here. An ant colony on floodwaters in Wilmington. Yeah, this is what can be in those floodwaters. Dangerous bacteria, critters of all kind. You do not want to go near it. I mean, look at that. We're going to end on a high note here. My favorite heartwarming story of the day has to be this one. This one's from the North Shore Animal League. They rescued about 35 dogs and puppies before Hurricane Florence hit the North Carolina coast. And they said today they were joined by 29 additional pups because those mothers gave birth, those animals safe and sound, thanks to this rescue out in California. So that's what's trending on social media right now, guys. Keep on using that hashtag StormTrack2. We are keeping a close eye on it so we can bring you the very latest with now Tropical Storm Florence.
Say Maddie does it again. She lets us smile.
We need it right now.
Exactly. You know, we're in a serious situation, but you do need to look at some of the bright spots.
I think about Ed when she does the story and we talk about the animals. We all know Ed's heart's there, but one of the stories we had earlier was a group of people who, did you see this?
The Rockweiler.
Well, they fostered all these animals from shelters before the storm ever hit, so they'd all have homes to go to. I just thought that was incredibly cool.
I love that. There is a hashtag trending, Maddie's mentioned it a few times, called Carolina Strong. So appropriate.
Perfect.
The storm is only halfway over by the time it moves through here, and then ultimately the mountains. And we've already seen such resilience, people helping people, including some of our own team of journalists stepping up to help folks in need along the coast and some of our eastern parts of the state. So this is so true of us right now.
We look at the positive elements of a natural disaster like this that, again, gang, is essentially still unfolding for our part of the state of North Carolina, and you see people coming together, people getting closer, people helping people. It makes for a great world.
You said it earlier, and I love the fact that you talk about home place. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
This is
It's
home
that
place.
sense of home, that sense of pride that, you know, we are North Carolina strong, which is very important as we go into the next few days. And we do have a long few days ahead of us with all this rain that we're expecting to get.
And you know, our thoughts and prayers go out. We've been watching scenes from Morehead City, the Wilmington, Wrightsville Beach area, all up and down the coast that is near and dear to our hearts. I mean, we're seeing places that we have visited many times, and our thoughts and prayers go out to not only our neighbors here in the Piedmont Triad, but the people in eastern North Carolina that are dealing with this. Many, many rough days ahead as more rain to come.
This is not over. Many of these communities who were still recovering from Hurricane Matthew, and now they've gotten hit again 2 years later. So this could be a months-long process to get back on their feet. And the rain, unfortunately, we see it on the radar, just is continuing.
And heavier bands too now in northern parts of Guilford County. And this is kind of the beginning. I think Ed and I were telling you early this morning that late afternoon, early evening is when things start to really get rough for us as we head into the night. Now, I want everybody to think about this. We talked a moment ago about rain fade and that possibility with satellite TV. Sometimes that happens. Probably will happen when you see rain bands like this coming from a tropical system. So know that you can always get us online and on Facebook. And that brings up something that I need to talk about is that, so there's a game scheduled on our air, a football game that's supposed to come up here at 3 o'clock, so in just a minute or so. We want to thank you for staying with us through continued coverage of what was Hurricane Florence as she really wreaks havoc across our state. We're happy to bring this information to you. We're excited about that, but now we know this game is coming up, but here's what you do. In about 2 minutes, we're going to shift our coverage to our Facebook page and to WFNYnews2.com. All you have to do is go to either one of those. We'll continue our coverage. Our evening team is here. Things are going to get worse in the next little bit. They'll carry the torch into the night, and we will be there for you through this whole thing. We'll all be back bright and early as we do all the time. The Good Morning Show crew will be back, but these guys are going to take you through the night. We appreciate you being with us, staying with us through this. We know these are going to be trying times for the Triad, and it's hard to watch people down east go through all of this as well. We'll carry this for you, continued coverage online throughout the game into the night as well. Be safe, take care of each other. Carolina strong, folks. We'll see you later.
I see you. Have fun. Sleep. Hi, I'm talking for you. We're going to be doing so much TV, y'all. You're going to be so sick of us.
Check, check, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Are we doing
Okay,
weather
cool.
on the V-sets when we're doing it, or not outside?
I'm going to put it on a rundown just because.
Mic check. Julie?
Are you talking to me? Hello? I am here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My IFB was not.
Okay, should we be ready to go live, or what? I mean, are they gonna?
I would be ready to go live.
Okay, we'll just, okay.
Just in case.
Okay.
But, I mean, I don't know if they're going to, take your hit, but I'm sure just be
Okay,
ready.
we'll just pop it up. Okay, thanks.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Bye.
See you, bud.
Yes, yes. Okay. And then what about power? Power situation. Okay.
of some flooding rains as we head through the rest of today, on into tonight, on into tomorrow. We're on our Facebook platforms as well, and all of our other digital platforms as well. You can check out WFNYnews2.com if you wanted to track this as well. Here's the radar as we watch that moisture swing on in. We do have a flash flood warning that's in effect for a pretty good chunk of our viewing area. Forsyth County, Davidson, Randolph, Montgomery, and Guilford County. That warning goes until right around 10:15 tonight, I believe. You see the heavier rain starting to move in, not only for the Triad, but also north of the Triad. You folks in Rockingham County, also in Stokes County, and eventually we're going to see some of that heavy rain move on into Surry County. But the heaviest of the rainfall so far today has generally been just to the south of I-40. It's been raining pretty much all morning long in Randolph County. It's been raining all morning long in Montgomery County, and we're still seeing some heavy rain bands moving on in. Rain totals now in excess of 2 inches for eastern portions of Montgomery County, and that's just going to continue to build as we go through the next 18 hours or so. Here's our futurecast model. As we go through time, we're going to continue to see that heavy rain swing on in. The rain will just get heavier as we head through the evening. It will be heavy as we go through the overnight hours tonight, and as we start to watch Florence make more of a turn to the north, that's where we're going to continue to see the heavy rain threat spread from our southern counties to our foothills communities as we go through the day on Sunday. And we'll still have some rain around here as we head through Monday as well, as this system finally starts to lift on out of here. As far as the rain forecast, here's what we're thinking as we zoom on in. The heaviest of the rain, the southern Piedmont, and then back around into the foothills where we could see up to 10 inches or more of rainfall for the Triad, somewhere between 6 or 10 inches of rain, and then the rain totals get a little bit less as you head off to the north and east. All in all, though, just keep in mind these are just general. This is a general rule. We could see a few spots that get a little bit more than that. We could see a few spots that get a little bit less than that. You just need to take this seriously. Our flooding risk outlook still very high. See the purple areas, southern Piedmont, a big area of concern today, but the rest of the area under a moderate risk of flash flooding. Flash flooding could occur anywhere across our viewing area today, and that high risk continues for a good chunk of the area as we head into Sunday. Again, we're going to see it shift more from the southern Piedmont into our foothills communities as we head through Sunday. For Monday, the threat drops a little bit, but it doesn't entirely get out of here. We're still going to see some rain around, especially through the first half of the day, and that could lead to some more flash flooding issues, especially for you folks there in red. I'm going to leave you with these flood safety tips. This is very important. Make sure that you take this to heart. Stay away from flood-prone areas. If your home is in an area that tends to flood, or if you're living in an area that is in a floodplain, it's a good idea to just stay with someone else or just find a safer place to be this weekend until this storm moves out of here. Don't drive through flooded roads. That is extremely dangerous, and be sure to stay aware of the forecast updates. And we're going to keep you updated both on air and online as we head through the rest of the weekend and possibly on into Monday as well before Florence finally gets out of here.
Duran, thank you so much. Our live team coverage continues on WFNYnews2.com as well as here on Facebook Live. We are answering your questions. So go to our Facebook page right now. The questions are rolling in. Tahesha, one question that keeps popping up is people asking about I-40.
Yeah, I-40, we've been getting information all day. The easiest thing I can tell you to do is go to drivenc.gov. That has the most updated information on what roads are closed, so you can kind of map out your route if you're trying to get to a certain area. But what I can say right now is that I-95 South is closed from exit 65 to 81. Okay, that is a large portion there in our southeastern part of the state. Also, I-40 closed north of Wilmington. So if you are trying to head that way, I probably would recommend for you not to do that. Try to stay out of the roadways so that all the emergency personnel can get to where they need to go, and all of the help heading that way can get there as soon as possible.
I am looking at drivenc.gov right now, and I checked it an hour ago and just checked it right now. The list continues to grow. That is really going to be the best place that you can go to find the most updated information about road closure. Some people are thinking, you know what? I've evacuated. I want to go back home to Wilmington. I want to see what is happening.
Sure.
I-40 closed between Wilmington and I-95.
Right.
All lanes of I-40 closed in both directions near Warsaw between exit 364 and exit 369 due to flooding there. So I know people are anxious. They want to see what's happening to their homes on the coast, but the governor's still saying, you know what, you might as well try to wait.
It's not time yet. You know, it's still raining down there. Keep in mind, still torrential rain. And we'll have more live updates and stuff from crews that are out east. But there is no reason for any of the evacuees to go back just yet. I mean, right now, still torrential rain happening in Wilmington. Still more flooding has happened. Most of the flooding that we've seen so far has actually been the storm surge flooding a lot of times in New Bern. But now we're going to start to see that flooding where it's just too much water on the land. And so that's what's happening on I-40. That's not storm surge. That's real flooding. And that happened, as many folks will remember, with Hurricane Floyd back in 1999. Floyd in 99, up until this storm, was the benchmark for tropical rainfall in North Carolina. Over 20 inches of rain fell with Floyd, and this time we have actually a report out of Swansboro of over 30 inches of rain. And 40 was closed for a long time back in 1999, and in the same area, it's flood prone, and honestly, it cuts off a major thoroughfare between Raleigh and Wilmington. You're going to have a hard time getting to those places. And Terrain, give us an update on what we're seeing out that way.
Yeah, Tim, we are still seeing those flooding issues in the eastern part of the state. Okay, here's the latest advisory again. Max sustained winds 45 miles per hour, but the bigger problem is certainly the rain. So let's zoom on in here. You see this large feeder band. Tim, if you could drive this a little bit for me and zoom on in down towards the Wilmington area so I can show folks where we're seeing that heavy rain falling. There it is right there. This is what we call a feeder band. This moisture is just coming off of the ocean and just dropping like a rock over this part of the state. So between Wilmington and Sneads Ferry, or really Wilmington and Jacksonville, this is just torrential rain. We're talking about rainfall rates several inches an hour. And it's been raining there for more than 24 hours at this point. That's why they have big time rain problems. For us, that feeder band continues to wrap on in. It's starting to fall pretty heavy across the Sandhills and now moving into the southern Piedmont. It's been raining all morning long for folks in Davidson County, folks in Randolph County, folks in Montgomery County. Down there, we already have rain totals in some neighborhoods in excess of 2 to 3 inches. You see our estimated rain here. See that yellow there? That's 2 inches plus of rainfall, getting close to 3 inches of rain for you folks in Troy. As we head over one county to the east, already estimating 3 inches of rain. And the thing about weather radar when it comes to estimating rainfall from tropical systems, it usually underestimates it a little bit. So we probably have seen more than that. As far as flash flood warnings, we have some flash flood warnings off to our south and east, and we have flash flood warnings in effect for Guilford County, for Forsyth County, for Davidson County, for Randolph County, for Montgomery County until 10:15 tonight. So again, if flooding hasn't started occurring yet in this area, it could definitely occur soon. Here's our futurecast model as I go through time here. Just watch that moisture continues to feed on in. Here's the center of circulation right here. It's going to start to turn more to the north, and as that happens, it's just going to continue to pull that heavy rainfall northward. And as we go through Sunday, the rain remains heavy for most of us. And then as we go into Monday, this will finally start to trail off. This is Monday at lunchtime. If we're lucky, we'll start to dry out at that point. Rain forecast looks like this. A lot of rain expected as we put the numbers on here. 4 to 6 inches of rain really to the north and east of the Triad, with that number getting lower and lower as you head closer towards Roxborough. For the Triad proper, 6 to 10 inches of rain likely. Again, this is a general number. Could see a little less in some spots, a little more in other spots. And we have high concern of a 10-inch plus rain total as you go from the southern Piedmont into the foothills. Here's a look at those impacts, and let me kind of walk you through this. I know there's a lot of colors here, a lot going on. We have our threats here. Here's high winds, here are power outages, here's the tornado threat, and here's the flash flooding threat. And across the top here, we have the different time periods as we go from today through Sunday on into Monday. Green, not that bad. Purple, very high risk. So we have the risk pretty much in the orange for the threat of some winds. We're going to have wind gusts from time to time around here, 20 to up to 30 miles per hour. Can't rule that out as we head on into Sundays, and that could lead to a few more power outages, especially as the rain picks up. You know, these things are interconnected. So The more rain we see, the wetter the ground gets, the looser the roots are, and the easier it is for lower end wind gusts to knock over trees that could cause power outages. Can't rule out an isolated tornado. This happens with landfalling tropical systems, but far and away our biggest concern is that flash flooding concern where we could have, again, those really high rainfall totals. As far as our wind gusts right now, 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts within the past hour or so in Greensboro, 36 in Charlotte, 33 Florence, South Carolina, 35 in Fayetteville. Notice all these cities off to the east. You're not seeing any measurements there. It's because in many cases the power is out or some of that equipment may have been damaged. As we walk through the timeline here, again, the rain chances and the rain coverage increases tonight. And then as we go from Sunday on into Sunday evening, rain continues, and then the rain will start to wind down on Monday. So this is just the beginning of what appears to be a long duration event, guys.
Tran, thank you so much. We continue our live team coverage here on Facebook Live with WFMY News 2's Chad Silber. Joining us live now in Wilmington. He's been there from the very beginning before the storm even hit, and now still feeling the effects of Florence. Chad.
Oh yeah, Julie, you caught us at a very rare moment, a moment when it's not raining. Yeah, I know, crazy, right? Not raining. It just stopped raining a couple of minutes ago. That cloud doesn't look like it's going to last long, but we are in the middle of these huge rain bands that are just parking right over our area. It started raining around noon when we started our live coverage from Wilmington here today, and didn't stop until 3 o'clock, and here comes the next rain band for you. So the hood has been coming on, or going on and coming off very quickly and very frequently as this rain really starts to pick up again. We expect this band to last a little bit longer. You know, the meteorologists were talking about how this storm is now moving at a glacial pace, 3 miles an hour. So when a rain band moves over us, it's here for a while, and that's part of the problem because we already have so much water here. There's been a lot of water that's been ponding up and pooling up on streets in Wilmington, and it's getting to a point where the water has to go somewhere because it can't go underground anymore, and that's our biggest concern. The other big concern is keeping the roads clear of any debris. This is Market Street. If you're familiar with Wilmington, Market Street is a very busy and main thoroughfare that goes through Wilmington, comes all the way in from the interstate. You can see some of the trees and some of the branches that now line the sides. All of this just about 2 hours ago was in the street. No, you were not able to pass on Market Street. Then a group of what I imagine were either contractors or city workers came out here, got rid of this huge stump. You can see this stump, or what's left of this tree over here, that was running all the way across both lanes of Market Street, cut it down, moved it to the side, and moved on because there are so many other trees that are in the similar situation. And it's really become a problem for first responders. I was explaining earlier that driving through this area is a lot like playing a game of Pac-Man. You can really only go about a block one way before you're forced to turn the other way because of a tree or power line down, and then you're forced to turn again because there is a power line and a tree down on the other street. So it's a problem for first responders. They're dealing with a major backlog of 911 calls because there are so many trees and so many obstructions in the road. So what they did, if you follow me over here, that big tree trunk, that big tree stump has now been moved over here. They brought in some heavy machinery and moved that truck over to this location. They just wanted it off the road. Some, I imagine other people will be coming in the coming days to get rid of that stuff, but that's no longer the priority. The priority was getting it off the street. So we're gonna show you some of the other just incredible damage we have seen since we have been out here. It's a long day. We've got a long road ahead of us, and we'll make sure to keep you guys posted. Back to you, Julie.
All right, Chad, it is encouraging, though, to see just a little bit of progress. You know, we have to get from point A to point B, especially those emergency crews. So the first step is clearing the road so that they can get to anyone who needs help.
Right, but during Chad's live picture, you saw him. I mean, this is what the bands do. He was out there, it wasn't raining on him, and then boom, there's another band. So Wilmington still getting hit by Florence. I mean, this is a wide, very large system and a very slow moving system, because I've had so many people, a lot of you on Facebook, are asking, well, when's it going to hit our area?
Right.
The thing about Florence, it is going very slowly, Tim.
Yeah, you know, the latest wind, direction of Florence still creeping westward, only at 2 miles per hour.
2.
So I think pretty much anybody would imagine you can walk that fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can go at that speed. That's the speed of this super large system. And the only thing that's changed in Wilmington over the last couple of days has been the direction of the wind. You know, before it was coming in from the south, now it's coming in from the north. It's still raining, it's still flooding. And in the coming days ahead, you know, what they're gonna have to deal with, not just the pickup, the debris, the cleanup and all of those things, but the rivers are going to really rise a lot. In fact, Tasia, I think you had seen something about the Cape Fear River having some mandatory evacuations, right?
Yeah, about an hour and a half ago, Cumberland County authorities, they declared mandatory evacuation for anyone living a mile within the Cape Fear River, Little River. That starts tomorrow. You have to be evacuated out of your home by, I think it was 3 p.m. tomorrow. And you know, mandatory evacuations are serious. That means if you don't get out, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to save you if you need help, because conditions are so severe.
Yeah, so that's the Cape Fear River near Fayetteville, is Cumberland County. Think about this, you know, as it rises there, all of the rain that falls on our ground flows into, in many cases, the Cape Fear River. So you're going to have this emptying out, then you're going to take all the rain north of it, put it in, all the rain south of it, put it in. And by the time it gets to Wilmington, it might be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday that it's still rising. Right there in downtown is where the river, it actually eventually opens up to the ocean. So they could have a second round of flooding right there around Wilmington by the end of this week, even when the sun's out.
So even if Florence and when Florence leaves our area, still going to have these lingering effects for many days upon days. Rescues still taking place in New Bern. Let's go now to WFMY News 2's Adori Achumba. Adori, what a day out there today, as well as yesterday, as well as the night before.
Well, it had stopped raining today, giving rescue crews and power crews an opportunity to fix things and go around and fix power lines and things. But we are here at Union Point Park, and this time yesterday, one would not have been able to stand in this park the way I am standing right now. And now it's because all the water from the river, the storm surge, all of it came into this park and pushed its way up into downtown New Bern. Now, there is a curfew that is back in place. According to the officials, they're saying that the situation is still dangerous and folks need to stay wherever they are and take shelter because the situation has still not been cleared. Now, I'm being told that the rescue operations that were carried out today, that officials were able to rescue 69 people with the help of rescue teams who volunteered to go out and rescue those people that were stranded. And we showed you video of some of that rescue in progress. They're also telling me that they've revised the number of power loss. They still have about 10,000 customers that they're going to try to get power to because some of those people were knocked off the grid and they didn't register initially. So the number has been revised, and so there's still about 10,000 people who are out of power. Now, we were able to go into the downtown district proper, into Middle Street, which is the main strip here, and we saw some of the devastation that those businesses have experienced. One business, in fact, had its entire roof cave into the business, and we saw some volunteers there as well helping to clean out. Now, over in the town of Beaufort, the mayor has asked for residents to stay wherever they are and not try to come back to the community because, of course, things are still very dicey. So he's asking folks to stay away for now. Again, we're getting reports of more flooding in other areas and road closures, so it is still very active. Again, the fact that it stopped raining today made people kind of feel that they could come out and that things were had settled down, but they haven't quite settled down entirely. The situation is still very active, and officials are saying, hey, take precaution and stay away from the area where you had the devastation that has happened.
Adore, I know you used to work in this market. You used to work in New Bern. So going back and seeing this devastation, seeing the people that you used to cover in this area going through such a difficult time, what's it been like for you over the last couple of days reporting on these people and these places that you know so well?
I tell you, when I first drove in here yesterday, just not being able to get past the bridge and seeing all that water, I was in shock. I was speechless. I'd never seen this area like this, and I picked this place for my wedding because it was so picturesque and beautiful, and just seeing that situation just really tugged at my heart. So I feel the pain that these people are experiencing. I really I am heartbroken by this, but you know what, it's a beautiful town. This people know how beautiful their city is and what it means to North Carolina. So they are telling me that they're going to pick back up and clean up and get things back in order. Our city rep has already said that, you know, they're thinking ahead to how they're going to start the cleanup process. And they're just telling folks, hey, if you're already starting that cleanup process, go ahead and put out all your trash on the curb. Just separate it so that it will be easier for city workers to pick those things apart. So they are already thinking about folks. Everybody is thinking about each other. Folks volunteering and stepping out before even being asked to do so. That's really the spirit of New Bern. I mean, I was here for just under a year, but New Bern, I feel, is family to me because I met people that I loved and
You are watching Adore Achumba live on Facebook Live. We're also bringing you the very latest here on WFMY as we get ready for the LSU versus Auburn game. We're giving you an update on what is happening right now. More than 700,000 outages. Florence is now blamed for killing at least 6 people, 5 in North Carolina and now 1 in South Carolina.
And rescues continue throughout the day. 69 people rescued as of today in the city of New Bern. Adore Achumba joins us live there to give us an update on what else is happening in that city. Adore.
What's the traffic like?
We have lost our connection with Adore, but we are keeping you updated what's happening with Florence because Florence continues to move slowly, only going about 2 miles per hour. I know a lot of people in the Piedmont Triad are asking, when are we truly going to be feeling the full effects of Florence? Folks, we are still waiting. And the Southern Triad, specifically maybe Davidson, Randolph, as well as Montgomery counties really need to be on high alert, Tim.
That's true. You know, we've already seen flood warnings in effect. We have flash flood warnings now for Guilford County, Randolph County, all the way down to the south into Montgomery counties as well. The flooding rain has already started. We're just waiting on the waters to start to rise. So as we get reports of flooding that's actually happening on the roads and in parks and other flood-prone areas and maybe even homes, we'll start to pass that along to you. But now is kind of the time, you know, once you head into tonight, get to where you want to be, make sure you're in that safe location, and just kind of stay there as we head into tomorrow, especially because this is just the beginning for us. I think tomorrow is when we actually see most of our rain. On Sunday, it'll get a little bit more intense and a little bit heavier as it kind of turns north. So far, Florence has been south of us, the storm, but it is going to exit over our area. And that exit is what we're more concerned about with the flooding threat and all of that goes along with that. So keep your guard up, make sure you're being prepared and aware. We've certainly told you enough about Florence over the last couple of days that you have that advance warning, but it is playing out. It is not canceled by any means. It's still playing out pretty much as expected. And if we can show you the radar, we can kind of track this a little bit for you. The heaviest rain bands are still in the southeast part of the state, but they're coming our way. They're coming our way, and it's been raining most of the morning in the southern Piedmont. Now, pretty much everybody south of Rockingham County is seeing some of those rain bands right now.
And rescues still taking place in parts of eastern North Carolina, hundreds in New Bern alone. We're going to go to WFMY News 2's Jessica Winter. She is headed to New Bern right now. Jessica.
I'm so sorry. We have some some coverage for our camera right now. I'm so sorry, we have some coverage for our camera just because it did just start to rain, so I do apologize for that. But right now I'm currently in Kinley, North Carolina. We haven't made it to our destination yet because, to be honest, we don't know what our destination will be yet. We were headed for Kinston, but Kinston is going to be one of the hardest hit areas with those river levels rising. I just got off the phone with some officials. I talked to emergency management in Lenoir County, which is Kinston, and I also spoke with the former mayor there. I was there covering Hurricane Matthew. I can tell you from firsthand experience, that was one of the hardest hit areas, Lenoir County and Edgecombe County. Just devastating losses for business owners, for homeowners, for everyone in the community. Just devastating. They're still recovering from that. I was on the phone with emergency management of the entire North Carolina, Michael Sprayberry, the director, and he said Hurricane Matthew has been their #1 focus since 2016. And now Hurricane Florence has come. So it's just one thing after another. This community is just expecting to become battered. And to be honest, we booked a hotel right off of Highway 70 in Kinston, and that was underwater after Hurricane Matthew. I'm not talking when the hurricane hit, I'm talking in the days and weeks that followed. And the river, the Neuse River, crested at 28.31. I remember, it's like deja vu for me right now. And now it's projected to crest at 30 feet, so even higher. That's what emergency management is preparing for. 30 feet of flood. Can you imagine that? I'm just trying to wrap my head around it right now. I remember the Waffle House off of Highway 70, the water was up to the roof. The only reason I was even able to see that with my own eyes was because I drove with the National Guard and we were in a high water vehicle, and it was just, I mean, and that's a lifeline in North Carolina. Everyone knows Highway 70. That's a lifeline in North Carolina. That's how you get everywhere. And it was completely underwater. I mean, I covered the recovery afterwards, and all the hotels, all the businesses had to put their furniture outside. And this is what they're preparing to do once again, just 2 years later. They had to put everything outside. And I was speaking to one official, and I said, the smell, the stench, I'm going to be honest with you, it was not great afterwards. And he said, this is exactly what a dead body smells like. And that's what people are bracing themselves for. And I hope that more people got some flood insurance after Hurricane Matthew. But when I was speaking with officials, they said that only one business that got hit during Hurricane Matthew completely demolished their business. It was the Bojangles off of Highway 70 and 110 right there. And they said they're the only ones that completely demolished and rebuilt 4 feet higher. So they said they expected this was going to happen again, so they rebuilt. And they rebuilt higher, but all the other businesses try to kind of fix what they could, hoping that this would never happen again. And then look where we are 2 years later, Hurricane Florence, and they're expected in the coming days to get hit just as hard. When I was talking to officials, they said the Neuse River was at 5 feet yesterday. By tonight, it's expected to be between 15 and 21 feet. And then again, it's supposed to crest at around 30. They're hoping it's around 26. But they think it's going to be around 30. So I haven't made it to Kinston yet. It's a home away from home for me, New Bern and Kinston. Beautiful, beautiful areas. All of Eastern North Carolina is so beautiful. So it's just so heartbreaking. I've been speaking to so many people. But on the drive down here, I'm with WFMY News 2's Patrick Wright as well. And on the drive down here, we saw at ASPCA, they had some boats, and they were ready to rescue some animals because that has been a concern with all of this, with all this rain. And we saw a lot of trucks headed that way, and I know a lot of emergency personnel are on the East Coast. We haven't made it there yet. We're not too far away. We had to stop to get gas because gas is very, very scarce at this time. I don't know if you can see behind me, but at this gas station, they've kind of put saran wrap around all of their gas pumps. They're not out yet, so surprisingly we found a place, and thank goodness we found a place that did have gas. They're not out yet, but they've just done that for protection from the rain and also the high winds that we're getting right now. So it is going to be an experience. It's going to be heartbreaking for me. I know a lot of people in the Triad have family and friends that live in Eastern North Carolina, maybe have some real estate. So we're all affected by this in one way or the other. So it's just heartbreaking, and that's the latest update I have for right now, right this second, because we haven't made it to our destination yet. But we will be sure to keep you updated on our travels and give you the latest information as soon as we can. I'm Jessica Winters for WFMY News 2, reporting right now in Kinley.
You know, Jessica, you mentioned that New Bern and Kinston are your homes away from home. You used to work in the New Bern area, and I know you have been really deeply moved and very touched and actually heartbroken because you have a lot of friends who live in that area. Can you give us a couple stories about some of the people there and what they've had to be going through during Florence?
Yeah, Julie, you poor thing. Julie has been my shoulder to cry on. I was bawling my eyes out at the station yesterday. Kind of embarrassing, but it's just the way it is in these heartbreaking situations. Yes, I have a lot of friends who have become family, who live in ENC, who live in Eastern North Carolina, and they all have a different story to tell because they're all in various areas. I have friends in Carteret County who are in Morehead City and Beaufort who are still dealing with power outages right now, who are still dealing with flooding, who even said that they saw tornadoes. So they're dealing with a lot over there, and you can't even access Beaufort at this point. And then I have friends in New Bern. I have a lot of friends in New Bern who were hit so hard over the past couple days. I just got off the phone with one of my friends there, and she said the waters have finally receded. She said around Tryon Palace, which I'm sure many of you have visited before. It's a beautiful mansion there. There's still a lot of flooding. At Union Point Park, if you know the area, there's still a lot of flooding. But for the most part, around New Bern, the flooding has receded and they're kind of in their recovery process. I was speaking to my friend Buddy Bengal, who has done so much for his community, his family, all born and raised there for generations, and they have a lot of restaurants there, and he and his family actually assisted in a lot of the rescues. 150 people were needed rescuing in New Bern. This was 2 days ago, and they assisted in that. They're not emergency personnel, but you see in these times of need, people really just band together and they want to help. They want to help in any way that they can. So that's what we're seeing with this. My friend, I used to work for the station that got evacuated because floodwaters were coming into their station. So they were very tearful, very emotional about that. I got emotional about that. So it's just from all angles I'm hearing from everyone, and it's heartbreaking. But I will say the one thing that I'm also hearing on the positive side is that people are banding together and really getting through this together. They're making these Facebook groups. Who needs help? I'll help with this, because there is a dire need. You know, they're not in the middle of the hurricane now, but now it's the flooding, now it's the cleanup. In Beaufort, I was speaking to one of my friends, and she said that there's no place to get food, there's no place to get groceries, so they're kind of stuck right now, and there's nothing that they can do. So they need the help. We're trying to get it to them. It's just really a dire situation, and yes, I've been getting it's emotional. Like I said, we all know someone who's in ENC. We all know someone who's going through this and in the middle of it. This is our home. This is our home state of North Carolina. So just thoughts and prayers to everyone. And yeah, it's going to be over the next couple months very emotional, and it's going to be hard to rebuild, but we can do it. We're strong people, us North Carolinians.
Jess, you are absolutely right, and you're getting a lot of support on our Facebook page. I just want to read this to you from Steph Walker. Honey, you are not alone. I am not a crier, but I am doing it myself. This is so heartbreaking. We're all feeling it. You know, these are
turbulent times, you know, and we're going through a hurricane like this. You know, our thoughts and our prayers, of course, are with everyone affected at the coast, here in the Triad, in South Carolina, in Virginia, because this storm is so widespread. At one point we were told, you know, 300 miles wide, moving at 2 miles an hour. Most of us can walk that speed, you know, so it is really tough. And a lot of people, you know, a lot is happening on the coast, and many people are wondering, well, what is happening here at home? You know, we've reported trees on houses, trees on cars, just because of, you know, a couple inches of rain, and the ground is so saturated that folks here in the Triad, you can't let your guard down. We've been reporting for days 6 to 10 inches, and people keep asking on our Facebook, I'm not seeing the rain. When is it coming? It is coming, guys. Our meteorologists have been forecasting today and into tomorrow is when we really could see the rains and the effects of rains. People have been asking us about power outages in the Triad. At last check, we were reporting with Duke Energy. If you are just joining us here on the air, we are taking a break from our SEC coverage to give you an update on what is happening with what is now Tropical Storm Florence. We want to inform you that there are some power outages in the Triad. Right now, Forsyth County is the dealing with the brunt of the power outages, about 3,000 people without power right now. And in Guilford County, we have about 1,300 people without power. As we know, Duke Energy, they have crews ready on standby, waiting to attack those power outages, just waiting for the all clear to do so.
And they've already been on the move, because you're talking about the power outages in our area in the Piedmont Triad. Statewide, about 740,000, mainly in eastern North Carolina. But those Duke Energy crews and many other crews, they are deploying to help get the lights back on. We do know Florence is to blame for at least 6 deaths now. The most recent one was in South Carolina, where somebody hit a tree that was in the roadway. We are keeping you monitored and keeping you updated on what's happening here. Florence moving at a snail's pace, only 2 miles per hour, moving slowly still into the Piedmont Triad. We are live on Facebook, also on WFMYnews2.com with our team of reporters. Taran Kirksey is here, Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley is here. In the meantime, let's send you back to the game.
And all right, here on Facebook Live, we do want to get to some of your questions. I know you guys have been wondering what is happening in our local area, what's happening in Greensboro. We've been getting a lot of questions for that. What's happening in Alamance County? I don't really see much rain. What about the wind? So we want to kind of bring in Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley, if you can kind of fill us in on what is happening here in the Triad, because I know we've been focusing a lot on the coast, our friends and our neighbors to the east, but we also have to worry about what is happening here at home.
Yeah, that's exactly right, guys. You know, it's already a disaster out east, no question about that, and they are going to need a lot of help from us in the days and months to come, but we still have to worry about our weather here at home. You know, you look at the system, it's still pretty far to the south. That's the center, but I don't want any of us to really focus on the center, because you see how lopsided it is. There it is spinning. You know, there's not much rain on the south. There's not much rain on the west. Most of it is on the north and on the eastern side, and there is good reason for that. The way a storm spins is counterclockwise. So it's bringing in all of this ocean air back up, and that's just a perfect way to regenerate tropical rain in the same place until it moves away. And it's going to be a long time from now. Right now, we're looking here in the Piedmont Triad. You're probably seeing some rain at this time, and I doubt that it's flooding too badly in most areas yet. However, we already see our first flash flood warning of the day for our local counties. This includes Forsyth, Guilford, Davidson, Randolph, Montgomery, and all the way down to Stanley counties as well. It's in effect till 10:15. It's a pretty long time. It just means that flash flooding is expected to start occurring if it keeps raining at the same rate that it has been. You're also seeing this rain start to finally filter into the foothills. This is basically the first rain that you have seen from Florence. It's taken a little bit of time here. And as we watch the radar throughout the course of the day, we'll be watching a couple of different things. Number one, the rate of the rainfall. How hard is it falling, and is it continuing to fall over those same places? The greenish shade here is not going to bring us into too much trouble. But when you start getting those reds and oranges on the map, similar to this, but even a little bit stronger, that's when those bursts could really create those flash flooding concerns. Like right now, for example, in Randolph County, you're getting a little bit of a break in the action. This is more of a light rain that's not going to be that big of a problem. The trouble is going to come when we see more bands just setting up and kind of moving our way. And I expect that to be mainly tonight and into tomorrow for the biggest trouble. Estimated rainfall amount so far by our radar, you can see the yellow shade here. That's generally a little shy of 3 inches. The greenish colors here closing in on 3/4 to 1 inch of rain. That's fallen already. Back out east, we haven't really mentioned this yet, but this area, you know, the Swansboro area especially, and out there close to New Bern, but these places have gotten upwards of 19, 20 inches of rain. This is breaking records here for state rainfall as far as tropical storms go. 2-day and 3-day totals for North Carolina too. Unofficially, Swansboro has gotten 30 inches, and that will set, if it's verified, a state record for rainfall in North Carolina. Here's the amount of rain that's fallen just today in the state, in our part of the state. Close to 1 inch in Asheboro, close to 1 inch in Reedsville and Greensboro, so we have a long way to go. You see Raleigh, we're going to have rainfall more like that the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. The winds are not that bad, and I know a lot of people concerned, am I going to lose power? What's the wind going to be like? It's not going to get much worse than it already is. It's going to stay generally in that 30-mile-per-hour range for wind gusts for the most part. But this is concerning as we go through the next few hours. Notice these super heavy bands that have been in southeastern North Carolina, they start to rotate a little bit closer right here. This is around midnight tonight. Here's your early Sunday morning. It's going to be a really nasty day on Sunday here, and that's when we could expect to see some of our biggest rainfall. I think Sunday is worse than today with a lot of this action, and we're going to have to watch these cells too for the possibility of a couple weak tornadoes at times as well. Your main zone for heavy rainfall today is the pinkish shade, south of really US 64 or so. But tomorrow we all bear the brunt of this, especially from the foothills and into the Triad areas. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Want to leave you with this. It's going to be your timeline over the next little bit. For tonight, heavy rain spreading across most of the area. If you haven't seen it yet, you will. And flooding is a good bet. Same thing for tomorrow. Flash flooding very likely heading into Sunday from time to time, especially in the foothills as we head into Sunday evening. The reason is that's when the storm is exiting. On Monday, still can't rule out a pop-up shower thunderstorm here or there, but that will be the start of us winding down with Florence here in the Piedmont.
Tim, thank you so much. Come on into the studio. We are answering some of your questions that are coming in right now on Facebook Live. One of the questions is, where can we send donations? That's coming from Carolyn Flynn. First of all, thank you so much for your generosity and for your compassion. Several things that you can do. You can always donate to the Salvation Army. Excuse me. The Governor Roy Cooper, earlier today said you can do this. You can text the word Florence. Again, text the word Florence to 20222. Let me say that one more time. Text the word Florence to 20222. Again, back to the local organizations, say, for example, maybe the United Way, the Salvation Army, things like that. If you want to make sure that your donation goes directly to people impacted by this storm, you can tell them specifically, listen, this is where I want my money to go, or my other donations. All right.
I did want to say on that note, if you didn't know, the Joel Coliseum in Winston-Salem is open as an evacuation shelter for those on the coast, those in the Triad who need a safe place to stay. And there is a Goodwill directly across the street from the Coliseum. And they were saying that if you want to bring blankets or food or water, anything like that for folks in that area, you can just go directly across the street. Don't bring them to the Coliseum, bring them to the Goodwill. Say, hey, this stuff I have here in my hand, here in my car, is for folks dealing with what is now Tropical Storm Florence, so that they can give that to them.
So much generosity, so thank you so much. Taran, I know there is so much to talk about with Florence. We've been talking about the fatalities. We've been talking about rescues, the flooding out on our coast. We cannot forget about the Piedmont Triad. Let's get everyone up to speed about what is happening in our area, when to expect it, which areas really could see the most. Let's get everyone up to date, because the Triad is really up next.
Oh yeah, we're up next. I know it seems like it's taken forever to get here, but that's because the storm is moving so slowly. And as we continue to go through today, we're going to continue to see the rain intensity and the rain coverage increase. The area of concern for me as we go through the next 8 to 10 hours or so is for the southern Piedmont. So if you live in Randolph County, if you live in Montgomery County, if you live in Davidson County, you're going to see the majority of the rainfall today. But that rain is moving northward, so we're starting to see the rain pick up some here in Guilford County, and we're seeing the rain starting to pick up in Forsyth County as well. And another issue that you come across when it comes to rain in urban areas is it doesn't take a lot of rain to start to cause flooding. We have a lot of concrete, a lot of areas that can't soak in the water. So the rain collects, it pools on streets, and all that drains into some of those low-lying areas. So again, if you live in a flood-prone area, it's just a good idea to see if you can just hang out somewhere else for the next couple of days. And then the rain is just going to continue to pick up overnight tonight. It's going to get heavy at times, and we're going to continue to deal with some of that heavy rain as we go through a good chunk of Sunday as well. Here's a look at the rain forecast. 10 plus inches possible right there in that brighter, I'll call it a yellow-orange color right there. As we get a little bit closer to the Triad proper, 6 to 10 inches of rain, and then the rain totals get a little bit lower as you head to the north and east. And some folks might be asking, well, why does that 10-inch rain total kind of curve around like that? Well, that's because the storm is going to turn to the north. It's going to go right up the mountains, and as that happens, we're going to see the wind from the storm get pushed up the mountains, and that's going to squeeze all of that tropical moisture out. There's a possibility that the folks in the mountains are going to see even more rain than the people in the southern Piedmont right now that are seeing the heavy rainfall. I would not be surprised if there are a few spots in the mountains 12, 13 inches of rain before all is said and done, and that's gonna be a problem as far as mudslides and things like that. So again, if you live in the mountains, you don't have much rain going on right now. If you live in an area that has had landslides before, or if you live in, you know, one of those, in the mountains, you know, you have those little creeks and stuff that tend to get really full from just a little bit of rainfall. Imagine instead of an inch of rain, you're getting 4, 5, 6 inches of rain over the course of just 3 or 4 hours. And then it's going to continue to rain for about 24 hours there. Big time problems on the way for some of those areas. So we're going to continue to keep you updated. I know the rain is really taking its time moving in, but it's here now for especially the southern part of our viewing area. And that's something that we'll continue to keep you updated on and keep you aware of where the rain is and where it's going. But all in all, we're getting close to the point where even focusing a lot on radar, it's not going to matter a whole lot, because once the rain starts falling heavy in your area, it's going to remain heavy from time to time for hours.
So even if you are in the northern Piedmont Triad, does not mean that you are not going to be impacted.
Exactly.
That you are not going to be impacted.
Exactly. Even just a couple of inches of rain for those folks in the northeastern corner of our viewing area, that could cause some flash flooding as well.
All right, Taran, thank you so
Yep, no
much.
problem.
We are appreciating all of your posts, all your videos, all your photos coming into Storm Track 2. Let's go now to WFMY News 2's Ben Briscoe, checking out all the pictures that you are sending in. Ben.
Yeah, guys, I've heard so many people say, where's the storm? It's not impacting the Triad, but it is, and your posts are proving it. So let's get right to it, and I'll show you how. First off, some of your emergency responders, your first responders, are actually headed out to help other people. Let me click over here. This is Burlington, their fire department. They're getting ready to head out to New Bern. So that is an impact to you right there. Of course, lots of people still here. They're keeping enough first responders to make sure they can get to you if they need to. Not only that, this is a tree down in High Point. You can see it is literally leaning just about as far as it can go. I'd be moving that car pretty fast if I were them. And not only that, over in Asheboro, there are actually people who are trapped in their neighborhood because they can't get by because of trees. You see the caution tape up right there? That road is just impassable. You try to go down the side, I imagine there's plenty of running water on that side too. And in Asheboro also, people who were without power celebrating Duke Energy for getting it back on fast. Do you see all these trees that came down? They actually fell down on some power lines there, according to the Snapchat. But within just about an hour or so, they were able to fix the power and get it back up. So those crews on standby really are important. That is proof right there. This, out of Orange County, I want to show you this road just completely impassable there. It is just flooding over like that. So this storm, as it starts to move to us, this is more the type of stuff we're going to see and we're going to need to watch out for. Not only that, this is here in Greensboro. I wanted you to take a look. I'm going to let this play a couple of times here so you can really see it. At this pot right here, the water is starting to fill up in the pot. You can see that is how much we've gotten so far. I imagine that pot is going to get really full really fast. This one was my personal favorite. They're making coffee, getting ready for power outages if they were to happen. This is something we told you to do earlier in the week. Make up not only 1, 2 cups, but a whole pitcher. You see, they're ready in case those power outages happen, because you never know how long it might take. Now, speaking of power outages, let's get a check of the current numbers. Here in Greensboro, there are 1,379 people without power right now. Over in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, we're at 3,200. So there are some impacts from this storm in our area right now. Do not believe all your friends and family who are saying, where's the storm? We don't see it. It's here and it's only going to get worse. Not only that, I want to show you some of the trees down. Over in Winston-Salem, this is something the city sent out. You see, they actually had a tree that fell into this power line, so they had crews trying to fix that. Over in High Point, the crews have actually been going out and looking for trees just like this one that they need to help cut down so they don't fall on power lines later. You can see that's pretty precarious there. They're really trying to be proactive to keep your power on at home. Not only that, we're also seeing lots and lots and lots of crews all on I-40. You can see Duke Energy trucks just driving in huge lines. You're probably going to see that over the next couple of days. These, according to the Post, were headed out east, it looked like, to help with some of the power outages they have. But plenty of crews still here in our area for when the power outages really ramp up here at home. we see another tree that just fell straight into those power lines. And this picture, just look, from South Carolina. This is closer towards where the worst is happening right now, around the Myrtle Beach area. That power pole just totally down across the street. So we are going to see some of these major problems come our way. Please be careful. Please think about this. We'll get back to you guys in the studio.
Ben, thank you. We are on the main channel watching Florence moving still very slowly into our area, Tim.
Yeah, so what's happening right now is you're continuing to watch the game. You know, rain is falling. So far it has been moderate, sometimes heavy rain, but not super torrential just yet. We do have a couple flash flood warnings in the area at this time, especially for Guilford, Forsyth, Davidson, Randolph counties, and down to Montgomery as well. So what I want you to do is just be aware of rising water. Don't be crossing any flooded roadways or anything. It's going to get a little worse tonight, and it'll get a little worse tomorrow. That's when more of the heavy rain from Florence is going to be heading into our area. Right now, it's still been a little bit to the south and to the east.
For the people who are saying, you know what, it's not coming to our area, what do you say to them?
It's going to flood. I mean, there's going to be flooding as we head into tomorrow. And, you know, just because it's not here yet, you've seen the pictures, that storm is tracking closer and closer as we head into tomorrow. So best to take it seriously. And the rain is here, and it's going to continue. Just think about it not really stopping too much other than occasionally until you get into Sunday night. So that's a long haul still to go.
And it's not the wind that you think is going to be the main concern. It's going to be the flooding.
Yeah, you know, we've had a couple of wind gusts from time to time so far, up around 30 to 40 miles per hour. It's not going to get higher than that. It's not going to go away, but it's not going to get higher than that either. So far, kind of what you see is what you get with the wind. Whenever it rains super hard too, you might get an occasional wind gust that's back up to those higher speeds. And we'll still be watching very closely 24/7 a low-end tornado concern as well. You can never completely rule one out with a tropical system. So we're ready.
All right, and that's all for us here, but we will return you back to the SEC game with LSU and Auburn. And just remember that we have all of the information to you on WFMYnews2.com, but we'll return you back to the game right now.
All right, we are back live now on Facebook as well as on WFMYnews2.com. Tim, you know, we'll get back to the full forecast in our area. Do not let your guards down. I know it's slow moving. People, certain people very close to me saying, you know what? This must mean it's not happening.
Who might this be? I'm curious.
I am not going to name names, but you know, maybe that's kind of wishful thinking. Yeah. Oh, it's not here yet, so that means it's not happening. That is not necessarily true. All right, in the meantime, team coverage, because one of the many areas in our state getting badly battered still by Florence is in Wilmington. WFMY News 2's Chad Silber is live there. Chad, you've been walking and driving, moving through the area. What have you been seeing?
Well, Julie, the word that you used that is very, very, the important word is still. It is still happening. More than 2 days after we got the initial wind gust from Florence. The rain just picked up about 2 minutes ago. These rain bands moving over us very, very slowly, but when they move over us, you can tell that the rain is going to be coming down for a while. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. You know, as we drive around Wilmington and this area, everywhere you look, there is damage. You should have saw when we first found this damage yesterday. It was just unbelievable because, so first of all, there was some debris over here. This tree was moved here just a couple of hours ago. So this is a new addition to this area. But if you look over here, you see a bunch of debris. At first, we couldn't figure out what it was. It looks almost like pieces of siding. It's wooden 2x4s. Couldn't really tell. So then we looked over here. Look at this building. You can see pieces of what look like a roof that have blown over on this side of the building. 2x4s and metal roofing. So then we drove around to the front side of the building, and I want to show you a picture of what we saw. It's incredible that the storm, and when it was at its peak, the wind blew through here so hard, we're assuming that it was the 90-mile-per-hour sustained winds they were talking about, just ripped the roof right off of this building. It was as if the building was a can of Campbell's soup and the wind was the can opener. I mean, it just ripped it right clear off. The only part that still exists on that side of the building is the part on the right. Now, if you come back here live to where we are now, you know, you really got to feel bad for the people who own this building. They did their best. They put up the siding on the windows. They put up they tried their best to make sure that their windows were going to stay intact. They never thought that the roof would fly off their building. And that's what they're dealing with right now. And this is probably the worst damage we have seen in Wilmington, not related to storm surge and not related to flooding. You know, I hate pointing it out. Ryan, can you see over there that back door? They put sandbags, 3 rows of sandbags. Had they known that their roof was going to fly off, I don't know what they would have done differently. But now those sandbags not doing much because the entire roof on that side of the building is now gone. What the building is, we're not entirely sure. When I looked into it from the other side, you could see those big silos. I'm not sure the exact word for them, but have you ever been to a brewery where they make beer? You see those big silos where the beer is fermenting inside of them? There's a bunch of those in that. And so I assumed that it was a brewery of some sort. When we were getting video earlier, a woman drove up and she said, "No, not the brewery." And she told us that apparently it was a brewery that had just opened. I don't know how recently, but it had just opened. It's not a brewery where they also have a tasting room like you might imagine. So it sounds like they were just brewing, fermenting the beer there and then selling it elsewhere. We can't find any sort of signage on the building, but it is an old building that was refurbished into what looks like a brewery. So unfortunately, the cleanup here is immense. I mean, what do you do when that happens? Do you tear the whole building down and start over since it is an old building? I feel really bad for these people because you can tell they tried. They tried to protect their building before the storm came, and that's what happened to it. And we haven't seen anybody come around. We assume that they've been here. We assume that they've seen what's happened to their building. But we've been here all afternoon and no one has come by. So we will see. We'll see what happens, Julie.
Chad, we are monitoring the situation with you here over in Wilmington as well. I know movement can be limited. What kind of flooding are you seeing right now, if any?
So what we've seen in downtown Wilmington is fairly minimal. Last night it was actually worse than it is today. As we were driving around last night, especially after the 11 o'clock newscast, the rain was much heavier. If you were watching the 11 o'clock newscast, you know how heavy it was, and there was flooding on the road. It was minor flooding, but definitely places that you didn't need to drive through. Each road had enough of, I guess, a pass where you could drive around it. But fortunately, the rain had let up enough, I imagine late overnight into early today, where it allowed the water to seep into the ground, and it allowed it to go into some of the gutters. So it was almost like we were kind of starting over from scratch today, which is nice. But the rain has picked up, and it is starting to form, little rivers along curbs that you expect to see after and during heavy raining. But right now, it really seems to be okay. We haven't really heard of too many big flooding issues, at least in the downtown area of Wilmington. We haven't been able to go out to Wrightsville Beach, so we do not know what the situation is like out there. We do not know what the situation is like at the river, which is near downtown. But from what we've seen, it seems to be okay. Now, that is obviously an ongoing concern because we know that these rain bands, they're moving so slowly that they can drop a ton of water as each one passes by. So we understand that this situation can and will get worse as the time goes by. So of course we're just going to keep monitoring the situation and hope that it doesn't get worse. If we have a moment, I would like to also point out that making the flooding problem worse potentially, all of the debris that you see kind of lining the roads. Ryan, are you able to show over here? Even just in this little area, there are so many little twigs and branches and really just like sticks and just so much debris that can get stuck in that gutter right there. And that's what's happening. The water is pushing all of that debris into the gutter. Now, as soon as it sticks in that gutter, It's there until someone clears it out. And until someone clears it out, it's going to start overflowing and it's going to start stopping up. And then that is what's going to lead to the problems. Unfortunately, the gutters are not the #1 priority of first responders and city employees right now. First of all, it's making sure that everybody is safe. They've been responding to a lot of 911 calls. We keep seeing fire trucks and police cars with their lights and sirens going past us all day long. Not sure where they're going. They're obviously responding to emergencies, but unfortunately the gutters is not high on the priority list. But you know, we're going to find out over the coming hours and coming days whether it should have been a little bit higher, depending on how much rain is still on the roads.
Chad, thank you so much for that live update. Please take care out there, and we'll check back in with you in just another few moments. In the meantime, Tim, we are still monitoring your pictures, yes, coming into Storm Track 2, the hashtag, but also your questions coming in on Facebook. And one person says, and it's kind of a resounding theme here, this person says, I'm confused, when is it going to hit the Triad?
Yeah, so I mean, it's starting to hit right now. So when it's starting to rain, you're not going to get flooding right away. And first off, if we don't get flooding, that'd be wonderful.
We'd love that.
We're still expecting that to happen, of course, across a large part of the area, especially the southern Piedmont and also into the foothills. But the rain, you know, the way that flooding works, #1, it starts to accumulate on the ground, then it goes into the drainage, and then if it starts to come down too quickly or for too long, that's when you get the flooding problem. So I think for the most part, many of our areas won't start to see too bad of flooding until we get into the evening and then into the overnight and certainly into the day tomorrow. Tomorrow is really going to be our big day with Florence, where we're going to have more rain, and probably the most issues that we're facing will happen on Sunday. And not just over everywhere. Flooding is isolated by nature. There are flood-prone areas. There are areas that are less flood-prone. So I hope that you're in one that's not so flood-prone. But as we go into the course of the weekend, we'll really start to see that that water is just kind of, you know, occupying spaces that it shouldn't. It's going to be in the roadways. There'll be some roads that are probably closed off for a while, and we're already getting, you know, some reports from a couple of our weather spotters and people tweeting in Storm Track 2. I have a report of 2 inches already in Randleman, a report of 2 inches in Madison. So that's Rockingham County, Randolph County. Hasn't rained for very long in much of the area just yet, and that's already a lot of rain.
Tim, across, I know it's hard because there's so many areas of the Piedmont Triad, but as a whole, when will the heavy rain, when will it be steady across the area, or is that already happening?
It's already pretty steady right now, and if we pull up radar, we can show that to you. But you know, the rain is moving in bands. Hurricanes are not a constant 48-hour rain. Even Chad, even where he is in Wilmington, he's noting, you know, it's funny, Tim, you know, it's dying down and then it's back again. They're kind of a system of bands. So you see this on the radar. Notice the swirling motion. You have the heaviest rain bands, and then you have little breaks in the action. So we actually right now have been seeing a bit of a rain band circling in right there through the Triad. Now it's moving into the foothills. That might drop an inch or two of rain. You might only have a couple of hours for that water to go down, and then it's going to come right back again as we see that next band starting to move through Chatham County, through Wake County, and toward Randolph County. They're going to be rotating through from time to time, so it can be a little confusing, and we don't go through a lot of hurricanes here, so this is not something we're accustomed to in our part of the state, but it is sort of a on again, off again type of thing. When you get into trouble is when it's super heavy, and those heaviest bands will start to happen overnight tonight and tomorrow, and we'll start to see more flooding problems.
Yes, and also because, okay, go ahead, Tanisha.
I was just going to say, you're mentioning the flooding problems in some of our counties. Randolph County, one you mentioned, we actually do have one of our reporters in Asheboro kind of giving us a live update there. Let's see if we can head out to Jaleesa Irizarry. What are you seeing out there, Jaleesa?
Hi guys, yeah, I'm about maybe a couple miles away from downtown Asheboro, and I just have to show you what some residents out here are dealing with right now. Check this out. This is the access driveway to 3 different homes out here, and as you can see, there are some major sinkholes out here. Now they tell me it started about a year ago. That further sinkhole started about a year ago. It started opening up a little bit, and gradually it got worse and worse. But this one closer to us, this one right here, this bigger one, it doubled in in size overnight because of all the rain. They've been kind of monitoring it and taking it in, and it's just falling apart right before their eyes. And they say they have spoken to the landlord about this, and they have put some temporary fixes. Now look at what the temporary fixes are. It's this red clay, and as you can see, just judging by my boots, it's falling apart. It is falling apart. There's no way that they can drive through this. It's unsafe to drive through this. It's literally crumbling, and they are worried about it. They are worried about their safety, most importantly. You know, there are families out here. There is a man with a serious medical condition out here. They're afraid that if there is a medical emergency, they don't know how EMTs or personnel can get access to them, really, because the areas along to the side of them, they're muddy, they're wet, they're slippery, and they tell me there are snakes out there too. Actually, one of the residents had told me they attempted to drive through that area at one point, and the car got stuck. It had to get towed out of that area just because it gets so muddy when there is heavy rainfall. And as you guys know, Randolph County will be getting some heavy rainfall over the next couple days. Now, that's not the only issue they're dealing with now. If you see down below, there is a creek down here, and they say this creek floods all of the time. It gets very high. It breaks the banks, they says, and it kind of washes over towards the homes. One of the residents had told me she was sitting out in her back porch, and she saw some crawfish just kind of in the area trying to bite at her toes, she said. So they're concerned about that flooding and it getting, you know, a hold into their basement area and damaging some of their stuff. And so as a precaution, they have moved their cars out of the parking lot area and have moved them over to the front of the driveway, some of the residents, but not all of these residents have actual cars. So, you know, they want to get access to food, they want to get access to water, and maybe potentially shelter. They don't know, and they're afraid that they may get stuck in this home. They may not be able to make it through this green area where there are potentially some snakes and some muddy, slippery areas. They're concerned about their safety if they do need to get out of here. They don't know what to do. In the meantime, they're hunkering down. They said they're going to monitor the situation and hope that the heavy rainfall will, you know, ease up on them and that this will be fixed soon. Guys?
Yeah, Jaleesa, I'm glad you kind of mentioned where the cars were because we were seeing the empty parking lot there behind you. Now, with that sinkhole there and with the creek having the potential to rise, the folks that you spoke to in those apartment complexes, are they going to evacuate tonight or into tomorrow?
As of right now, they have told me that they are staying in the area. You know, some of these residents have children with them. They are staying put for the time being, they said. I'm sure that they're going to monitor it and make sure that things are okay and make sure that, you know, if the floodwaters do come in, they will figure out a way. Again, if we can pan over to the creek, again, it's still pretty low right now, but obviously that can change pretty dramatically in the hours ahead. So they come out here regularly just to check on things and make sure everything is okay, but obviously it's an ongoing situation. Things can change within, you know, moments notice. So again, keeping an eye on things.
Jaleesa, also you're monitoring the weather conditions out there. What are you feeling? What are you seeing?
Sure. You know, the rain just kind of started picking up just a few minutes ago when we first got here. Now, there are some pretty mature trees. When we first got here and started talking to some of the residents here, you know, some of the branches were snapping off with some of the minor gusts that we were seeing back and forth, but nothing super, super, super hard right now or heavy. I haven't gotten really blown off in any way, but again, these trees are very mature. They're very old, so who knows what is happening. They're very large as well. So as of right now, things are okay, but obviously that can change within any minute.
Jaleesa, thank you so much. Take care. Glad to see the people are closely monitoring that situation that could be a bit dicey out in Asheboro. Speaking of Asheboro, Randolph County, that is one of the areas that could get a lot of flooding because Florence is still making its way into our area.
Exactly, and the farther south you are, the closer you are to the center of circulation and the more rain that we are expecting down that way. For Randolph County, we're talking about 8 to 10 inches plus of rain as we go through the next 24 to 36 hours or so. We have heavy rain that's been falling down there for the duration of the day for the most part, and we're going to continue to see more and more and more as we head through the next couple of days. In fact, Tim is keeping a close eye on radar as well. Tim, what are you seeing right now as far as our flooding risk potential?
Well, I'll tell you, Terrain, our risk of flooding throughout the day today is actually pretty high. We don't see this too often. What this is, I'm showing you here, is the risk of flooding issued by the National Weather Service. It's very rare that they issue a high risk in general. They have it for our area, and especially down where Jaleesa just was, from Randolph County to Montgomery, down to also to Moore County and Chatham County. You're all included in that, as is Rowan County. So that's the highest risk today, and a couple reasons. Number one, it started raining there first, right? And it's going to keep on raining there all throughout today. Now into tomorrow, the storm starts to move to the north, and as it does, it'll be tracking over the foothill communities, sending in these tropical rain bands from time to time. All of our area having a risk of some flooding problems heading into Sunday, and even maybe lingering a little bit into Monday before we can really kick this thing out of here. It's going to be a while, and I know it's just getting going right now. You should think about it in that way. This is just the beginning. Thankfully, most of it's coming in overnight tonight. Hopefully you're in a safe location. You just kind of ride it out at home. But tomorrow during the day, you're really going to have to be careful about going out and about, because there really could be some flooding problems that start to kick up and intensify pretty fast. Flooding can happen quickly sometimes. By Monday afternoon, this is 12 o'clock, estimated by our Futurecast, the bulk of this thing is kicking out of here, and we are starting to see improving weather in a very big way. As far as the current weather goes, the current radar in our area, here's the system. Right now, still located in South Carolina, and if you ever have to deal with a hurricane, and you'll remember this now, you want to pick to be on this side, the left side. This side is the much better side to be on. The right-hand side is the worst side for our part of the country, and the reason is this: you have the ocean flow coming in with that counterclockwise motion that brings in all of the water, all of the rain, and also that spinning risk that can come with a tornado threat as well. That tornado threat hasn't gone away. It's super low, but it is something we'll continue to monitor 24 hours a day. If there's one issued, we'll have coverage for you, and you'll be in the know so you can stay safe if that is the case. Right now, we just saw Jaleesa's report down there in Asheboro with the sinkhole problem. They're having some light to moderate rain at this time, nothing terribly heavy. And this light to moderate rain is never going to be our downfall, really, but it does add up a little bit. Radar estimates right now from 1 to 2 inches of rain. That's just today in parts of Randolph County. And one of our weather spotters, Jonathan Jones in the Randleman area, reports about 2 inches. Up in Rockingham County, we've had about 1 inch estimated by radar. Same story for Forsyth and down toward Rowan as well. A little bit more than that in southern parts of Alamance too. And you'll just notice those higher colors, the brighter colors, are in the southern parts of our area, at least so far. But even in Winston-Salem, officially measuring close to 1 inch now, we've all seen a decent amount of rain. That just sets the stage. And 1 inch of rain in a day is already a lot. So if we end up getting 3, 4, 5 today, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tomorrow, that's where the big flooding concern goes. So here's their higher resolution Futurecast. Those intense tropical rain bands are right down where Chad Silber has been reporting from in the Wilmington area. It'll continue to soak them. But here's another one. If this model is correct, we have the southern areas, again, south of I-40, dealing with the bulk of that tropical rainfall through the late evening hours. It'll be pretty nasty out there tonight, to be honest with you. And then tomorrow morning, it's just rotating closer. And this is the problem with Sunday. As it rises north, the track of this storm is pushing all this heavy rain all across our area and right toward the mountains. And we'll have more on this for you as we go into tomorrow, but the mountain concern is really large, because when you take all that rain and push it up the mountains, you get a much bigger flooding threat. It's just the way that it works out. So that track of the storm is a bad track for places like Wilkes County, Boone, Caldwell County, all these areas right here up against the slopes of the Blue Ridge. I'm pretty sure there will be some mudslides and those type of problems that go along with the heavy rainfall. We talked about the flooding risk for today and the flooding risk for tomorrow. Highest in the south today, highest in the west as we head into Sunday. And after that, well, things should start to improve at least a little bit. Let's show you those expected impacts. And I know this is a really busy graphic, a lot of colors, a lot of things going on, but it's good information. So we start with today. We still have those gusty winds that are out there. That threat is kind of in the moderate range. There's not a huge concern here that we're going to have a surprise gust of 60 miles per hour or anything like that. That's not expected. What we will find, though, are still a couple scattered power outages happening from time to time. We'll keep our eye on the radar for a tornado possible, but that's unlikely. Heading into the flash flood concern, it really starts to ramp up overnight and into Sunday, and you can bet we're going to be here every step of the way, giving you all the coverage you need.
Tim, thank you. We're going to get to Ben in a second. I just want to give you this quick update from the Duplin County Sheriff's Office. There have been 2 deaths due to flash flooding and swift water on roadways. Again, this is Duplin County. 2 people have died due to flash flooding and swift water on roadways. The death toll now rising. At last check, there were about 6. We will get an exact number for you, but again, the death toll regarding Florence continues to rise. 2 deaths in Duplin County, and also the Duplin County Sheriff's Department is saying that they are going to be issuing a curfew tonight, starting at 7 o'clock tonight to 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then that curfew will continue at those hours until further notice.
And you know, Tim and Taran have been talking about the flash flood warnings that are happening in our area, and you know, this sad story here out of Duplin County just showing just how dangerous those conditions can be, which is why we are saying if you don't have to be on the roads, don't do it. Stay home. I mean, we're hearing deaths left and right for things that may not even need to have happened. You know, we want to make sure that everyone is safe and everyone is listening to the authorities when they say, don't be looky-loos, like Chad was saying in Wilmington, trying to look at the damage. Just stay home, hunker down if you can. If you do need help getting to emergency shelters and things like that, call for help if you need it, instead of trying to venture out on your own there.
We are on air right now, monitoring the latest from Florence. Want to give you an update that there are 2 deaths in Duplin County due to floodwaters and swift water on roadways. This is Duplin County. Duplin County announcing a curfew tonight from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. until further notice. Taran, we're still watching Florence as it's pounding our area. That rain is falling, and it will continue to keep on falling.
Yeah, it's just going to get more and more intense as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Overnight tonight on into tomorrow, the flash flooding risk will continue to increase. So make sure that you heed those flash flood warnings, and we're going to keep you updated as we go through the night tonight.
In our area, just about 3,300 power outages in Forsyth County. That's the most area that's seeing the most right now in the Piedmont Triad, but as an entire state, more than 740,000 outages.
Yes, and that number can go up or down depending on how fast crews are able to fix those power lines. We have about 20,000 crews all across the state. We have a number of crews staged in Greensboro just waiting for that call to be deployed down to the coast, to be deployed to our area, making sure that everyone has the lights on and that those rescues as they happen, people are heeding the warnings of law enforcement to stay off the roadways if they don't need to be on there. Now, we do want to return back to the SEC game. Here's your football. We'll be back with another update a little later on.
And we are now back live with you here on Facebook Live, also on WFMYnews2.com. Taran, I want to stress the importance here because it's a little, it's drizzling, it's raining, it's not like heavy, consistent, steady downpours. The problem is these bands keep moving across our area, and you've seen how slowly Florence is moving.
Oh, yeah.
So it will continue to just keep on churning, slowly churning. So an inch of rain adding to 2 to 3 today, and then even more inches tomorrow, it adds up to be a lot. And so I think maybe people in our area, maybe they might be thinking, you know, we're not seeing what the coast has had, so maybe I don't need to be as concerned. That's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, that's not the case. Again, even at the coast, things started to ramp up gradually. I know when we first had Chad's live shots early on before the storm made landfall, you saw some sunshine, and then as the day went along, you had drizzle, and the rain got heavier and heavier and heavier, and that's going to be the case for us as we go through the rest of the day on into tonight. The rain will start to get heavier and heavier and heavier, and yeah, there might be a few breaks in the heavy rainfall. We still have different bands of rain sweeping through, but just know, this is just the beginning. This is not the main event, if you want to think of it like that. But we are seeing some accumulation of rain now, and the situation is just going to get worse as the intensity of the rain increases. Rainfall rates right now, about a third of an inch of rain per hour. That's going to rise higher and higher to where we're going to see an inch, 2 inches of rain per hour in some of these heavier bands that move through.
Taran, can you give us a little perspective here? When we talk about maybe 4 to 6 inches of rain, maybe even more than that, what is usually normal for our area and why 4 to 10 plus inches could be extremely abnormal?
Well, you think about it just like in a regular afternoon thunderstorm in the middle of the summer, it could drop an inch of rainfall over the course of an hour and a half or so, and that could prompt a flash flood warning in many locations. With this, we're going to see 1 to 2 inches per hour at times, but it's just going to continue. So it's just going to add on top of each other, and we have flooding from just an inch of rain in some spots. At a minimum, some of the areas that don't see a lot of rain from this, we're talking about the extreme northeastern part of our viewing area as you get closer and closer to the Virginia border, to the northeast, not to the northwest, but to the northeast. So we're talking about Caswell County, and then the extreme northeastern part of the county, maybe just 2 to 4 inches of rain. That could cause flash flooding. You head to the south and to the west, over 10 inches of rain expected in many locations in that part of the viewing area.
Joanne, thank you very much.
Yeah, and many of you guys are sharing your pictures and videos with us on social media. Ben Briscoe is live in the Information Center with more on what you guys are seeing across the state. Ben.
Guys, we were just talking about those deadly floodwaters in Duplin County where 2 people have died as they were trying to cross through floodwaters on the road, we're told by the sheriff's office. Now here's what we're seeing in our area. Some of those same waters are starting to form right here in our area. This is from Stokes County. Our weather spotter Dwayne sent it in. He says, unbelievably, this is just what 1 inch of water has done so far. 1 inch of rain. And you can see how it's all pooling. So that is going to be a major dangerous situation once the rain continues to fall. Now travel throughout the area really is not easy because we're starting to see some of these impacts from the storm. Big trees down just like that. A little bit outside of our area, but really interesting here. Over in New Hanover County, they're actually using jet skis and the kayaks to get through their neighborhoods. You can see it's just completely flooded out there to the point where there's enough water on the roadway to be able to ride that jet ski. Not only that, but take a look at this video from Warsaw. You just see that truck and you have to sit back and just marvel at the power of Mother Nature. It's so sobering to see things like that happen. This is new footage just coming out from Warsaw. I want to show you a little bit further down. Look at this. It is just up to the houses, right up to that front porch. It looks like that one it's actually a middle school. There you go. Now, not only that, but we are also seeing this from South Carolina. Imagine seeing that in your roadway, an alligator. You know, I actually verified to make sure that this was a true post because we're seeing so many of these posts going around on social media that aren't, like the sharks in the road. That one is not true if you see it. The water filled up past the plains. That one is not true. This one right here, this really happened in South Carolina. A woman went out of her house to check on the storm and saw an alligator crossing the road. How scary would that be? We're also seeing this right here from Luke Linden over in Wilmington. Tension so high over the shortage of gas that he says there was a fight between these 2 men. One of them apparently cut the line in the gas and the other one was upset. If you look closely, one of them is holding a firearm in the video. Could have escalated really fast there. This is a common scene throughout Wilmington right now. We're also seeing long lines at the grocery store. Lots of problems in that area. I do want to show you one good note before I toss it back to you guys though. This one made me very happy and I know a lot of you at home will also be happy about this. The horses at Ocracoke, the ponies, they are safe and the pony pen did not suffer any damage. So at least one good thing to leave you with from social media.
Ben, thank you.
I always like to see some positive,
Yes.
happy stuff during the storm. You know, we are continuing our live coverage of some more reports of damage here in the Piedmont Triad because of Florence are coming in. Let's now go to WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy live in Asheboro. Kevin.
Yeah, guys, we've been talking about the dangers for a long time, and despite the fact that we probably haven't seen the rain or the wind that we expected in the Triad area, we're in Asheboro right now. Let me just go ahead and give you an idea. Right now, even though it's not raining, there's not a lot of wind, but take a look at what Mother Nature and specifically Florence has done. This tree knocked down, probably been here for a long time. It fell, of course, as you can see, on top of this house. I talked with the homeowners just a little bit ago. Said there is a bit of damage, not a ton of damage, but certainly a bit of damage to the roof and to the home. And obviously the best news is that everybody that was inside at the time is okay. So that's the good news. They said they were actually in that room. Let me see if Dave can kind of zoom into that window where you see that tree. They were actually in that front room watching television. That's kind of the living room or the family room, if you will. if you will, when this tree came down. I'm kind of estimating it's on its side right now, but I'd say it's probably at least a 30, 35, 40-foot tree. Don't know how much weight it is or how much it weighs, but it came crashing down on the side of this house in that living room. The family obviously scurried outside as quick as they could, kind of found out what it was, but certainly it could have been much worse. And now let me go ahead and pan up if you can, Dave. See these power lines that are up above us here? These lines are still active, and obviously that's another concern as the wind and the rain kind of continues, is these power lines or what have you, if they could come down. In this situation, the power line's still connected, they're still live, which is why we're kind of standing a little bit back. And now let me go ahead and show you something else here. Dave, move over here if you could for me real quick. Let me show you the ground here. We haven't got a ton of water in this area, but look at this where you can see it kind of has that spongy kind of consistency, if you will. So as the rain comes, even though we're not getting a lot, we continue to get it. And this ground is only gonna get more wet, obviously, and it's gonna get spongier, which means those trees and power poles and power lines could certainly kind of come down, if you will. So I'm not gonna say, look, don't go out if you need to go out, but obviously just be careful, be aware that there are trees, that there are power poles and things like that, and they can come down as we saw here. Guys, I'll toss it back to you, but certainly just be aware of your surroundings and be very aware that obviously with all this weather that we're getting, the trees and the ground not as sturdy as they were about 24 to 48 hours ago.
And Kevin, I did have a question for you. You said that the power lines were live. Does the power in that house work, or is it out at this point?
Power actually still on, power still works. They've called, and I'm not sure if it's Duke that services this area or not, but they did say they've called the power company. The power company is en route. Obviously they called police and fire. Police actually put up this yellow tape just to kind of make sure that anybody that's kind of walking by and wants to be a looky-loo or what have you understands that, look, those power lines that you see kind of draping from the top kind of down to their house, those are live power lines right now. The power's still on in their house, which obviously means if you get too close to this, could get yourself in some serious situations. So police put this yellow police tape up just to kind of make sure that nobody gets real close. Power company, I'm told, is on their way. Obviously, they've contacted their insurance company, and I think some neighbors are going to assist them with the tree at first. But yeah, so power's still back on. You got to be very careful, obviously, in these situations when those power lines are still live, and they are here.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. Glad to see that there was only, nobody was hurt there, some minor damage to the home. Kevin mentioned the companies that service that particular area. Duke Energy does, as well as Randolph Electric. Right now, according to Duke Energy, about 350 power outages right now in Randolph County, but that number is expected to rise. The most power outages still in Forsyth County with about 3,300 power outages. Other areas of our state seeing a lot more. Mecklenburg, about 14,000 power outages right now.
And I think across the state, we're in the 700,000 range for everyone across the state. So it just goes to show, just be prepared. I know we've been telling people all week, make sure you have your flashlights, make sure you have the batteries, things like that. If you are using generators, we've been preaching generator safety, to keep the generator at least 20 feet away from your home, not in your garage, not in your shed, not near any windows, because that carbon monoxide is deadly and it works quick. So on top of having a working generator and things like that, also make sure that you have carbon monoxide detectors and make sure that they work as well. Now, when I spoke with someone with the Consumer Product Safety Commission, they said that in some other hurricanes, a lot of deaths that had to do with generators was because they weren't using them properly. People weren't using them properly, and that's why we were just making sure you guys are getting these updates and just practicing safety as you continue to hunker down and wait for Florence to make its path out of North Carolina and out of everyone's lives at this point.
We are continuing to monitor Florence here in the Piedmont Triad as it's making its presence known. We're talking, of course, about Florence. You're watching a live update now as you watch the LSU Auburn game. We're keeping tabs on Florence as it's making its presence known in the Piedmont Triad right now. Rain is coming down steadily. Gentlemen, we have Taran Kirksey as well as our chief meteorologist Tim Buckley monitoring Florence right now. Tim, what are you seeing right now?
Well, the rain has begun in much of the area. Most of it so far has been light to moderate in most areas, but we have seen anywhere from 1 to 2 inches, the ground getting saturated a little bit. The real heavy torrential tropical rainfall is going to wait off a little bit until tonight, until tomorrow. Sunday, occasionally, it's just going to rain in a blinding fashion in some areas. Now, when you're saturating the ground a little bit now, it's going to make it easier to flood. So we've told you this ad nauseum. Just be ready, have that plan ready to go in case different roads get flooded that you usually take, or if you live in a flood-prone area, know that that might affect your home or areas in your neighborhood. So have a backup plan just in case it needs to be put in place. So we're going to be better off than the people at the Coast are, no doubt, but we still have to take care of ourselves here at home with that flooding concern.
And it's not just our area still watching it closely, but so is New Bern, hit hard, more than 450 rescues there. About 50% of the people who live there still have no power.
And we were just learning into the newsroom that the curfew that was enacted has been extended till 7 a.m. on Monday, but we'll continue to keep you updated here, and we'll toss it right back to football.
And we are back here live on Facebook as well as on WFMYnews2.com. We're trying to do double duty here, folks. So we're kind of explaining how this works. We are doing live updates during the football game, during commercial break. So if you see us not addressing you guys, this is what we're doing. Tahisha, where are we going next?
I believe we had Chad Silber live in Wilmington. He's been there before the storm, during the storm, and he'll be there after the storm. Now, Chad, kind of tell me what is happening behind you. Is that a power line dangling behind you?
Absolutely, and unfortunately it is a common sight around downtown Wilmington. Power lines really down everywhere. You know, we've been really kind of giving you a closer look at the area, the 1 block radius we are in right now, where we have seen really the most damage in all of Wilmington. And one of the gentlemen who is very tied to this area, his name is Jonathan Washburn. He's here right now. Jonathan, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me, because you are busy. Tell me what it was that you were doing out here.
Well, I'm an attorney. I actually represented the guy that bought these 4 blocks and owns these buildings that were damaged, and I'm moving into that building next week as my law office, although I don't know if this will slow it down or not. But I was just checking to see what kind of damage we sustained, and this is some of the worst I've seen. Not on the building I moved in, but the one over here, the brewery.
Right, yeah. We were showing the images of that brewery just a couple of minutes ago as we've been doing this live coverage. I mean, it kind of takes your breath away when you look at it.
Well, it's funny how they put so much effort into protecting the windows and then the roof blows off. But in past experience, one of the worst types of damage that we haven't found out yet is the flooding that's going to eventually come next week from all this rain. So that could end up hurting more people in more long-lasting ways than we see here. So it's always hard to tell. It's a random chance.
What was your first reaction when you pulled around the corner and saw this?
Well, Jim McFarland that owns this is a personal friend, and he already sent me a picture of the roof off, so I was expecting that, but it really is more outstanding of an event than I thought. I mean, the signs are turned sideways, the power lights are down, the trees are off, siding is off the Coca-Cola building. It was a pretty serious section of devastation right here. It was pretty serious.
Are you from Wilmington?
I am. My great-great-grandparents went to high school here.
Tell me where this storm ranks among some of the storms you've lived through.
I wish I could remember storm names, but I do believe it was Hugo, the one that had the flooding. The flooding that was so phenomenally devastating is long lasting. We'll clean this up. It won't even look like this in the next 6 months. You won't even see any of it. The flooding, those, we're yet to see how that's going to be. But this is probably, on a scale of 1 to 10 of what Wilmington gets, this might be a 6 or a 7. This is not the worst. We did have some fatalities this year, and that's unfortunate. We've made a lucky run with no fatalities for a while.
So you know the owner of the building that has part of the roof missing.
Right.
It looks as though, was it a brewery?
This was going to be, all of this was Coca-Cola product. They kept their fleet over here, they did their maintenance over here, they had storage in that vacant lot, and this was being converted into a brewery, and what we call a microbrewery. It's kind of the fad going on in Wilmington and other areas, and they were ready to open. In fact, they may have actually been about to open, I think they were, and then this happened.
So
Very
it was.
unfortunate.
So Coca-Cola was going to own the brewery?
Coca-Cola, we call this the Coca-Cola property because it was their property.
Okay.
They sold this 2 years ago to my friend Jim McFarland. And then Jim found them as a tenant, and very happy to have that. W.K. Dixon has been in this building that I'll be moving my law office into. This is going to be converted into a 2-story office building, so that's going to be remodeled in the next year or so. But this was the next ready to open thing, the one that was ready to open.
Have you
Really
talked?
sad.
Have you talked to the owner of that?
I haven't talked to the owner. I did not get to know the owner personally. Jim introduced me to him, and I shook their hand. I don't know them, but I've talked to the owner of the building, but not the owner of the brewery. And
Got
I
it.
know that's very disheartening for them because they put a lot of good work into this. I hope it won't take long to get back on their feet.
So have you been able to talk to some of the other folks who live around here? I mean, what would you say is, I guess, the pulse of how people are feeling right now about all this?
Well, I've been through a few hurricanes, and I get the sense that people are just taking this one a little bit in stride. I don't think that there has been the massive devastation all across the city that we've seen in the past. I may be wrong about that. There are some people that are intimately, personally affected, so I shouldn't say that. But this has been, well, inconvenient. Power's gone out. We'll get the power back on, and we'll start cleaning up. As I mentioned, we did have fatalities this time, and that is really unfortunate.
Well, this city does have a lot of cleaning up to do, but from what I've heard talking to other people, the resilience here is really what's going to carry you all through to make this city back to what it was and maybe even better.
I think the cleanup will go quickly. You won't notice a lot. In 6 months, you won't notice stuff. But there is the water damage is always a big thing.
Right. Well, I'll let you get back to surveying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chad.
And good
I'm glad
luck.
y'all are out here helping us maybe
Absolutely.
find some things we didn't even know about.
Yeah, we'll let you know. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Take care. So, you know, that's one story of many of people who live in this area who are now out surveying the damage, surveying their property, the property they represent. And so sad to hear about that brewery just set to open, you know, a new business. You know how excited you are. I've never opened a new business, but I can imagine there's a lot of adrenaline and a lot of excitement on starting a new chapter in your life. And it's unfortunate. Back to you guys.
It goes to show you just how many lives have been upended because of Florence, and the optimism I appreciate, and I hope that the coast can be able to bounce back in just 6 months, but we shall see, and we will continue to monitor what happens down there and the progress after the storm moves out. But Tim, the storm has not moved out yet. It's really just kind of hovering and entering the Piedmont Triad.
It's slowly moving, and you know that's why we haven't seen a ton of the heavy rain yet, because it's moving at 3 miles per hour. But what you saw there in Wilmington was just kind of the spirit of the folks there. And I started my career in Wilmington. I worked there for about 5 years, right? And it's a very hospitable city. It's a place where people are welcomed from across the rest of the state. Most of us like to go there and play, right? Like us to go to the beach town.
And you still go.
Sure, I go all the time, yeah. And a lot of other people continue to go to Wilmington as one of the most popular destinations. And they've undergone a lot of, you know, growth the last couple of years. New things opening all the time, like Chad was just showing us those businesses. This is going to be a little setback for them, I think. And hopefully there's a lot of help that continues to pour in and help them get back on their feet, but they will, and they're going to be welcoming people back with open arms as soon as you can. So if you want to support them, you go back there to Wilmington as soon as possible and spend some money. It's a great place.
And I did want to mention, the governor says, because a lot of you are saying, how can I help? This is the Piedmont Triad. Southern hospitality rules here, and people love our neighbors, and you know, your generosity and your compassion, it cannot be beat. So I just want to tell you what he is suggesting. Text the word Florence to 20222. Again, text the word Florence to 20222. You can always donate to the American Red Cross. You can always donate to the Salvation Army, United Way, so many different agencies willing to help and helping right now, I should say. And if you want to designate, you can say, listen, I only want my money to go to Florence victims. You know, they would be happy to accommodate.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see how many people here in the Piedmont Triad have a connection to the coast. I've only lived here for a year and I haven't been able to make my way out there, but people have such beautiful stories and beautiful memories.
You are watching a live update as you are watching the football game. We are monitoring Florence as it is raining on our area, and it will continue to rain for quite some time, Tim.
Yeah, you know, that storm, Florence, is crawling as slowly as you can walk across North and South Carolina. Right now, the center is in South Carolina, but almost all of the heavy rain is in North Carolina. It's getting closer. By this time tonight, we'll see a lot more heavy rain and torrential rain at times tomorrow. So the flooding threat delayed for now, but we're getting the ground a little bit more saturated. We'll really watch tomorrow as that concern for flooding grows with Florence in our area.
And we are continuing to monitor some of the devastation, what Florence is causing. Just within the last hour, Duplin County is reporting 2 fatalities there. So we know it is a deadly storm. Rescues continue to keep going on. New Bern in itself, only 50% of the people there have power.
Yeah, and statewide, we're reporting at least 740,000 people without power. That number has been fluctuating a lot all day. At one point, it was at 800,000 this morning. So it seems that progress is being made, but just as soon as it's being made, more power is going out.
Yeah, the storm has just begun for us, so be patient, be vigilant, be ready in case that flooding gets severe at times overnight tonight or into tomorrow. We'll have coverage for you, of course, throughout the storm, and keep you up to date on the threats that we face, really with regard to a low tornado threat, a big flooding threat, and still a little bit of wind in our area.
We'll keep you posted on all of our platforms. For now, let's get back to the game.
And we're back. So thanks for continuing to watch us here on, whether you're watching on the Facebook page or other platforms, the News2 mobile app, the News2 website. How are you feeling about the storm? You know, let us know. I get it that it's kind of like, hey, where is it right now? But it is coming in a little bit closer at this time. If you have any photos, we have a lot of reports of some downed trees scattered across parts of the area. We've seen that from time to time. Or just questions. Tweet them to us, Facebook messages. We're on live right now. You can click onto your tablet, your mobile phone, and just, you know, kind of ask a question. We'll be happy to read it on air and answer it for you. We got 2 expert meteorologists in studio here,
This
and
is
we
one
got
of them.
a lot of expert journalists staffed here and
She's
in
one
the
of them.
newsroom.
And you.
And we're here to help. We're here to serve you. So whatever you're thinking about the storm, Storm Track 2, this is the hashtag you can use.
Tim, before you get going, I know there's a lot of work to do. Let's talk about, excuse me, it is just not our area. Fayetteville, we're talking about Charlotte area already has about 14,000 outages. Can you give a broader view of what is happening across the state? I mean, I know it's a lot.
Yeah, so far it's been mainly the eastern part of the state that we all know about. And make no mistake, this is a national level disaster unfolding in our backyard. Sometimes when you're in the moment, you're kind of storm focused and you can't really tell. But when we look back on this in a week or two, you're going to see this is still a big national story. North Carolina getting devastated by a hurricane. That's what's happening out east right now. We still don't know how the story ends for us here in the Piedmont or in the foothills, but we are concerned about the threat for heavy rain. We are concerned that it gets worse tonight and into tomorrow, and that's what we're preparing you. So Taran Kirksey is on standby. Taran, if you can give us an update on what we're expecting, what we're seeing right now with the rainfall heading into tonight.
Yeah, let's go ahead and walk through this. We'll start with the latest advisory from Tropical Storm Florence. This is as of 5 p.m. Max sustained winds at 45 miles per hour, but the winds, that's not the big concern for us. The rain is the big concern. Here's that center of circulation right there, just to the south and east of Columbia. But notice all of the cloud cover, at least all the thick cloud cover that's producing the heavy rain off to the north and the east of that center of circulation. As we zoom on in, you see all these counties and these areas highlighted there in green. Those are all flash flood warnings that extend from the coast to the Triad. So it's raining heavily across a large chunk of the state. As far as our area is concerned, Forsyth County, Guilford County, Davidson, Randolph, also Montgomery counties under a flash flood warning until 10:15 tonight. We are seeing a few breaks in the rain, but again, keep in mind this rain is in a banded form. So you have different bands of rain moving through. So a band will move through, your rain will taper off, maybe even stop completely for a while, then another band will move through. So that's what we're going to track as we go through time. Danville, you just had heavy rain move through. In Eden, the clouds are really dark. You have some Heavy rainfall just about a mile or two to your north. We're seeing a break in the rain across a big chunk of Rockingham County for now, but there's more rain on the way as we zoom on down towards Randolph County. Your rain started earlier this morning and you're still seeing a decent amount of rain right now. And then as we slide to the south, a pocket of pretty heavy rain now moving on into Montgomery County. This is the type of rain that we're going to see across more and more of the area as we head through this evening. We're going to go from light to moderate rain to more of a moderate to heavy rain situation through the night tonight on into tomorrow. As far as our estimated rain totals right now, we're starting to see those rain totals above 2 to possibly even 2.5 inches for the estimated rainfall. But during tropical cyclones, radar tends to underestimate the rainfall just a bit because, you know, this is tropical air we're talking about. It's producing really large raindrops and a bunch of them, and that's why we're looking at that flooding potential. As we go through time here's our futurecast model. We're going to continue to see the center of the system move off to the west and then start to turn more to the north and west as we go through Sunday. And that's why we're thinking that's probably going to be the rainier day as far as the weekend is concerned. So we have some rain out there right now, but the rain's going to get heavier again tonight on into Sunday as we continue to see this just fetch of moisture being pulled from over the ocean right over us. The rain will be heavy from time to time through the day on Sunday, and then we'll start to see things taper down as we head on into Monday. Here's a look at our forecasted rain totals. Again, these are just kind of generalized numbers here. So 4 to 6 inches of rainfall from just north and east of the Triad, and then 6 to 10 for the Triad, and 10 plus in some spots from the southern Piedmont on up into the mountains. And we're really concerned about the mountains. So let me show you this graphic I just put together real quick before I let you go. As we go into Sunday, this is going to be the center of Florence. We're still going to have the wind flow like this, and the mountains are actually going to enhance the rainfall. So the wind comes in, it hits the mountain, and then the wind is forced upward. That air is forced upward, and that's one way that you get rain. Air rises. In a lot of cases, just the heat makes the air rise and form clouds. Well, in this case, we're going to see the winds being forced upward by the mountains. That's going to cause the rain to really get going, and this is going to be the setup as we go through a good chunk of Sunday. So some parts of the mountains, we're talking about, you know, up towards Boone, maybe even parts of our viewing area in the foothills, could see 12 inches of rain or more. So that's something else that we're going to have to watch out for as we head through Sunday. Make sure that you do heed the flash flood warnings if they are issued for your county, and we're going to keep you updated in the coming 24 to 36 hours.
Just mentioned that Randolph County could be seeing anywhere from 6 to 10 inches of rain, even upwards of more than that. And, you know, we've been seeing the effects of just an inch of rain happening in some parts of Randolph County. We're getting reports of trees on homes, damaging power lines there. Right now we have WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy live in Asheboro with just one situation happening because of what is now Tropical Storm Florence. Kevin, give us a gauge of what is happening where you are right now.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for several days, which is, look, just because we've dodged kind of the big bullet, if you will, here up in the Asheboro and Greensboro area, we're not getting as much rain or as wind as we expected. There are certainly still dangers out there that lurk, and one family found out firsthand. Let me go ahead and show you. They were inside their home when this tree came crashing down onto their house. The good news, nobody inside was hurt or injured, but boy, look at the tree now leaning up against their house. A little bit ago, we did a live shot. We were on the opposite side. Now we're on the back end in the backyard of where this tree is. I guesstimated, and very poorly I might add, this tree was maybe 30, 40 feet. It's probably about 50, 60, maybe even 70 feet. And look at the root system here. And this is what has me kind of fascinated, which is it doesn't appear that root system is actually that deep, which makes these trees certainly maybe a little bit more susceptible to actually coming down, despite the fact that we're not getting a ton of rain and we're not getting a ton of wind. But boy, look at the size of this root system. Fortunately, nobody outside at the time of this, nobody under this tree. They were inside. They rushed out, heard the bang, rushed out, and obviously this is what they found. But this just goes to show you, despite the fact we're not getting as much rain as in other parts of the state or on the coast, the ground is still, I'm going to kind of push on it, the ground is still just a little bit kind of spongy, if you will. And because of that, and because of the root system of the trees, and just how big and how heavy they can be, it doesn't necessarily take much to have them fall over. Police have been called, fire has been called, the insurance company's been called, but obviously this is kind of what this family is going to be dealing with. We expect to probably see more of this over the next 24 hours, so just be aware and be cautious and be safe if you are outside, knowing that something like this can happen. Guys, I'll toss it back to you in the studio, but boy, just look at the sizes of this tree. And fortunately, in this situation, nobody was hurt.
Yeah, Kevin says that nobody was hurt, which is incredible when you see how huge that tree is, especially the roots. And from the looks at it, Kevin, there's more trees around there. So we could be hearing more stories of this happening. Now, when you spoke with the family, Kevin, what was kind of their demeanor? What were they doing when the tree fell?
They were inside just watching television. Some family was in the kitchen or what have you, but I'm going to show you real quick. And Dave was kind of panning up. Let me go ahead and see if I can walk over with Dave here real quick. Take a look at this tree right here. This is a tree that has them nervous after what they just saw. Look at that tree. That's got to be 80, 90 feet high. If that were to fall down, boy, that is a scary situation, certainly. And homeowners all around our region are dealing with this right now. So you need to be careful. Obviously, if you have a 2-story or a 3-story home, stay on the first floor. If you have a 1-story home and you've got a tree like this and you're that concerned, look, you may want to just see if you can find a place to go, because the last thing we want to be reporting on is a big tree like this coming down on a home, people inside, and obviously unlike this situation where it didn't do a lot of damage and certainly nobody was injured, could have been much worse depending on the size of the tree. So it's not worth it. If you're concerned or you're worried or you think there's a situation, find another place to go. Get out of your area until somebody can kind of come and assess the situation so that you are safe. Because obviously that's the thing that we really want to preach to everybody, is just be safe. And if you're concerned, best thing to do, probably get out of there until you actually have an expert come by and say, it's safe, you're good, the tree will be okay.
Kevin, you're showing us that huge tree that the family is concerned about. Can you swing it back over that way? I was looking at the base of that tree. It appears maybe there's a shed over there or maybe some playground equipment. Is that all tied up? Is that ready to go because of the winds that are gusting?
I believe that's what happened. Obviously, I think the roping there, if you will, is mainly for that little shed. It looks like at one point it was kind of a chicken coop or some sort of a thing. And I think what they were doing was they were trying to kind of secure that chicken coop to make sure that that doesn't blow away. It has nothing to do with the tree. Nothing is tied down or anything like that specifically related to the tree. I think they're actually using the tree and a couple other posts over there to kind of make sure that that chicken coop didn't blow away if the winds got too severe. But it's not going to impact that tree at all. If that tree wants to go, or some of these other trees around this area want to go, they're going to go. I'm going to walk over here just real quick. Dave, maybe Dave can follow me, and I'll give you an idea of just the size. And they've already done a little bit of cutting. The homeowner was out here a little bit, kind of cutting some of this stuff down just to kind of clear it out of the way, if you will. But there are so many branches, and look at the size. I'll kind of get up here. I'll put my arms around this, and you can kind of get an idea of how big that tree is. And I mean, you can't, like, what am I thinking? You can't even, touch that thing. So there's a lot of weight behind that. Like I said, fortunately, nobody was outside. Unfortunately, the house actually, the roof stood up pretty good to the weight of this. And I think they caught a bit of a break. Looks like kind of the end, or the top, if you will, of the tree kind of came down on the house. So not the heavy stuff, not the main big kind of, main root system that kind of runs up, or the main part of the tree. Kind of the branches kind of caught the roof. So certainly much better. And actually, I'm looking right now, one of the homeowners is up on the roof right now. It looks like they're getting ready to kind of put a tarp on there, because I do believe there was some interior damage that kind of got through. So they're concerned about some rain getting into the home and what have you. So, but I'm telling you, it's wow. It's fortunate this family made it out okay. Guys, I'll toss it back to you.
That is a huge tree, and yeah, very fortunate, like just the main part of that tree did not end up on that house. Yeah. People inside watching television.
just like you at home right now.
Doing
We're
your
on
own
Facebook,
thing.
you know.
And there you go. So that, Tim, could just be a
That's
little
threat.
Yes,
Yeah.
this could be a little precursor of some of more trees that we could see coming down in the area.
I mean, it's tough, right? Because like we've already had our highest wind gusts, I would imagine. We've already been gusting around 35 to 40. Yesterday, we did that. You probably noticed it was a lot windier yesterday than it has been today, honestly. But now the ground is getting a little wetter, so it's kind of like you trade one threat for the other. With the wetter ground, those trees might be able to fall a little bit more. But that is dangerous, and honestly, there's not a lot you can do about that in the moment, because we did see in Wilmington this super sad story of, you know, 2 of the first deaths that were reported with Florence. There was a mom and a baby. They were in the house,
and the tree fell on them.
Exactly. They
Same
weren't. They were
situation.
riding out the storm in shelter, and the tree. You know, you can't stop a tree from falling. So that's a scary threat and a big concern going forward. That honestly, there's only so much you can do.
Right.
And with the more rain coming down in one area, you are one of the several areas in the Southern Triad that you're concerned about. Randolph, Davidson, Montgomery County, we're Asheboro, Davidson County. So we could see more of that soupiness on the ground and some more trees uprooting, because it is just going to be so soupy, that ground. I do have an update now. Duplin County is now saying there are 3 deaths in that area. So in all, now Florence is blamed for at least 8 deaths. That's 7 in North Carolina and 1 in South Carolina. I was speaking of Duplin County. That curfew there goes into effect at 7 o'clock tonight into 7 o'clock tomorrow. Let's continue now. Our team coverage with WFMY News 2's Chad Silber live in Wilmington. He's been there for several days now, monitoring the progress of Florence. Chad, I believe you have another person you're interviewing?
Yeah, Julie, the only really good thing that I can say about storms like this is you really get to meet some really great people. I just met Jana. We're going to talk to her right now. Jana, you said you live right around near here, right?
About 2 blocks.
Yeah, and so, you know, what has the storm been like for you?
It's been very scary. The unexpected. You're scared of the unexpected. The damages, you don't know what's going to happen to you, yourself, the community. We've had very little damage. We've had structural damage, which is all repairable, you know.
Right.
There's been very few losses of life and things like that. It's, you know, you see the community coming together. We've already got Duke Electric across the street from my house. There's 8 trucks out there, God bless them. And it's still kind of nasty out.
You know, I was going through the storm with you guys as that eye wall was pushing over at like 6, 7 in the morning.
It woke me up.
And you were explaining to me when we were talking before this that, you know, we were experiencing it too, where the sky was black, obviously,
Yes.
and the lights. Can you explain what that was like?
Well, I am right across the street from the transformer station, which I was kind of concerned about. But when it started popping, when the transformer started blowing, my whole house looked like I was in one heck of a rock and roll show. Because I mean, first my whole house was green and blue and red and very, very loud pops. It was. I wasn't sure what was going on. Like I said, this is my first hurricane since I was 3 years old. They don't have these in Arizona. Then.
Were you scared during it?
Oh yes, I was scared. Yes, I was scared, very much so.
So what do you think, you know, you've been coming out because you just don't want to sit in the house anymore, and I don't blame you.
We're done with sitting in the house.
Right. So you come out here and you kind of take a look at, see what's going on. What do you think about when you look at all this?
I'm glad to see that the community is what we have here. We have a wonderful community, and the people are neighborly. People are making sure everybody else is okay, that they have water, that they have food. That I had a tree branch come in my window. I have 5 huge windows in the back of my house, plus a sliding glass door. And I have a branch go through my little tiny bathroom window. And I had a neighbor come up and board it up for me, you know, that kind of thing, where there's nothing that replaces that. There's nothing that replaces the human kindness. And, you know, when I didn't know whether I was going to stay or go to a shelter at first, and I went down and talked to the fire captain, which is a block or 2 from here, and they offered to make sure that if I needed a ride to the shelter, that they'd make sure I got one, you know. That is. Thank you very much for your service and everything.
Thank you so much, and good luck.
Come back when it's not so nasty out.
I will. I hear you have beautiful beaches.
We do. We have
All
great
right.
beaches.
Thanks, Jen. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Just another example of someone, you know, so great and just trying to keep a smile on their face. Back to you guys.
glad to see she is in such good spirits, Chad. Thank you so much. Our team coverage now continues in Asheboro with WFMY News 2's Jaleesa Izagari, I think Irizarry. I got that name a little bit confused. I apologize. Jaleesa, you are watching a sinkhole in that area.
Yeah, we actually just left the sinkhole and are now checking out another problem in the works. Actually, we are on Greenvale Road in Asheboro, and we are just by Haskets Creek. And take a look at this creek. It's pretty okay right now, obviously. You know, it's not super high by any means, but given the projection of the rainfall here in this area, I believe the most recent was 6 to 10 inches that they're expecting over the next couple of days. That is making some of these neighbors notice, and it's really with good reason, because this area has been flooded before. WFMY was actually here back in 2015 when this area flooded, and I want to show you a picture of just how bad that flooding was. I mean, the water covered the road on this bridge, and you know, no one could get access to it. They were not allowed to drive through, and that water was rushing. It was pretty aggressive water is what neighbors have told us around here. And there was a big safety concern, because guess what? This is a dead end. There is no access here. So anyone on the other side of this bridge couldn't get through unless obviously you had some mode of transportation like a boat or kayak or canoe and whatnot. But you know, we just spoke to a gentleman that lives in the house over here, and his mother is 85 years old. She's elderly. You know, his concern is that if something were to happen in this area, get flooded again, you know, trying to get access to her and make sure she's okay, and if first responders need to come here, having to get access to that area. But this isn't the only area that has flooded. They tell us this field out here has flooded significantly as well. So again, it hasn't flooded recently. They say the most recent flooding was that back in 2015, but you know, it caused quite a scare for these people. It was pretty aggressive. They tell us neighbor structures from the front yard. I'm actually going to have Laura, my photographer, pan out over to the left of her, right over here. There is a bridge over next to the white car over there. That little bridge over there was in the middle of the road. It ended up in the middle of the road where the bridge is. It floated down. It ended up out there. You can actually see it in this photo. I'll pull it back up here so you can see where it ended up. Right there. That bridge is the one right over there, and that ended up in the middle of the road. So that's how aggressive that water was and that storm was back in 2015 when we were out here covering it as well. And so neighbors are keeping an eye on these floodwaters. You know, again, they are concerned given the projections of this area that this could happen again. They're keeping an eye on things and making sure, and they say they'll take some safety precautions if it does in fact rise above and spill over into the roadway.
And Jaleesa, you know, of course, it's always scary when you've been through something before and then you hear, you know, the meteorologist saying that this could be worse than it was before. And so what kind of preparations have folks in that area been doing? Are they just kind of monitoring the levels at this point?
Yeah, you know, a lot of them are just simply hunkering down. You know, we asked this neighbor if he was going to stay in this area. He's like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere today. But again, you mentioned it. It's that concern that it could be worse. And the individual we spoke to today was the son of the woman who lives here. And, you know, he said his mother is elderly, and that is his biggest concern, is making sure that she's okay and making sure that if something were to happen to her, that they could get her to where she needs to be, and that, you know, obviously there's no floodwaters in the way. That is their big concern. They say that they are continuing to monitor it, keeping an eye on these creek levels. They said they haven't seen it get as bad as 2015 since then, so, you know, they're hoping that doesn't happen again right here in 2018, but obviously only time will tell.
Okay, all right, thank you, Jaleesa.
I'm glad that they have some precautions, and they are planning, hopefully, Jaleesa, they do not see what they saw in 2015. Thank you so much. Take care out there. We're continuing to monitor the very latest from Florence as it slowly moves in our area. Our meteorologist here, and we are fully staffed. We have team coverage coming up for you at 7 o'clock. We're going to have a full hour after the football game, but we will keep you posted. As we know right now, at least 8 deaths now blamed on Florence. Just reports of 3 coming in today from Duplin County alone.
And as we told you, we have crews stationed all across the Triad. Right now, we have WFMY News 2's Tony Black in Montgomery County with a look at conditions there. Okay, I guess we are going to
Yeah, hey guys, we're here in Mount Gilead right now. If you guys can hear me, we're here.
Tony, we will go back to you in just a moment. Just keep that image in your mind, Tony, there in Montgomery County, because I know some people have been wondering. It looks like we have a lot of crews out on the coast covering the damage there, which we do want to cover that as well, but also give our viewers information here at home with what is happening.
Absolutely, because what has happened is you've seen all the damage on the coast. The coast still not in the clear just yet. All right, you are watching a live update now during halftime as you watch the LSU Auburn game. We will keep you posted on Florence, how it's impacting our area, how it's still impacting eastern North Carolina. We do know at least 8 deaths are blamed on Florence, 7 in North Carolina and 1 in South Carolina just today alone. 3 reports of deaths in Duplin County alone. The Piedmont Triad still bracing. We could still see some of the worst of it later on today.
Right, and as we mentioned, we have crews on the coast and we also have crews sprinkled out throughout the Triad. We want to go back now to WFMY News 2's Tony Black to give us an update on what is happening in Montgomery County. Tony.
Yeah, hey guys, we are here, as I mentioned, in Mount Gilead. We just arrived about maybe 10 minutes ago or so. Not too much flooding to report of right now. We actually just spoke with the Mount Gilead Police Department just down the road over here. They had said that they had a full staff ready for this morning, but they have sent some of them home to come back because they're expecting this to have some more flooding later on tonight. But right now the wind is starting to pick up here. There's also, we've seen a couple down trees, particularly over in Troy area. We were with the Troy Fire Department a little bit earlier. I tweeted out a video on my Twitter account at Tony Black TV of them cutting a tree that had fallen across the middle of the road so that crews can come in and get that out of the way. But right now, the scene that we're seeing here is it is raining, not too hard, but the wind gusts just started picking up probably about a minute ago before I even went live with you guys here. So we're just kind of looking, we're on the hunt to see where the flooding, where the trouble spots are. They were expected to get a lot of rain here in this area. It's been raining all day. It's been raining since last night, really, in this area here in Montgomery County. As we've mentioned, they're supposed to be one of the harder hit areas from this tropical storm. And you can see right now with the wind that's kind of hitting us here, we're just trying to see where we can see where some of the more bigger trouble spots are. As I mentioned, we had that tree that had fallen down earlier over in Troy. I spoke with the Troy Fire Department. They told me they'd already gotten about 5 calls in the short time that we were there. We followed them to one of those tree things to be able to see that tree that came down. But right now we're working to see where some of the bigger areas. We've spoken with some residents. We're actually right outside of a burger shack here and just spoke with some people that just came outside of there to see what their plans were. They say they're ready to just kind of hunker down and try and avoid the flooding as it comes in. But as I mentioned there again, it is right now not too bad here in Mount Gilead right now. We're actually going to probably try and continue to go further south or maybe check out some other areas and see if we can find some flooding in those areas. But right now things are looking relatively calm. But as I mentioned, these winds are just now starting to pick up, as you can probably see with my hood flying halfway off of my head and everything. So we want to keep you updated on this, and we will. You can also follow me on Twitter at Tony Black TV. I will post the most up-to-date updates that I have there, but for right now I think I'll send it back to you guys.
Tony, we are seeing the wind gusting, and we are seeing your jacket moving in that wind there. Before we let you go, you drove from the station here in Greensboro down to Montgomery County. What was that drive like? Dicey in any areas? Were you getting any wind gusts? How about the rain? How was the drive?
The drive was not nearly as bad as it was driving back from Troy last night. There was a couple patches there, some heavy rain that was going up against our car, had us kind of slowing down. There was about a good layer of water on the highway as we headed down from Greensboro towards Troy. As we went from Troy over here to Mount Gilead, it wasn't too bad. We did see some trees knocked down on the side. There was actually one tree right as you enter Troy that had fallen right next to a house. It looks like a house that just avoided that, having a tree fall on it. So that was a good sign for those people that were living there. But other than that, it has been a pretty smooth drive, I would say. I guess that's a bad word to use, but it's been an easier drive to make here today than last night. Last night when the rain was really coming down, it was coming down probably the hardest that I've personally ever seen as far as rain goes. But right now, it's kind of calming. The rain kind of comes hard and then it stops, and then it comes hard and then it stops again. And so we've been kind of just going back and forth with that. But the wind gusts actually weren't too bad until just a few minutes ago. So maybe that's a sign that things are about to change. The Mount Gilead Police Department told us that they were expecting things to kind of get worse later on in the evening in a couple hours. And same thing from some of the residents that we spoke with out here. They're expecting things to kind of take a turn for the worse as it gets later on in the evening.
All right, Tony Black live in Montgomery County, one of the areas in the southern Piedmont Triad that could get hit hard by flooding. Some of that rain, more of it expecting later on tonight, maybe the flooding problems in Montgomery County tomorrow.
Yeah, we're talking 6 to 10 inches in many parts of the Piedmont Triad, some parts even getting more. Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley has been keeping an eye on those rain totals. And Tim, people are wondering, when is the heavy rain coming?
Yeah, and most of the heavier rain is going to wait off until tonight, into the overnight hours, and certainly into Sunday. That's when the storm is getting closer. Right now, it's basically been a very soggy day of weather, but not all that severe in much of the Piedmont. In fact, in Burlington right now, you can even see a fairly bright sky. It's just a little wet, no big deal at this time. I admit, nothing going on in Burlington, but you look here in High Point, you see these darker level clouds. Look how fast they're moving. That's something you'll notice throughout the next couple of days as the hurricane continues to spin around, which is now a tropical storm. That storm is just not moving. It's sitting over the same area. So the reason why we just have to keep waiting and waiting, and yeah, we're saying the flooding is coming our way, it's not moving. It's moving about 2 miles per hour, just slowly drifting to the west. As we head into tonight, we head into Sunday, it'll start to change position a little bit. So you see how these folks here in the southeast are getting clobbered right now with all this rain. As the storm moves to the north and east, and that's generally north and west, I should say, that's generally the pattern heading into tonight and heading into tomorrow. That's when that shift of the heavier rain is going to start to migrate back here into the Piedmont. There is a flash flood warning I should let you know about, though, for Forsyth and Guilford counties. I'll be honest, I don't think we have any flooding problems going on here right now, but also for Davidson and Randolph counties and down to Montgomery, where you saw Tony reporting right now. Doesn't look like we have anything to report just yet, but the rain is saturating the ground a little bit, and that could set the stage just for a bad situation tomorrow when the really heavy stuff starts to move in on what will already be a pretty soaked ground. So heavy stuff kind of pushing in through Denton right now. Coal Ridge, we're looking at you closer to Star, Biscoe, Troy, Seagrove getting some fairly heavy rain. There's Robbins as well, getting a lot of that in the southern parts of the Piedmont. Here's the heaviest stuff, still closer to the ocean, of course, near Wilmington and near Bladen County. You can see Columbus County getting hammered as well. They have the major flood concerns for now. But even today, I know it's not been raining that much. Sneaky here. We've already gotten close to about an inch in some areas. A couple of our News 2 weather spotters have reported to me that they have had upwards of 2 inches of rain. So that sets the stage for tonight. Here's this computer model we use to help us forecast as we head into the 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock hour. Notice how some of these heavier rain bands start to rotate northward. So here's one just south of the Piedmont. Here's another one rotating in from South Carolina. And overnight tonight, the storm will finally start to acquire a little bit of motion. It gets a little movement here, and that's when the heavier rain threat really starts to pick up and head our way. That's the track of the storm. This time tomorrow, we expect it to finally move, and it'll be in western North Carolina, and that threat is really a pretty high flooding concern for the foothills and for the mountain communities because of the elevation. Here's your high flooding threat for today. It's in the south for the most part, but tomorrow, really shifting, as I said, with the storm moving closer, the foothills got to watch out. You got to be ready because that water can rise pretty quickly. So we showed you the futurecast. Here it is a little extended into Sunday. Notice the heaviest rain bands won't be in southeastern North Carolina. They'll be here. So that's tomorrow during the day. Just be hunkered up in a safe place and you'll be good to go to ride out the system. Impacts for the rest of the storm. Don't expect much more high wind. I don't think we're going to see much more of that. Really, we've seen the worst already as far as that goes. Same goes with power outages, but the main problem will be for flash flooding and then eventually the river flooding concerns as we head into Monday and Tuesday. Those rivers will continue to rise as all the rain just drains away.
And you are sharing your photos and videos with us using the hashtag StormTrack2. Our Ben Briscoe is monitoring your pictures coming in right now.
We are just getting in this video from Wilmington, our crews down there, that you have to see, so I'm going to press play on it here. Our crews got a tip that there was some looting going on at the Family Dollar, so they went over and this is what they saw. Men running away, carrying out supplies. I don't know if you saw it. There was a big whole plat of soda there, there's bags, and then they just take off. Now, The police chief in Wilmington did end up tweeting that we are aware of looting occurring at the Family Dollar store. Unfortunately, management has asked us not to intervene at this time. And here's part of the reason why this might be happening. This is what the grocery stores look like in Wilmington right now. There is an 1.5 hour long wait just to get inside. They're only letting so many people inside at a time, according to our reporters on the scene. Not only that, we're also seeing this happening right here at a gas station. There was an argument that our reporter observed. Apparently one person cut the line trying to get gas, and then they started fighting. You can see that one of them holding a firearm during all of this. So tensions are really starting to build in Wilmington after this storm. We've got the crews there. We're going to continue to monitor the situation, and I'll bring you more as it comes in.
Thank you so much, Ben. It's crazy to see when you see video like that in Wilmington.
Looting?
That is not the best of people. It really isn't.
You know, people are already victims. Don't victimize anyone else. It is just, it is unnecessary, and it's just absolutely horrible. It's disheartening.
Yeah, it really is. Of course, we will continue to keep you updated on what is happening down in Wilmington with what looks like food shortages in that area. People just having trouble getting food and having to wait in those long lines in that area. Now, back here in the Triad, we've checked in with what was happening in Montgomery County and in Randolph County. We do want to go back now to Jaleesa Irizarry, who's live in Asheboro. And Jaleesa, I know some folks in the area where you are concerned about a rising creek.
That is correct. And you know what? The rain just started picking up quite a bit, and a little bit of the wind too. Nothing too crazy, but the rain is coming down, and obviously that's very concerning for some people in this area because they live right along Haskets Creek. And you want to take a look at this creek. Obviously it's not super high right now, but that does not mean a thing. They are expecting some heavy rainfall in this area, and that is concerning quite a few residents around here, and really with good reason. They flooded back in 2015. It was pretty significant. I'm going to pull up a photo for you here just to show you how significant it was. It's an impassable area. Sorry, let me flip that for you. It was impassable. There was no way that residents could get in and out from this water. And, you know, this is a dead end road. So that means people were kind of stuck here until they were able to safely get across the road. And obviously that's always super concerning for people in this area, just because what if something happens? What if a medical emergency happens? You know, what if an emergency somewhere else happens and they need to get there? They're not able to do that if there is water on the roadways. And you know, one neighbor we spoke to, his mother, 85 years old, you know, he's concerned about what if she needs some kind of medical attention, what will happen. So 2015 is on the minds of people here as they see these water levels rise. You know, when we spoke to neighbors, they said, I asked them, are you concerned? They're like, yeah, judging by the projections that you guys are reporting, this could happen again. This very well could happen again. So the concern is definitely very real here. And I want to point out over here to this field area, this gets significantly flooded as well. If my photographer Laura can zoom in over to that bridge over there, just past that white car, that bridge in 2015 was in the middle of the road. The water was so aggressive, it was so strong, the current was so strong that it kind of washed it into the middle of the road, and you know, it stayed there until things kind of leveled out. So you know, it's not just high waters, it's high and dangerous waters. And I know we have spoken in the past about not walking through those waters, not trying to drive through those waters, not trying to, you know, be Superman or a superhero and try to get through them, because really it's unsafe for anyone to walk through any kind of high water. It's dangerous. You don't know what's in that water, and you don't know how strong that current is that could easily wash you away. So people here being safe, taking precautions, monitoring this creek, and obviously they'll take action if need be.
Jaleesa, you are in Asheboro and Davidson County. Davidson County, Montgomery County, as well as Randolph counties are some of the areas that really could see a lot of the flooding in our area as Florence continues to make its way, really maybe hitting overnight. Describe the rain and some of the wind that you're feeling right now. Is it changing? It's just kind of coming sporadically?
very much sporadically. You know, the rain will lighten up a little bit. It'll even, you know, just be a tiny sprinkle, and then all of a sudden it'll kind of significantly wash down. I can even see, just looking at my photographer Laura's gear, it is soaking wet right now. We've been obviously on and off moving around quite a bit, but it's definitely just very sporadic rainfall. Rain bands, I'm sure, that are coming through right now. I know it's kind of expected to pick up even more overnight. And in regards to wind, same thing. You know, nothing super significantly, nothing really pushing us by any means, but the trees are certainly swaying out here. And so obviously everyone's keeping an eye on more of those older, mature trees, just to make sure, you know, things are okay and safe and nothing is falling down.
Jaleesa Irizarry, live in Asheboro, thank you so much. We've also seen reports of trees down in Winston-Salem, as well as other parts of Asheboro, Kernersville today. Also 150 water rescues in Newbern, a nursing home evacuated in Lumberton, as we saw with Ben's video earlier, looting at a Family Dollar in Wilmington. We are keeping you up to date on everything that is happening with Florence on our coast, eastern North Carolina, and also here in the Piedmont Triad.
And speaking of the coast, our crews there in Wilmington, WFMY News 2's Chad Silber has been there all day long, really since the storm hit. And Chad, I know you were speaking with some residents in the area about what they were seeing. Kind of break down their demeanor for us as they were talking about the destruction in front of them.
Yeah, and you know, that's what I really appreciate about people, especially North Carolinians. I feel that you can put them through the worst situation, but they have a positive outlook on the future, whether it's their faith or whether it's their family or friends. I mean, people we've spoken with say they're just things. They can be replaced. You know, it's the lives that you can't replace. And you hear that all the time whenever there's a disaster. And it's nice to know that the people who live here have the same mentality that, you know, these things will be replaced. You heard me talk to a gentleman earlier who said in 6 months you won't see any of this stuff. You won't even know a storm came through here. I really hope that's the case. But as of right now, we've got a long way to go. You know, power is out, if not to all of Wilmington, 95 to 100% is without power in Wilmington. And this is a big part of the problem. You know, the transformers and the power lines, I mean, they were no match for the storm. I mean, they're just kind of lying everywhere. We heard one earlier, one of these big poles right here, it was buzzing. And I said, what is that buzzing sound? It sounded like a hornet's nest. And apparently, I talked to one of the Duke Energy workers who we saw out here earlier today, and he said that when water gets on, enough water gets on the the lines high above us, they buzz. It's I guess the reaction when water gets on it. So have been a lot of power crews going through here, trying to assess the damage. Duke Energy, we saw them earlier today. They were going through some of the main lines to really just see if they check their integrity, to see if they were able to withstand power if the power was forced through those lines again. You know, the wind really took down a lot of power lines, took down a lot of trees, and so that's really the concern right now. A lot of other things have come down too. If you look across the street here, you can see this sign.
Now, as you can see, we have lost our signal with Chad, but he's talking about power outages in the area, talking about some of the damage in that area. New Hanover County, where Chad is right now, has 108,000 power outages. Statewide, we're looking at more than 700,000. Only, I don't know, not too many, a few thousand in the Piedmont Triad right now, but we are keeping you posted on the very latest with Florence.
Yeah, with the very latest on Florence here and on the coast. And, you know, Chad, when we were with him earlier, he was showing us this building and the roof of the building. They tried to do everything they could to protect the sides, but the roof of the building looked like, he said, a tin can that had just had the top removed.
Right, and he was also showing us some of the other damage there. We will keep you posted. Let's get back to the game.
Alrighty, if you are watching us right now on WFMYnews2.com, I know we're live on Twitter, Periscope, Facebook. Give us all the questions you have. We'll try to get to those as soon as we can. I know a lot of people have questions about the timing of the rain. When is it going to be severe in the Triad? So to try to give you some perspective on that, let's bring in meteorologist Taran Kirksey to kind of answer those questions for you. Taran.
Yeah, I know a lot of folks are just asking, hey, where's the rain? I'm tired of hearing about this system. When are we going to have to deal with that flash flooding potential? Well, here's the problem. This thing is moving slow. Okay, the rain is getting ever so closer to us with each passing minute, but the heaviest of the rain still mainly across southern Piedmont, and then as you make your way back down into southeastern North Carolina. The center circulation down there in South Carolina, but we do have some heavier rain that's trying to make its way to the north. As far as our warnings are concerned, we still have a flash flood warning that's in effect for Forsyth County, also for Guilford County. The flooding threat for those two counties, not all that high at the moment, but we do expect that to increase as we head through the evening. Rain is a little bit more consistent as you head down into portions of Davidson County, also Randolph County, and especially as you make your way down into Montgomery County. As we go to the north real quick, you did have heavy rain move across Danville and the northern extent of Rockingham County. That's starting to move on out right now. We have a few pockets of rain moving across Surry County on into Stokes County, on into Surry County. And then as we make our way down to the south, though, this is where the rain has been more consistent as we've made our way through the day. You see those yellows there and a few little spots of orange. That's heavier rain as you make your way into southern portions of Randolph County. And then we had a little round of heavy rain move over Troy just about 20 minutes or so ago. And we're going to expect more and more of that as we go on through the next 8 to 10 hours or so, and that heavy rain will continue on until a good chunk of Sunday as well. As far as our estimated rain totals, we're starting to see a few little spots of 3 inches estimated by radar in the extreme easternmost portions of Montgomery County. Futurecast model keeps those rain chances in, and it starts to lift the heavier rain across our area again tonight on into Sunday. That's going to be the main time frame for the possibility of flash flooding. So tonight, make sure you have a way to get your alerts. So if you are placed under any type of a flash flood warning, you can take the appropriate action. Rain chances continue through the day on Sunday, and then the rain will start to move out of here as we head on into Monday. As far as our forecasted rain totals, the majority of us, somewhere between 5 to 10 inches of rainfall. The general trend is lower rain totals to the north and east, higher rain totals as you go to the south, and also as you head on over to the west. Let's talk about why we do expect higher rain totals in the foothills and in the mountains. This is where we're expecting Florence to be as we head through Sunday. The wind flow around this system is going to actually just hit the mountains, and then the mountains are actually going to force that air upward. And when the mountains force the air upward, we're going to see more storms form or more sails form, and it's just going to really squeeze that moisture out. So there's the possibility we could actually see more rain in the mountains than what we're going to see in the southern Piedmont tonight. We're talking about in excess of 10 inches of rain that could cause big time issues. So flooding risk outlook, I'll leave you with this. High risk of flooding to the south today as that system starts to make its way up the mountains for tomorrow. That's when the flood risk goes up for you all. And then through Monday, we'll start to see the flood risk start to trail off a bit, but we still can't rule out a few areas of flash flooding as we go through the first half of Monday as well. Remember, take the flooding threat seriously. Make sure you have a plan, and also make sure you keep it here. We're going to keep you updated on air and online.
Taran, thank you. We're also keeping you updated what's happening on social media. Your pictures and your videos are coming in. We're also monitoring the very latest there using this hashtag StormTrack2. Our Ben Briscoe is monitoring the board and the latest videos coming in.
You know, it might not seem that bad right here in the Triad yet, but when you look at these videos, you realize the power of this storm. This is one our own Erica Stapleton sent in of flooding in Lumberton. Just look at this if we can get a tighter shot on it so you can really see it here. She tells us that crews were trying to evacuate a nursing home as those floodwaters closed in. The street just completely covered there. As this continued to rise, she said it was a very dangerous situation, that it was very tough for them to evacuate those crews. I want to show you over in Swansboro, where they've gotten perhaps some of the most rain. This got posted from Blue saying, "Pray for my city." You can see it's just sheets of water everywhere you look. It almost looks more like an ocean than it does a city. And even in Raleigh, take a look at the rushing waters over there. This really is starting to reach inland into our state as it starts to move towards us slowly. So you do need to be aware. You do need to be watching this carefully. I also want to get to some of the power outages because that is a major concern right now across our area. As a matter of fact, we are already starting to see some power outages, although I will tell you that some good news here. This just turned to green for Winston-Salem and Greensboro and High Point. It used to be yellow, meaning there was more power outages. So let's check and get the latest number for you. Right now in Greensboro and Guilford County, just 223 people without power. That's down from about 1,400 earlier in the day. Over in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, 368 people. So good news there. Also, let's go ahead and check across the state too, see if those are going down as well. Some of the power outages are starting to get less and less. At one point we had 745,000, it is down to 741,000. So you see those crews are out there working really hard to try to get your house safe. I want to show you some of the pictures of all of that going on. Here in High Point, they actually went around as the city and started cutting some trees. So they're trying to prevent those power outages, and that is a good thing for all of us.
Thank you so much there, Ben. Some of those images really striking to see, especially Erica Stapleton recording that video of a nursing home trying to be evacuated there. And, you know, some of those concerns are concerns we have here in the Triad. In Montgomery County, Tony Black is live there kind of covering conditions before the rain really hits hard there. I know they are also worried about flooding in that area, Tony.
Yes, they are worried about flooding. Actually, they're gearing up to kind of expect it a little bit later tonight. Right now, the scene to set for you here is the rain is kind of off and on. It just kind of got back on again. If you look right over here across the street, you can see that some of these branches off of this tree have already fallen. And in fact, if they zoom in up there right beyond that power line, you can see the broken branch of that tree there. And that tree's been kind of swaying a bit over these last few minutes. There's a home right underneath there. It's got a lot of trees, a lot of shrubbery around it. It doesn't look like anybody is home at this point. Thankfully, maybe they've already evacuated the area, but we've been out here. We're out here in Mount Gilead right now. We were speaking with the Mount Gilead Police Department, which is just right down the street, and we were speaking with them about what their plans were for the night. They said they had a full staff on hand earlier this morning because they were expecting some of the flooding to kind of happen overnight. It hasn't happened just yet, but they are on standby and ready to try and help respond to this. We also spoke with the Troy Fire Department earlier as we were making our way down here from Greensboro. They were saying that they had already gotten about 5 calls by the time we had shown up about down trees. We actually followed them to one of those down trees and saw them using a saw to kind of cut it into pieces so that crews could come and move that off the side of the road because it was a giant tree and you wouldn't be able to get past it anyways. That's on my Twitter account as well at Tony Black TV if you want to see what that video was. But right now we're kind of looking for some of the more flooding spots. You still see people are still driving about, still going about their way in their day. We pulled over at the Burger Shack that is up over on the corner there and spoke with some of the people that were getting their food and coming outside there. They say that they're just kind of getting ready to hunker down. They know that it's coming. They've been hearing us say that it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. They are expressing their frustration that it's not here yet. They want it to be over, and we totally understand that. I'm with them there on that one. But right now they're just kind of getting ready for it and trying to hunker down there. We're working to see if we can find some of the more trouble areas. We asked the Mount Gilead Police Department if they had any details about like where some of the trouble spots were. They said they got rid of a big tree earlier tonight or last night, excuse me. And then but other than that, they haven't seen too much damage reported to right now. But as I mentioned, they are on standby and ready to get out here and try and help people should there be any trouble with flooding, which of course is a big concern here in Montgomery County. Now, on our way down from Greensboro, we saw a few down trees, particularly in Troy, but on the road out towards Troy, there was a nice layer of water on the highway as we were driving down. There were a couple spots where the rain was coming down, probably the hardest that I've ever seen, and particularly last night when we were driving back from Troy. That was really hard fall rain there. But right now, as like the rain is kind of dying down right now as it was just a few seconds ago, you saw it was a lot more rainier than it is now. But we're working to kind of see where some of those trouble areas are. We'll keep you up to date on this, and we'll keep checking in back with you guys as we learn more information. I'll send it back to you guys for right now.
Tony, we see your lens on that camera getting a little misted by some of the raindrops. We checked in with you earlier as there was a wind that was gusting that almost like it blew off the top of your jacket. What are you feeling out there? Are you seeing anybody walking around, or people pretty much, I don't know, already hunkered down?
There are actually quite a few people out here, surprisingly. There's a lot of people at the gas station that's over there on the corner. As I mentioned, there's a lot of people at the Burger Shack. It looks like they're just grabbing a bunch of food for the night in case they lose some power and they aren't able to cook or anything. And then, as you mentioned, there are cars that are still driving up and down these roads here. This is, I'm not sure exactly what street this is that we're on right now, but there are quite a few people that are still out and still getting some things done. They don't seem overall too concerned at the moment. As I mentioned, they're expressing more frustration than anything else, but they are aware of what is supposed to be coming to this particular area. They're aware that this area is going to get hit with a lot of rain and have the big risk of flooding. It's probably been raining here nonstop since last night when we were out here. But overall, like, I'm not seeing a lot of people saying that they're too worried or they're already hunkered down just yet, but that could change. The Mount Gilead Police Department told us, as I mentioned earlier, that they're expecting this to kind of start get going here as the sun sets, as it gets later into the night. So they're gearing up for what could be a very long night for them.
It truly is the calm before the storm there. Tony, thank you so much. It's because Florence just keeps inching and inching and inching its way into the triad. We could really start seeing some of the heaviest, some of the most serious damage caused by Florence overnight and into tomorrow. We do have some new information coming in to the WFMY News 2 newsroom, and we are now counting at least 11 people in North Carolina and also in South Carolina have died because of Florence. Some of the new deaths that we've just been learning about: an 81-year-old man in Wayne County fell and struck his head while packing to evacuate. This was yesterday. Also in Cumberland County, a husband and wife died in a house fire. Again, that's Cumberland County, and that was yesterday. So now the number of people who have died related to Florence has risen to at least 11.
And also in Cumberland County, in areas near Fayetteville, there are some mandatory evacuations that are happening in that area. If you have friends or family in that area near Cape Fear and near the Little River, you need to be evacuated if you are living within 1 mile of the riverbanks in that area. So that is a lot of people that are going to have to be gone by 3 p.m. tomorrow. So we do want to make sure that we are giving out that information so you let your friends and family know that if they are in that area, maybe come up this way into the Triad or even a little bit further north. Tim, where should people go if they're trying to escape some of the high rain?
Well, and you know, the Cape Fear River folks, that's a little out of our area, but honestly, they would rather go north, I would say, than go south because the storm is still south of them. Unfortunately, they're already in a tough spot because if you go north from that area, which is kind of near Fayetteville, Cumberland County, that kind of stuff, if you go north, there's already been a lot of heavy rain in, you know, New Bern and Raleigh and those areas. So you might rather try and come up through the Triad and then go into Virginia where it hasn't been quite as bad so far. But that's tough. Right. Or alternatively, really, you can go to a friend or family's home or a shelter or something that's a little bit away from those rivers, a little higher elevation, things like that. Now that's something that's happening now. Something that might happen in the next couple of days is our rivers here, the Haw River, the Dan River, also, you know, the Yadkin River, they're all forecast to flood in a pretty major way should the rainfall forecast pan out as we're expecting. So if you live along the Haw River in Burlington or in Alamance County, you know that that is one that swells quite easily. It happens pretty often. That's expected to happen this time, and it probably wouldn't come until the sun is back out, until Monday and Tuesday. So that's something we'll be keeping an eye on, not only the rain falling from the sky, but also the rainwater making the rivers have a big problem as we go into next week.
All right, we are monitoring what's happening on our live channel. We are bringing you updates live there, and we're about to go there momentarily, so stand by. All right, you are watching a live update as you watch the football game. We now have a number of fatalities, 11 now related to Florence in North as well as South Carolina. Tim, our area still bracing for some of the worst of it, especially in our southern counties.
It's true. You know, the severe part of the storm is still not here. It's taken so long for it to move just a short distance because it's only been moving about 2 miles per hour. But as it gets a little closer, our threat for the heaviest rain really goes up heading into tonight. So if you're out and about this afternoon, most areas, you know, be cautious. You're probably fine. We're not going to be alarmists here. We're just trying to keep it real. But heading into the overnight hours, that's when the rain really could start to pick up, and it'll move moving in from south to north. So the farther south you are, you'll see the heavier rain first. And then into Sunday, it's all bets are off, really. We will have heavy rain in the area. Flooding is expected, and we've been kind of preparing for this for several days. Easy to let your guard down. I'd encourage you not to do that.
And for folks who live near creeks and rivers, you were mentioning the Haw River, things like that, especially the elderly folk who may have trouble getting out of those areas. Try to help them now before things get a little bit too late. Bring them to the shelter, have them stay with you, have a warm meal, you know.
The whole point about weather forecasting is to give you a warning. We've given you the warning. Now you can put that into action into the next couple of days.
We'll continue to stay on top of Florence. We are also on our platforms going live wall to wall. We'll have newscasts at 7 o'clock, or I should say after the game. We will see you then, and we will toss it back now to LSU Auburn. All right, back here live on the digital platforms. I am going to get a little bit situated here, sitting down for a long period of time.
I can get you a glass of water.
I might go get that in a moment, but in the meantime, we have trees down, already coming down in our area, including in Asheboro. Asheboro, one of the areas that could see a lot of flooding. WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy, live now, surrounded by a lot of tree limbs, really big trees, Kevin, surrounding you.
Yeah, a lot of trees around us, and obviously the one we're really focused on right now is this 70 or 80 foot tree that came down probably about a couple of hours ago. It fell on top of the house, as you can see. People were inside the house at the time that it fell on the house. The good news is nobody was injured, nobody was hurt. There was certainly, though, some damage to the home, and insurance has been called. But let me go ahead and pan over, give you an idea of this area. And you see all the trees that are around us here. And obviously that's a concern. This area hasn't got a ton of rain just yet. You heard Tim talking a little bit ago. It's expected to get more. And that's the danger. With just the limited amount of rain we've had so far, you already see a pretty good sized tree, this 80 or 70 foot tree, come crashing down. So obviously there's a concern that more trees could come down as Tropical Storm Florence kind of makes her way around. Let me go ahead and get Dave to kind of walk over here with me, and I'll give you guys an idea. I showed you earlier just the enormity, if you will, of this kind of root here in the base, what kind of came up or what have you. And it's not, the root system, from what I can tell, it's not super thick. It doesn't seem like it goes down into the ground that much. So there's not a whole lot necessarily holding these trees.
Looting at a Family Dollar in Wilmington. 450 plus people had to be rescued in New Bern. A nursing home being evacuated in Lumberton. Trees down in some parts of the Piedmont Triad. Florence causing a lot of damage and still churning and still moving through our area, Tim.
The worst is not yet here. We're still waiting for the rain to intensify. We're still waiting for it to get more severe. That's expected overnight tonight and as we head into tomorrow as the heavier rain bands start to move in. Right now, it's just cloudy, gloomy, dreary across the area. You see it right here for yourself that there are those low clouds. We have it just a soggy day of weather, but not severe just yet. It's fine to go outside in the meantime, especially as the daylight continues as we give you a tour of our area on the Sky Camera Network. But you'll look at the radar. Notice the heaviest of rain still in southeastern North Carolina. That's where it's the most severe. It will be rotating in. We're most concerned about our southern counties tonight, Randolph, Davidson, Montgomery, and then heading into tomorrow. We're all going to be in on the heavier rain, so be safe, be cautious, and of course we'll keep you up to date. You can always find us online on Facebook, on WFMINews2.com, and on your app.
And also one of the main concerns is the rain. It will keep coming and keep coming and keep coming because Florence is moving so slowly.
We got to get to Monday, is what we have to do. And I know it's been forever already, but we still have to get to Monday. And it might be a long road.
Might be a long road. All right. Thank you very much, Tim. As we mentioned, we will continue our coverage on Facebook and on our website on WFMYnews2.com. We like to give you these updates during the football game just to keep you guys informed. Here's the game.
We are back live here on our digital platforms. We had to move away from Kevin Kennedy because we had a live update on our main channel. Let's go back now to WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy live in Asheboro, giving us a tour as this tree fell down and caused some damage to this home.
Yeah, probably about a 70 or 80 foot tree, as you can see right now. It fell down about maybe 2 hours ago or so. And Fortunately, nobody inside the house, and there were, from what we were told, about 3 or 4 people inside the house. Nobody inside the house was seriously injured, but the tree did do a bit of damage. Obviously, we're still, homeowners still assessing the amount of damage that was done. They caught a little bit of a break. It looks like it kind of slid off to maybe the left side. We're in the backyard of the house right now. And obviously the heaviest part, kind of the main part of the tree, didn't come crashing down on the roof. It was kind of some of those smaller and lighter branches, but I tried to lift a couple of those branches up. They're still really heavy, so it did some damage. Homeowners have put a tarp up there just to kind of prevent any more rain that we are expecting to get in the next 24 to 48 hours from getting inside the house. Duke Energy has been called out. The line's still active right now, so they still have power in the house, but eventually they will deactivate that line. Obviously, the concern that we've talked about it, which is we haven't got a ton of rain yet. We're going to get more, but you can see how these trees can come crashing down. And as Dave, my photographer, pans around, you see there are big trees like this all around, not only this area, but obviously in Greensboro and High Point and really all over parts of North Carolina. So you really you need to be aware, you need to be careful. And earlier we were showing you the root system. Let me see if Dave can walk this way again. And it doesn't appear like this root system actually runs that deep. So when you get just the amount of rain we've had, and like I said, more rain is coming, the ground gets really squishy, it gets kind of spongy, and it's just not holding these roots in place. You get these big trees that are heavy, and they've got a lot of branches, and just a little bit of wind, or maybe even in some situations, to be honest with you, not hardly any wind at all, but the ground is just so saturated, they can come down. We're not getting a ton of rain right now. We're getting a little bit of wind. It kind of comes in bands, if you will, but you just need to be careful. Obviously in this situation, family very fortunate. I don't even know if you can see, but right there at the base of the house, it's a children's trampoline. Obviously, they probably weren't going to be outside playing today, but if you get that little window and you think, boy, I'm cooped up, I want to get outside and do something normal, just be smart, be aware, and be careful. Guys, I'll toss it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, and Kevin, you were mentioning that the fear is there could be more trees that could fall in the coming days. I know you mentioned there is a huge tree and there is what looks like a chicken coop, kind of using that tree as a post to kind of stand up in that area.
Yeah, we'll pan around, and I talked to the homeowner earlier when the tree went down, and she kept pointing to this tree, the one that my photographer is panning up to right now. Boy, that has got to be probably about 80 or 90 feet up, if not higher. And certainly if that tree were to become kind of compromised, if you will, from the ground and the saturation, what have you, and you get a gust of wind in the right direction, and it were to come down on the home and people were inside the home, you certainly have to think that it would certainly do much more damage, and obviously it could certainly injure people at a minimum. So there's trees like this all over. You just have to be careful. You have to be kind of vigilant in regards to kind of knowing your area, and if the winds get too high or anything like that where you're a little bit concerned, the best thing to do is just get out of the house, obviously safely, find a shelter that's nearby. It's not worth the risk, guys.
Kevin, wise information right there. Kevin Kennedy live in Asheboro, one of the areas still bracing for some of the brunt of Florence as it moves into our area. Some areas of concern, Montgomery County, Randolph County, as well as Davidson County. For those of you just joining us live on Facebook, as well as our other digital platforms, we are monitoring all the very latest coming in. New information about the statewide power outage numbers, about 715,000 right now. In the Piedmont Triad, really nothing serious to report to you. Maybe about 400 in Forsyth County and a few hundred in Randolph County.
Now we do want to head out to WFMY News 2's Chad Silber. He's been giving us some live updates on what's happening out towards the coast in Wilmington. Chad, what have you got for us?
Taisha and Julie, fortunately for us here in Wilmington and along several coastal communities, we're on the backside of this storm. You know, the heaviest of the winds have passed us. hopefully the heaviest of the rain has passed us, but we know that it's still continuing. We're still getting rain bands that will just sit over us, and it will rain nonstop for 3 hours. So we know that the rain is still coming. We're glad and we're fortunate that the most heavy of the winds have passed us. And it's for reasons like this. Do you see that sign behind me? That is a family, or what used to be a Family Dollar sign. Now, this is not the Family Dollar that you all were talking about where the looting is happening in Wilmington. So I just wanted to clear that up. But you know, you think like, wow, the wind was powerful to knock a sign like that out. And then you look over here at this huge tree that came down actually across the street, but today the crews came by, they cut it up and moved it off the street just to open the street because they want to be able to make sure that people are able to still get around, especially those first responders. Then you come over here. Look at all this. When we first got here, we weren't really sure what this was even from. I mean, it just looks like a bunch of 2x4s and maybe some metal sheeting. Weren't really sure what it was. And then we looked over here and you can see on the back side of this building what looks to be pieces of the building's roof, both on the ground as well as on top of the roof. So we were wondering, well, where did that come from? Where could that have come from? And then we went around to the front of this building. I want you to see the picture that we took at the front of this building. Unbelievable, really takes your breath away when you see that this building has completely lost its roof on one side. The winds were so powerful when the eye wall of that storm passed us early yesterday morning, those 90-mile-per-hour sustained winds, that 105-mile-per-hour wind gust, it was so powerful that it just ripped the roof clean right off the building. It was like it was a can opener and just took it right off and blew it all the way over on the other side of the building. It's crazy to think that it was that powerful. You know, you only see that kind of damage from a tornado. You don't see that kind of damage from straight line winds, from a hurricane, especially a Category 1 hurricane. I mean, it was just incredible when we came across it, and we've stayed in this area because this is really the area where there is the most damage. We spoke to a gentleman about an hour ago who represents, he has a law firm, he represents a lot of these buildings that were just within this 4-block radius, and he said we weren't actually sure what this building was before we spoke with him, and he said that it was a brewery, a beer brewery that was just about to open. When you look inside, we were able to see on the other side, inside, those big silos that you see beer fermenting in. If you go to like a brewery where they've got a tasting room in it, these big silos where they are presuming to be keeping the beer. Well, so the building was just set to open. Now, obviously, it's not going to open. But the hardest thing about seeing that is seeing what they did to the windows. I mean, look they put the plywood up on every single one of their windows, even the ones on the second story. They were taking the precautions that they needed to take to protect the windows. Little did they know their roof was the big concern. And you know, now that I mentioned the rain, of course, the rain has returned, and we are here now in another rain band. How long it will last, we're not really sure, but like I said, the wind fortunately has died down, and so now we are left dealing with the rain. We know there is a lot more rain on the way over the next several hours, maybe even tomorrow. I'd love to get an update from Tim Buckley or Tarang Kirksey soon, just to find out, you know, if we're getting close to the end of this rain. And I also want to point out there's a Duke Energy employee right here driving by. Let me step out of the way. That's the fourth Duke Energy employee we've seen today. Yes, only the fourth. They're here, I imagine, surveying some of the damage. They're obviously not in one of their big trucks that puts the bucket up, but let's hope that they're able to determine that some power can be turned on, because this entire area is without power. All of Wilmington, from what I come to understand, is without power and will be that way for a while. I mean, it could be days or even weeks before the power is turned back on. So the situation continuously evolving here. Of course, the rain's over now, but this is really just a preview of what some places inland, including folks in the Triad, could be seeing and could be dealing with over the coming days, guys.
Chad, it's amazing when we're watching your live reports. In 30 seconds, you need to put your jacket up, and just in about 30 seconds later, you say, you know what, the rain has come to an end. You know what? We are monitoring the Duke power outages in your area right now. In New Hanover County, where Wilmington is located, 108,000 power outages by Duke Energy's standards, and that's the number of customers is 127,000. So a majority of the customers there in your area do not have power. You know what? Chad, you were asking for an update about when is it going to be coming to an end on the coast. You know, we're going to go now to our chief meteorologist, Tim Buckley, giving us an update about what's going to happen here in the Triad and when it finally will be leaving your area, Chad.
Yeah, first off, keep Chad on the line. Make sure he can hear me here because in Wilmington, just north of downtown, there is actually a tornado warning in effect. This is only for the northernmost part of the county. So Chad, if you're listening, as long as you're downtown, you're out of the way of this thing. But there is a tornado warning for this cell that's just moving into Pender County, just over the line as you go by Castle Hayne. But either way, Chad, you can expect more rain here, but that tornado warning just put out by the National Weather Service in Wilmington for that storm that's barely moving into Pender County. So make sure you're staying safe there in downtown Wilmington and keep on getting those alerts on your phone just to be on the safe side. That's in southeast North Carolina where they continue to get this flooding rain. It's just not stopping. They have already set a state record for rainfall in a tropical system over here in Swansboro. Over 30 inches. It just has to be confirmed and verified and stamped and sealed and all those things. But preliminary reports, the most rain ever falling in a tropical storm or a hurricane in North Carolina. Not only that, but also a 2-day and a 3-day rainfall record for the state, if it holds up. Here's the storm system right now. The center is still spinning in South Carolina. I wish it would move. It would be lovely if it moved, but it's just not budging just yet. So instead, these poor folks in southeast North Carolina continue to bear the brunt of the heavy rain for a little bit longer. It will shift to us. What is here comes here, heading into tomorrow. So don't let your guard down. I know it's so annoying to keep on waiting out this system. When is it really going to get going and when is it going to leave? It's still not here yet for the most part. We have some steady rain continuing in our southern counties, especially Randolph, Davidson, Chatham, and Montgomery counties. There is a flash flood warning until 10 o'clock. Precautionary here. Don't have any major reports of flash flooding yet, but keep your guard up. Most of the reports of flooding, of course, have been in the areas you would expect, along I-85, the Sandhills, and the coastal plain, and as you go down toward Wilmington. But right here at home, we're going to keep our eye out, especially places like Troy, places like Baden Lake, places down here into the southern part of the Piedmont where it's been raining longer, and honestly, it wouldn't take all that much for it to cause that flooding more quickly. Those would be the areas that flood first. A couple of these feeder bands, one of these right here near Myrtle Beach along the Loris area, State Line, Tabor City included in that, also Sunset Beach. Holden Beach in the clear now, so is Oak Island. But we mentioned that tornado warning just north of downtown Wilmington toward Castle Hayne and Burgaw. That's something we'll keep an eye on back here at home. Haven't seen any threats of tornadoes today, but that can't be ruled out as we go forward in time over the next few days. Generally, rainfall today has been about 1 inch so far. Gotten a few reports of 2 inches in Asheboro and 3 inches in Montgomery County. The winds haven't been all that bad today. Scott, one of our weather spotters, reports this, almost 2 inches of rain falling in the Asheboro area, and he's expecting more of that heavy rain to cause some problems in his neighborhood tonight and into tomorrow. I mentioned it's slow. Boy, is it. Here's your futurecast. But look how it loads up. This is 10 o'clock. Here's 12 o'clock, and we go forward in time. Tomorrow, the axis of heavy rain does shift into the Piedmont, so that is the biggest concern. As we head into tomorrow, the rain threat for heavy rain shifts from here, and it moves closer to our area. You see that? That pinkish shade is the shade that really presents the biggest danger, honestly. And in the foothills and in the Triad, we're going to be very vigilant for tomorrow. We will get better once we get beyond tomorrow into Monday. I think things are tapering off, and we'll actually get the sunshine back out here by Tuesday, and until the rest of next week is looking great.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Tim Buckley. I know we're all waiting to get to next week, but we got to get through this weekend first. And a lot of areas of the Triad are under a flash flood warning, flash flood watch, meaning that rivers in the area, creeks in the area could rise. WFMY News 2's Tony Black is in one of those areas, Montgomery County. Tony, what are you seeing where you are right now? Any storm damage to report?
Yeah, we were we were just reported about that someone told us that I'm gonna take this out so I don't hear myself echo. Someone told us that there were down power lines that were maybe on fire, so we were on our way to try and find that. We haven't found that yet, but we did find this big tree is knocked over on this power line right here. It's just hanging here. I'm not sure if anyone is even aware that that has happened. However, the home that is right over to the right of where that tree is, it looks like they have power on. I can kind of see a light on in their living room. I see their porch light on as well, but just look at the sides of this tree branch or this tree log that is hanging off of this power line. It's actually kind of bending the pole that is holding it up just a little bit to the left as well. But as I mentioned, there seems to still be power, at least in that particular home. Not really seeing too much other activity around this area, but that is a giant piece of branch that seems to just be hanging off of the side of this power line. It's kind of bringing it down and weighing it down. And as a matter of fact, all of these trees that are along this power line here are kind of intertwined with it. There are branches that are growing in between the lines. There are branches that are kind of hanging on them as well. So this seems to be a pretty dangerous situation that I'm not sure if anyone within the county, we're just outside of Mount Gilead, is aware of yet. I'm not sure when this branch broke or anything, but it is just hanging right over this power line. So it's a pretty dangerous situation. As I mentioned though, that home still seems to have power. So we're gonna keep looking. We're gonna make some calls to see if anybody wants to come and handle this right now to make sure that this stays safe, because that is a very dangerous situation right now. And we're trying to make sure that we stay safe. We're on an open road here with a lot of cars coming by pretty quick, so we don't want to be out here for too much longer. But we just wanted to bring that to you, that just outside of the Mount Gilead city limits, there is this tree right there that you guys can get a close look at there and see that it is hanging off of the power line. The wind conditions are kind of picking up a little bit out here too. These trees are swaying. As we were driving up this road, there are a lot of trees that are just hanging low to the road. Like they are looking like they've maybe got a little bit left in them before they fall, but this particular one seems to have already snapped off. We will keep you updated on how this one ends up and other things that we see as while we're out here. Send it back to you guys.
All right, Tony Black live in Montgomery County. I want to point out there are about 2,500 power outages in Montgomery County right now. That's about 25% of the Duke power companies in that area. So you saw that tree limb, you saw that power line. The wind is still moving through in Montgomery County. We could see even more power outages in that area and across parts of our area too.
And I did want to give you some information in case you see trees on power lines like what Tony just saw. There's a number you can call to report that, 1-800-POWER-ON. That's the number you can call to report if you have a power outage in your area. You can also use that number to report dangerous situations like what you see there, because those are live wires there. Someone can be electrocuted, so we want to make sure that that information is going to where it needs to go. So write this number down again, 1-800-POWER-ON. So we are going to continue our team coverage right now on Tracking Florence. We were live just now in Montgomery County. We're going to go now to Jaleesa Irizarry, who is live in Randolph County with a look at conditions there. Jaleesa.
Hi there. Yeah, I am on Greenvale Road in Asheboro, and we are along Haskets Creek right over here. And I mean, even if you look at the creek, you can tell the rain is starting to really come down here. The wind is coming. It's swaying the trees quite a bit. It comes and goes really in waves, but they are getting some significant amount of rain here, and that is causing some concerns for the residents near this creek, because this creek has flooded significantly before. Back in 2015, this creek flooded, and it actually had water all across this roadway right over here. And this area is a dead end. If you look right down here, that's a dead end. There's no access over there. So when this bridge floods, they can't get through. And that is what happened in 2015. And we spoke to the homeowners right out here, and he told me, you know, this happened back in 2015. It was significantly concerning. He has his 85-year-old mother living with him, and, you know, God forbid there were any kind of medical emergencies. He didn't know how they could get access to her. So, you know, there are some real concerns here, judging by the projections that we may have in regards to flooding. 6 to 10 inches are expected here. People are worried that this creek may rise and cause some flooding. Another concern that they have as well is the kind of divins or the dips on the side of the road. They don't know if, you know, the road does wash away what this will do to this area of the roadway. They have no idea. So that is a concern as well. Obviously, these kinds of areas are a little sensitive to that kind of stuff, but also they are just keeping an eye on it. You know, we just spoke to that neighbor and he had mentioned that, you know, if the water does increase significantly, they will take action. He'll talk to his mother. They will seek shelter somewhere else just so they don't put themselves in a dangerous situation in which they can't get out of here, because you should not be driving in high water at all. If there is water over the roadway, you should not be driving over it. You should not be walking through it, because you don't know what is in that water. And also, you don't know how strong the current is in that water. You know, you don't know what's in it, and you don't know if it could even sweep you away. So they are taking their precautions, and they say they will take action if need be.
I don't think my microphone, oh, there it is. Jaleesa, I'm glad to hear that people do have a backup plan. They're monitoring the conditions in that area. Are people milling about? Are they kind of going about their business right now and just anticipating really some of the worst to come later on tonight?
Yeah, you know, we have seen some cars come and go, so it's not like many of the people are just hunkering down and staying put in one bed. I think they're obviously keeping an eye on the rain. It had been kind of light and touch and go here and there, so, you know, it seemed obviously drivable and whatnot, not anything of serious significance. But that being said, you know, when I spoke to this homeowner, he said he is not moving at all unless, you know, this water gets high. Then he will take his mother and go somewhere else. Right now they are staying put, but we are seeing some traffic still in this roadway. You know, just again, I think people are just, you know, kind of keeping an eye on things and making sure that everything is okay.
All right, Jaleesa, thank you very much. We are getting some comments on Facebook from people also in Asheboro, Jaleesa. One of our weather spotters, Scott Lynch, he's been touring some areas in Asheboro. Not many problems to report there, but of course, something we will keep an eye on. And Jaleesa, earlier you mentioned there was a sinkhole in some areas of that town there. What's happening with that sinkhole right now?
Sure thing. I mean, that sinkhole was about 10-minute drive from here, closer to the downtown of Asheboro area. It was a sinkhole that initially started in essentially a driveway to 3 different homes. It was the access road off of a public road. And so the sinkhole actually started in the driveway last August. It was pretty minor. They were able to drive through it. But overnight, with some rainfall, it has doubled in size, and those residents over there are not able to get through there. There's major concerns. There's families there. There's people with serious medical conditions there, and they have no idea how they're going to get access to a public road if they need to get food, if they have a medical emergency, if EMT needs to get to them. They say EMT has no way of getting to them. The only other way is kind of walking around this creek area, and they say that is mudslide city. It's really slippery, it's muddy, and someone tried to drive their car through there. It got stuck. And then they say there also is potentially some snakes in that area, so it could be dangerous for walking through as well. Those people are monitoring that situation. They're worried, they're scared. You know, when we were leaving that scene, some of them were trying to cross over through to try to walk on the roads and get access anyway. But obviously, as the rain continues here and the heavy rainfall comes, they may not be able to do that in a few hours or even early tomorrow morning. So this is something that is worrisome for them. They are keeping an eye on things, but they are staying put in their homes right now.
Jaleesa, thank you so much. Jaleesa is live right now in Asheboro. We'll continue to keep monitoring the conditions there, because Davidson County, Randolph County, as well as Montgomery County, those are the 3 areas that are of concern of potential flooding problems. So we're continuing to monitor that too. We're monitoring your comments coming in on Facebook Live. Ashley says, raining all day in High Point, was out earlier and starting to hydroplane pretty bad. Water building up on the streets, and we all have power though right now. We are also watching and monitoring your comments, your posts, your videos, pictures coming in on Facebook as well as other platforms using the hashtag StormTrack2. For the very latest on that, we're going to go to WFMY News 2's Ben Briscoe in the Information Center. You know what? I'm being told that we're actually going to be going back live on the main channel, so stand by, everyone. All right, you are watching a live update as we monitor Florence's track moving into the Piedmont Triad. Taran Kirksey is joining us live right now. Taran, this is really getting to be the start of it in our area.
Yeah, you know, we're finally seeing the rain move on in, unfortunately, so we're watching for the threat of flash flooding.
All right, let's get back to the game.
All right, we go left, right, live on TV, live on Facebook. So if you see us kind of looking this way and that way, we're making sure that we are getting all our platforms situated. We're cutting in between the LSU Auburn game to make sure we're giving Hurricane Florence updates, or now Tropical Storm Florence updates. But of course, we are continuing to inform the 200 plus of you watching us right now on Facebook. Make sure you're sharing this video because people aren't getting the notification.
Yeah.
We've been live now for a couple minutes or so. So if you just tuned in, share it so that other people are getting the notification and the information is getting out there.
All right, Taran, we'll get to your forecast in a little bit, but we are monitoring the pictures coming in using the hashtag StormTrack2 with WFMY News 2's Ben Briscoe.
You know, whenever the rain sort of has a little break out on the coast, we get this surge of photos coming in, and that must have just happened because a few minutes ago we got a ton of new photos and video from the coast. I want to show you, remember when UNC Wilmington canceled classes? Well, this right here is why. A student said she went back to campus to try to get back to her dorm, could not get through, completely flooded in that area, unpassable according to her. Now, we also saw the National Weather Service was out in Moorhead today. They were trying to figure out exactly how high that storm surge actually went. See them with the measuring there? They were taking their measurements so that way they know how bad this storm was and they can predict how bad it's going to be in our area using some of that information. So very important. You also see in that video the balconies just completely crushed in some of these hotels along the coast. I want to show you inside D. Gee's Gifts and Books in Moorhead City. You see, it just is a chaotic mess. The water doesn't appear to get up to the table height, but it did wash into the store, causing all of this damage you see all over there. And a fuel pump completely down in Fort Mill on Spratt Street. Now here in Winston-Salem, I do want to show you this right here. There are some dangerous driving conditions in that roadway. The police say that this trucker hydroplaned and could not stop and turned on its side. So please make sure you are careful when it does rain. I know it might not seem that bad quite yet, but it is still having impacts in our area. And if you have pictures you want to show, please include them in the comments below this. Also use the hashtag StormTrack2.
Ben Briscoe, thank you so very much. Getting some new information from the WFMY News 2 Information Center. UNC has canceled classes for Monday. UNC Chapel Hill classes on Monday canceled, and ECU is set to resume on Wednesday. Again, UNC canceled classes on Monday. ECU set to resume on Wednesday. But Taran, this event still several days from even moving out of our state.
Yeah, you know, it's incredible in the worst way when you look at how slow this storm is moving. Usually when a hurricane or a tropical storm makes landfall, as soon as it makes landfall or soon after, something picks it up and just kicks it out of there within 24 hours or so. This storm has been affecting some part of the state for about 2 days now, and we have at least another 2 days to go before it's finally all the way out of here. As far as our viewing area is concerned, folks have probably noticed that the rain is slowly starting to pick up. It will be a very gradual increase in intensity and a gradual increase in the coverage of rainfall. So by tonight on into tomorrow, you'll notice the rain will go from just kind of light to moderate, more so to moderate to heavy, and that's where we're going to really have really high concerns for the threat of flash flooding. Still could see a little bit of that out there this afternoon south of I-40, but for the most part, most of us doing okay this afternoon. You see our radar right there on the radar loop. We do have a flash flood warning that's in effect until 10:15 p.m. for the counties that you see highlighted there. That does include Forsyth and also Guilford counties, but right now our flood threat's pretty low. The heaviest of the rainfall really along and south of the Highway 64 corridor. So, you know, Asheboro on over to Lexington and then points southward. That includes southern Davidson County, southern Randolph County, and all of Montgomery County. I do have some concern for you all to have to deal with flash flooding through the coming hours as we go through the next 5 or 6 hours, and that threat is just going to increase overnight tonight on into tomorrow.
Taryn, I'm monitoring the comments coming in on the WFMY News 2 Facebook page. A lot of people are asking about their specific town, their specific city in the Piedmont Triad. A lot of questions about what are we getting and what should we be getting. So right now, the entire Triad is seeing some on and off showers and rain from the bands of Florence.
Exactly. You know, we can't really just put a specific line on there. The way the rain is moving in, it's going to kind of waver to the north and waver to the south. Weather's not constant. That's just the way it works. It's like just if you get a tub of water of different temperatures and you put food coloring in there, you know, you see it just kind of mix around like that. That's the way the atmosphere works. So it's not all that organized perfectly like that. But basically, if you wanted to use a landmark, you could just think of I-40 for now. So south of I-40 today, that's where you have the highest risk of flash flooding. As we go on into tomorrow, that risk is going to kind of pivot around the Triad. So from the Triad, south and west for Sunday is where we're going to see the highest risk of flash flooding. In general, we'll say 5 to 10 inches of rain expected from this system before all is said and done. Some people will see a little less. Some places could see a little more, especially as you head down towards Montgomery County and also for our foothills communities. As Florence tries to go up the mountains, it's going to really squeeze a lot of that tropical moisture out, and that could lead to not only a lot of rain, but those really high rainfall rates as we go from Sunday on into Monday.
All right, Tim Buckley is here now too, and I believe you have a weather spotter.
Yeah, you know, we've been chatting with these guys and gals, you know, throughout the course of the week. What are you preparing for? What are you ready for? What are you expecting? You know, no one knows your local neighborhoods like you. Like you, the viewers, right? So actually in Asheboro, we have Scott Lynch is on the line. He knows the city very well, lives there, knows the flood-prone areas. And Scott, you know, you were just driving around kind of looking and seeing what's going on. What have you seen so far, and what can you tell us?
Well, right now, we've just got some about 10 to 15 mile-an-hour winds. Light rain, nothing real heavy, but you know, I just took a drive down to Park Street and down on Sunset and all that just to make sure, because those areas are flood prone real easily down there. But so far, everything looks real good. We're in good shape right now, so hopefully we'll keep it that way.
Hey, Scott, real quick question, Taryn here. When did the rain start where you live this morning? Or has it been just kind of a constant thing all night long?
Yeah, I think this thing started about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Actually, after midnight last night, it really started kind of cranking pretty good there. So it's just been kind of intermittent all day long.
And Scott, how much rain have you recorded so far in your rain gauge? And you know, have you seen any impact to the yard? It's just squishy, or when do you expect things might go downhill a little bit?
Last time I checked, it was about 1.93 inches, but I'm sure we're over 2 inches now. Nothing major, just some tree branches that are down. Yeah, like I said, nothing really major. So, you know, so we're in good shape.
Scott, I know we have been talking about Florence for many, many days now, urging the people who live in Randolph County, Montgomery County, as well as Davidson County to get prepared for some flash flooding, have an emergency plan. How have you prepared? How have your neighbors prepared?
Well, we've just been listening to you guys and, you know, all the news outlets, just kind of, you know, tracking the storm on radar and everything. A lot of people have been letting their guards down for a lot, but I keep telling them, you know, we can't do it. Matter of fact, we're getting a heavy band right now come over me. It's kind of heavy. So, just stay focused and stay vigilant and don't let your guard down and just prepare for the worst. That's about all we can do.
Scott, what is your plan if it happens to get bad there?
Well, we have a shelter over here at First Baptist Church, just about less than a mile from the house. If we have to get out, we'll go over there.
Glad to hear that. Glad to hear people having a plan, especially one of our weather spotters.
Yeah. Scott, looks like it might be getting a little wet out there. We're going to let you go in and get dry. I will tell you, though, we're probably going to check in with you more often as we go into tonight and tomorrow. And our team of weather spotters, you know, there are eyes and ears on the ground. We can't be everywhere, but they live all in the Piedmont. And if you'd like to be a weather spotter, feel free to reach out to us. We'd love to have more folks on the team to just kind of let us know what's going on out there. And there's going to be a lot of weather happening over the next couple of days.
And you have a lot of questions, too, coming in on the Facebook page.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Teresa Hodge is asking, where is the eye?
The eye of the storm.
Yeah.
The center of it is actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll step over here real quick and I'll zoom on in on max 1 or 2, whichever one works for you all in the back here. I'll zoom on in on both of them. Here we go. It's basically just to the east, southeast of Columbia, South Carolina. And you can see it spinning there. The center of circulation no longer really has that well-defined eye or anything like that, but it's certainly still spinning like a top.
All right, we are getting ready for a commercial break on the live channel, on the main channel, so stand by. A live update now on Florence as it's making its presence felt here in the Piedmont Triad. Tim Buckley monitoring it closely. When can we really feel the effects?
Right now, it's been a soggy day of weather. It's been raining a good bit, especially if you're living south of I-40. However, heading into tonight, that's when it's going to start to get a little bit closer. Florence hasn't moved but a couple of miles throughout the day today. As we head into tonight, Taran and I will be tracking the motion of the system. And Taran, we really think that heavier rain starts into the overnight hours.
Oh yeah, as this storm starts to make its turn to the north, the rainfall intensity will start to increase, the rainfall coverage will increase, and that's when the flooding threat really starts to go up. And we expect that flooding threat to stay at a relatively high level, not only tonight, but through a good part of tomorrow as well.
Taran, words of wisdom before we get back to the football game.
Make sure you pay careful attention to the weather and heed those flash flood warnings that will continue to be issued as we go through the next 24 hours.
Tim, how about you?
It's not bad yet. We can concede that. It's not bad yet, but it will have the threat of flooding as we go into tomorrow. So just be ready.
Let's get back to the game. And we are back live here on our digital platforms. So if you're seeing us kind of shift gears, we are going live during some commercial breaks during the football game on the main channel, and then we will continue to give you wall-to-wall coverage on our digital platforms, just to get you up to speed if you're just joining us. All right, for tonight and beyond, still talking about Florence. It's a very pesky system. So you guys were talking about where is the eye right now, and you guys were talking in South Carolina.
Yeah, it's not in North Carolina. You know, most of the impacts are going to be felt in North Carolina, but the storm is in South Carolina by definition. But, you know, it's not an even thing. It's not like the wheel. Sometimes I compare a hurricane to like a bicycle wheel. The eye is the spoke, or not the spoke. Is that the spoke?
The center.
The center.
The spokes
Sorry, the spokes go out around. That's right. You know what you said. What I don't know. Whatever.
We know what you mean.
That's how it works. The center is where that eye is. With a bicycle wheel, you'd imagine it to be very symmetrical. Healthy hurricanes or tropical storms are very symmetrical, equal distance in all directions. But usually, once they make landfall, they get kind of eaten up by some dry air or harsh winds or the frictional forces of the land. Ooh, there we go. But long story short, as I said, these are now lopsided. So it's lopsided in our direction. In North Carolina, the storm is huge. In South Carolina, pretty small. And they're not going to get a ton of rain in South Carolina.
Exactly. Yeah. Anything south of that center of circulation, just a little bit of rain, light rain for the most part. North of that center of circulation, we still have intense major feeder bands coming off the ocean that are still giving folks near Wilmington flooding rainfalls, intense rain amounts, and we could see some of that rotating on in around here as we go through the night tonight.
Speaking of Wilmington, a lot of you are asking about Wilmington on Facebook, so we're sending it now to WFMY News 2's Chad Silver, who's been live in Wilmington for the past several days. Chad.
Hey there, Julie. Happening right now, no wind, but no rain, but a lot of wind. And I know we have been keeping an eye on the radar as well. I know Tim Buckley has been looking at a tornado warning in New Hanover County, but fortunately it is not in the area where we are. But don't worry, we are staying safe and we are keeping an eye on the radar in case anything like that changes. We are seeing some very dark clouds and heavy wind moving into our area, heavier winds than we have felt in a while. So you know, we just really don't even know what to expect anymore. The weather is so unpredictable. You've seen it before. 1 minute it's raining, the next for seconds, it's not raining. And so we are in a lull right now. I do want to pass along some information. I just got off the phone with a representative from Duke Energy. They kind of deploy their people out to areas where power could go out. So the media who are in that area have the ability to get information, up-to-date information very quickly. And so I've learned from the gentleman I spoke with that, okay, so New Hanover County, 90% of people in this county are currently without power. I asked about the city of Wilmington specifically. He said he doesn't have a percentage, but you can say nearly everybody. So that would make me think that 99 to 100% of people are without power. He did say they are working right now in a neighborhood not too far from here. They have 50 line technicians who came in from the Midwest today, and they are working on restoring a power in that specific neighborhood. I asked him how many people could get their power restored. He hopes a couple thousand will be restored tonight, but he's saying don't expect that for everybody else. He's expecting at least over the next week is when the majority of people will get their power restored. He said it could take a couple of weeks before everybody's power is restored because there's just too much damage to the power grid here. One thing very, very alarming, he said the biggest challenge they're facing right now is rising waters. They had an evacuation operation center north of Wilmington. They actually had to evacuate over the last 24 hours because the rising water was getting so high it was threatening their center, and so they had to leave. They're also concerned about the rising waters surrounding Wilmington. So he said that all of the main roads into or out of Wilmington are blocked right now. They're not able to get in and out on any of the main roads, and so it's difficult for them to get technicians into this area, the ones who aren't here already. One more thing, they just started today. I asked them about, obviously the big concern right now for them is the wind and the rain. They say when the wind is as high as it is now and it's raining just like sheets of rain, they can't be up in the bucket trucks doing the work. So they've just got to stand by and wait until they get one of these lulls. Keep in mind, we're still getting wind, so they can't even work right now. Definitely a big issue. And they said right now they've sent out, I guess, scouts or kind of surveyors from Duke Energy to go around and to put their eyes on the lines that are the most affected. They want to see which areas need the most work. They want to see which areas are the priority. Places where more people live, places maybe near hospitals, Harris Teeters, grocery stores, gas stations, that kind of stuff. So right now they're prioritizing all this different work to make sure that they can get power on as quickly as possible. But again, you're here in a lull. We're enjoying no rain. We're enjoying the slight breeze that we're getting every once in a while. We hope it continues, but we know that more rain is on the way, guys.
Chad is so good. Can you hear me?
You're on.
Chad, I'm so glad that you are getting a reprieve right now. I can't tell when the microphone is on or off. I apologize. We're looking over your right shoulder. There looks like there's some debris on the roadways back there. When you've been driving around the area, is that pretty much what you're seeing on all the streets that you're traveling through?
Pretty much everywhere. There's really not a city block that doesn't have some sort of debris either still on the road or that has now been pushed off of the road, whether it's on the sidewalk or even into people's driveways. I mean, there is debris everywhere. Yes, this was pushed all together earlier today once crews came out to remove that tree, but really there is debris everywhere you look. I mean, and the dangerous part is over in our area, because remember when we told you about that roof coming off that building over here? In our area, we have a lot of upturned rusty nails. So imagine trying to walk around all this debris on the sidewalk, and there are nails that are 2 inches long, rusty nails turned up from all of the pieces of wood and pieces of sheet metal that have just flown all over the place. So it is a dangerous situation if you're not careful. So even watching people as they come out and walk around and survey the land, they know this neighborhood well because they live here. They just don't know the dangers that lurk right on the surface. And so I'm concerned that is also another danger, obviously a smaller danger than some of the others, but yeah, there is debris everywhere, and it will take weeks to clean all of it up.
think the one word that we can relay to everyone is patience as we get through this storm, because Florence is wide and far-reaching, all the way down in the coast where you are, Chad. You know, I see people driving around. Have you had a chance to talk to them to see if they've had any luck finding gas or had any luck finding food?
Well, fortunately, we haven't run across too many people who were in dire need of a situation like that. We did speak to one woman. We were getting ready to do a live shot a couple of hours ago, and she yelled out her window, "Where's the gas? Where is the gas?" And I just had to look at her and say, I don't know. I have no idea. As far as I know, there's no gas left here. And if there is gas left here, the gas stations aren't open selling it. So unfortunately, she said, I'm on E. And I don't know what to tell her, you know, and that's a situation that's going to continue to get worse and compound over time, because if people aren't able to get gasoline and they have to drive to work tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday, that's going to become a real issue. You saw the lines of people trying to get into a Harris Teeter. I mean, if Harris Teeter trucks, if Target trucks, if Walmart trucks aren't able to get to Wilmington to restock where all those bare shelves are, where everybody bought everything before the storm even got here, that is going to be a major concern. And the fact that Duke Energy says that all of the main roads in and out of this place are now impassable, that's going to be a major concern over the coming days. Let's hope the water recedes and they are able to get in, but food, gas, that kind of stuff, that's going to be an issue, and we're going to keep an eye on it. We're hopeful that the situation will relieve itself, will remedy itself, but it doesn't look good right now.
Chad, thank you so much for the update. And as Tahisha said, you know, it really can come down to patience. Chad mentioned gas, or the lack thereof. GasBuddy does have a portion of their website that lists if there is gas, if there's only certain grades of gas. So make sure that you check gasbuddy.com. That is a tremendous resource to find out if you happen to be able to find gas in a particular area. We're going to send it now to Tim. To Turan. I apologize. Meteorologist Turan Kirksey, following the latest on Florence in our area and beyond.
All right, let's go ahead and walk you through what's happening with Tropical Storm Florence. This is the latest advisory as of 5 p.m. The center of circulation right here, so between Columbia and Charleston, basically. 45-mile-per-hour winds, but the wind's not going to be the major concern for us. It is the rain. You see these clouds here where you see the yellows and the reds. Those are really high clouds, and those are the clouds that are producing a lot of rainfall. So let's zoom on in. We have flash flood warnings that extend from the coast all the way back into the Piedmont. As we zoom in a little bit closer, the majority of the rain in our neck of the woods is along and south of I-40. That's where we're seeing the heavier rain as you get a little bit closer to the center of circulation. So folks in Forsyth County and Guilford County, technically you're under a flash flood warning until 10:15, but at least at this point, our flooding threat is relatively low. That's not to say that it can't ramp up quickly as we head through the next couple of hours. So make sure that you stay weather aware. The flooding risk is a little bit higher as you head farther south. So Davidson County, Randolph County, and then as you make your way down into Montgomery County, those are the counties that we are going to be concerned about for the flash flooding risk in the short term. A little bit of rain starting to redevelop across northern parts of Rockingham County. We'll watch that slide on into Stokes County. We'll zoom into Randolph County real quick. We do have some pockets of heavier rain that's starting to form right there along and north of Highway 64. And then we have more heavy rain that's heading towards Montgomery County. Montgomery County is the county in our viewing area we're going to be the most concerned about, at least in the short term. There's another pretty significant rain band that's extending from Lumberton across Southern Pines that's going to rotate right on into Montgomery County over the next 2 to 3 hours. Your flash flooding risk does exist, so if you do live in a low-lying area, make sure that you are really looking around what's happening around your house to make sure that you're not going to have to deal with a flooding issue in the short term. We're going to continue to keep you updated on what's happening as far as the radar is concerned and as far as what you can expect weather-wise as we head through the rest of the weekend into next week. Not only for the rest of the evening, but we'll keep you updated as we go through the next couple of days.
All right, Turan, thank you so much for that update. A lot of information coming in. We're trying to sort it all out for you. Also for the people just joining us, we will be recapping as well. So some people are complaining you guys are just reiterating things. we have to keep in mind the people who are just joining us as well. So we are trying to give complete coverage on our coast, here on our area, just to make sure everyone is safe, everyone is informed, and people have the most up-to-date information. I do want to tell you that there have been 2,800 North Carolina National Guard soldiers. They have been activated, so they are ready to respond to any areas that need be. I also want to tell you that federal disaster declarations have been approved in some North Carolina counties, and more are expected to come in soon. Governor Roy Cooper gave a news conference earlier today, and he just wanted you to remember, quote, the rainfall will be epic. So I know some people are saying, is this it? Is this it? In our area, we are really just getting started. Right. Some of the heaviest stuff could be coming in overnight. Flooding is a major concern in the southern part of our area, but we still could get several inches of rain in the northern part of the Triad too. Right. So this does not mean that it's nothing that you should be ignoring, just because we could still get days and days of this rain. And that is the concern, right, is that perpetual rain that's going to be coming down. Florence? Moving really slowly.
Florence is moving really slow. At one point, Tim was saying 2 to 3 miles an hour. Think about how far you can get in 2 to 3 miles an hour. And we're talking about the storm coming from the coast up into our area. That's why it's taking so long. Now we're forecasting, 6 to 10 inches of rain. And this is happening over today, tomorrow, especially in the overnight hours. Many of you on Facebook are asking, when is the rain coming? When is it going to get bad? The overnight hours is what we are worried about at this point. And then as we go into the early morning hours into Sunday and Sunday all day, that is really when you are going to have to be informed. Now at the bottom of your screen, we have all the closures and things like that. Because of Florence, many of you attend church, wondering if your church is open. Of course, you'll want to call to see if you want to do that. Make that call as a family if that's the best decision to make. A lot of churches have closed their doors for services tomorrow. So you see the closures there rolling on the bottom of your screen. We know some church folk are stepping up to helping in the shelters and things like that, volunteering their time. If you are interested in helping, you want to volunteer, things like that, Governor Roy Cooper has a number that you can text if you want to give some monetary funds. I believe that number is, Julie, if you could inform the folks.
I do have it right here. Just text Florence to 20222. Again, text Florence to 20222 if you would like to assist. I'm sorry, Michael, where are we going next? Kevin Kennedy. Okay, we're going now to Asheboro, Randolph County, with WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy, where a large tree has fallen. Fortunately, a family is okay, Kevin.
Yeah, that's the good news. I'll tell you, this 80-foot tree came down maybe about 3-4 hours ago. The family inside at the time that it came down, but as you mentioned, they are out. They are okay. Actually, right now, Duke Energy, we're waiting for them to show up. They will have to deactivate the line. They still have power on in the house right now, but that will soon change when Duke gets out there. They'll have to deactivate the line and then kind of figure out what they need to do to kind of get the line back up where it was. But the focus right now, obviously, this 80 or so foot tree that came down like about 3 or 4 hours ago. And Tim or Turan may be able to give you a little bit better idea of the winds out here, but we've been out here for several hours and it's not been that windy. So this clearly has to be an issue where the ground is just becoming so saturated that these big heavy trees with these big heavy branches, depending on which way they're leaning or what have you, they can just come tumbling down. And the rain continues to come, certainly not heavy, but it's constant. It's been ongoing. Let me get Dave to walk over here real quick. We've showed you this root system, if you will, on kind of the base of this tree before. But if you look at it, there's just doesn't seem like there's as much as you would like to think in terms of really digging down. There's not a lot of depth, if you will. Let me kind of show you, I'll give you an idea. Like, there's just not a lot of depth in regards to kind of keeping this tree, which like I said is about 80 feet up in the air with those heavy branches, from kind of just staying rooted into the ground. So as we get more rain, even though it's not coming down heavy, but as we get more rain, the ground is just going to get more wet, obviously more spongy, and it's just not going to be able to kind of support these big heavy trees. But right now the good news, like I said, the family that was inside wasn't injured, wasn't hurt. They've called their insurance company. There's a little bit of damage to the house. They'll be dealing with that, though, probably over the next couple of days. We're live in Asheboro, guys. I'll toss it back to you right now.
Kevin, a question for you there. Has the family been working on tarping the roof or anything like that? I know as we get into the overnight hours, Tim, you're saying we're going to get